Shakti and Shakta. By Arthur Avalon. Chapter 1. Indian Religion as Bhārata Dharma. A friend of mine who read the first edition of this book suggested that I should add to it an opening chapter, stating the most general and fundamental principles of the subject as a guide to the understanding of what follows, together with an outline of the latter in which the relation of the several parts should be shown. I have not at present the time, nor in the present book the space, to give effect to my friend's wishes in the way I would have desired, but will not altogether neglect them. To the Western, Indian religion generally seems a jungle of contradictory beliefs amidst which he is lost. Only those who have understood its main principles can show them the path. It has been asserted that there is no such thing as Indian religion, though there are many religions in India. This is not so. As I have already pointed out, is India civilized? There is a common Indian religion which I have called Bhārata Dharma, which is an Aryan religion, Arya Dharma, held by all Aryas whether Brahmanic, Buddhist or Jaina. These are the three main divisions of the Bhārata Dharma. I exclude other religions in India, namely, the Semitic religions, Judaism, Christianity and Islam. Not that all these are purely Semitic. Christianity became in part Aryanized when it was adopted by the Western Aryans, as also happened with Islam when accepted by such Eastern Aryans as the Persians and the Aryanized peoples of India. Thus Sufism is either a form of Vedanta or indebted to it. The general Indian religion or Bhārata Dharma holds that the world is an order or cosmos. It is not a chaos of things and beings thrown haphazard together, in which there is no binding relation or rule. The world order is Dharma, which is that by which the universe is upheld, Dhariyate. Without Dharma it would fall to pieces and dissolve into nothingness. But this is not possible, for though there is disorder, adharma, it exists, and can exist only locally, for a time, and in particular parts of the whole. Order however will and, from the nature of things, must ultimately assert itself. And this is the meaning of the saying that righteousness or Dharma prevails. This is in the nature of things, for Dharma is not a law imposed from without by the ukase of some celestial czar. It is the nature of things, that which constitutes them what they are, Svalakshanadarana Dharma. It is the expression of their true being and can only cease to be, when they themselves cease to be. Belief in righteousness is then in something not arbitrarily imposed from without by a lawgiver, but belief in a principle of reason which all men can recognize for themselves if they will. Again Dharma is not only the law of each being but necessarily also of the whole, and expresses the right relations of each part to the whole. This whole is again harmonious, otherwise it would dissolve. The principle which holds it together as one mighty organism is Dharma. The particular Dharma calls for such recognition and action in accordance therewith. Religion, therefore, which etymologically means that which obliges or binds together, is in its most fundamental sense the recognition that the world is an order, of which each man, being, and thing, is a part, and to which each man stands in a definite, established relation. Together with action based on, and consistent with, such recognition, and in harmony with the whole cosmic activity. Whilst therefore the religious man is he who feels that he is bound in varying ways to all being, the irreligious man is he who egoistically considers everything from the standpoint of his limited self and its interests, without regard for his fellows, or the world at large. The essentially irreligious character of such an attitude is shown by the fact that, if it were adopted by all, it would lead to the negation of cosmos, that is chaos. Therefore all religions are agreed in the essentials of morality and hold that selfishness, in its widest sense, is the root of all sin, adharma. Morality is thus the true nature of man. The general dharma, samanya dharma, is the universal law governing all, just as the particular dharma, vishesha dharma, varies with, and is peculiar to, each class of being. It follows from what is above stated that disharmony is suffering. This is an obvious fact. Wrong conduct is productive of ill, as right conduct is productive of good. As a man sows, so he will reap. There is an immanent justice. But these results, though they may appear at once, do not always do so. The fruit of no action is lost. It must, according to the law of causality, which is a law of reason, bear effect. If its author does not suffer for it here and now in the present life, he will do so in some future one. Birth and death mean the creation and destruction of bodies. The spirits so embodied are infinite in number and eternal. The material universe comes and goes. This in Brahmanism has been said, see Sanatana Vaidika Dharma by Bhagwan Das, to be the systole and diastole of the one universal heart, itself at rest, the moveless play of consciousness. The appearance and disappearance of the universe is the nature or svabhava of that which it ultimately is. Its immediate cause is desire, which Buddhism calls trishna or thirst, that is desire or thirst for world enjoyment in the universe of form. Action, karma, is prompted by desire and breeds again desire. This action may be good, dharma, or bad, adharma, leading to enjoyment or suffering. Each embodied soul, jivatma, will be reborn and reborn into the world until it is freed from all desire. This involves the doctrine of reincarnation. These multiple births and deaths in the transmigratory worlds are called samsara or wandering. The world is a dvandva, that is, a composite of happiness and suffering. Happiness of a transitory kind may be had therein by adherence to dharma in following kama, desire, and artha, the means, by which lawful desires may be given effect. These constitute what Brahmanism calls the trivarga of the Purushartha, or three aims of sentient being. But just as desire leads to manifestation in form, so desirelessness leads away from it. Those who reach this state seek moksha or nirvana, the fourth Purushartha, which is a state of bliss beyond the worlds of changing forms. For there is a rest from suffering which desire, together with a natural tendency to pass its right limits, brings upon men. They must, therefore, either live with desire in harmony with the universal order, or if desireless, they may, for each is master of his future, pass beyond the manifest and become that which is moksha or nirvana. Religion, and therefore true civilization, consists in the upholding of dharma as the individual and general good, and the fostering of spiritual progress, so that, with justice to all beings, true happiness, which is the immediate and ultimate end of all humanity, and indeed of all being, may be attained. Anyone who holds these beliefs follows the Bhārata Dharma or common principles of all Aryan beliefs. Thus as regards God we may either deny his existence, atheism, or affirm it, theism, or say we have no sufficient proof one way or another, agnosticism. It is possible to accept the concept of an eternal law, dharma, and its sanctions in a self-governed universe without belief in a personal Lord, Ishvara. So Samkhya, which proceeds on intellectual proof only, do not deny God but holds that the being of a Lord is not proved. There are then based on this common foundation three main religions, Brahmanism, Buddhism and Jainism. Of the second, a great and universal faith, it has been said that, with each fresh acquirement of knowledge, it seems more difficult to separate it from the Hinduism out of which it emerged and into which, in northern Buddhism, it relapsed. This is of course not to say that there are no differences between the two, but that they share in certain general and common principles as their base. Brahmanism, of which the Śākta doctrine and practice is a particular form, accepts Veda as its ultimate authority. By this, in its form as the four Vedas, is revealed the doctrine of the Brahman, the all-pervader, the infinite substance which is in itself, Svarupa, consciousness, Caitanya or Cit, from which comes creation, maintenance and withdrawal. Commonly called destruction, though man, not God, destroys, and which in its relation to the universe which the Brahman controls is known as Ishvara, the ruling Lord or personal God. Veda both as spiritual experience and the word which is heard, Shruti, is the warrant for this. But Shruti, as the ultimate authority, has received various interpretations and so we find in Brahmanism, as in Christianity, differing schools and sects adopting various interpretations of the revealed word. Veda says, all this, that is, the universe, is Brahman. All are agreed that Brahman or spirit is relatively to us, being, Sat, consciousness, Cit, and bliss, Ananda. It is Saksidananda. But in what sense is this item Brahman? The monistic interpretation, Advaitavada, as given for instance by the great scholastic Shankaracharya, is that there is a complete identity in essence of both. There is one spirit, Atma, with two aspects, as transcendent supreme, Paramatma, and as immanent and embodied, Jivatma. The two are at base one when we eliminate avidya in the form of mind and body. According to the qualified monism, Vishishtadvaita, of the great scholastic Ramanuj, this is Brahman in the sense that it is the body of the Brahman, just as we distinguish our body from our inner self. According to the dualists, Dvaitavada, the saying is interpreted in terms of nearness, samapya, and likeness, sadrishya, for, though God and man are distinct, the former so pervades and is so inextricably involved in the universe as creator and maintainer, that the latter, in this sense, seems to be Brahman through proximity. Then again there is the Shuddhadvaita of that branch of the Āgamas which is called Shaivasiddhanta, the Vaishnava Pañcatattva doctrine, the Advaita of the Kashmirian Shaivagama, Trika, the followers of which, though Advaitins, have very subtly criticized Shankara's doctrine on several points. Difference of views upon this question and that of the nature of Maya, which the world is said to be, necessarily implies difference upon other matters of doctrine. Then there are, with many resemblances, some differences in ritual practice. Thus it comes about that Brahmanism includes many divisions of worshippers calling themselves by different names. There are Smartas who are the present-day representatives of the old Vedic doctrine and ritual practice, and on the other hand a number of divisions of worshippers calling themselves Shaktas, Shaivas, Vaishnavas and so forth with subdivisions of these. It is not possible to make hard and fast distinctions between the sects which share much in common and have been influenced one by the other. Indeed, the universality of much of religious doctrine and practice is an established fact. What exists in India as elsewhere today has in other times and places been in varying degrees anticipated. In religion, it has been said, Gnostics and one heir remains, 8, there is no new thing. The same ideas are worked up over and over again. In India as elsewhere, but particularly in India where religious activity has been syncretistic rather than by way of supersession, there is much which is common to all sects and more again which is common between particular groups of sects. These latter are governed in general, that is, in their older forms, by the Āgamas or Tantra Śāstras, which, at any rate today and for centuries past, whatever may have been their origin, admit the authority of the Vedas and recognize other scriptures. As to these, see the introduction to the Kalakarya Satyananda's commentary on the Isha Upanishad which I have published. The meaning of Veda is not commonly rightly understood. But this is a vast subject which underlies all others, touching as it does the seat of all authority and knowledge into which I have not the space to enter here. There are four main classes of Brahmanical scripture, namely, Veda or Shruti, Smrti, Purana, and Āgama. There are also 4 ages or yugas, the latter being a fraction of a kalpa or day of Brahma of 4,320,000,000 years. This period is the life of an universe, on the expiration of which all re-enters Brahman and thereafter issues from it. A Mahayuga is composed of the 4 ages called Satya, Trita, Dvapara, Kali, the first being the golden age of righteousness since when all has gradually declined physically, morally, and spiritually. For each of the ages a suitable Shastra is given, for Satya or Krita the Vedas, for Trita the Smrti-Shastra, for Dvapara the Puranas, and for Kali Yuga the Āgama or Tantra Śāstra. So the Kularnava Tantra says, Krite Shrutyukta Ekarastridium Smrti Sambhava. Dvapare tu Puranakta, Kalavagama Samada. See also Mahanirvana Tantra, I-28 Sikh. And the Tara Pradipha says that in the Kali Yuga, the supposed present age, the Tantrika and not the Vaidika Dharma, in the sense of mode of life and ritual, is to be followed, see Principles of Tantra. When it is said that the Āgama is the peculiar scripture of the Kali age, this does not mean, at any rate to any particular division of its followers, that something is presented which is opposed to Veda. It is true however that, as between these followers, there is sometimes a conflict on the question whether a particular form of the Āgama is un-Vedic, Avaidika, or not. The Āgama, however, as a whole, purports to be a presentment of the teaching of Veda, just as the Puranas and Smritis are. It is that presentment of Vedic truth which is suitable for the Kali age. Indeed, the Śakta followers of the Āgama claim that its Tantras contain the very core of the Veda, to which it is described to bear the same relation as the Supreme Spirit, Paramatma, to the embodied spirit, Jivatma. In a similar way, in the 7 Tantric Akaras, ch4 post, Cinacara is the controlling, informing life of the gross body called Vedācara, each of the Akaras, which follow the ladder up to Cinacara, being more and more subtle sheaths. The Tantra Śāstra is thus the presentment of Vedantic truth which is modeled, as regards mode of life and ritual, to meet the characteristics and infirmities of the Kali Yuga. As men have no longer the capacity, longevity and moral strength required to carry out the Vaidika Karmakanda, ritual section, the Tantra Śāstra prescribes a sadhana of its own for the attainment of the common end of all Shastra, that is, a happy life on earth, heaven thereafter, and at length liberation. Religion is in fact the true pursuit of happiness. As explained in the next and following chapters, this Āgama, which governs according to its followers the Kali Yuga, is itself divided into several schools or communities of worshippers. One of these divisions is the Śakta. It is with Śakta doctrine and worship, one of the forms of Brahmanism, which is again a form of the general Bhārata Dharma, that this book deals. The Śakta is so called because he is a worshipper of Shakti, power, that is, God in mother form as the supreme power which creates, sustains and withdraws the universe. His rule of life is Shakta Dharma, his doctrine of Shakti is Shaktivada or Śakta Darshana. God is worshipped as the Great Mother because, in this aspect, God is active, and produces, nourishes, and maintains all. Theological Godhead is no more female than male or neuter. God is mother to the sadhaka who worships her lotus feet, the dust on which are millions of universes. The power, or active aspect of the immanent God, is thus called Shakti. In her static transcendent aspect the mother or Shakti or Shiv is of the same nature as Shiva or the good. That is, philosophically speaking, Shiva is the unchanging consciousness, and Shakti is its changing power appearing as mind and matter. Shiva Shakti is therefore consciousness and its power. This then is the doctrine of dual aspects of the one Brahman acting through its trinity of powers, Icha, will, Jnana, knowledge, Kriya, action. In the static transcendent aspect, Shiva, the one Brahman does not change, and in the kinetic immanent aspect, Shiv or Shakti, it does. There is thus changelessness in change. The individual or embodied spirit, Jivatma, is one with the transcendent spirit, Paramatma. The former is a part, Amsha, of the latter, and the enveloping mind and body are manifestations of supreme power. Śākta Darshana is therefore a form of monism, Advaitavada. In creation an effect is produced without change in the producer. In creation the power, Shakti, goes forth, Prasharati, in a series of emanations or transformations, which are called, in the Shaiva and Śakta Tantras, the 36 Tattvas. These mark the various stages through which Shiva, the supreme consciousness, as Shakti, presents itself as object to itself as subject, the latter at first experiencing the former as part of the self. And then through the operations of Maya-Shakti as different from the self. This is the final stage in which every self, Purusha, is mutually exclusive of every other. Maya, which achieves this, is one of the powers of the mother or Devi. The will to become many, Bahushyam Prajaya, is the creative impulse which not only creates but reproduces an eternal order. The Lord remembers the diversities latent in his own Maya-Shakti due to the previous karmas of jivas and allows them to unfold themselves by his volition. It is that power by which infinite formless consciousness veils itself to itself and negates and limits itself in order that it may experience itself as form. This Maya-Shakti assumes the form of Prakriti Tattva, which is composed of 3 gunas or factors called Sattva, Rajas, Tamas. The function of Prakriti is to veil, limit, or finitize pure infinite formless consciousness, so as to produce form, for without such limitation there cannot be the appearance of form. These gunas work by mutual suppression. The function of tamas is to veil consciousness, of sattva to reveal it, and of rajas the active principle to make either tamas suppress sattva or sattva suppress tamas. These gunas are present in all particular existence, as in the general cause or prakriti shakti. Evolution means the increased operation of sattva guna. Thus the mineral world is more subject to tamas than the rest. There is less tamas and more sattva in the vegetable world. In the animal world sattva is increased, and still more so in man, who may rise through the cultivation of the sattva guna to pure consciousness, moksha, itself. To use Western parlance, consciousness more and more appears as forms evolve and rise to man. Consciousness does not in itself change, but its mental and material envelopes do, thus releasing and giving consciousness more play. As pure consciousness is spirit, the release of it from the bonds of matter means that forms which issue from the power of spirit, Shakti, become more and more sattvic. A truly sattvic man is therefore a spiritual man. The aim of sadhana is therefore the cultivation of the sattva guna. Nature, prakriti, is thus the veil of spirit as tamas guna, the revealer of spirit as sattva guna, and the activity, rajas guna, which makes either work. Thus the upward or revealing movement from the predominance of tamas to that of sattva represents the spiritual progress of the embodied spirit or jivatma. It is the desire for the life of form which produces the universe. This desire exists in the collective vasanas, held like all else, in inchoate state in the mother power, which passing from its own, svarupa, formless state gives effect to them. Upon the expiration of the vast length of time which constitutes a day of Brahma, the whole universe is withdrawn into the great causal womb, yoni, which produced it. The limited selves are withdrawn into it, and again, when the creative throes are felt, are put forth from it, each appearing in that form and state which its previous karma had made for it. Those who do good karma but with desire and self-regard, sakama, go, on death, to heaven and thereafter reap their reward in good future birth on earth, for heaven is also a transitory state. The bad are punished by evil births on earth and suffering in the hells, which are also transitory. Those, however, who have rid themselves of all self-regarding desire and work selflessly, nishkama karma, realize the Brahman nature which is Saksidananda. Such are liberated, that is never appear again in the world of form, which is the world of suffering, and enter into the infinite ocean of bliss itself. This is moksha or mukti or liberation. As it is freedom from the universe of form, it can only be attained through detachment from the world and desirelessness. For those who desire the world of form cannot be freed of it. Life, therefore, is a field in which man, who has gradually ascended through lower forms of mineral, vegetable and animal life, is given the opportunity of heaven life and liberation. The universe has a moral purpose, namely the affording to all existence of a field wherein it may reap the fruit of its actions. The forms of life are therefore the stairs, sapana, on which man mounts to the state of infinite, eternal, and formless bliss. This then is the origin and the end of man. He has made for himself his own past and present condition and will make his future one. His essential nature is free. If wise, he adopts the means, sadhana, which lead to lasting happiness, for that of the world is not to be had by all, and even when attained is perishable and mixed with suffering. This sadhana consists of various means and disciplines employed to produce purity of mind, Cit-Shakti, and devotion to, and worship of, the magna mater of all. It is with these means that the religious Tantra Śāstras are mainly concerned. The Śākta Tantra Śāstra contains a most elaborate and wonderful ritual, partly its own, partly of Vedic origin. To a ritualist it is of absorbing interest. Ritual is an art, the art of religion. Art is the outward material expression of ideas intellectually held and emotionally felt. Ritual art is concerned with the expression of those ideas and feelings which are specifically called religious. It is a mode by which religious truth is presented, and made intelligible in material forms and symbols to the mind. It appeals to all natures passionately sensible of that beauty in which, to some, God most manifests himself. But it is more than this. For it is the means by which the mind is transformed and purified. In particular, according to Indian principles, it is the instrument whereby the consciousness of the worshipper, sadhaka, is shaped in actual fact into forms of experience which embody the truths which Scripture teaches. The Shakta is thus taught that he is one with Shiva and his power or Shakti. This is not a matter of mere argument. It is a matter for experience. It is ritual and yoga practice which secure that experience for him. How profound Indian ritual is, will be admitted by those who have understood the general principles of all ritual and symbolism, and have studied it in its Indian form, with a knowledge of the principles of which it is an expression. Those who speak of mummery, gibberish, and superstition betray both their incapacity and ignorance. The Āgamas are not themselves treatises on philosophy, though they impliedly contain a particular theory of life. They are what is called Sadhana Śāstras, that is, practical scriptures prescribing the means by which happiness, the quest of all mankind, may be attained. And as lasting happiness is God, they teach how man by worship and by practice of the disciplines prescribed, may attain a divine experience. From incidental statements and the practices described the philosophy is extracted. The speaker of the Tantras and the revealer of the Śakta Tantra is Shiva himself or Shiv the Devi herself. Now it is the first who teaches and the second who listens, Āgama. Now again the latter assumes the role of Guru and answers the questions of Shiva, Nigama. For the two are one. Sometimes there are other interlocutors. Thus one of the Tantras is called Ishvara-Kartikeya Samvada, for there the Lord addresses his son Kartikeya. The Tantra Śāstra therefore claims to be a revelation, and of the same essential truths as those contained in the eternal Veda, which is an authority to itself, Svadasiddha. Those who have had experience of the truths recorded in Shastra, have also proclaimed the practical means whereby their experience was gained. Adopt those means, they say, and you will also have for yourself our experience. This is the importance of sadhana and all sadhana Śāstras. The Guru says, do as I tell you. Follow the method prescribed by Scripture. Curb your desires. Attain a pure disposition, and thus only will you obtain that certainty, that experience which will render any questionings unnecessary. The practical importance of the Āgama lies in its assumption of these principles and in the methods which it enjoins for the attainment of that state in which the truth is realized. The following chapters shortly explain some of the main features of both the philosophy and practice of the Śakta division of the Āgama. For their full development many volumes are necessary. What is here said is a mere sketch in a popular form of a vast subject. I will conclude this chapter with extracts from a Bengali letter written to me shortly before his death, now many years ago, by Pundit Shivakandra Vijayarnava. The Shakta author of the Pañcatattva which I have published under the title Principles of Tantra. The words in brackets are my own. At the present time the general public are ignorant of the principles of the Tantra Śāstra. The cause of this ignorance is the fact that the Tantra Śāstra is a sadhana Śāstra, the greater part of which becomes intelligible only by sadhana. For this reason the Shastra and its teachers prohibit their general promulgation. So long as the Shastra was learnt from gurus only, this golden rule was of immense good. In course of time the old sadhana has become almost extinct, and along with it, the knowledge of the deep and mighty principles of the Shastra is almost lost. Nevertheless some faint shadowings of these principles, which can be thoroughly known by sadhana only, have been put before the public partly with the view to preserve Shastric knowledge from destruction, and partly for commercial reasons. When I commenced to write Pañcatattva some 25 years ago, Bengali society was in a perilous state owing to the influx of other religions, one of faith and a spirit of disputation. Shortly before this a number of English books had appeared on the Tantra Śāstra which, whilst ignorant of Dharma, sadhana and siddhi contained some hideous and outrageous pictures drawn by the Bengali historians and novelists ignorant of and unfaithful to Shastric principles. The English books by English writers contained merely a reflection of what English-educated Bengalis of those days had written. Both are even today equally ignorant of the Tantra Śāstra. For this reason in writing Pañcatattva I could not go deeply into the subject as my heart wished. I had to spend my time in removing thorns, objections and charges, from the path by reasoning and argument. I could not therefore deal in my book with most of the subjects which, when I brought out the first volume, I promised to discuss. The Tantra Śāstra is broadly divided into three parts, namely sadhana, siddhi, that which is gained by sadhana, and philosophy, darshana. Unlike other systems, it is not narrow nor does it generate doubt by setting forth conflicting views. For its speaker is one and not many, and he is omniscient. The philosophy is however scattered throughout the tantric treatises and is dealt with, as occasion arises, in connection with sadhana and siddhi. Could, as I had suggested to him, such parts be collected and arranged, according to the principles of the subject matter, they would form a vast system of philosophy, wonderful, divine, lasting, true, and carrying conviction to men. As a philosophy it is at the head of all others. You have prayed to Parameshvara, God, for my long life, and my desire to carry out my project makes me also pray for it. But the state of my body makes me doubt whether the prayer will be granted. By the grace therefore of the Mother, the sooner the work is done the better. You say that those who worship Parameshvara, he makes of one family. Let therefore all distinctions be put aside, for all sadhakas are, as such, one. This noble principle is the final word of all Shastras, all communities, and all religions. All distinctions which arise from differences in the physical body are distinctions for the human world only. They have no place in the world of worship of Parameshvara. The more therefore that we shall approach him, the more will the differences between you and me vanish. It is because both of us pray for the removal of all such differences, that I am led to rely on your encouragement and help, and am bold to take up on your encouragement and help, and am bold to take up this difficult and daring work. If by your grace the gate of this tantric philosophy is opened in the third part of Tantra-tattva, I dare to say that the learned in all countries will gaze, and be astonished, for it is pure truth. And for this reason I shall be able to place it before them with perfect clearness. Unfortunately, this project of a third part of the Tantra-tattva could not be carried out owing to the lamented death of its author, which followed not long after the receipt of this letter. Naturally, like all believers throughout the whole world, he claimed for his scripture the possession in all its details of what was true or good. Whilst others may not concede this, I think that those with knowledge and understanding free from prejudice will allow that it contains a profoundly conceived doctrine, wonderfully worked out in practice. Some of its ideas and principles are shared, through it be under other names and forms, by all religious men, and others either by all or some Indian communities, who are not Shaktas. Leaving therefore for the moment aside what may be said to be peculiar to itself, it cannot be that wholly absurd, repulsive, and infamous system, lust, mummery and magic, as Brian Hodgson called it, which it has been said to be. An impartial criticism may be summed up in the few words that, together with what has value, it contains some practices which are not generally approved and which have led to abuse. As to these the reader is referred to the chapter on the Pañcatattva or secret ritual. I conclude with a translation of an article in Bengali by a well-known writer, P. Bandyopadhyaya, in the Sahitya, Shrubby 1320, Calcutta, July-August 1913. It was evoked by the publication of Arthur Avalon's translation of, An Introduction to, the Mahanirvana Tantra. It is an interesting statement as regards the Śākta Tantra and Bengali views thereon. Omitting here some commendatory statements touching A. Avalon's work and the writers, thanks 100 times, for the English version, the article continues as follows. At one time the Mahanirvana Tantra had some popularity in Bengal. It was printed and published under the editorship of Pundit Anandakandra Vedānta Vajisha and issued from the Adi Brahmo Samaj Press. Raja Ram Mohan Roy himself was a follower of the Tantras, married after the Shaiva form and used to practice the Tantric worship. His spiritual preceptor Swami Hariharananda was well known to be a saint who had attained to perfection, Siddhapurusa. He endeavored to establish the Mahanirvana Tantra as the scripture of the Brahmo Samaj. The formula and the forms of the Brahmo Church are borrowed from the initiation in Brahman worship, Brahmadiksha, in this Tantra. The later Brahmos, somewhat losing themselves in their spirit of imitation of Christian rituals, were led to abandon the path shown to them by Raja Ram Mohan. But yet even now many among them recite the hymn to the Brahman which occurs in the Mahānirvāna Tantra. In the first era of the excessive dissemination of English culture and training, Bengal resounded with opprobrious criticisms of the Tantras. No one among the educated in Bengal could praise them. Even those who called themselves Hindus were unable outwardly to support the Tantric doctrines. But even then there were very great Tantric sadhakas and men learned in the Tantras with whose help the principles of the Tantras might have been explained to the public. But the educated Bengali of the age was bewitched by the Christian culture, and no one cared to inquire what did or did not exist in their paternal heritage. The more especially that any who attempted to study the Tantras ran the risk of exposing themselves to contumely from the educated community. Maharaja Sir Jatindra Mohan Tagore of sacred name alone published 2 or 3 works with the help of the Venerable Pundit Jaganmohan Tarkalankara. The Haritattva associated with the name of his father is even now acknowledged to be a marvelously glorious production of the genius of the Pundits of Bengal. The Venerable, Vriddha, Pundit Jaganmohan also published a commentary on the Mahānirvāna Tantra. Even at that epoch such study of the Tantras was confined to a certain section of the educated in Bengal. Maharaja Sir Jatindra Mohan alone endeavored to understand and appreciate men like Bama Kapa, Mad Bama, the Naked Father, Nengta Baba, of Kata and Swami Sadananda. The educated community of Bengal had only neglect and contempt for sadhakas like Bish Pagla, the Mad Bish, and Binu the Kandala woman. Bengal is even now governed by the Tantra, even now the Hindus of Bengal receive Tantric initiation. But the glory and the honor which the Tantra had and received in the time of Maharajas Krishnacandra and Shivacandra no longer exist. This is the reason why the Tantric sadhakas of Bengal are not so well known at present. It seems as if the World Mother has again willed it, has again desired to manifest her power, so that Arthur Avalon is studying the Tantras and has published so beautiful a version of the Mahānirvāna. The English-educated Bengali will now, we may hope, turn his attention to the Tantra. The special virtue of the Tantra lies in its mode of sadhana. It is neither mere worship, upasana, nor prayer. It is not lamenting or contrition or repentance before the deity. It is the sadhana which is the union of Purusha and Prakriti. The sadhana which joins the male principle and the mother element within the body, and strives to make the attributed attributeless. That which is in me and that for which I am, this consciousness is ever present in me, is spread, like butter in milk, throughout the created world of moving and unmoving things, through the gross and the subtle, the conscious and unconscious. Through all. It is the object of Tantric sadhana to merge that self-principle, Svarat, into the universal, Virat. This sadhana is to be performed through the awakening of the forces within the body. A man is siddha in this sadhana when he is able to awaken Kuṇḍalinī and pierce the 6 chakras. This is not mere philosophy, a mere attempt to ponder upon husks of words, but something which is to be done in a thoroughly practical manner. The Tantras say, begin practicing under the guidance of a good guru. If you do not obtain favorable results immediately, you can freely give it up. No other religion dares to give so bold a challenge. We believe that the sadhana of the Muslims and the esoteric religion, or secret sadhana, and rituals, of the Christians of the Roman Catholic and Greek churches is based on this groundwork of the Tantras. Wherever there is sadhana we believe that there is the system of the Tantra. While treating of the Tantras some time back in the Sahitya, I hinted at this conclusion and I cannot say that the author, Arthur Avalon, has not noticed it too. For he has expressed his surprise at the similarity which exists between the Roman Catholic and the Tantric mode of sadhana. The Tantra has made the yoga system of Patanjali easily practicable and has combined with it the Tantric rituals and the ceremonial observances, Karmakanda. That is the reason why the Tantric system of sadhana has been adopted by all the religious sects of India. If this theory of the antiquarians, that the Tantra was brought into India from Chaldea or Shakadvipa be correct, then it may also be inferred that the Tantra passed from Chaldea to Europe. The Tantra is to be found in all the strata of Buddhism. The Tantric sadhana is manifest in Confucianism, and Shintoism is but another name of the Tantric cult. Many historians acknowledge that the worship of Shakti or Tantric Sadhana which was prevalent in Egypt from ancient times spread into Phoenicia and Greece. Consequently, we may suppose that the influence of the Tantra was felt in primitive Christianity. The Tantra contains nothing like idolatry or worship of the doll, which we, taking the cue from the Christian missionaries, nowadays call it. This truth, the author, Arthur Avalon, has made very clear in the introduction to his translation. The Tantra repeatedly says that one is to adore the deity by becoming a deity, Devata, himself. The Ishtadevata is the very self of Atman, and not separate from it. He is the receptacle of all, yet he is not contained in anything, for he is the great witness, the eternal Purusha. The true Tantric worship is the worship in and by the mind. The less subtle form of Tantric worship is that of the yantra. Form is born of the yantra. The form is made manifest by japa, and awakened by mantra Shakti. Tens of millions of beautiful forms of the mother bloom forth in the heavens of the heart of the Siddha Purusha. Devotees or aspirants of a lower order of competency, Nimna Adhikari, under the directions of the Guru adore the great Maya by making manifest to themselves one of her various forms which can be only seen by dhyana, meditation. That is not mere worship of the idol. If it were so, the image would not be thrown into the water. No one in that case would be so irreverent as to sink the earthen image of the goddess in the water. The primordial Shakti is to be awakened by bhava, by dhyana, by japa and by the piercing of the 6 chakras. She is all will. No one can say when and how she shows herself and to what sadhaka. We only know that she is, and there are her names and forms. Wonderfully transcending is her form, far beyond the reach of word or thought. This has made the Bengali Bhakta sing this plaintive song. Hard indeed is it to approach the sea of forms, and to bathe in it. Ah me, this my coming is perhaps in vain. The Tantra deals with another special subject. Mantra Shakti. It is no exaggeration to say that we have never heard even from any Bengali pundit such a clear exposition of Mantra Shakti as that which the author, Arthur Avalon, has given in his introduction to the Mahanirvana Tantra. We had thought that Mantra Shakti was a thing to be felt and not to be explained to others. But the author with the force of his genius has in his simple exposition given us such explanation of it as is possible in the English language. The Tantras say that the soul in the body is the very self of the letters, of the dhvani, sound. The mother, the embodiment of the 50 letters, Varna, is present in the various letters in the different chakras. Like the melody which issues when the chords of a lute are struck, the mother who moves in the 6 chakras and who is the very self of the letters awakens with a burst of harmony when the chords of the letters, Varnas, are struck in their order. And siddhi becomes as easy of attainment to the sadhaka as the amulika fruit in one's hand when she is roused. That is why the great sadhaka Ramaprasad awakened the mother by the invocation, "Arise, O Mother, Jagrihi, Janani." That is the reason why the Bhakta sang, "How long wilt thou sleep in the Muladhara, O Mother?" Kuṇḍalinī. The Bodhana, awakening, ceremony in the Durga Puja is nothing but the awakening of the Shakti of the Mother, the mere rousing of the consciousness of the Kuṇḍalinī. This awakening is performed by Mantra Shakti. The mantra is nothing but the harmonious sound of the lute of the body. When the symphony is perfect, she who embodies the worlds, Jagannayi, rouses herself. When she is awake it does not take long before the union of Shiva and Shakti takes place. Do japa once, do japa according to rule looking up to the Guru, and the effects of japa of which we hear in the Tantra will prove to be true at every step. Then you will understand that the Tantra is not mere trickery, or a false weaving out of words. What is wanted is the good Guru, mantra capable of granting siddhi, and application, sadhana. Arthur Avalon has grasped the meaning of the principles of mantra which are so difficult to understand. We may certainly say that he could only make this impossible thing possible through inherent tendencies, samskara, acquired in his previous life. The Tantra accepts the doctrine of rebirth. It does not, however, acknowledge it as a mere matter of argument or reasoning, but like a geographical map it makes clear the unending chain of existences of the Sadhaka. The Tantra has two divisions, the Dharma of society, Samaja, and the Dharma of spiritual culture, Sadhana. According to the regulation of Samaja Dharma it acknowledges birth and caste. But in Sadhana Dharma there is no caste distinction, no Brahmana or Shudra, no man or woman. Distinction between high and low follows success in sadhana and siddhi. We only find the question of fitness or worthiness, adhikara tattva, in the Tantra. This fitness, adhikara, is discovered with reference to the samskaras of past existences. That is why the Kandala Purnananda is a Brahmana, and Kripasiddha the Sadhaka is equal to Sarvananda. That is why Ramaprasada of the Vaidya caste is fit to be honored even by Brahmanas. The Tantra is to be studied with the aid of the teachings of the Guru. For its language is extraordinary, and its exposition impossible with a mere grammatical knowledge of roots and inflections. The Tantra is only a system of Shakti Sādhanā. There are rules in it whereby we may draw Shakti from all created things. There is nothing to be accepted or rejected in it. Whatever is helpful for sadhana is acceptable. This sadhana is decided according to the fitness of the particular person, adhikari. He must follow that for which he is fit or worthy. Shakti pervades all and embraces all beings and all things, the inanimate and the moving, beasts and birds, men and women. The unfolding of the power, Shakti, enclosed within the body of the animal, Jiva, as well as the man is brought about only with the help of the tendencies within the body. The mode of sadhana is ascertained with regard to these tendencies. The very meaning of sadhana is unfolding, rousing up or awakening of power, Shakti. Thus the Shakta obtains power from all actions in the world. The sadhana of the Tantra is not to be measured by the little measuring yard of the well-being or ill-being of your community or mine. Let you understand and I understand, O my mind. Whether anyone else understands it or not. The author, Arthur Avalon, is fully conscious of this. In spite of it, he has tried to explain almost all points, making them easy to comprehend for the intellect of materialistic civilized society of today. For this attempt on his part we are grateful to him. The Tantra has no notion of some separate far-seeing God. It preaches no such doctrine in it as that God the Creator rules the universe from heaven. In the eye of the Tantra the body of the Sadhaka is the universe, the autokratos, Atma-Shakti, within the body is the desired, Ishta, and the to be sought for, Sathya, deity, Devata, of the Sadhaka. The unfolding of this self-power is to be brought about by self-realization, Atmadharshana, which is to be achieved through sadhana. Whoever realizes his self attains to liberation, mukti. The author, Arthur Avalon, has treated of these matters, Siddhanta, in his work, the Tantra Tattva. Many of the topics dealt with in the Mahanirvana Tantra will not be fully understood without a thorough perusal of the book. The principles of the Tantra must be lectured on to the Bengali afresh. If the Mahanirvana Tantra as translated by Arthur Avalon is spread abroad, if the Bengali is once more desirous to hear, that attempt might well be undertaken. Our land of Bengal used to be ruled by tantric works such as the Sarada Tilaka, Shaktinandataranjani, Pranatashini, Tantrasara, etc. Then the Mahanirvana Tantra did not have so great an influence. It seems to us that, considering the form into which, as a result of English education and culture, the mind of the Bengali has been shaped, the Mahanirvana is a proper Tantra for the time. Raja Ram Mohan Roy endeavored to encourage regard for the Mahanirvana Tantra because he understood this. If the English translation of the Mahanirvana Tantra by Arthur Avalon is well received by the thoughtful public in Bengal, the study of the original Sanskrit work may gradually come into vogue. This much hope we may entertain. In fact, the English-educated Bengali community is without religion, dharma, or action, karma, and is devoid of the sense of nationality, jatiya dharma, and caste. The Mahanirvana Tantra alone is fit for the country and the race at the present time. We believe that probably because such an impossibility is going to be possible, a cultured, influential, rich Englishman like Arthur Avalon, honored of the rulers, has translated and published the Mahanirvana Tantra. When his Pañcatattva is published we shall be able to speak out much more. For the present we ask the educated people of Bengal to read this most unprecedented Mahanirvana Tantra. Arthur Avalon has not spoken a single word to satisfy himself nor tried to explain things according to his own imagination. He has only given what are true inferences according to the principles of Shastric reasoning. An auspicious opportunity for the English-knowing public to understand the Tantra has arrived. It is a counsel of the Tantra itself, that if you desire to renounce anything, renounce it only after a thorough acquaintance with it. If you desire to embrace anything new, accept it only after a searching inquiry. The Tantra embodies the old religion, Dharma, of Bengal, even if it is to be cast away for good, that ought only to be done after it has been fully known. In the present case a thoughtful and educated Englishman of high position has taken it upon himself to give us a full introduction to the Tantra. We can frankly say that in this introduction he has not tried a jot to shirk or to gloss over the conclusions of the Shastra, with the vanity of explanation born of his imagination. He has endeavored to bring before the mind of his readers whatever actually is in the Tantra, be it regarded as either good or evil. Will not the Bengali receive with welcome such a full offering, arugya, made by a bhakta from a foreign land? How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Chapter 2. Shakti, the world as power. There is no word of wider content in any language than this Sanskrit term meaning power. For Shakti in the highest causal sense is God as mother, and in another sense it is the universe which issues from her womb. And what is there which is neither one nor the other? Therefore, the Yogini Hridaya Tantra thus salutes her who conceives, bears, produces and thereafter nourishes all worlds, obeisance be to her who is pure being consciousness bliss, as power. Who exists in the form of time and space and all that is therein, and who is the radiant illuminatrix in all beings. It is therefore possible only to outline here in a very general way a few of the more important principles of the Shakti doctrine, omitting its deeply interesting practice, sadhana, in its forms as ritual worship and yoga. Today Western science speaks of energy as the physical ultimate of all forms of matter. So has it been for ages to the Shaktas, as the worshippers of Shakti are called. But they add that such energy is only a limited manifestation, as mind and matter, of the Almighty Infinite Supreme Power, Maya-Shakti, of becoming in that Tat, which is unitary being, Sat, itself. Their doctrine is to be found in the traditions, oral and written, which are contained in the Āgamas, which, with Purana, Smriti and Veda, constitute one of the four great classes of scripture of the Hindus. The Tantras are scriptures of the Āgama. The notion that they are some queer byproduct of Hinduism and not an integral part of it, is erroneous. The three chief divisions of the Āgama are locally named Bengal, Gauda, Kashmira and Kerala. That Bengal is a home of Tantra Śāstra is well known. It is, however, little known that Kashmir was in the past a land where Tantric doctrine and practice were widely followed. The communities of so-called Tantric worshippers are fivefold according as the cult is of the sun, Ganesha, Vishnu, Shiva or Shakti. To the knower, however, the five named are not distinct divinities, but different aspects of the one power or Shakti. An instructed Shakti worshipper is one of the least sectarian of men. He can worship in all temples, as the saying is. Thus the Samahana Tantra says that he is a fool who sees any difference between Rama, an avatara of Vishnu, and Shiva. What matters the name, says the commentator of the Satkakranaropana, after running through the gamut of them. The Śakta is so called because the chosen deity of his worship, Ishtadevata, is Shakti. In his cult, both in doctrine and practice, emphasis is laid on that aspect of the one in which it is the source of change and, in the form of time and space and all objects therein, change itself. The word Shakti is grammatically feminine. For this reason an American Orientalist critic of the doctrine has described it as a worthless system. A mere feminization of orthodox, whatever that be, Vedanta, a doctrine teaching the primacy of the female and thus fit only for suffragette monists. It is absurd criticism of this kind which makes the Hindu sometimes wonder whether the Western psyche has even the capacity to understand his beliefs. It is said of the mother, in the hymn to her in the Mahakala Samhita, "Thou art neither girl, nor maid, nor old. Indeed thou art neither female nor male, nor neuter. Thou art inconceivable, immeasurable power, the being of all which exists, void of all duality, the supreme Brahman, attainable in illumination alone." Those who cannot understand lofty ideas when presented in ritual and symbolic garb will serve their reputation best by not speaking of them. The Shaiva is so called because his chosen divinity is Shiva, the name for the changeless aspect of the one whose power of action and activity is Shakti. But as the two are necessarily associated, all communities acknowledge Shakti. It is, for the above reason, a mistake to suppose that a tantric or follower of the Āgama is necessarily a Shakta, and that the Tantra is a Shakta scripture only. Not at all. The Shakta is only one branch of the Agamic school. And so we find the scriptures of Saivaism, whether of north or south, called Tantras, as also those of that ancient form of Vaishnavism which is called the Pañcatattva. The doctrine of these communities, which share certain common ideas, varies from the monism of the Shaktas and northern Shaivas to the more or less dualistic systems of others. The ritual is to a large extent common in all communities, though there are necessarily variations, due both to the nature of the divine aspect worshipped and to the particular form of theology taught. Shakta doctrine and practice are contained primarily in the Shakta Tantras and the oral traditions, some of which are secret. As the Tantras are mainly scriptures of worship, such doctrine is contained by implication in the ritual. For reasons above stated, recourse may be had to other scriptures in so far as they share with those of the Shakta certain common doctrines and practices. The Tantras proper are the word of Shiva and Shakti. But there are also valuable tantric works in the nature of compendia and commentaries which are not of divine authorship. The concept Shakti is not, however, peculiar to the Shaktas. Every Hindu believes in Shakti as God's power, though he may differ as to the nature of the universe created by it. Shakta doctrine is a special presentment of so-called monism, Advaita, lit. Not to, and Shakta ritual, even in those condemned forms which have given rise to the abuses by which this scripture is most generally known, is a practical application of it. Whatever may have been the case at the origin of these Agamic cults, all, now and for ages past, recognize and claim to base themselves on the Vedas. With these are coupled the word of Shiva Shakti as revealed in the Tantras. Shakta doctrine is, like the Vedanta in general, what in Western parlance would be called a theology based on revelation, that is, so-called spiritual or supersensual experience, in its primary or secondary sense. For Veda is that. This leads to a consideration of the measure of man's knowing and of the basis of Vedantic knowledge. It is a fundamental error to regard the Vedanta as simply a speculative metaphysic in the modern Western sense. It is not so. If it were, it would have no greater right to acceptance than any other of the many systems which jostle one another for our custom in the philosophical fair. It claims that its supersensual teachings can be established with certainty by the practice of its methods. Theorizing alone is insufficient. The Shakta, above all, is a practical and active man, worshipping the divine activity. His watchword is Kriya or action. Taught that he is power, he desires fully to realize himself in fact as such. A tantric poem, Anandastatra, speaks with amused disdain of the learned chatterers who pass their time in futile debate around the shores of the lake of doubt. The basis of knowing, whether in supersense or sense knowledge, is actual experience. Experience is of two kinds, the whole or full experience, and incomplete experience, that is, of parts, not of, but in, the whole. In the first experience, consciousness is said to be upward-looking, unmukhi, that is, not looking to another. In the second experience it is outward-looking, bahirmukhi, the first is not an experience of the whole, but the experience whole. The second is an experience not of parts of the whole, for the latter is partless, but of parts in the whole, and issuing from its infinite power to know itself in and as the finite centers, as the many. The works of an Indian philosopher, my friend Professor Kuṇḍalinī Śakti, aptly call the first the fact, and the second the fact section. The Isha Upanishad calls the supreme experience, Purna, the full or whole. It is not, be it noted, a residue of the abstracting intellect, which is itself only a limited stress in consciousness, but a plenum, in which the existent all is as one whole. Theologically this full experience is Shiva, with Shakti at rest or as potency. The second experience is that of the finite centers, the numerous Purushas or Jivas, which are also Shiva Shakti as potency actualized. Both experiences are real. In fact there is nothing unreal anywhere. All is the mother and she is reality itself. Saham, she I am, the Śakta says, and all that he senses is she in the form in which he perceives her. It is she who in, and as, he drinks the consecrated wine, and she is the wine. All is manifested power, which has the reality of being from which it is put forth. But the reality of the manifestation is of something which appears and disappears, while that of causal power to appear is enduring. But this disappearance is only the ceasing to be for a limited consciousness. The seed of power, which appears as a thing for such consciousness, remains as the potency in infinite being itself. The infinite experience is real as the full, Purna, that is, its reality is fullness. The finite experience is real, as such. There is, perhaps, no subject in Vedanta, which is more misunderstood than that of the so-called unreality of the world. Every school admits the reality of all finite experience, even of elusive experience strictly so-called, while such experience lasts. But Shankaracharya defines the truly real as that which is changeless. In this sense, the world as a changing thing has relative reality only. Shankara so defines reality because he sets forth his doctrine from the standpoint of transcendent being. The Śākta Sādhanā, on the other hand, is a practical scripture of worship, delivered from the world standpoint, according to which the world is necessarily real. According to this view a thing may be real and yet be the subject of change. But its reality as a thing ceases with the passing of the finite experiencer to whom it is real. The supreme Shiva Shakti is, on the other hand, a real, full experience which ever endures. A worshipper must, as such, believe in the reality of himself, of the world as his field of action and instrument, in its causation by God, and in God himself as the object of worship. Moreover to him the world is real because Shiva Shakti, which is its material cause, is real. That cause, without ceasing to be what it is, becomes the effect. Further the world is the Lord's experience. He as Lord, Patti, is the whole experience, and as creature, Pashu, he is the experiencer of parts in it. The experience of the Lord is never unreal. The reality, however, which changelessly endures may, if we so choose, be said to be reality in its fullest sense. Real however as all experience is, the knowing differs according as the experience is infinite or finite, and in the latter case according to various grades of knowing. Full experience, as its name implies, is full in every way. Assume that there is at any time no universe at all, that there is then a complete dissolution of all universes, and not of any particular universe even then the power which produced past, and will produce future universes, is one with the Supreme Consciousness whose Shakti it is. When again this power actualizes as a universe, the Lord Consciousness from and in whom it issues is the All-Knower. As Sarvajna he knows all generals, and as Sarvavit, all particulars. But all is known by him as the Supreme Self and not, as in the case of the finite center, as objects other than the limited self. Finite experience is by its definition a limited thing. As the experience is of a sectional character, it is obvious that the knowing can only be of parts, and not of the whole, as the part cannot know the whole of which it is a part. But the finite is not always so. It may expand into the infinite by processes which bridge the one to the other. The essential of partial experience is knowing in time and space. The supreme experience, being changeless, is beyond both time and space as aspects of change. The latter is the alteration of parts relative to one another in the changeless whole. Full experience is not sense knowledge. The latter is worldly knowledge, laukika jnana, by a limited knowing center, of material objects, whether gross or subtle. Full experience is the supreme knowing self which is not an object at all. This is unworldly knowledge, alaukika jnana, or Veda. Sense knowledge varies according to the capacity and attainments of the experiencer. But the normal experience may be enhanced in two ways, either physically by scientific instruments such as the telescope and microscope which enhance the natural capacity to see, or psychically by the attainment of what are called psychic powers. Everything is Shakti, but psychic power denotes that enhancement of normal capacity which gives knowledge of matter in its subtle form, while the normal man can perceive it only in the gross form as a compound of sensible matter, the Buddhas. Psychic power is thus an extension of natural faculty. There is nothing supernatural about it. All is natural, all is real. It is simply a power above the normal. Thus the clairvoyant can see what the normal sense experiencer cannot. He does so by the mind. The gross sense organs are not, according to Vedanta, the senses, indriya. The sense is the mind, which normally works through the appropriate physical organs, but which, as the real factor in sensation, may do without them, as is seen both in hypnotic and yogic states. The area of knowledge is thus very widely increased. Knowledge may be gained of subtle chemistry, subtle physiology, as of the chakras or subtle bodily centers, of various powers, of the world of spirits, and so forth. But though we are here dealing with subtle things, they are still things and thus part of the sense world of objects, that is, of the world of Maya. Maya, as later explained, is not illusion, but experience in time and space of self and not self. This is by no means necessarily illusion. The whole therefore cannot be known by sense knowledge. In short, sense or worldly knowledge cannot establish, that is, prove, what is supersensual, such as the whole, its nature and the other side of its processes taken as a collectivity. Reasoning, whether working in metaphysic or science, is based on the data of sense and governed by those forms of understanding which constitute the nature of finite mind. It may establish a conclusion of probability, but not of certainty. Grounds of probability may be made out for idealism, realism, pluralism and monism, or any other philosophical system. In fact, from what we see, the balance of probability perhaps favors realism and pluralism. Reason may thus establish that an effect must have a cause, but not that the cause is one. For all that we can say, there may be as many causes as effects. Therefore it is said in Vedanta that nothing, in these matters, is established by argument. All Western systems which do not possess actual spiritual experience as their basis are systems which can claim no certainty as regards any matter not verifiable by sense knowledge and reasoning thereon. Śākta, and indeed all Vedantic teaching, holds that the only source and authority, pramana, as regards supersensual matters, such as the nature of being in itself, and the like, is Veda. Veda, which comes from the root vid, to know, is knowledge par excellence, that is supersensual experience, which according to the monist, to use the nearest English term, is the experience whole. It may be primary or secondary. As the first it is actual experience, Cit-Shakti, which in English is called spiritual experience. The Śakta, as a monist, says that Veda is full experience as the one. This is not an object of knowledge. This knowing is being. To know Brahman is to be Brahman. He is a monist, not because of rational argument only, though he can adduce reasoning in his support, but because he, or those whom he follows, have had in fact such monistic experience. And therefore, in the light of such experience, interpret the Vedantic texts. But spiritual experience, to use that English term, may be incomplete both as to duration and nature. Thus from the imperfect ecstasy, savikalpa samadhi, even when of a monistic character, there is a return to world experience. Again, it may not be completely monistic in form, or maybe even of a distinctly dualistic character. This only means that the realization has stopped short of the final goal. This being the case, that goal is still perceived through the forms of duality which linger as part of the constitution of the experiencer. Thus there are Vedantic and other schools which are not monistic. The spiritual experiences of all are real experiences, whatever be their character, and they are true according to the truth of the stage in which the experience is had. Do they contradict one another? The experience which a man has of a mountain at 50 miles distance, is not false because it is at variance with that of the man who has climbed it. What he sees is the thing from where he sees it. The first question then is there a monistic experience in fact? Not whether monism is rational or not, and shown to be probable to the intellect. But how can we know this with certainty only by having the experience oneself? The validity of the experience for the experiencer cannot be assailed otherwise than by alleging fraud or self-deception. But how can this be proved? To the experiencer his experience is real, and nothing else is of any account. But the spiritual experience of one is no proof to another who refuses to accept it. A man may, however, accept what another says, having faith in the latter's alleged experience. Here we have the secondary meaning of Veda, that is secondary knowledge of supersensual truth, not based on actual experience of the believer, but on the experience of some other which the former accepts. In this sense Veda is recorded for Brahmanism in the scriptures called Vedas, which contain the standard experience of those whom Brahmanism recognizes as its rishis or seers. But the interpretation of the Vedic record is in question, just as that of the Bible is. Why accept one interpretation rather than another? This is a lengthy matter. Suffice to say here that each chooses the spiritual food which his spiritual body needs, and which it is capable of eating and assimilating. This is the doctrine of adhikara. Here, as elsewhere, what is one man's meat is another man's poison. Nature works in all who are not altogether beyond her workings. What is called the will to believe involves the affirmation that the form of a man's faith is the expression of his nature. The faith is the man. It is not man's reason only which leads to the adoption of a particular religious belief. It is the whole man as evolved at that particular time which does so. His affirmation of faith is an affirmation of his self in terms of it. The Shakta is therefore a monist either because he has had himself spiritual experiences of this character, or because he accepts the teaching of those who claim to have had such experience. This is apta knowledge, that is received from a source of authority, just as knowledge of the scientific or other expert is received. It is true that the latter may be verified. But so in its own way can the former be. Revelation to the Hindu is not something stated from above, incapable of verification below. He who accepts revelation as teaching the unity of the many in the one, may himself verify it in his own experience. How? If the disciple is what is called not fit to receive truth in this monistic form, he will probably declare it to be untrue and, adhering to what he thinks is true, will not further trouble himself in the matter. If he is disposed to accept the teachings of monistic religion philosophy, it is because his own spiritual and psychical nature is at a stage which leads directly, though in a longer or shorter time as may be the case, to actual monistic experience. A particular form of spiritual knowledge like a particular psychic power can be developed only in him who has the capacity for it. To such an one asking, with desire for the fruit, how he may gather it, the Guru says, follow the path of those who have achieved Siddha, and you will gain what they gained. This is the path of the great, who are those whom we esteem to be such. We esteem them because they have achieved that which we believe to be both worthy and possible. If a would-be disciple refuses to follow the method, sadhana, he cannot complain that he has not had its result. Though reason by itself cannot establish more than a probability, yet when the supersensual truth has been learnt by Veda, it may be shown to be conformable to reason. And this must be so, for all realities are of one piece. Reason is a limited manifestation of the same Shakti, who is fully known in ecstasy, samadhi, which transcends all reasoning. What, therefore, is irrational can never be spiritually true. With the aid of the light of revelation the path is made clear, and all that is seen tells of the unseen. Facts of daily life give auxiliary proof. So many miss the truth which lies under their eyes, because to find it they look away or upwards to some fancied heaven. The sophisticated mind fears the obvious. It is here, the Śakta and others say. For he and every other being is a microcosm, and so the Vishvasara Tantra says, what is here, is elsewhere. What is not here, is nowhere. The unseen is the seen, which is not some alien disguise behind which it lurks. Experience of the seen is the experience of the unseen in time and space. The life of the individual is an expression of the same laws which govern the universe. Thus the Hindu knows, from his own daily rest, that the power which projects the universe rests. His dreamless slumber when only bliss is known tells him, in some fashion, of the causal state of universal rest. From the mode of his awakening and other psychological processes he divines the nature of creative thinking. To the Shakta the thrill of union with his Shakti is a faint reflection of the infinite Shiva-Shakti bliss in and with which all universes are born. All matter is a relatively stable form of energy. It lasts a while and disappears into energy. The universe is maintained a while. This is Shakti as Vaishnavi, the maintainer. At every moment creation, as rejuvenescent molecular activity, is going on as the Shakti Brahmani. At every moment there is molecular death and loosening of the forms, the work of Rudrani Shakti. Creation did not take place only at some past time, nor is dissolution only in the future. At every moment of time there is both. As it is now and before us here, so it was, in the beginning. In short, the world is real. It is a true experience. Observation and reason are here the guide. Even Veda is no authority in matters falling within sense knowledge. If Veda were to contradict such knowledge, it would, as Cinacara says, be in this respect no Veda at all. The Hindu is not troubled by biblical science. Here and now the existence of the many is established for the sense experiencer. But there is another and full experience which also may be had here and now and is in any case also a fact, that is, when the self stands out, ecstasis, from mind and body in sense experience. This full experience is attained in ecstasy, samadhi. Both experiences may be had by the same experiencer. It is thus the same one who became many. He said, "May I be many," as Veda tells. The will to be many is power or Shakti which operates as Maya. In the preceding portion of this paper it was pointed out that the power whereby the one gives effect to its will to be many is Maya-Shakti. What are called the 36 tattvas, accepted by both Shaktas and Shaivas, are the stages of evolution of the one into the many as mind and matter. Again, with what warrant is this affirmed? The secondary proof is the word of Shiva and Shakti. Revealers of the Tantra Śāstra, as such word is expounded in the teachings of the masters, Acharyas, in the Āgama. Corroboration of their teaching may be had by observation of psychological stages in normal life and reasoning thereon. These psychological states again are the individual representation of the collective cosmic processes. As here, so elsewhere. Primary evidence is actual experience of the surrounding and supreme states. Man does not leap at one bound from ordinary finite sense experience to the full experience. By stages he advances thereto, and by stages he retraces his steps to the world, unless the fullness of experience has been such as to burn up in the fire of self-knowledge the seed of desire which is the germ of the world. Man's consciousness has no fixed boundary. On the contrary, it is at root the infinite consciousness, which appears in the form of a contraction, Shankoka, due to limitation as Shakti in the form of mind and matter. This contraction may be greater or less. As it is gradually loosened, consciousness expands by degrees until, all bonds being gone, it becomes one with the full consciousness or Purna. Thus there are, according to common teaching, 7 ascending light planes of experience, called lokas, that is, what are seen, lokayant, or experienced, and 7 dark descending planes, or talas, that is, places. It will be observed that one name is given from the subjective and the other from the objective standpoint. The center of these planes is the earth plane, Burloka. This is not the same as experience on earth, for every experience, including the highest and lowest, can be had here. The planes are not like geological strata, though necessity may picture them thus. The earth plane is the normal experience. The ascending planes are states of supernormal, and the descending planes of subnormal experience. The highest of the planes is the truth plane, Satyaloka. Beyond this is the supreme experience, which is above all planes, which is light itself, and the love of Shiva and Shakti, the heart of the Supreme Lord, Hridayam Paramshatu. The lowest tala on the dark side is described in the Puranas with wonderful symbolic imagery as a place of darkness where monster serpents, crowned with dim light, live in perpetual anger. Below this is the Shakti of the Lord called Maya-Shakti, that is, the veiling power of being in all its infinite intensity. What then is the reality, whole or purna? It is certainly not a bare abstraction of intellect, for the intellect is only a fractional power or Shakti in it. Such an abstraction has no worth for man. In the supreme reality, which is the whole, there is everything which is of worth to men, and which proceeds from it. In fact, as a Kashmir scripture says, the without appears without only because it is within. Unworthy also proceeds from it, not in the sense that it is there as unworthy, but because the experience of duality, to which evil is attached, arises in the blissful whole. The full is not merely the collectively, samashti, of all which exists, for it is both immanent in and transcends the universe. It is a commonplace that it is unknowable except to itself. Shiva in the Yogini Hridaya Tantra says, "Who knows the heart of a woman?" Only Shiva knows the heart of Yogini, the supreme Shakti. For this reason the Buddhist Tantric schools call it Shunya or the void. This is not nothing but nothing known to mind and senses. Both Shaktas and some Vaishnavas use the term Shunya, and no one suspects them of being nihilists. Relatively, however, the one is said to be being, Sat, bliss, Ananda, and Cit, an untranslatable term which has been most accurately defined as the changeless principle of all changing experience, a principle of which sensation, perception, conception, self-consciousness, feeling, memory, will, and all other psychic states are limited modes. It is not therefore consciousness or feeling as we understand these words, for these are directed and limited. It is the infinite root of which they are the finite flower. But consciousness and possibly, according to the more ancient views, feeling approach the most nearly to a definition, provided that we do not understand thereby consciousness and feeling in man's sense. We may thus, to distinguish it, call Cit, pure consciousness or pure feeling as bliss, Ananda, knowing and enjoying its own full reality. This, as such pure consciousness or feeling, endures even when finite centers of consciousness or feeling arise in it. If, as this system assumes, there is a real causal nexus between the two, then being, as Shiva, is also a power, or Shakti, which is the source of all becoming. The fully real, therefore, has two aspects, one called Shiva, the static aspect of consciousness, and the other called Shakti, the kinetic aspect of the same. For this reason Kali Shakti, dark as a thundercloud, is represented standing and moving on the white inert body of Shiva. He is white as illumination, Prakash. He is inert, for pure consciousness is without action and at rest. It is she, his power, who moves. Dark is she here because, as Kali, she dissolves all in darkness, that is vacuity of existence, which is the light of being itself. Again she is creatrix. 5 corpse-like Shivas form the support of her throne, set in the wish-granting groves of the Isle of Gems, Manadvipa, the golden sands of which are laved by the still waters of the ocean of nectar, Amrita, which is immortality. In both cases we have a pictorial presentment in theological form of the scientific doctrine that to every form of activity there is a static background. But until there is in fact change, Shakti is merely the potency of becoming in being and, as such, is wholly one with it. The power, Shakti, and the possessor of power, Shaktiman, are one. As therefore he is being bliss consciousness, so is she. She is also the full, Purna, which is no mere abstraction from its evolved manifestations. On the contrary, of her the Mahakali Stotra says, though without feet, thou movest more quickly than air. Though without ears, thou dost hear. Though without nostrils, thou dost smell. Though without eyes, thou dost see. Though without tongue, thou dost taste all tastes. Those who talk of the bloodless abstractions of Vedanta, have not understood it. The ground of man's being is the supreme I, Purnasham, which, though in itself beyond finite personality, is yet ever finitely personalizing as the beings of the universe. Saham, she I am. This is the supreme Shakti, the ultimate object of the Shaktas' adoration, though worshipped in several forms, some gentle, some formidable. But potency is actualized as the universe, and this also is Shakti, for the effect is the cause modified. Monistic Vedanta teaches that God is the material cause of the world. The statement that the Supreme Shakti also exists as the forms evolved from it, may seem to conflict with the doctrine that power is ultimately one with Shiva who is changeless being. Śākta answers that the existence of a causal nexus is Maya, and that there is, from the transcendental standpoint, only a seeming cause and seeming modification or effect. The Śakta, who from his world standpoint posits the reality of God as the cause of the universe, replies that, while it is true that the effect, as effect, is the cause modified, the cause, as cause, remains what it was and is and will be. Creative evolution of the universe thus differs from the evolution in it. In the latter case the material cause when producing an effect ceases to be what it was. Thus milk turned into curd ceases to be milk. But the simile given of the other evolutionary process is that of light from light. There is a similarity between the conventional standpoint of Śākta and the explanation of the Śakta. The difference being that, while to the former the effect is, from the transcendental standpoint, unreal, it is from the Śakta's immanent standpoint, real. It will have been observed that cosmic evolution is in the nature of a polarization in being into static and kinetic aspects. This is symbolized in the Śakta Tantras by their comparison of Shiva Shakti to a grain of gram, Cinacara. This has two seeds which are so close together as to seem one, and which are surrounded by a single sheath. The seeds are Shiva and Shakti and the sheath is Maya. When the sheath is unpeeled, that is when Maya-Shakti operates, the two seeds come apart. The sheath unrolls when the seeds are ready to germinate. That is when in the dreamless slumber, Cit-Shakti, of the world consciousness the remembrance of past enjoyment in form gives rise to that divine creative, thinking, of, imagining, Srishtikalpana, which is, creation. As the universe in dissolution sinks into a memory which is lost, so it is born again from the germ of recalled memory or Shakti. Why? Such a question may be answered when we are dealing with facts in the whole. But the latter itself is uncaused, and what is caused is not the whole. Manifestation is of the nature of being power, just as it is its nature to return to itself after the actualization of power. To the devotee who speaks in theological language, it is his will. As the Yogini Hridaya says, he painted the world picture on himself with the brush which is his will and was pleased therewith. Again the world is called a prapanca, that is an extension of the five forms of sensible matter, Buddha. Where does it go at dissolution? It collapses into a point, Bindu. We may regard it as a metaphysical point which is the complete subjectification of the divine or full Purnahanta, or objectively as a mathematical point without magnitude. Round that point is coiled a mathematical line which, being in touch with every part of the surface of the point, makes one point with it. What then is meant by these symbols of the point and line? It is said that the Supreme Shiva sees himself in and as his own power or Shakti. He is the white point or the moon, Candra, which is illumination, and in the completed process, the I, Aham, side of experience, she is the red point. Both colors are seen in the microcosmic generation of the child. Red too is the color of desire. She is fire, which is the object of experience, or this item, the objective side of experience. The this here is nothing but a mass of Shiva's own illuminating rays. These are reflected in himself as Shakti, who, in the Kammakala Vilasa, is called the pure mirror of Shiva. The self sees the self, the rays being thrown back on their source. This is the germ of what we call otherness, but here the other is and is known as the self. The relation and fusion of these 2 points, white and red, is called the mixed point or sun. These are the 3 supreme lights. A equals Shiva, Ha equals Shakti, which united spell Aham or I. This sun is thus the state of full I-ness, Purnahambhava. This is the point into which the world at dissolution lapses, and from which in due time it comes forth again. In the latter case it is the Lord consciousness as the supreme I and power about to create. For this reason Bindu is called a condensed or massive form of Shakti. It is the 10th state of power immediately prior to its first actualization. That form of Shakti, again by which the actualization takes place is Maya, and this is the line round the point. As coiled round the point, it is the supreme serpent power, Mahakundalini, encircling the Shivalinga. From out of this power comes the whisper to enjoy, in worlds of form, as the memory of past universes arises therein. Shakti then sees. Shakti opens her eyes as she reawakens from the cosmic sleep, Nimesha, which is dissolution. The line is at first coiled and one with the point, for power is then at rest. Creation is movement, an uncoiling of Maya-Shakti. Hence is the world called Jagat, which means, what moves. The nature of this power is circular or spiraline. Hence the roundness and curvature of things of which we now hear. Nothing moves in a really straight line. Hence again the universe is also called a spheroid, Brahmanda. The gross worlds are circular universal movements in space, in which, is the ether, Akasha, consciousness, as the full, Purna, is never dichotomized, but the finite centers which arise in it, are so. The point, or Bindu, then divides into 3, in various ways, the chief of which is knower, knowing and known, which constitute the duality of the world experience by mind of matter. Unsurpassed for its profound analysis is the account of the 36 tattvas or stages of cosmic evolution, accepted by both Shaivas and Shaktas, given by the northern Shaiva school of the Āgama, which flourished after the date which Western Orientalists assigned to Shankaracharya, and which was therefore in a position to criticize him. According to this account, which I greatly condense, subject and object in pure being are in indistinguishable union as the supreme Shiva Shakti. We have then to see how this unity is broken up into subject and object. This does not take place all at once. There is an intermediate stage of transition, in which there is a subject and object, but both are part of the self, which knows its object to be itself. In man's experience they are wholly separate, the object then being perceived as outside the self, the plurality of selves being mutually exclusive centers. The process and the result are the work of Shakti, whose special function is to negate, that is to negate her own fullness, so that it becomes the finite center contracted as a limited subject perceiving a limited object. Both being aspects of the one divine self. The first stage after the supreme is that in which Shakti withdraws herself and leaves, as it were, standing by itself the I side, aham, of what, when completed, is the I this, aham item, experience. But simultaneously, for the I must have its content, she presents herself as a this item, at first faintly and then clearly, the emphasis being at first laid on the I, and then on the this. This last is the stage of Ishvara Tattva or Bindu, as the Mantra Shastra, dealing with the causal state of sound, Shabda, calls it. In the second and third stage, as also in the fourth which follows, though there is an I and a this, and therefore not the indistinguishable I, this of the supreme experience. Yet both the I and the this are experienced as aspects of and in the self. Then as a preliminary to the division which follows, the emphasis is laid equally on the I and the this. At this point Maya-Shakti intervenes and completely separates the two. For that power is the sense of difference, Beda Buddhi. We have now the finite centers mutually exclusive one of the other, each seeing, to the extent of its power, finite centers as objects outside of and different from the self. Consciousness thus becomes contracted. In lieu of being all-knowing, it is a little knower, and in lieu of being almighty power, it is a little doer. Maya is not rightly rendered delusion. In the first place it is conceived as a real power of being and as such is one with the full reality. The full, free of all illusion, experiences the engendering of the finite centers and the centers themselves in and as its own changeless partless self. It is these individual centers produced from out of power as Maya-Shakti which are ignorance or Avidya-Shakti. They are so called because they are not a full experience but an experience of parts in the whole. In another sense this ignorance is a knowing, namely, that which a finite center alone has. Even God cannot have man's mode of knowledge and enjoyment without becoming man. He by and as his power does become man and yet remains himself. Man is power in limited form as avidya. The Lord is unlimited power as Maya. In whom then is the illusion? Not, all will admit, in the Lord. Nor is it in fact, whatever be the talk of it, in man whose nature it is to regard his limitations as real. For these limitations are he. His experience as man provides no standard whereby it may be adjudged illusion. The latter is nonconformity with normal experience, and here it is the normal experience which is said to be illusion. If there were no Avidya-Shakti, there would be no man. In short, the knowing which is full experience is one thing and the knowing of the limited experience is another. The latter is avidya and the power to produce it is Maya. Both are eternal aspects of reality, though the forms which are Avidya-Shakti come and go. If we seek to relate the one to the other, where and by whom is the comparison made? Not in and by the full experience beyond all relations, where no questions are asked or answers given, but on the standing ground of present finite experience where all subjectivity and objectivity are real and where therefore, ipso facto, illusion is negative. The two aspects are never present at one and the same time for comparison. The universe is real as a limited thing to the limited experiencer who is himself a part of it. But the experience of the Supreme Person, Parahanta, is necessarily different, otherwise it would not be the supreme experience at all. A God who experiences just as man does is no God but man. There is, therefore, no experiencer to whom the world is illusion. He who sees the world in the normal waking state, loses it in that form in ecstasy, samadhi. It may, however, with the Śakta, be said that the supreme experience is entire and unchanging and thus the fully real. And that, though the limited experience is also real in its own way, it is yet an experience of change in its twin aspects of time and space. Maya, therefore, is the power which engenders in itself finite centers in time and space, and avidya is such experience in fact of the finite experiencer in time and space. So much is this so, that the time theorists, Kalavadins, give the name, Supreme Time, Purkala, to the Creator, who is also called by the Śakta, Great Time, Mahakala. So in the Varṇamālā it is said that Mahadeva, Shiva, distributes his rays of power in the form of the year. That is, timeless experience appears in the finite centers as broken up into periods of time. This is the lesser time which comes in with the sun, moon, 6 seasons and so forth, which are all Shaktis of the Lord, the existence and movements of which give rise, in the limited observer, to the notion of time and space. That observer is essentially the self or spirit vehicled by its own Shakti in the form of mind and matter. These two are its body, the first subtle, the second gross. Both have a common origin, namely the supreme power. Each is a real mode of it. One therefore does not produce the other. Both are produced by, and exist as modes of, the same cause. There is a necessary parallelism between the perceived and the perceiver and, because mind and matter are at base one as modes of the same power, one can act on the other. Mind is the subjective and matter the objective aspect of the one polarized consciousness. With the unimportant exception of the Lokayatas, the Hindus have never shared what Sir William Jones called the vulgar notions of matter, according to which it is regarded as some gross, lasting and independently existing outside thing. Modern Western science now also dematerializes the ponderable matter of the universe into energy. This and the forms in which it is displayed is the power of the self to appear as the object of a limited center of knowing. Mind again is the self as consciousness, limited by its power into such a center. By such contraction there is in lieu of an all-knower, little knower, and in lieu of an all-doer, a little doer. Those, however, to whom this way of looking at things is naturally difficult, may regard the supreme Shakti from the objective aspect as holding within itself the germ of all matter which develops in it. Both mind and matter exist in every particle of the universe though not explicitly displayed in the same way in all. There is no corner of the universe which contains anything either potential or actual, which is not to be found elsewhere. Some aspect of matter or mind, however, may be more or less explicit or implicit. So in the mantra scripture it is said that each letter of the alphabet contains all sound. The sound of a particular letter is explicit and the other sounds are implicit. The sound of a particular letter is a particular physical audible mode of the Shabdabrahman, Brahman as the cause of Shabda or sound, in whom is all sound, actual and potential. Pure consciousness is fully involved in the densest forms of gross or organic matter, which is not inert, but full of movement, spanda, for there is naught but the supreme consciousness which does not move. Immanent in mind and matter is consciousness, Cit-Shakti. Inorganic matter is thus consciousness in full subjection to the power of ignorance. It is thus consciousness identifying itself with such inorganic matter. Matter in all its 5 forms of density is present in everything. Mind too is there, though, owing to its imprisonment in matter, undeveloped. The Brahman sleeps in the stone. Life too which displays itself with the organization of matter is potentially contained in being, of which such inorganic matter is, to some, lifeless form. From this deeply involved state Shakti enters into higher and higher organized forms. Prana or vitality is a Shakti, the mantra form of which is Hangsa. With the mantra Hang the breath goes forth, with Sa it is indrawn, a fact which anyone can verify for himself if he will attempt to inspire after putting the mouth in the way it is placed in order to pronounce the letter H. The rhythm of creative power as of breathing, a microcosmic form of it, is twofold, an outgoing, pravritti, or involution as universe, and an evolution or return, nvriti, of supreme power to itself. Shakti as the great heart of the universe pulses forth and back in cosmic systole and diastole. So much for the nature of the power as an evolutionary process. It is displayed in the forms evolved as an increasing exhibition of consciousness from apparently, though not truly, unconscious matter, through the slight consciousness of the plant and the greater consciousness of the animal. To the more highly developed consciousness of man, who in the completeness of his own individual evolution becomes freed of mind and matter which constitute the form, and thus is one with the supreme consciousness itself. There are no gaps in the process. In existence there are no rigid partitions. The vital phenomena, to which we give the name of life, appear, it is true, with organized matter. But life is not then something entirely new which had no sort of being before. For such life is only a limited mode of being, which itself is no dead thing but the infinite life of all lives. To the Hindu the difference between plant and animal, and between the latter and man, has always been one rather of degree than of kind. There is one consciousness and one mind and matter throughout, though the matter is organized and the mind is exhibited in various ways. The one Shakti is the self as the string, Sutratma, on which all the beads of form are strung, and these beads again are limited modes of herself as the string. Evolution is thus the loosening of the bonds in which consciousness, itself unchanging, is held, such loosening being increased and consciousness more fully exhibited as the process is carried forward. At length is gained that human state which the scripture calls so hard to get. For it has been won by much striving and through suffering. Therefore the scripture warns man not to neglect the opportunities of a stage which is the necessary preliminary to the attainment of the full experience. Man by his striving must seek to become fully humane, and then to pass yet further into the divine fullness which is beyond all forms with their good and evil. This is the work of sadhana, a word which comes from the root sad, to exert, which is discipline, ritual, worship and yoga. It is that by which any result, siddhi, is attained. The Tantric Shastra is a sadhana scripture. As powers are many, so may be sadhana, which is of various kinds and degrees. Man may seek to realize the mother power in her limited forms as health, strength, long life, wealth, magic powers and so forth. The so-called New Thought and kindred literature which bids men to think power and thus to become power, is very ancient, going back at least to the Upanishad which says, "What a man thinks, that he becomes." Those who have need for the infinite mother as she is, not in any form but in herself, seek directly the adorable one in whom is the essence of all which is of finite worth. The gist of a high form of Kula Sadhana is given in the following verse from the hymn of Mahakala Rudra himself to Mahakali. I torture not my body with penances. Is not his body hers? If man be God in human guise, why torment him? I lame not my feet in pilgrimage to holy places. The body is the Devalaya or temple of divinity. Therein are all the spiritual tirthas or holy places. Why then trouble to go elsewhere? I spend not my time in reading the Vedas. The Vedas, which he has already studied, are the record of the standard spiritual experience of others. He seeks now to have that experience himself directly. What is the use of merely reading about it? The Kularnava Tantra enjoins the mastering of the essence of all scriptures which should then be put aside, just as he who has threshed out the grain throws away the husks and straw. But I strive to attain thy two sacred feet. Chapter 3. What are the Tantras and their significance? A very common expression in English writings is, the Tantra, but its use is often due to a misconception and leads to others. For what does Tantra mean? The word denotes injunction, vidhi, regulation, niyama, shastra generally or treatise. Thus Cinacara calls the Samkhya a Tantra. A secular writing may be called Tantra. For the following note I am indebted to Professor Surendranath Das Gupta. The word Tantra has been derived in the Kashikavarti, 729, from the root tan, to spread, by the Anatika rule Sarvadhatubhya tran, with the addition of the suffix tran. Vakaspati, Anandajari, and Govindānanda, however, derive the word from the root tatri of tantri in the sense of vyatpadana, origination or knowledge. In Ganapatha, however, tantri has the same meaning as tan, to spread, and it is probable that the former root is a modification of the latter. The meaning vyatpadana is also probably derived by narrowing the general sense of vistara, which is the meaning of the root tan. According to the derivation of tantra from tan, to spread, tantra is that scripture by which knowledge, jnana, is spread, tanyate, visteriate nanamanina, iti tantram. The suffix tra is from the root to save. That knowledge is spread which saves. What is that but religious knowledge? Therefore, as here and generally used, tantra means a particular kind of religious scripture. The Kamika Agama of the Shaiva Siddhanta, Tantrantara Patala, says. Tanoti Vipulan Arthan Tattvamantrasamanvitan. Tranenka Kurut Yasmat Tantramidyabidyat. It is called Tantra because it promulgates great knowledge concerning tattva and mantra and because it saves. It is a common misconception that Tantra is the name only of the scripture of the Shaktas or worshippers of Shakti. This is not so. There are Tantras of other sects of the Āgama, Tantras of Shaivas, Vaishnavas and so forth. We cannot speak of the treatise nor of the Tantra any more than we can or do speak of the Purana, the Samhita. We can speak of the Tantras as we do of the Puranas. These Tantras are Shastras of what is called the Āgama. In a review of one of my works it was suggested that the Āgama is a class of scriptures dealing with the worship of Saguna Ishvara which was revealed at the close of the age of the Upanishads. And introduced partly because of the falling into desuetude of the Vaidika Akara, and partly because of the increasing numbers of persons entering the Hindu fold who were not competent, adhikari, for that Akara. I will not however deal with this historical question beyond noting the fact that the Āgama is open to all persons of all castes and both sexes, and is not subject to the restrictions of the Vaidika Akara. This last term is a common one and comes from the verbal root char, which means to move or to act, the prefix 3 being probably used in the sense of restriction. Akara thus means practice, way, rule of life governing a sadhaka, or one who does sadhana or practice for some desired end, siddhi. The Āgamas are divided into three main groups according as the Ishtadevata worshipped is Shakti, Shiva, or Vishnu. The first is the Shakta Āgama, the second the Shaivāgama, and the third the Vaishnava Āgama or Pañcatattva. This last is the scripture to which the Srimad Bhagavata, X. 90. 34, refers as Satveda Tantra in the lines. Teniktang Satvetang Tantram Yajnatva Muktibhag Bhavat. Yatrastrishadradhasanang Sangskaro Vaisnava Smrita. Some Āgamas are called Vedic, Vaidika Āgama, and some non-Vedic, Avaidika. The Kurm Purana, 16.1, mentions as belonging to the latter, Kapila, Lakula, Vama, Bhairava, Purva, Pashima, Pañcatattva, Pashupata and many others. Pashupata again is said to be both Vaidika and Avaidika such as Lakula. Kurm Purana, Uttarabiga, ch. 38, says, By me was first composed, for the attainment of liberation, Shravta, Vaidika, Pashupata which is excellent, subtle, and secret, the essence of Veda, Vedasara. The learned devoted to Veda should meditate on Shiva Pashupati. This is Pashupata Yoga to be practiced by seekers of liberation. By me also have been spoken Pashupata, Soma, Lakula and Bhairava opposed to Veda, Vedavada Virudhani. These should not be practiced. They are outside Veda. Sanat Kumara Samhita says. Shraddha Shraddha Vibhibadina Dvivat Hasta Shivagama. Shraddha Saramapa Shravta Sa Punar Dvivido Mata. Svatantra Itarash Seti Svatantro Dashada Pura. Tatha, Shtadashada Pashkat Siddhanta Iti Jayate. Itara Shrudasaras 2. Shadakoti Pravistara. See also Vayu Samhita, Chi. 28. Shaivāgama is of two kinds, Shravta and Nashravta. Shravta is Shraddhasaramaya and of two kinds, Svatantra and Nitara. Svatantra is first of 10 kinds and then Siddhanta of 18 kinds. This is the Shaiva Siddhanta Āgama with 28 Mula Āgamas and 207 Upagamas. It is Shuddhadvaita because in it there is no Visheshana. Itara is Shrutasara with numerous varieties. Into this mass of sects I do not attempt here to enter, except in a general way. My subject is the doctrine and ritual of the Shaktas. There are said to be Shaiva, Vaishnava, and Shakta Upanishads favoring one or another doctrine. We must, however, in all cases distinguish between what a school says of itself and what others say of it. So far as I am aware all Āgamas, whatever be their origin, claim now to be based on Shruti, though of course as different interpretations are put on Shruti, those who accept one interpretation are apt to speak of differing schools as heretical. These main divisions again have subdivisions. Thus there are several schools of Shaivas. And there are Shaktas with their 9 Amnayas, for Sampradayas, Kerala, Kashmira, Gauda and Vilasa, each divided into twofold division of inner and outer worship, Samahana Tantra, chv. There is for instance the northern Shaiva school called Trika of Kashmir, in which country at one time Tantra Śāstras were very prevalent. There is again the southern Shaiva school called Shaiva Siddhanta. The Shaktas who are to be found throughout India are largely prevalent in Bengal and Assam. The Shaktas are rather allied with the northern Advaita Shaiva than with the others, though in them also there is worship of Shakti. Shiva and Shakti are one and he who worships one necessarily worships the other. But whereas the Shaiva predominantly worships Shiva, the Śakta predominantly worships the Shakti side of the Ardhanarishvara Murthy, which is both Shiva and Shakti. Mahavishnu and Sadashiva are also one. As the Samahana Tantra, ch. 8, says, without Prakriti the samsara, world, cannot be. Without Purusha true knowledge cannot be attained. Therefore should both be worshipped, with Mahakali, Mahakala. Some, it says, speak of Shiva, some of Shakti, some of Narayana, Vishnu. But the supreme Narayana, Udanrayana, is supreme Shiva, Parashambhu, the Nirguna Brahman, pure as crystal. The two aspects of the supreme reflect the one in the other. The reflection, Pratibimba, is Maya whence the world lords, Lokapalas, and the worlds are born. The Adya Lalita, Mahashakti, at one time assumed the male form of Krishna and at another that of Rama, ch. 9. For all aspects are in Mahakali, one with Bhairava Mahakala, who is Mahavishnu. It is only a fool, it says, who sees any difference between Rama and Shiva. This is of course to look at the matter from the high Vedantic standpoint of Shakta doctrine. Nevertheless separate worship and rituals exist among the sects. A common philosophical basis of the Shaivas and those of Shaktas, who are Agamavadins, is the doctrine of the 36 Tantras. These are referred to in the Tantra, ch. 7, so well known in Bengal which is called Kularnava. They are also referred to in other Shakta works and their commentaries such as the Anandalahari. The Sharada Thilaka, a great authority amongst the Bengal Shaktas, is the work of Lakshmanacharya, an author of the Kashmir Shaiva school. The latter school as also the Shaktas are Advaitins. The Shaiva Siddhanta and Pañcatattva are Shuddhadvaita and Vishishtadvaita respectively. There is also a great body of Buddhist Tantras of differing schools. I have published one, the Shrikakra Samhara Tantra as volume 7 of Tantric texts. Now all these schools have Tantras of their own. The original connection of the Shaiva schools is said to be shown amongst other things, by the fact that some Tantras are common, such as Mrigendra and Mathinga Tantras. It has been asserted that the Shakta school is not historically connected with the Shaivas. No grounds were given for this statement. Whatever be the historical origins of the former, the two appear to be in several respects allied at present, as anyone who knows Shakta literature may find out for himself. In fact Shakta literature is in parts unintelligible to one unacquainted with some features of what is called the Shaiva Darshana. How otherwise is it that the 36 Tattvas and Shuddhadva, see my garland of letters, are common to both? The Shaktas have again been divided into three groups. Thus the esteemed Pundit R. Ananta Shastri in the introduction to his edition of Anandalahari speaks of the Kaula or Śākta Śāstras with 64 Tantras, the Mishra with 8 Tantras. And the Samaya group which are said to be the most important of the Śākta Āgamas, of which 5 are mentioned. This classification purports to be based on the nature of the object pursued, according as it belongs to one or the other of the Purusharthas. Pañcatattva literature is very considerable, 108 works being mentioned by the same Pundit in volume 13, pages 357 to 363 of the Theosophist. I would refer the reader also to the very valuable edition of the Abhijñāna Samhita by my friend Dr. Otto Schrader, with an introduction by the learned doctor on the Pañcatattva system where many Vaishnava Tantras and Samhitas are cited. The Trika school has many Tantras of which the leading one is Malana Vijaya. The Svakanda Tantra comes next. Jagdisha Chandra Chattopadhyaya Vidyavarati has written with learning and lucidity on this school. The Shaiva Siddhanta has 28 leading Tantras and a large number of Upagamas, such as Tarka Tantra, Vama Tantra and others, which will be found enumerated in Shomarastar Shaiva Siddhanta, Nalasvami Pillai's Studies in Shaiva Siddhanta, p. 294, and Shivajnana Siddhihir, page 211. The Samahana Tantra, ch. 6, mentions 64 Tantras, 327 Upatantras, as also Yamalas, Damaras, Samhitas and other scriptures of the Shaiva class. 75 Tantras, 205 Upatantras, also Yamalas, Damaras, Samhitas of the Vaishnava class. Numerous Tantras and other scriptures of the Ganapesha and Sora classes, and a number of Puranas, Upapuranas and other variously named scriptures of the Bauddha class. It then, ch. 7, mentions over 500 Tantras and nearly the same number of Upatantras, of some 22 Āgamas, Cinagama, ch 6 post, Buddhagama, Jaina, Pashupata, Kapalika, Pañcatattva, Bhairava and others. There is thus a vast mass of Tantras in the Āgamas belonging to differing schools of doctrine and practice, all of which must be studied before we can speak with certainty as to what the mighty Āgama as a whole is. In this book I briefly deal with one section of it only. Nevertheless, when these Āgamas have been examined and are better known, it will, I think, be found that they are largely variant aspects of the same general ideas and practices. As instances of general ideas I may cite the following: the conception of deity as a supreme personality, Parahanta, and of the double aspect of God in one of which he really is or becomes the universe. A true emanation from him in his creative aspect, successive emanations, abhasa, vyuha, as of fire, from subtle to gross, doctrine of Shakti, pure and impure creation, the denial of unconscious Maya, such as Cinacara teaches. Doctrine of Maya-Kosha and the Kankukas, the 6 Shaiva Kankukas being, as Dr. Schrader says, represented by the possibly earlier classification in the Pañcatattva of the 3 Sankokas. The carrying of the origin of things up and beyond Purusha Prakriti, acceptance at a later stage of Purusha Prakriti, the Samkhya Gunas, and evolution of Tattvas as applied to the doctrine of Shakti, affirmance of the reality of the universe. Emphasis on devotion, bhakti, provision for all castes and both sexes. Instances of common practice are for example mantra, bija, yantra, madra, nyasa, buddhashuddhi, kundalini yoga, construction and consecration of temples and images, kriya, religious and social observances, karya, such as anika, varnashramadharma, utsava, and practical magic, maya-yoga. Where there is mantra, yantra, nyasa, diksha, guru and the like, there is Tantra Śāstra. In fact, one of the names of the latter is Mantra Śāstra. With these similarities there are certain variations of doctrines and practice between the schools. Necessarily also, even on points of common similarity, there is some variance in terminology and exposition which is unessential. Thus, when looking at their broad features, it is of no account whether with the Pañcatattva we speak of Lakshmi, Shakti, Vyuha, Samkoka, or whether in terms of other schools we speak of Tripurasundari and Mahakali, Tattvas and Kankukas. Again, there are some differences in ritual which are not of great moment except in one and that a notable instance. I refer to the well-known division of worshippers into Dakshinakara and Vamakara. The secret sadhana of some of the latter, which I may here say is not usually understood, has acquired such notoriety that to most the term, the Tantra, connotes this particular worship and its abuses and nothing else. I may here also observe that it is a mistake to suppose that aberrations in doctrine and practice are peculiar to India. A missionary wrote to me some years ago that this country was a demon-haunted land. There are demons here, but they are not the only inhabitants, and tendencies to be found here have existed elsewhere. The West has produced many a doctrine and practice of an antinomian character. Some of the most extreme are to be found there. Moreover, though this does not seem to be recognized, it is nevertheless the fact that these Kaula rites are philosophically based on monistic doctrine. Now it is this Kaula doctrine and practice, limited probably, as being a secret doctrine, at all times to comparatively few, which has come to be known as the Tantra. Nothing is more incorrect. This is but one division of worshippers who again are but one section of the numerous followers of the Āgamas, Shaiva, Śakta and Vaishnava. Though there are certain common features which may be called tantric, yet one cannot speak of the Tantra as though it were one entirely homogeneous doctrine and practice. Still less can we identify it with the particular practices and theories of one division of worshippers only. Further, the Tantras are concerned with science, law, medicine and a variety of subjects other than spiritual doctrine or worship. Thus Indian chemistry and medicine are largely indebted to the Tantrikas. According to a common notion the word Tantra is to use the language of a well-known work, restricted to the necromantic books of the latter Shivaic or Shakti mysticism, Weddell's Buddhism of Tibet, p. 164. As charity covers many sins, so mystic and mysticism are words which cover much ignorance. Necromancy, too, looms unnecessarily large in writers of this school. It is, however, the fact that Western authors generally so understand the term Tantra. They are, however, in error in so doing as previously explained. Here I shortly deal with the significance of the Tantra Śāstra, which is of course also misunderstood, being generally spoken of as a jumble of black magic and erotic mysticism, cemented together by a ritual which is meaningless mummery. A large number of persons who talk in this strain have never had a tantra in their hands, and such Orientalists as have read some portions of these scriptures have not generally understood them. Otherwise they would not have found them to be so meaningless. They may be bad, or they may be good, but they have a meaning. Men are not such fools as to believe for ages in what is meaningless. The use of this term implies that their content had no meaning to them. Very likely. For to define as they do mantra as mystical words, mudra as mystical gestures, and yantra as mystical diagrams, does not imply knowledge. These erroneous notions as to the nature of the Āgama are of course due to the mistaken identification of the whole body of the scripture with one section of it. Further, this last is only known through the abuses to which its dangerous practices as carried out by inferior persons have given rise. It is stated in the Shastra itself, in which they are prescribed, that the path is full of difficulty and peril and he who fails upon it goes to hell. That there are those who have so failed, and others who have been guilty of evil magic, is well known. I am not in this chapter concerned with this special ritual or magic, but with the practices which govern the life of the vast mass of the Indian people, to be found in the tantras of the Āgamas of the different schools which I have mentioned. A Western writer in a review of one of my books has expressed the opinion that the Tantra Śāstra, I think he meant the Śakta, was, at least in its origin, alien and indeed hostile to the Veda. He said, "We are strongly of opinion that in their essence the two principles are fundamentally opposed, and that the Tantra only used Vedic forms to mask its essential opposition." I will not discuss this question here. It is, however, the fact now, as it has been for centuries past, that the Agamavadins claim to base their doctrine on Veda. The Vedanta is the final authority and basis for the doctrine set forth in the Tantras, though the latter interpret the Vedanta in various ways. The real meaning of Vedanta is Upanishad and nothing else. Many persons, however, speak of Vedanta as though it meant the philosophy of Śākara or whatever other philosopher they follow. This of course is incorrect. Vedanta is Shruti. Śākara's philosophy is merely one interpretation of Shruti, just as Ramanuja's is another, and that of the Shaivāgama or Kalagama is a third. There is no question of competition between Vedanta as Shruti and Tantra Śāstra. It is, however, the fact that each of the followers of the different schools of Āgama contend that their interpretation of the Shruti texts is the true one and superior to that of other schools. As a stranger to all these sects, I am not here concerned to show that one system is better than the other. Each will adopt that which most suits him. I am only stating the facts. As the Abhidnyāna Samhita of the Pañcatattva Āgama says, the aspects of God are infinite, and no philosopher can seize and duly express more than one aspect. This is perfectly true. All systems of interpretation have some merits as they have defects, that of Śākara included. The latter by his Maya Veda is able to preserve more completely than any other interpretation the changelessness and stainlessness of Brahman. It does this, however, at the cost of certain defects, which do not exist in other schools, which have also their own peculiar merits and shortcomings. The basis and seat of authority is Shruti or experience, and the Āgama interprets Shruti in its own way. Thus the Shaiva-Shakta doctrines are specific solutions of the Vedantic theme which differ in several respects from that of Śākara. Though as they agree, I speak of the northern Shaiva school, with him on the fundamental question of the unity of Jivatma and Paramatma, they are therefore Advaita. The next question is how the experience of which the Āgama speaks may be gained. This is also prescribed in the Shastra in the form of peculiar sadhanas or disciplines. In the first place there must be a healthy physical and moral life. To know a thing in its ultimate sense is to be that thing. To know Brahman is, according to Advaita, to be Brahman. One cannot realize Brahman the pure except by being oneself pure, Shuddha-Siddha. But to attain and keep this state, as well as progress therein, certain specific means, practices, rituals or disciplines are necessary. The result cannot be got by mere philosophical talk about Brahman. Religion is a practical activity. Just as the body requires exercise, training and gymnastic, so does the mind. This may be of a merely intellectual or spiritual kind. The means employed are called sadhana, which comes from the root sad, to exert. Sadhana is that which leads to siddhi. Sadhana is the development of Shakti. Man is consciousness, Atma, vehicled by Shakti in the form of mind and body. But this Shakti is at base pure consciousness, just as Atma is, for Atma and Shakti are one. Man is thus a vast magazine of both latent and expressed power. The object of sadhana is to develop man's Shakti, whether for temporal or spiritual purposes. But where is sadhana to be found? Seeing that the Vaidika Akara has fallen in practical desuetude, we can find it nowhere but in the Āgamas and in the Puranas, which are replete with tantric rituals. The Tantras of these Āgamas therefore contain both a practical exposition of spiritual doctrine and the means by which the truth it teaches may be realized. Their authority does not depend, as Western writers and some of their Eastern followers suppose, on the date when they were revealed, but on the question whether siddhi is gained thereby. This too is the proof of Ayurveda. The test of medicine is that it cures. If siddhi is not obtained, the fact it is written, Shiva Yavaka, Shiva speaks, or the like counts for nothing. The Āgama therefore is a practical exposition and application of doctrine varying according to its different schools. The latest tendency in modern Western philosophy is to rest upon intuition, as it was formerly the tendency to glorify dialectic. Intuition has, however, to be led into higher and higher possibilities by means of sadhana. This term means work or practice, which in its result is the gradual unfolding of the spirit's vast latent magazine of power, Shakti, enjoyment and vision which everyone possesses in himself. The philosophy of the Āgama is, as a friend and collaborator of mine, Professor Pramathanatha Mukhopadhyaya, very well put it, a practical philosophy, adding, that what the intellectual world wants today is this sort of philosophy. A philosophy which not merely argues but experiments. The form which sadhana takes is a secondary matter. One goal may be reached by many paths. What is the path in any particular case depends on considerations of personal capacity in temperament, race and faith. For the Hindu there is the Āgama which contains forms of discipline which his race has evolved and are therefore prima facie suitable for him. This is not to say that these forms are unalterable or acceptable to all. Others will adopt other forms of sadhana suitable to them. Thus, amongst Christians, the Catholic Church prescribes a full and powerful sadhana in its sacraments, samskara, and worship, puja, upasana, meditation, dhyana, rosary, japa, and the like. But any system to be fruitful must experiment to gain experience. The significance of the Tantra Śāstra lies in this, that it claims to afford a means available to all, of whatever caste and of either sex, whereby the truths taught may be practically realized. The Tantras both in India and Tibet are the expression of principles which are of universal application. The mere statement of religious truths avails not. What is necessary for all is a practical method of realization. This too the occultist needs. Further, the ordinary run of mankind can neither apprehend, nor do they derive satisfaction from mere metaphysical concepts. They accept them only when presented in personal form. They care not for shunyata, the void, nor saksidananda in the sense of mere consciousness, being, bliss. They appeal to personal bodhisattvas, Buddhas, Shiva, Vishnu, Devi who will hear their prayer, and grant them aid. Next, they cannot stand by themselves. They need the counsel and guidance of priest and guru and the fortifying virtues of the sacraments. They need a definite picture of their object of worship, such as is detailed in the dhyana of the Devatas, an image, a yantra, a mandala and so forth, a developed ritual and pictorial religion. This is not to say that they are wrong. These natural tendencies, however, become accentuated in course of time to a point where superstition, mechanical devotion and lifeless formalism and other abuses are produced. There then takes place what is called a reform, in the direction of a more spiritual religion. This too is accentuated to the point of barrenness. Religion becomes sterile to produce practical result and ritual and pictorial religion recurs. So Buddhism, which in its origin has been represented to be a reaction against excessive and barren ritualism, could not rest with a mere statement of the noble truths and the Eightfold Path. Something practical was needed. The Mahayana, Thegpa Chenpo, was produced. Nagarjuna in the 2nd century AD, is said to have promulgated ideas to be found in the Tantras. In order to realize the desired end, use was made of all the powers of man, physical and mental. Theistic notions as also yoga came again to the fore in the Yogacarya and other Buddhist systems. The worship of images and an elaborate ritual was introduced. The worship of the Shaktis spread. The Mantrayana and Vajrayana found acceptance with, what an English writer, the Buddhism of Tibet by L. Waddell, describes in the usual style as its silly mummery of unmeaning jargon and gibberish, the latter being said to be the most depraved form of Buddhist doctrine. So-called Tantric Buddhism became thus fully developed. A Tantric reformer in the person of Tsongkhapa arose, who codified the Tantras in his work Lamrim Chinemo. The Great Code, the Kājayar, contains in one of its sections the Tantras, Rajayad, containing ritual, worship of the Divine Mothers, theology, astrology and natural science, as do their Indian counterparts. These are of 4 classes, the Kriya, Karya, Yoga, Anuttara Tantras, the latter comprising Maha, Anu and Adi Yoga Tantras. The Tangur similarly contains many volumes of Tantras, Rajayad. Then, at length, Buddhism was driven from out of India. Brahmanism and its rituals survived and increased, until both in our day and the nearer past we see in the so-called reformed sects a movement towards what is claimed to be a more spiritual religion. Throughout the ages the same movements of action and reaction manifest. What is right here lies in the middle course. Some practical method and ritual is necessary if religion is not to be barren of result. The nature of the method and ritual will vary according to the capacity and development of men. On the other hand, the crooked influence of time tends to overlay the essential spiritual truths with unintelligent and dead formalism. The Tantra Śāstra stands for a principle of high value though, like other things admittedly good, it is capable of, and has suffered, abuse. An important point in this connection should be noted. In Europe we see extreme Puritan reaction with the result that the religious movements which embody them become one-sided and without provision for ordinary human needs. Brahmanism has ever been all-inclusive, producing a sadhana of varying kinds, material and mental, for the different stages of spiritual advancement and exempting from further ritual those for whom, by reason of their attainment, it is no longer necessary. Chapter 4. Tantra Śāstra and Veda. In writing this chapter one have in mind the dispute which some have raised upon the question whether the Āgamas, or some of them, are Vedic or non-Vedic. I do not here deal with the nature and schools of Tantra or Āgama nor with their historical origin. Something has been said on these points in the introductions to the English translations of Pundit Shiva Chandra Vidyarnava's Tantratattva. I have also dealt with this subject in the 2 chapters, What are the Tantras and their significance, and Shakti and Shakta. I wish to avoid repetitions, except so far as is absolutely necessary for the elucidation of the particular subject in hand. On the disputed question whether the Āgamas are Vedic or non-Vedic, I desire to point out that an answer cannot be given unless we keep apart 2 distinct matters, viz., 1, what was the origin of the Āgamas and, 2, what they are now. I am not here, however, dealing with the first or historical question, but with the second so far as the Śākta Āgama is concerned. Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that, to take a specific example, worship of Kali and other devis by the Shaktas indicates the existence of non-Aryan elements in their Agama. The question of real importance here, as always, is not as to what were the facts in remote past ages, but what they are now. The answer then is, let it be as you will regarding the origin of the Shakta Agama. But at present Shakta worship is an integral part of the Hinduism and as such admits the authority of Veda, accepting, as later explained, every other belief held by the general body of the Hindu people. In a recent prosecution under sections 292, 293 of the Indian Penal Code against an accused who had published a Tantra, but who was rightly acquitted, an Indian deputy magistrate who had advised the prosecution, and who claimed to be an orthodox Hindu, stated, I am informed, in the witness box, that he could not define what the Tantra Śāstra was, or state whether it was a Hindu scripture of the Kali age, or whether a well-known particular Shastra shown to him was one of the Tantras. Such ignorance is typical of many at the present time and is a legacy from a vanishing age. How is it that a Shastra which has had its followers throughout India from the Himalayas, the abode of Shiva and of Parvati Devi, to Cape Comorin, a corruption of Kamart Devi, which ruled for centuries, so that we may speak of a tantric epoch, which even today governs the household and temple ritual of every Hindu, how is it that such a Shastra has fallen into complete neglect and disrepute amongst the larger body of the English-educated community? I remember a time when mention of the Shastra was only made, I speak of course of the same class, with bated breath, and when anyone who concerned himself therewith became thereby liable to the charge of giving licentious sway to drink and women. The answer is both a general and particular one. In the first place the English-educated people of this country were formerly almost exclusively, and later to a considerable extent, under the sway of their English educators. In fact they were in a sense their creation. They were, and some of them still are, the Manasaputra of the English. For them what was English and Western was the mode. Hindu religion, philosophy and art were only, it was supposed, for the so-called uneducated women and peasants and for native pundits who, though learned in their feudal way, had not received the illuminating advantages of a Western training. In my own time an objection was, I am informed, taken by Indian fellows of the Calcutta University to the appointment of the learned Pundit Candrakanta Tarkalamkara to a chair of Indian philosophy on the ground that he was a mere native pundit. In this case English fellows and the then Vice-Chancellor opposed this absurd and snobbish objection. When the authority of the English teachers was at its highest, what they taught was law, even though their judgments were, in respect of Indian subjects of which they had but a scant and imperfect knowledge, defective. If they said with, or in anticipation of, one professor, that the Vedas were the babbling of a child humanity, and the Brahmanas, the drivel of madmen, or with another that the thought of the Upanishads was so low that it could not be correctly rendered in the high English language, that in treating of Indian philosophy a writer has to deal with thoughts of a lower order than the thoughts of the everyday life of Europe, that Smrti was mere priestly tyranny, the Puranas idle legends and the Tantras mere wickedness and debauchery, that Hindu philosophy was, to borrow another English professor's language concerning the Samkhya, with all its folly and fanaticism little better than a chaotic impertinence, and that yoga was, according to the same man of learning, the fanatical vagaries of theocracy, that Indian ritual was nothing but superstition, mummery, and idolatry, and Indian art, inelegant, monstrous, and grotesque. All this was with readiness accepted as high learning and wisdom, with perhaps here and there an occasional feint, and even apologetic demur. I recollect in this connection a rather halting, and shamefaced, protest by the late Rajendra Lal Mitra. I do not say that none of these or other adverse criticisms had any ground whatever. There has been imperfection, folly, superstition, wickedness, here as elsewhere. There has been much of it, for example, in the countries, whence these critics of India came. It is, however, obvious that such criticisms are so excessive as to be absurd. Even when giving an account of Eastern thought the Western is apt to take up a superior attitude because he believes himself to be superior. The Bishop of Durham very clearly reveals this sense of superiority. Christian aspects of life, by B. F. Westcott. 175, when after stating that the duty of the Christian missionary was to substitute for the sterile theism of Islam and the shadowy vagueness of Hindu philosophy a belief in a living and speaking God, he goes on to point out that our very advantages, by way of the consciousness of social and intellectual superiority with which we are filled, and the national force which sets us as conquerors where we come as evangelists, constitute a danger in the mission field. It is this notion of superiority also which prevents a right understanding, and which notwithstanding the facts, insists on charges which, if established, would maintain the reputation for inferiority of the colored races. It is this reiterated claim to superiority that has hypnotized many persons amongst Eastern races into the belief that the European is, amongst other things, always a safe and learned critic even of their own beliefs and practices. Raja Ramohan Roy was the first to take up the cause of his faith, divorcing it from the superstitious accretions which gather around all religions in the course of the ages. The same defense was made in recent times by that man of upstanding courage, Swami Vivekananda. Foreign criticism on Indian religion now tends in some quarters to greater comprehension. I say in some quarters. For even in quite recent years English books have been published which would be amazing, were one not aware of the deep ignorance and prejudice which exist on the subject. In one of these books the Hindu religion is described as a mixture of nightmare nonsense and time-wasting rubbish fulfilling no useful purpose whatever, only adding to the general burden of existence borne by humanity in its struggle for existence. In another it is said to be a weltering chaos of terror, darkness, and uncertainty. It is a religion without the apprehension of a moral evolution, without definite commandments, without a religious sanction in the sphere of morals, without a moral code and without a God, such so-called God, as there is. Being a mixture of beaches, Don Juan and Dick Turin. It is there further described as the most material and childishly superstitious animalism that ever masqueraded as idealism, not another path to God but a pit of abomination as far set from God as the mind of man can go. Staggering the brain of a rational man, filling his mind with wild contempt for his species and which has only endured because it has failed. Except for the purpose of fanatical polemic, one would assume that the endurance of a faith was in some measure the justification of it. It is still more wonderful to learn from this work, The Light of India written by Mr. Harold Begbie and published by the Christian Literature Society for India, that out of this weltering chaos of all that is ignominious, immoral and crassly superstitious, come forth men who, in the words of the author, standing at prayer startle you by their likeness to the pictures of Christ, eyes large, luminous and tranquil, the whole face exquisite with meekness and majestic with spirit. One marvels how these perfect men arise from such a worthless and indeed putrescent source. This absurd picture was highly colored in a journalistic spirit and with a purpose. In other cases, faulty criticism is due to supercilious ignorance. As another writer says, the italics are mine, for an Englishman to get a plain statement of what Brahmanism really means is far from easy. The only wonder is that people who have to live on 9 pence a week, who marry when they are 10 years old, are prevented by caste life from rising out of what is often, if not always, a degraded state, have any religion at all. As the Bishop of Peterborough has recently said, it is difficult for some to estimate worth in any other terms than G.S.D. It is to be hoped that all such snobbish materialism will be hindered from entrance into this country. These quotations reveal the depths of ignorance and prejudice which still exist. As we are however aware, all English criticism is not as ignorant and prejudiced as these, even though it be often marred by essential error. On the contrary, there are an increasing number who appreciate and adopt, or appreciate if they cannot accept, Indian beliefs. Further than this, Eastern thought is having a marked influence on that of the West, though it is not often acknowledged. Many have still the notion that they have nothing to learn in any domain from this hemisphere. After all, what anyone else says should not affect the independence of our own judgment. Let others say what they will. We should ourselves determine matters which concern us. The Indian people will do so when they free themselves from that hypnotic magic, which makes them often place blind reliance on the authority of foreigners, who, even when claiming to be scholars, are not always free from bias, religious or racial. Such counsel, though by no means unnecessary today, is happily becoming less needed than in the past. There are, however, still many Indians, particularly those of my own generation, whose English gurus and their teaching have made them captives. Their mind has been so dominated and molded to a Western manner of thinking, philosophical, religious, artistic, social and political, that they have scarcely any greater capacity to appreciate their own cultural inheritance than their teachers. Be that capacity in any particular case more or less. Some of them care nothing for their Shastra. Others do not understand it. The class of whom I speak are, in fact, as I have said, the Manasaputra of the English in a strict sense of the term. The Indian who has lost his Indian soul must regain it if he would retain that independence in his thought and in the ordering of his life which is the mark of a man, that is of one who seeks Swarajya Siddhi. How can an imitator be on the same level as his original? Rather he must sit as a Sela at the latter's feet. Whilst we can all learn something from one another, yet some in this land have yet to learn that their cultural inheritance with all its defects, and none is without such, is yet a noble one. An equal in rank, to say the least, with those great past civilizations which have molded the life and thought of the West. All this has been admitted by Indians who have discernment. Such value as my own remarks possess, is due to the fact that I can see and judge from without as an outsider, though, I will admit in one sense, interested observer, interested because I have at heart Indian welfare and that of all others which, as the world now stands, is bound up with it. As regards the Tantra Śāstra in particular, greater ignorance prevailed and still exists. Its Vāmakara practice however, seemed so peculiar, and its abuses were so talked of, that they captured attention to the exclusion of everything else. The more particularly that this and the rest of the Shastra is hard to understand. Whilst the Shastra provides by its akaras for all types from the lowest to the most advanced, its essential concepts, under whatever aspect they are manifested, and into whatever pattern they are woven, are, as Professor de la Vallée Pushin says of the Buddhist Tantra, of a metaphysical and subtle character. Indeed it is largely because of the subtlety of its principles, together with the difficulties which attend ritual exposition, that the study of the Tantras, notwithstanding the comparative simplicity of their Sanskrit, has been hitherto neglected by Western scholars. Possibly it was thought that the practices mentioned rendered any study of a system, in which they occurred, unnecessary. There was and still is some ground for the adverse criticism which has been passed on it. Nevertheless it was not a just appreciation of the Shastra as a whole, nor even an accurate judgment in respect of the particular ritual thus singled out for condemnation. Let those condemn this Shastra who will. That is their affair. But let them first study and understand it. I have dealt with the subject of the Tantras in several papers. It is only necessary here to say that the Tantra, as it is called, was wrongly considered to be synonymous with the Śakta Tantras. That in respect of the latter the whole attention was given to the Vāmakara ritual and to magic, Shatkarma, that this ritual, whatever may in truth be said against it, was not understood. That it was completely ignored that the Tantras contained a remarkable philosophic presentment of religious teaching, profoundly applied in a ritual of psychological worth. And that the Shastras were also a repertory of the alchemy, medicine, law, religion, art and so forth of their time. It was sufficient to mention the word Tantra, and there was supposed to be the end of the matter. I have often been asked why I had undertaken the study of the Tantra Śāstra, and in some English, as opposed to continental, quarters it has been suggested that my time and labor might be more worthily employed. One answer is this. Following the track of unmeasured abuse I have always found something good. The present case is no exception. I protest and have always protested against unjust aspersions upon the civilization of India and its peoples. If there be what is blameworthy, accuracy requires that criticism should be reduced to its true proportions. Having been all my life a student of the world's religions and philosophies, I entered upon a particular study of this Shastra to discover for myself what it taught, and whether it was, as represented, A complete reversal of all other Hindu teaching with which I was acquainted. For it was said to be the cultivation or practice of gluttony, lust, and malevolence, ferocity, lust, and mummery, as Brian Hodgson called it, which I knew the Indian Shastra, like all the other religious scriptures of the world, strictly forbids. I found that the Shastra was of high importance in the history of Indian religion. The Tantra Śāstra or Āgama is not, as some seem to suppose, a petty Shastra of no account. One, and an unimportant sample, of the multitudinous manifestations of religion in a country which swarms with every form of religious sect. It is on the contrary with Veda, Smriti, and Purana one of the foremost important Shastras in India, governing, in various degrees and ways, the temple and household ritual of the whole of India today and for centuries past. Those who are so strenuously averse to it, by that very fact recognize and fear its influence. From a historical point of view alone, it is worthy of study as an important part of Indian culture, whatever be its intrinsic worth. History cannot be written if we exclude from it what we do not personally like. As Terence Grandly said, we are men and nothing which man has done is alien to us. There are some things in some of the Tantras and a spirit which they manifest of which their student may not personally approve. But the cause of history is not to be influenced by personal predilections. It is so influenced in fact. There are some who have found in the Shastra a useful weapon of attack against Indian religion and its tendencies. Should one speak of the heights which Indian spiritual experience has reached, one might be told that the infamous depths to which it had descended in Tantra Śāstra, the Pushtamarga, the Vaishnava Sahajiya and so forth were more certainly established. Did one praise the high morality to be found in Indian Shastra, it might be admitted that India was not altogether destitute of the light of goodness, but it might be asked, what of the darkness of the Tantra? And so on and so forth. Let us then grapple with and not elude the objection. There was of course something in all this. But such objectors and others had not the will, even if they had the capacity to understand, to give a true presentment of the teachings of the Shastra. But the interests of fairness require both. Over and above the fact that the Shastra is an historical fact, it possesses, in some respects, an intrinsic value which justifies its study. Thus it is the storehouse of Indian occultism. This occult side of the Tantras is of scientific importance, the more particularly having regard to the present revived interest in occultist study in the West. New Thought, as it is called, and kindred movements are a form of mantravidya. Vasikaranam is hypnotism, fascination. There is spiritualism and powers in the Tantras and so forth. For myself, however, the philosophical and religious aspect of the scripture is more important still. The main question for the generality of men is not powers, siddhi. Indeed, the study of occultism and its practice has its dangers. And the pursuit of these powers is considered an obstacle to the attainment of that true siddhi which is the end of every Shastra. A subject of greater interest and value is the remarkable presentation of Vedantic knowledge which the Śākta Tantra in particular gives. I never properly understood the Vedanta until after I had studied the Tantras, as also the ritual by which it is sought to gain realization, aparoksha jnana. The importance of the Śākta Tantra may be summed up by the statement that it is a sadhana shastra of Advaitavada. I will develop this last matter in a future paper. I will only say now that the main question of the day everywhere is how to realize practically the truths of religion, whatever they be. This applies to all, whether Hindu, Muhammad or Christian. Mere philosophical speculation and talk will avail nothing beyond a clarification of intellect. But, that, we all know, is not enough. It is not what we speculate about but what we are, which counts. The fundamental question is, how to realize, Cit-Shakti, religious teaching. This is the fruit of sadhana alone, whether the form of that sadhana be Christian, Hindu, Muhammad, Buddhist or what else. The chief sadhana shastra for the orthodox Hindu is the Tantra Śāstra or Āgama in its varying schools. In this fact lies its chief significance, and for Hindus its practical importance. This and the Advaitavada on which the Shakta ritual rests is in my opinion the main reason why Shakta Darshana or doctrine is worthy of study. The opinion which I had formed of the Shastra has been corroborated by several to whom I had introduced the matter. I should like to quote here the last letter I had only a month ago from an Indian friend, both Sanskritist and philosopher, a combination too rare. He says, they, the Tantras, have really thrown before me a flood of new light. So much so, that I really feel as if I have discovered a new world. Much of the mist and haziness has now been cleared away, and I find in the Tantras not only a great and subtle philosophy but many of the missing links in the development of the different systems of Hindu philosophy which I could not discover before but which I have been seeking for some years past. These statements might perhaps lead some to think that the Shastra teaches something entirely, that is in every respect, new. As regards fundamental doctrines, the Tantra Śāstra, for convenience I confine myself to the Shakta form, teaches much which is to be found in the Advaita Vedanta. Therefore those who think that they will find in the Shastra some fundamental truths concerning the world which are entirely new will be disillusioned. The observation does not apply to some doctrinal teaching, presentment, methods, and details, to which doubtless my friend's letter referred. He who has truly understood Indian Shastra as a whole will recognize, under variety of form and degree of spiritual advancement, the same substance by way of doctrine. Whilst the Shakta Tantra recognizes, with the four Vedas, the Āgamas and Nigamas, it is now based, as are all other truly Indian Shastras, on Veda. Veda, in the sense of knowledge, is ultimately spiritual experience, namely Cit which Brahman is, and in the one partless infinite ocean of which the world, as a limited stress in consciousness arises. So it is said of the Devi in the commentary on the Trishati. Vedanta Mahavakya Janaya. Sakshatkara Rupa Brahmavidya. She is Brahman knowledge, Brahmavidya, in the form of direct realization produced by the Vedantic great saying, Mahavakya, that is, Tattvam Aci, that thou art, and all kindred sayings. Soham, he I am, Brahmasmi, I am Brahman, and so forth. In other words, self-knowledge is self-luminous and fundamental and the basis of all other knowledge. Owing to its transcendency it is beyond both prover and proof. It is self-realized, Svanabhava. But Shruti is the source from which this knowledge arises, as Cinacara says, by removing, as also to some extent reason may do, false notions concerning it. It reveals by removing the superincumbent mass of human error. Again, Veda in a primary sense is the world as idea in the cosmic mind of the creating Brahman and includes all forms of knowledge. Thus it is eternal, arising with and as the samskaras at the beginning of every creation. This is the Vedamurta Brahman. Veda in the secondary sense is the various partial revelations relating to Tattva, Brahman or God, and Dharma, morality, made at different times and places to the several rishis which are embodied in the four Vedas, Rig, Yajus, Sama and Atharva. Veda is not coextensive therefore with the four Vedas. But are these, even if they be regarded as the earliest, the only, to use an English term, revelations? Revelation, Akashavani, never ceases. When and wherever there is a true rishi or seer there is revelation. And in this sense the Tantra Śāstra or Āgama claims to be a revelation. The Shabda Brahmamurti is Nigamatashastramaya, it being said that Āgama is the Paramatma of that Murti, the four Vedas with their Angas are its Jivatma, the six philosophies its Indriyas, the Puranas and Upapuranas its gross body. Smrti its hands and other limbs and all other Shastras are the hairs of its body. In the heart lotus are the 50 Tejamai Matrika. In the pericarp are the Āgamas glittering like millions of suns and moons which are Sarvadharmamaya, Brahmajnanamaya, Sarvasiddhamaya, and Murtaman. These were revealed to the rishis. In fact all Shastras are said to constitute one great many million collection, Shatakoti Samhita, each being particular manifestations to man of the one, essential Veda. From this follows the belief that they do not contradict, but are in agreement with, one another. For truth is one whatever be the degree in which it is received, or the form in which the seers, rishis, promulgated it to those whose spiritual sight has not strength enough to discern it directly and for themselves. But how, according to Indian notions, can that which is put forward as a revelation be shown to be such? The answer is that of Ayurveda. A medicine is a good one if it cures. In the same way a Shastra is truly such if the siddhi which it claims to give is gained as the fruit of the practice of its injunctions, according to the competency and under the conditions prescribed. The principle is a practical and widely adopted one. The tree must be judged by its fruit. This principle may, if applied to the general life of today, lead to an adverse judgment on some tantric practices. If so, let it be. It is, however, an error to suppose that even such practices as have been condemned, claim to rest on any other basis than Veda. It is by the learned in Tantra Śāstra said to be ignorance, avidya, to see a difference between Āgama and Veda. Ignorant notions prevail on the subject of the relation of the Tantras to Veda and the Vedas. I read some years ago in a Bengali book by a Brahmo author that the difference was that between hell and heaven. Now on what is such a condemnatory comparison based? It is safe to challenge production of the proof of such an assertion. Let us examine what the Śakta Tantra, to which allusion was made, teaches. In the first place, hell recognizes heaven, for the Śakta Tantra, as I have said, acknowledges the authority of Veda. All Indian Shastras do that. If they did not, they would not be Indian Shastra. The passages on this point are so numerous, and the point itself is so plain that I will only cite a few. Kuṇḍalinī Tantra says, 2. 85,140,141, that Kuladharma is based on and inspired by the truth of Veda. Tasmat Vidatmakam Shastram Vidi Kulatmakam Prai. In the same place Shiva cites passages from Shruti in support of his doctrine. The Pañcatattva and other tantras cite Vaidika Mahavakya and mantras. And as mantras are a part of Veda, therefore, Meru Tantra says that Tantra is part of Veda, Pranatashini 70. Niratara Tantra calls Tantra the fifth Veda and Cinacara is named the fifth ashrama, IB. That is, it follows all others. Matsyuktamaha Tantra, 13, says that the disciple must be pure of soul, Shuddhatma, and a knower of Veda. He who is devoid of Vaidika Kriya, Veda Kriya Vivarjita, is disqualified, Maharudrayamala, I Khanda. Ch 15, 2 Khanda, Ch 2, Pranatashini 108. Gandharv Tantra, Ch 2, Pranatashini 6, says that the tantric sadhaka must be a believer in Veda, Astika, ever attached to Brahman, ever speaking of Brahman. Living in Brahman and taking shelter with Brahman, which, by the way, is a queer demand to make of those. The supposed object of whose rites is mere debauchery. The Kuṇḍalinī says that there is no knowledge higher than that of Veda and no doctrine equal to Kaula, 3. 113. Nihai Vidya na Kaula Samadarsanam. Here a distinction is drawn between Veda, which is Vidya, and the Kaula teaching, which he calls Darshana. See also Mahanirvana Tantra, I. 18. 19, 2. 8-15, in Mahanirvana Tantra, 3. 72, the mantra Om Saksadekam Brahma is given, and in the Pañcatattva, ch. 6, this, what it calls, secret of the Vedas, is explained. That the Śakta Tantra claims to be based on Veda admits of no doubt. In fact, Kaluka Bhatta, the celebrated commentator on Manu, says that Shruti is of two kinds, Vedic and Tantric. Vadki Tantrams Kavyard Vivida Shruti Kirtita. It is of course the fact that different sects bandy words upon the point whether they in fact truly interpret Shruti and follow practice conformable to it. Statements are made by opposing schools that certain Shastras are contrary to Shruti even though they profess to be based thereon. So a citation by Bhaskararaya in the commentary to v. 76 of the Lalita Sahasranama speaks of some tantras as opposed to Veda, Vedavirodhani. The Vayu Samhita says, Shaivagama is twofold, that which is based on Shruti and that which is not. The former is composed of the essence of Shruti. Shrauta is Svatantra and Itara, v. Anti, page 19. Shivagamopide Vivida, Shraudo, Shrautash Ca Samsmrita Srutasramaya Shraudas Vantrastvataro Mata. So again the Bhagavata or Pañcatattva Agama has been said to be non-Vedic. This matter has been discussed by Samkarakarya and Ramanuj following Yamunakarya. We must in all cases distinguish between what a school says of itself and what others say of it. In Christianity both Catholicism and Protestantism claim to be based on the Bible and each alleges that the other is a wrong interpretation of it. Each again of the numerous Protestant sects says the same thing of the others. But is Śākta Tantra contrary to Veda in fact? Let us shortly survey the main points in its doctrine. It teaches that Paramatma Nirguna Shiva is Saksidananda, Prapankasara, ch. 6, Kularnava, chi, verses 6-7. Kularnava says Shiva is the impartite supreme Brahman, the all-knowing, Sarvajna, creator of all. He is the stainless one and the Lord of all. He is one without a second, Advaya. He is light itself. He changes not, and is without beginning or end. He is attributeless and above the highest. He is Saksidananda, 6-7. And see the Dhyana and Pancharatna Stotra in Mahanirvana Tantra 3. 50, 59-63. Brahman is Saksidananda, eternal, Nitya, changeless, Nirvikara, partless, Nishkala, untouched by Maya, Nirmala, attributeless, Nirguna, formless, Barupa, imperishable, Akshara, all-spreading like space, Vyomasanabha. Self-illuminating, Svayamjayati, reality, Tattva, which is beyond mind and speech and is to be approached through spiritual feeling alone, Bhavanagamya. Kularnava 6-8, 3. 92, 93, 9. 7, Mahanirvana 3. 50, 59-63, 67-68, 74, 3. 12. In his aspect as the Lord, Ishvara, of all, he is the all-knower, Sarvajna, Lord of all, whose body is pure sattva, Shuddha-sattvamaya, the soul of the universe, Vishvatma. Mahanirvana 61, 3. 68. Such definitions simply reaffirm the teaching of Veda. Brahman is that which pervades without limit the universe, Prapankasara 6, Mahanirvana 3. 33-35, as oil the sesamum seed, Sharada Thilaka Shaktanandataranjani Pranadashini 13. This Brahman has twofold aspect as Parabrahman, Nirguna, Nishkala, and Shabda Brahman, Saguna, Sakala. Samahana, a highly interesting tantra, says, ch. 1, that Kubjika is of twofold aspect, namely, Nishkala when she is Kandravaktra, and Sakala when called Paramukhi. So too is Guhya Kali who as the first is Ekavaktra Mahapashupatishya Vedabhavasampanna and as the second Dashavaktra. So the Kularnava says Shabda Brahmaparama Brahmabhedana Brahmano Dvevidyamuktam, Kanda v, Alesa 1. The same Tantra says that Sadashiva is without the bonds, of Maya, and Jiva is with them, Pashabadho Bhavij Jiva Pashamukta Sadashivahi, 9. 42, upon which the author of the Pranadashini, citing this passage says, thus the identity of Jiva and Shiva is shown, iti Shivajavayarekyamuktam. The Śākta Tantra is thus Advaitavada, for it proclaims that Paramatma and Jivatma are one. So it affirms the grand words, Mahavakya, of Veda Tattvam Aci, Soham, Brahmasmi, Mahanirvana 8. 264-265, v. 105, Prapankasara 2, identifying Rim with Kundali and Hangsa and then with Soham. Ya Suksma Soham Ib. Ziv, Jnanarnava Tantra XXI. 10, as to Brahmasmi, see Kularnava 9. 32 and IB 41. Soham Pavina Pujayat. The mantra, all this is surely Brahman, Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma, is according to the Mahanirvana, 7. 98, the end and aim of Tantrika Kalakara, the realization of which saying the Prapankasara Tantra describes as the fifth or supreme state, ch. 19. For the identity of Jivatma and Paramatma is liberation, which the Vedanta Sara defines to be Jivabrahmanarakyam. Kularnava refers to the Advaita of which Shiva speaks, Advaitanta Shivanaktamai, 108. See also Mahanirvana 2. 33-34, I2. 33-35. 50-64, Prapañcasara 2, 11x, Zix. Gandharva Tantra says that the sadhaka must be a non-dualist, Dvaitahina. CCH2. IB Pranatashini 108, Maharudra Pamela I Khanda, CH15, 2 Khanda, CH2. It is useless to multiply quotations on this point of which there is no end. In fact, that particular form of worship which has earned the Śākta Tantra's ill fame claims to be a practical application of Advaitavada. The Samahana Tantra, ch. 8, gives high praise to the philosopher Samkarakarya, saying that he was an incarnation of Shiva for the destruction of Buddhism. Kalakarya is said to properly follow a full knowledge of Vedantic doctrine. Shiva in the Kularnava, I. 110, says, some desire dualism, Dvaita, others non-dualism, Advaita, but my truth is beyond both, Dvaitadvaitavivarjita. Advaita Vedanta is the whole day and life of the Shakta Sadhaka. On waking at dawn, Brahma Muhurta, he sits on his bed and meditates, I am the Devi and none other. I am Brahman who is beyond all grief. I am a form of Saksidananda whose true nature is eternal liberation. Aham Devi na Kamposmi, Brahmavaham na Sokabak. Saksidanandarupoham Nitpamaktasvabhavan. At noon again seated in Pujasana at time of Buddhasati he meditates on the dissolution of the tattvas in Paramatma. Seeing no difference between Paramatma and Jivatma he affirms Saham, I am she. Again in the evening after ritual duties he affirms himself to be the Ekalatma and Saksidananda, and having so thought he sleeps. Similarly, I may here interpose, in the Buddhist Tantra, the sadhaka on rising in the state of Divadeha, H. Laescu, imagines that the double drums are sounding in the heavens proclaiming the mantras of the 24 Viras, Dipavo. And regards all things around him as constituting the mandala of himself as Buddha Vajrasattva. When about to sleep he again imagines his body to be that of Buddha Vajrasattva and then merges himself into the tranquil state of the void, Shunyata. Gandharva Tantra says, having saluted the Guru as directed and thought, Soham, the wise sadhaka, the performer of the rite should ponder the unity of Jiva and Brahman. Guru Natva Vidhanina Soham Iti Poradhasa. Aikyam Samhave Diman Javajya Brahmanopai Ca. Kali Tantra says, having meditated in this way, a sadhaka should worship Devi as his own Atma, thinking I am Brahman. Kubjika Tantra says, Devi is called Kubjika because she is Kuṇḍali. A sadhaka should meditate on his own self as one and the same with her, Taya Sahitam Atmanam Ekabuddham Visantayat, and so on. The cardinal doctrine of these Śākta Tantras is that of Shakti whether in its Svarupa, that is, as it is in itself, as Sidrapini, the Paraprakriti of Paramatma, Mahanirvana 4. 10, or as Maya and Prakriti, see as to the latter the great hymn to Prakriti in Prapañcasara, ch. 11. Shakti as the Kubjika Tantra says, ch. 1, is consciousness, Caitanya-rupini, and bliss, and Andarupani. She is at the same time support of, Gunashreya, and composed of the Gunas, Gunamayi. Maya is however explained from the standpoint of sadhana, the Tantra Śāstra being a sadhana Shastra, and not according to the Maya Veda, that is, transcendental standpoint, of Samkara. What is there in the great Devi Sukta of the Rigveda, Mandala X, Sukta 125, which the Śākta Tantra does not teach? The rishi of this revelation was a woman, the daughter of Rishi Ambrina. It was fitting that a woman should proclaim the divine motherhood. Her hymn says, I am the sovereign queen, the treasury of all treasures, the chief of all objects of worship, whose all-pervading self all devatas manifest. Whose birthplace is in the midst of the causal waters, who breathing forth gives form to all created worlds and yet extends beyond them, so vast am I in greatness. The full hymn is translated in the French edition of A. and E. Avalon's Hymns to the Goddess, Bossard, Paris. It is useless to cite quotations to show that the Śakta Tantra accepts the doctrine of karma, which as the Kularnava, 9. 125, says Jiva cannot give up until he renounces the fruit of it. An infinite number of universes, and their transitoriness, Mahanirvana 3. 7. The plurality of worlds, heaven and hell, the 7 lokas, the devas and devis, who as the Kuṇḍalinī Nigama, following the Devi Sukta, says, ch. 1, are but parts of the great Shakti, Shaktinandataranjam 3. Being Advaitavada, moksha the state of liberation and so forth is Paramatma. It accepts Smrti and Puranas. The Mahanirvana and other Tantras saying that they are the governing Shastras of the Trita and Dvapara ages respectively, as Tantra is that of the Kali Yuga. So the Tara Pratipā, ch. 1, says that in the Kali Yuga, the Tantrika and not the Vaidika Dharma is to be followed. It is said that in Satya, Veda was undivided. In Dvapara, Krishnadvaipayana separated it into 4 parts. In Satya, Vaidika Upasana was pradhana, that is, prevailed, Sadakas worshipping Indra for wealth, children and the like, though Nishkama rishis adored the Sarvashaktiman, Devasukta is Advaita Siddhiprana. In Trita, worship according to Smrti prevailed. It was then, that Vashishtha is said to have done sadhana of Brahmavidya according to Cinacara. Though in the Dvapara there was both Smrti and Purana, rites were generally performed according to the Puranas. There was also then, as always, worshippers of the Purnashakti Mahavidya. At the end of Dvapara and beginning of the Kali age the Tantra Śāstra was taught to men. Then the 10 samskaras, Shraddha and Antyeshtikriya were, as they are now, performed according to the Vedic Dharma, Ashramakara according to Dhyabhaga and other Smrti texts, Vratas according to Purana. Disha and Upasana of Brahman with Shakti, and various kinds of Yoga Sadhana, according to the Āgama which is divided into 3 parts Tantra, Sattvaguna, Yamala, Rajaguna, and Dhamara, Tamaguna. There were 64 Tantras for each of the 3 divisions Ashvakranta, Rathakranta, Vishnukranta. Such is the Tantric tradition concerning the ages and their appropriate scriptures. Whether this tradition has any historical basis still awaits inquiry, which is rendered difficult by the fact that many Tantras have been lost and others destroyed by those inimical to them. It is sufficient for my purpose to merely state what is the belief, that purpose being to show that the Tantra Śāstra recognizes, and claims not to be in conflict with Veda or any other recognized Shastra. It accepts the 6 philosophies, Darshana, which Shiva says are the 6 limbs of Kula and parts of his body, saying that he who severs them severs his limbs, Kularnava 2. 84-85. The meaning of this is that the 6 philosophies and the 6 minds, as all else, are parts of his body. It accepts the Shabda doctrine of Mimamsa subject to certain modifications to meet its doctrine of Shakti. It, in common with the Shaiva Tantra, accepts the doctrine of the 36 Tattvas, and Shadadva, Tattva, Kala, Bhuvna, Varna, Pada, Mantra, see my garland of letters. This is an elaboration in detail which explains the origin of the Purusha and Prakriti Tattvas of the Samkhya. These are shown to be twin facets of the one, and the development of Shakti into Purusha Prakriti Tattva is shown. These Tattvas include the ordinary 24 Prakriti with it, gunas to Prithvi. It accepts the doctrine of 3 bodies, causal, subtle, gross, and the 3 states, Jagrat, Svapna Sushupti, in their individual and collective aspects. It follows the mode of evolution, Parinama, of Samkhya in so far as the development of Jiva is concerned, as also an Abhasa, in the nature of Vivarta, from fire to fire, in the pure creation. Its exposition of the body includes the 5 pranas, the 7 datas, the dashas, Vayu, Pitta, Kapha, and so forth, Prapankasara 2. On the ritual side it contains the commonly accepted ritual of present-day Hinduism. Mantra, Yantra, Pratima, Linga, Shalagrama, Nyasa, Japa, Puja, Stotra, Kavaka, Dhyana and so forth, as well as the Vedic rites which are the 10 samskaras, Homa and the like. Most of the commonly accepted ritual of the day is Tantric. It accepts yoga in all its forms mantra, Hatha, Laya, Jnana, and is in particular distinguished by its practice of Laya or Kuṇḍalī Yoga and other Hatha processes. Therefore not only is the authority of the Veda acknowledged along with the Āgamas, Nigamas and Tantras, but there is not a single doctrine or practice, amongst those hitherto mentioned, which is either not generally held, or which has not the adherence of large numbers of Indian worshippers. It accepts all the notions common to Hinduism as a whole. Nor is there a single doctrine previously mentioned which is contrary to Veda, that is on the assumption of the truth of Advaitavada. For of course it is open to dualists and Vashishtha to say that its monistic interpretation of Vedanta is not a true exposition of Vedic truth. No Shakta will however say that. Subject to this, I do not know of anything which it omits and should have included, or states contrary to the tenor of Vedic doctrine. If there be anything I shall be obliged, as a student of the Shastra, to anyone who will call my attention to it. The Shastra has not, therefore, up to this point shown itself as a hell in opposition to the Vedic heaven. But it may be said that I have omitted the main thing which gives it its bad and un-Vedic character, namely the ill-famed Pañcatattva or worship with meat, wine, fish, grain and woman. I have also omitted the magic to be found in some of the Shastras. The latter may be first shortly dealt with. Magic is not peculiar to the Tantras. It is to be found in plenty in the Atharva Veda. In fact the definition of abhikara is the karma described in the Tantras and Atharva Veda. Abhikara is magical process with intent to destroy or injure. It is himsakarma, or act injurious to others. There is nothing anti-Vedic then in magic. I may, however, here also point out that there is nothing wrong in magic, shatkarma, per se. As with so many other things it is the use or abuse of it which makes it right or wrong. If a man kills, by marana karma, a rival in his business to get rid of competition and to succeed to his client's custom, he commits a very grave sin, one of the most grievous of sins. Suppose, however, that a man saw a tiger stalking a child, or a dacoit about to slay it for its golden ornament, his killing of the tiger or dacoit would, if necessary for the safety of the child, be a justifiable act. Magic is, however, likely to be abused and has in fact been abused by some of the tantrics. I think this is the most serious charge established against them. For evil magic which proceeds from malevolence is a greater crime than any abuse of natural appetite. But in this, as in other matters, we must distinguish between what the Shastra says and the practices of its followers. The injunction laid upon the sadhaka is that he should do good to other beings as if they were his own self. Atmavat sarvabhutebhyo hitam kuriat kulashvari, Kularnava Tantra 12. 63. In the Kularnava Samhita, a different and far inferior work to the Tantra of that name, Shiva recites some horrible rites with the flesh of rat and bat, with the soiled linen of a Khandala woman, with the shroud of a corpse, and so forth. And then he says, my heart trembles, hridayam kampate mama, my limbs tremble, gatrani mama kampanti, my mouth is dry, O Parvati. Mukham shushyate Parvati. O gentle one, my mind is all disturbed, kshobo me jayate bhadra. What more shall I say? Conceal it, navaktaviam, conceal it, conceal it. He then says, in the Kali age sadhakas are generally greedy of money. Having done greatly sinful acts they destroy living beings. For them there is neither guru nor rudra, nor thee nor sadhaka. My dear life. They are ready to do acts for the destruction of men. Therefore it is wrong to reveal these matters, O Devi. I have told thee out of affection for thee, being greatly pleased by thy kisses and embrace. But it should be as carefully concealed by thee, as thine own secret body. O Parvati. All this is greatly sinful and a very bad yoga. Mahapadakayaktam tat kwayogoyam udarata. Kalakale sadhakasta prapasho dhanalolupa. Mahakrityam vidhayeva prananam badhabhajana. Na gurur napi rudro va niva tvam niva sadhaka. Mahapranavana samartha pranavalabi. Eta prakashanam devi dosaya parakalpiyat. Snehina tava deveshi. Chumbanalinganatha. Santasyaiva Maya Devi Sarvam Eta Prakashitam. Tvapa Gopyam Prayatnina Svayanaraiva Parvati. Mahapataka Yuktam Tat Kwayogoyam Udarata. None of these things are ever to be done by thee, O daughter of the mountain, Sarvatha Naiva Kartavayastvaya Parvatanandini. Whoever does so, incurs the sin of destroying me. I destroy all such, as does fire, dry grass. Of a surety such incur the sin of slaying a Brahmana. All such incur the sin of slaying a Brahmana. Sarvatha Naiva Kartavyastvaya Parvatanandini. Badabhak Mama Deveshi Krityamamam Samakaret. Tasya Sarvam Haramayashu Vanishushatrinam Yatha. Avyartham Brahmahadyanka Brahmahadyam Savandati. When therefore we condemn the sin of evil magic, it is necessary to remember both such teaching as is contained in this quotation, and the practice of those of good life who follow the Shastra. To do so is to be both fair and accurate. There is nothing, in any event, in the point that the magical contents of the Tantra Śāstra make it contrary to Veda. Those who bring such a charge must also prefer it against the Atharva Veda. As a matter of fact, magic is common to all early religions. It has been practiced, though condemned, in Christian Europe. It is not necessary to go back to the old witchcraft trials. There are some who protest against its recrudescence today. It has been well observed that there are two significant facts about occultism. Namely its Catholicity, it is to be found in all lands and ages, and its amazing power of recuperation after it has been supposed to have been disproved as mere superstition. Even some quarter of a century ago, I am quoting from the same author, there were probably not a score of people in London, and those kept their preoccupation to themselves, who had any interest at all in the subject except from a purely antiquarian standpoint. Magic was dismissed by practically all educated men as something too evidently foolish and nonsensical to deserve attention or inquiry. In recent years the position has been reversed in the West, and complaint is again made of the revival of witchcraft and occultism today. The reason of this is that modern scientific investigation has established the objectivity of some leading phenomena of occultism. For instance, a little more than a century or so ago, it was still believed that a person could inflict physical injury on another by means other than physical. And this is what is to be found in that portion of the Tantra Śāstras which deal with the Shatkarma. Witches confessed to having committed this crime and were punished therefor. At a later date the witchcraft trials were held to be evidence of the superstition both of the accused and accusers. Yet psychology now allows the principle that thought is itself a force, and that by thought alone, properly directed, without any known physical means the thought of another, and hence his whole condition, can be affected. By physical means I mean direct physical means, for occultism may, and does avail itself of physical means to stimulate and intensify the force and direction of thought. This is the meaning of the magic rituals which have been so much ridiculed. Why is black the color of Marana karma? Because that color incites and maintains and emphasizes the will to kill. So hypnotism, Vashikaranam, as an instance of the exercise of the power of thought, makes use of gestures, rotatory instruments, and so forth. The magician having a firm faith in his, or her, power, for faith in occultism as in religion is essential, surrounds himself with every incentive to concentrated, prolonged and, in malevolent magic, malevolent thought. A figure or other object such as part of the clothing, hair, nails and so forth of the victim represents the person to be attacked by magic. This serves as the immediate object on which the magical thought is expended. The magician is helped by this and similar aids to a state of fixed and malignant attention which is rendered intense by action taken on the substituted object. It is not of course the injuries done to this object which are the direct cause of injury to the person attacked, but the thought of the magician of which these injuries are a materialization. There is thus present the circumstances which a modern psychologist would demand for success in a telepathic experiment. As the witchcraft trials show, the victim is first affected in thought and then in body by the malignant thought thus focused upon him. Sometimes no apparent means are employed, as in a case reported to me by a friend of mine as occurring in a Bombay hotel when a man well known in India for his powers, city, drove away, by the power of his thought only. A party of persons sitting at a neighboring table whose presence was greatly distasteful to one of his companions. This, if the effect of a magical power, was an instance of what the Tantras call lakkhana. In all cases the general principle is the same, namely the setting in motion and direction of powerful thought by appropriate means. This is the view of those who give what may be called a psychological explanation of these phenomena. These would hold that the magical symbolisms are without inherent force but work according to race and individual characteristics on the mind which does the rest. Others believe that there is an inherent power in symbolism itself, that the symbol is not merely such but an actual expression of, and instrument by which, certain occult laws are brought into play. In other words, the power of symbolism derives not merely from the effect which it may have on particular minds likely to be affected by it but from itself as a law external to human thought. Some again, and Indian magicians amongst others, believe in the presence and aid of discarnate personalities, such as the unclean pishakas, given in the carrying out of occult operations. Similarly, it is commonly held by some that where so-called spiritualistic phenomena are real and not fraudulent, as they sometimes are, the action is not that of the dead but of infernal spirits simulating them and misleading men to their ruin. Occultism in the sense of a belief in, and claim to be able to use, a certain range of forces which may be called preternatural, has the adherence not only of savage and barbarous people, who always believe in it, but also of an increasing number of civilized Londoners, Berliners, Americans, Parisians and other Western peoples. They differ in all else but they are united in this. Even what most would regard as downright superstition still abundantly flourishes in the West. Witness the hundreds of thousands of touchwood figures and the like sent to the troops in the recent war, the horror of sitting 13 to a table, and so on. In fact, from the earliest ages, magic has gone hand in hand with religion, and if for short periods the former has been thought to be dead, it always rises again. Is this, as some say, the mark of the inherent silly credulity of mankind? Or does the fact show that there is something in the claims which occultism has made in all ages? India, I do not speak of the English-educated community which shares in the rise and fall of English opinion, has always believed in occultism, and some of the Tantra Śāstras are repertories of its ritual. Magic and superstition proper exist in this country but are also to be found in the West. The same remark applies to every depreciatory criticism passed upon the Indian people. Some have thought that occultism is the sign both of savagery and barbarism on the one hand and of decadent civilization on the other. In India it has always existed and still exists. It has been well said that there is but one mental attitude impossible to the educated man, namely blank incredulity with regard to the whole subject. There has been, and is, a change of attitude due to an increase of psychological knowledge and scientific investigation into objective facts. Certain reconciliations have been suggested, bringing together the ancient beliefs, which sometimes exist in crude and ignorant forms. These reconciliations may be regarded as insufficiently borne out by the evidence. On the other hand, a proposed reconciliation may be accepted as one that on the whole seems to meet the claims made by the occultist on one side and the scientific psychologist on the other. But in the present state of knowledge it is no longer possible to reject both claims as evidently absurd. Men of approved scientific position have, notwithstanding the ridicule and scientific bigotry to which they have been exposed, considered the facts to be worthy of their investigation. And on the psychological side successive and continuous discoveries are being made which corroborate ancient beliefs in substance, though they are not always in consonance with the mode in which those beliefs were expressed. We must face the fact that, with religion, occultism is in some form or another a widely diffused belief of humanity. All, however, will be agreed in holding that malevolent magic is a great sin. In leaving the subject of magic, I may here add that modern psychology and its data afford remarkable corroboration of some other Indian beliefs, such as that thought is a force, and that its operation is in a field of consciousness which is wider than that of which the mind is ordinarily aware. We may note also the aid which is derived from the establishment of dual and multiple personalities in understanding how it may be possible that in one unity there may be yet varying aspects. The second charge is the alleged Vedic character of the secret Pañcatattva sadhana, with wine, flesh and women, its alleged immorality of principle, and the evil lives of those who practice it. I am not in the present paper dealing in full with this subject, not that I intend by any means to shirk it. But it is more appropriately the subject of consideration in future chapters on the subject of Śākta Tantric Sādhanā of which it forms a part. What I wish to say now is only this: we must distinguish in the first place between a principle and its application. A principle may be perfectly right and sound, and yet a supposed application may not be an application in fact. Or if there be an application, the latter may violate some other moral or physical law, or be dangerous and inexpedient as leading to abuse. I will show later that the principle involved is one which is claimed to be in conformity with Vedic truth, and to be in fact recognized in varying forms by all classes of Hindus. Some do so dualistically. The sadhana of the Śakta Tantra is, whether right or wrong, an application of the principles of Advaitavada, and in its full form should not, it is said, be entered upon until after Vedantic principles have been mastered. For this reason Kaladharma has been called the fifth ashrama. Secondly, I wish to point out that this ritual with wine and meat is not, as some suppose, a new thing, something introduced by the Śakta Tantrics. On the contrary, it is very old and has sanction in Vedic practice, as will appear from the authorities cited in the appendix to this chapter. So much is this so, that a tantric sadhu discussing the matter with a Bengali friend of mine said of himself, as a follower of this ritual, that he was a Hindu and that those who were opposed to it were Jainas. What he meant, and what seems to be the fact, is that the present-day general prohibition against the use of wine, and the generally prevalent avoidance, or limitation of an animal diet, are due to the influence of Jainism and Buddhism which arose after, and in opposition to, Vedic usage. Their influence is most marked of course in Vaishnavism but has not been without effect elsewhere. When we examine ancient Vedic usage we find that meat, fish and madra, the latter in the form of puradasha, were consumed, and intoxicating liquor, in the form of soma, was drunk, in the Vedic yajnas. We also discover some Vedic rites in which there was mithuna. This I have dealt with in my article on Shakti and Shakta. The above-mentioned facts show in my opinion that there is ground for the doctrine of the Tantrikas that it is a mark of ignorance, avidya, to sever Veda and Tantra. My conclusion is not however a counsel to follow this or any other particular form of ritual. I am only concerned to state the facts. I may, however, here add two observations. From an outside point of view, for I do not here deal with the subject otherwise, we must consider the age in which a particular Shastra was produced and consequently the conditions of the time, the then state of society, its moral and spiritual development and so forth. To understand some rites in the past history of this and other countries one must seek, in lieu of surface explanations, their occult significance in the history of the human race. And the mind must cast itself back into the ages whence it has emerged, by the aid of those traces it still bears in the depths of its being of that which outwardly expressed itself in ancient custom. Take for instance the rite of human sacrifice which the Kalakalpalata says that the Raja alone may perform, Raja Naravalam Dadayena Yopai Parmeshvari, but in which, as the Tantrasara states, no Brahmana may participate, Brahmananam Naravalade Nadhikara. Such an animal sacrifice is not peculiarly tantric, but an instance of the survival of a rite widely spread in the ancient world, older than the day when Jehovah bade Abraham sacrifice his son, Gen. XXA, and that on which Sunashipa, Iteria Brahmana 7, 3, like Isaac was released. Reference, it is true, is made to this sacrifice in the Shastras, but save as some rare exception, I myself judged a case in court some years ago, it does not exist today and the vast mass of men do not wish to see it revived. The Kakra ritual similarly is either disappearing or becoming in spirit transformed where there had been abuse. What is of primary value in the Tantra Śāstra are certain principles with which I have dealt elsewhere, and with which I deal again in part in this and the following lectures. The application of these principles in ritual is a question of form. All form is a passing thing. In the shape of ritual its validity is limited to place and time. As so limited, it will continue so long as it serves a useful purpose and meets the needs of the age, and the degree of its spiritual advancement, or that of any particular body of men who practice it. Otherwise it will disappear, whilst the foundations of Vedanta on which it rests may remain. In the same way it is said that we ourselves come and go with our merits and demerits, but that the spirit ever abides beyond both good and evil. Note to Chapter 4. The following note as to Tantra Śāstra and Veda was kindly prepared for me at my request by S.J. Brajalal Mukherjee, M.A. My purpose in this paper is not to give to the public any preconceived opinion, but is simply to put together certain facts which will enable it to form a correct opinion on the subject. These facts have been collected from sources as to the authenticity of which there is no doubt. There is no dispute that most of these works disclose the state of Vedic society prior to the 6th century SC. And that at the time when the said works were composed the Vedic rituals were being observed and performed. Certain elements which have been assumed to be non-Vedic, appear in the said works or at least in many of them, and they have been summarily disposed of by some scholars as supplementary, Varhishtha, or interpolations, Prakszipta. The theory that these portions are interpolations is based on the assumption that the said elements are non-Vedic or post-Vedic and also on the assumption that at the times when the said works were composed, the Anushtup was not known. And that therefore, those portions of the said works which appear in Anushtup, must be later interpolations. We need not go into the propriety of these assumptions in this paper. But suffice it to say, that the first assumption simply begs the question, and the second one is not of any importance in connection with the subject of this paper. Inasmuch as, the statements made in the Anushtup portions are corroborated by earlier authorities as to whose antiquity there is no question, and in any case, the fact that the statements have been made are proof of earlier usage or custom. Vedic sacrifices are divided into 3 classes, 1. Pakayajnas, 2. Havrayajnas and 3. Soma sacrifices, and there are subdivisions under each of the said classes. The Soma sacrifices are classed under 3 heads according to the number of days required for performance, viz., Ekaha, Ahina and Saitra. Ekaha sacrifices are those which are performed in one day by 3 savanas, exactly as in the Jagadhatri Puja. Ahina sacrifices are performed from 2 to 11 days and Satras are performed during a long period, the minimum number of days required being 13 and the maximum being 1,000 years. The 12-day sacrifices are arranged as a separate class. The principal Somayajnas are, 1. Agnishtoma, 2. Adhyagnishtoma, 3. Akthya, 4. Shodashi, 5. Vajapaya, 6. Adaratra, 7. Aptarayama. The Ishtas or Havrayajnas are also principally 7 in number, namely, 1. Agnyadhyam, 2. Agnihotram, 3. Darshapurnamasa, 4. Katurmasiyam, 5. Agriyaneshti, 6. Nairadapashabandha, and 7. Sautramani. The Pakayajnas are also 7 in number, namely, 1. Astaka, 2. Parvanam, 3. Shradam, 4. Shravani, 5. Agrahayani, 6. Kaitrai, and 7. Ashvayaji. The last 7 are to be performed with the help of the Griya fire and are described in the Griya works. The others are described in the Shrauta works. Whatever be the differences among these yajnas in regard to the number of stomas or stotras and the samans to be sung and the kaplas, grahas, or the number and nature of sacrifices or as to other particulars, there are some ideas which prevail in all of them. All yajnas are based on the idea that Mithanakarana leads to spiritual happiness. Sexual intercourse is Agnihotra, SB 11. 6, 2, 10. Mithanakarana is consecration, SB 3. 2, L, 2, etc. They enclose the sadhas secretly, for enclosing is Mithanakarana and therefore it must be done secretly, SB 4. 6, 7, 9 and 10. Bricks, Vishvajyotis, are made because the making of the bricks causes generation, SB 6. 5, 3. 5. 2 padas or karanas of an Anushtubh verse are read in a detached manner and the 2 remaining are read together to imitate the manner of sexual union, AB 2.5.3. They do not worship a female devata, unless she is coupled with a male deva, AB 3. 5. 4. They use a couple of chandas distinguishing the one as male from the other as female, and the 2 are taken together and believed to be the symbol of Mithuna. And by such Mithuna the desired result of ritual is achieved, ABV 3. 1. They believe that the reading of the Ahanasia mantra, SSS 12. 24, 1-10, AUXX. 136, will confer bliss, AB 6. 5. 10. They say that the highest and best form of Mithuna is that of Shraddha and Satya. Piety and truth, AB 7. 2. 9. And this kind of Mithuna in the abstract is directed for Agnihotris who have purified themselves by actual performances and observances in a religious spirit. They direct the observance and performance of Mithuna as a religious rite or part of a religious rite, LSS 4. 3. 17, KSS 13. 42, 7.4. 7, 50, X 62, 7, AAI 2. 4, 10, V 1. 5, 13, GGS 2. 5, 6. 9, 10, SGS, I, 19, 2-6, KGSL. 4, 15, HGSI, 24, 3, APGS 3.8. 10, PGSI 11, 7, APV. 25, 11, 10. BR 8. 7, 12, CHH up. 2, 13, 1-2, and they direct that mantras are to be uttered during the observance of this rite, BRD V 90, 8. 82, AVV 82, 4, RV. X85, 37, RVKH 31, RIC P 2. 15, 1-8, as. SS8. 3, 28, GB 6. 15. One of the articles of faith of the Vedic people therefore was, that sexual union led the way to bliss hereafter and must be performed in a true religious spirit to ensure spiritual welfare, wanton indulgence being severely deprecated. Ida, a woman, said, If thou wilt make use of me at the sacrifice, then whatever blessing thou shalt invoke through me, shall be granted to thee. SBI 8, 1, 9, etc. The Vedic people performed their Somayajnas and Havrayajnas, which included the Sautramani, with libations and drinks of intoxicating liquor, LSSV 4, 11, KSS 19, 1, etc., SSS 15. 15, 14. 13, 4, SBV 1. 2, 12, V 1. 5, 28, 12. 7. 3, 14, etc., 12. 8, 1, etc., 12. 8, 2, 21, 22, v. 5. 4, 19, etc., 12. 7, 3, 8, APSS 18. L, 9. Sura purifies the sacrificer whilst itself is purified, SB 12. 8, 1, 16. Rishi Kakshivan sings the praises of Sura, RVI 116, 7. It is said to be a desirable thing, RV. X 107, 9, 8. 2, 12. They prefer Soma, the sweet drink. Soma is Paramahudi, S.B.Vi. 6, 3, 7, it is the nectar of immortality, SB 9. 4, 4. 8. They deprecate and punish the wanton use of intoxicating liquor, APDH, S.I. 25. 3, Ga DH, S. XCI. 10, Virginia DH, S. XX. 19, Ba. DH, S. 2. L. 18, etc., SVBI, 5. They direct the use of sura and soma for attainment of happiness and prescribe the manner and purpose of drinking the same. They prescribe the measure and number of drinks to be offered or taken at a sacrifice, SBV L 2, 9, etc., v 5. 4. And they add that a breach of these rules destroys the efficacy of the rite. They offer libations of sura to the fathers, AB 3. L 5, SBV 5. 4, 27, etc. They offer sura to the Ashvins, Art VBI 44. They offer sura to Vinayak's mother, Yag. I 2, 88. During the performance of a sacrifice, the priests and the householder sit together. They all touch their cups and raise them to their mouths, all the while reciting proper mantras addressed to Devas, AB 6. 3, 1, and then they drink, AB 7. 5, 7. The Vedic people used to offer to their devatas at their sacrifices animal and vegetable food. The vegetable substances are Tangela, Pishtaka, Valakarana, Puradasha, Odana, Yavagu, Prathuka, Laja, Dana and Saktu, and the animal food was Paya, Dadi, Ajayam, a mix of Ajinam, Vapa, Mamsam, Lohitam, Pasharasa. The principle of these being Dana, Karamba, Paribaha, Puradasha and Payasya, AB 2. 3.6. Indeed it would not be incorrect to say that no Vedic rite can be performed without these offerings. The forms and the mode of preparation and the number of cakes to be offered, differing in each case, ABI 1. 1, 2. 1 to 9, 2. 3, 5, 2. 3 to 6, SBI 2, 2, LSSV 4, 1, etc., APSS 12. 3, 12, 12. 4, 9, 14, KSSV 309, Tate. BR 3. 2. 6, etc. They offer animal sacrifices, Cat. SS Chap. 6, SB 3. 6, 4, 3. 8, 1, V 1. 3, 2, 14, V 3. 1, 10, 6. 2, 2. 15, Kanda 13, as. GSI 11, PGS 3. 11, GGS 3. 10, 18, KHGS 3. 4, HGS 2. 15, which include the horse, goats, sheep, oxen, Tate. BR 2. 8, 1, etc., and human beings, Tate. BR 3. 4, 1. They believe that by performing animal sacrifices, the sacrificer ransoms himself, SB 11. 7, 1, 3, AB 2. L 3. Or wins all these worlds, APSS 7. 1, 1. The animal is the sacrificer himself, AB 2. 2.1. They direct by special rules, in what manner the animal should be killed, cut and offered, AB 2. 6, SB 3. 8, L 15. They were aware that wanton killing of animals was wrong, AB 2. L 7, and believed that offering animal sacrifices to the devatas was one of the means whereby bliss hereafter could be attained, Ba. DHS 2. 4, 23. And it was only for certain yajnas that animals could be slain, Virginia DHS 4. 5 to 8, SGS 2. 16, 1 Ba. SS 4. Wanton killing of animals was very severely punished, APDH, I, 25, 13 to 26, GA DHS, XXAI. 18, etc., Virginia DHS 18, 23, etc., Ba. DHS I, 19, 6. The Vedic people from the time of the earliest yajnas severely deprecated lust of any kind whatsoever, and they allowed Mithuna, Mamsa, Madhya and Madra for religious purposes only and as offerings to the devas. The Kakra sittings of the Tantrics, MNCH 6, have unmistakable similarities with the Vajjapāya and Sautramani, SBV, KSS 14, AB 3. 4, 3, SB 12. 7.1, etc., KSS 19, and even the manner of drinking in company has been preserved as will appear from the references given above. When performing yajna in company, the members of the company become brahmanas and there is no distinction of caste. 3.b 8. 4, 1. The worship in both Vedic and Tantric rites begins with Akamana, which is a form of ablution, in which certain parts of the body are touched with water. In this respect, the Vedic and the Tantric practices are exactly similar. GGSL 2, 5. Tate. A. 2. 11, Eminti, Chapter 5. They purify themselves by uttering some mantras as bijas while contemplating the deities of certain parts of their bodies and touching such parts with their fingers. AA 3. 2, L. 2, 3. 2, 5, 2, RVB 2. 16. They contemplate each deva through his or her particular mantras. RV 3. 62, 10. Which will be found collected in the Varhishtha to the Taittiriya Aranyaka. They make use of certain sounds for removing unclean spirits, e.g., kot, fat, hum. 7.4. 27, SV Saint I 2, 1, I L 3, Aranyagana 6. 1-8, 4. 2, 19, SB. I 5. 2, 18, I 3. 3, 14, I 7. 2, 11-14, I 7. 2, 21, 11. 2, 2, 3 and 5, MNT Chap. 3, and for other purposes, AB 2. 3, 6. They attribute a deity to each letter in a mantra, AB 2.5.5. They make gestures with their fingers as part of their religious rites, SB 3. L. 3, 25, 3. 4, 3. 2, and locate the devatas of particular sounds in particular parts of their bodies, PS 54, 56, KSS 7. 71, 73. They perform their baths as a means of and with the view of pleasing their devas, G and SNS and MNT. And in performing the Akamana they sacrifice unto themselves conceiving that they are part and parcel of the great Brahma, TAXI. They worship the great Brahma thrice daily, such worship being called Sandhya Vandan or Anaka Kriya, twilight prayers or daily rites. How and when the forms of Vedic Sandhya now practiced by Vaidikas commenced has not yet been ascertained, but there is no doubt that prior to the time when the Taittiriya Aranyaka was composed the practice existed in its present form. It will be remembered that it is only in that work that we find the Sandhya mantras recorded. The practice of pranayama and tarpana to rishis, fathers, and devas also existed before Bodhayana. This practice of Vedic Sandhya worship should be compared with the Tantric mode, to gain an insight into the relationship of the Vedas and the Tantras. In the yajnas, the Vedic people principally worshipped, 1. Sarasvati, SB 2. 5, 4, 6, 3. 1, 4, 9, 3. 9, 1, 7, v. 2. 2, 14, v. 3. 5, 8, v. 4. 5, 7, v. 5. 2, 7, to whom animals are sacrificed, SB 3. 9, L. 7, v. 5. 4, 1, 12. 7, 2. 3, and who is the same as Vak or Vugdevi who became a lioness and went over to the Devatas, on their undertaking that to her offerings should be made before they were made to Agni, SB 3. 5, 1, 21, and who bestows food, SB 12. 8, 2, 16. 2, Mahadeva or Mahisa, another form of Agni, in all his 8 forms, SB 6. L. 3, 10 Edisik. 3, Rudra, 4, Vishnu, 5, Vinayaka, Ganesha, 6, Skanda, Kartikeya, Svbi, 4, 31e Sikh, 7, the lingam or phallus, 7.x, 17, on whom they meditated during the daily Sandhya worship and who is the same as Shambhu riding on a bull. 8, Shiva, Svbi, 2, 2. They also worshipped, 9, the cow whom they called Bhagavati, Abv, 5, 2, and also, 10, Indra, Varuna, Agni, Soma, Rudra, Pushan, the Ashvins, Surya and some other deities. For purposes of attaining eternal bliss they worshipped Ratradevi, Svb 3. 8, and this Ratradevi is described as a girl growing into womanhood who bestows happiness. She has long and flowing hair. Has in her hand a noose. If she is pleased, then all other devas are pleased. She being pleased, offers boons. But the worshipper must reject the same and then he will gain freedom from rebirth. This is the worship of Ratri, it requires no fasting and must be performed at night. The mantras to be recited is the Ratri Sukta which commences with Ratri Vakyad, Rig Veda X, 127, 1, to be followed by Eritri Parthavam Rajas. The Rigved Hanabrahmana, 4. 19, which follows the Samaved Hanabrahmana declares that the Ratri Sukta must be recited, the worship must be performed as a Stalapakayajna. Ratri is substantially the same with, but in form different from, Bhagdevi, and they are sometimes worshipped as one and the same, Tate. Br 2. 4, 6, 10 ed Sikh. The Ratri Sukta describes her as black, RVX 127, 2-3. The portion of the Ratri Sukta which is included in the Kila portion of the Rig Veda, RVKH 25, calls Ratri Devi by the name of Durga and this mantra appears in Taittiriya Aranyaka, X 1. She is described here as the bearer of oblations, therefore, she is the same as Agni and as such she has tongues which are named as follows, 1, Kali, 2, Karali, 3, Manojava, 4, Solohita, 5, Sudhamravarna, 6, Sphulangini. 7, Shusismata and these tongues loll out and by these tongues offerings are received, Griyasangraha I, 13, 14. The Brihadavada mentions that Aditi, Vak, Sarasvati and Durga are the same, 2. 79. In conformity with the Vedic system the Tantric system of worship acknowledges that Om is the supreme bija, AB 7. 3, 6, 2. L, 2, V, 5, 7, AA 2. 3, 8, CH up. I, L, 1 E Sikh, 7.7. 8, X, 63, 21 Eid Sikh, Shakatayana, page 106, Oppert. Panini 8. 2, 87, BRD 2. 127, 133, GB 9. L.24, I, L, 17, 19, Emint, 2. 32, and they also acknowledge and use the Hinkara of the Vedas pronounced hum, SBI 4. 1, 2, 9. 1, 2. 3, 4, AB 3. 2, 12, LSSI, 10, 25, I, 1, 27, 2. 1, 4. 4, 3, 22. The rules and practice of Akamana, and the bath are exactly the same as will be found on a comparison of Chapter 5 of the Mahanirvana Tantra with the Snana Sutra of Gobila. The Tantras prefer to use single compounds instead of long sentences to express an idea and form one-letter mantras very much according to the Vedic method. We also find the practice of Nyasa and Shuddhi foreshadowed in the Vedas as has been already mentioned. See also SB 7. 5, 2, 12. The principal Devi of the Veda is Sarasvati, who is called Nagna in the Nigantu, expressing nudeness, and also referring to that age of a woman when womanhood has not expressed itself. If we again take these ideas with that of the Samaved Hanabrahmana, we have the almost complete form of a Devi who is called at the present day by the name of Kali. Another Devi whose worship is very popular at the present day is Durga, who has a lion for her carrier. It will have been observed that Vak turned herself into a lion, and after earnest solicitations went over to the Devas. And therefore, Vak and the lion are identically the same. We have already given references which show that Vak and Durga were the same, and these facts explain how Durga has a lion to carry her. The worship of Ratri is to be performed at night, and therefore the worship of Kali must be a night performance, and therefore, must partake of all the features of a night performance, and these elements must be sought for in the Vedic Adoratra. The Adoratra is a performance of 3 pariyayas or rounds of 4 stotras and shastras in each, and at the end of each libations are offered, followed by drinking of soma. The same rules and practices as in the Adoratra are substantially followed in the worship of the Devi Kali, Bang being very largely used under the name of Vijaya and Amrita. It will be remembered that the Devi of the Adoratra is Sarasvati. The principal male Devata of the Tantras is Mahadeva, named also Shiva, Mahisa, Shambhu, Soma, and also in a different aspect Rudra. Rudra and Mahadeva are admittedly Vedic gods. Rudra is described as having bows and arrows and has 100 heads and 1,000 eyes, SB 4. LL 6, Yajurveda 3. 27, Mahadeva is Mahamdeva, the great god, SB 6. L. 3, 16. It appears that the mantras of the different aspects of Mahadeva, which are even now used by Tantrics, were known and used by the Vedic people. I cannot, however, trace the name Mahisa in Vedic literature. Shiva can be identified with Rudra Sashiva, who is a kind god, SBV 4. 4:12. Mahadeva, Soma, is clad in a tiger skin which can be traced in Vedic literature, SBV 3. 5:3 v 4. 1:11. Rudra is black, in the Tantras as well as in the Vedas. He is the same as Manu with a Devi on each side of him, SB 9. L. 1, 6, 11. 6, 1, 12 and 13. In this connection, we must not fail to note some of the attributes of Vedic Niriti. Niriti is black and is a terrible Devi and punishes those who do not offer soma to her. She is the Devi of misfortunes and removes all misfortunes. She is the genitrix and she is fond of the cremation ground, SB 7. 2, 1, AB 4. 2, 4. The Tantras direct the worship also of Ganesha, Kartika and Vishnu, for whose worship the Samavadhana Brahmana prescribes the singing of certain samans, known as the Vinayaka Samhita, SV 4. 5:3, 3, Skanda Samhita, SV 3. 2, L. 4, and the Vishnu Samhita, SU 3, L 3, 9, respectively. The Tantras also direct the use of certain figures which are called yantras. These may be of various kinds and forms and may be used for various purposes. One of these which is constantly used, is a triangle within a square, Emani chapter 5, and this can trace to the rules for the preparation of the Agnik Kshetra, or the fire altar of the Vedic people, SB 6. LL 6. Another curious circumstance in connection with the altar, is, that both in the Vedic and the Tantric ritual, the heads of 5 animals are used in its preparation, SB 6. 2, L 5-8. The worship of the lingam is foreshadowed by the Vedic deity Vishnu Shapivishta, RV 7. 1001, etc., Narukta v. 2, and the serpent which twines round Devas or Devis is foreshadowed by the Sarparajni, the serpent queen, SB 4. 6, 9. 17, who is the same as Vak. The facts collected here will, it is hoped, enable impartial readers to come to a definite conclusion as to the relationship of the Vedic to the Tantric ritual. Chapter 5. The Tantras and Religion of the Shaktas. What follows this bracket is a translation, done in literal fashion, from the German, of an article by the learned Sanskritist, Professor Winternitz. Entitled Die Tantras und die Religion der Shaktas, published in the Berlin Monthly, the Ostasiatische Zeitschrift, 1916, Heft. 3. The article does not show a complete comprehension of its subject matter, nor was this to be expected. In European fashion sadhaka is translated magician and sadhana is thought of as magical evocation and mahayajani as great magician. This is the more unfortunate, as the professor evidently does not like magic. It is true that in Indrajalavidya there is sadhana to achieve its purposes, but what is of course meant is sadhana in its religious sense. We hear again of idolatry, though idolatry is not, in the sense in which those who make the charge use the word, to be found in any part of the world. Mantra is still gibberish, trash, and so on. After all, many of these matters are as much a question of temperament as argument. The mind which takes these views is like that of the Protestant who called the Catholic Mass hocus pocus. It is superstitious trash to him but a holy reality to the believer. Such criticism involves the fallacy of judging others from one's own subjective standpoint. Moreover, not one man in thousands is capable of grasping the inner significance of this doctrine, and for this reason it is kept secret, nor does any writing reveal it to those without understanding. The learned professor has also evidently no liking for occultism and India faddists, Indian Shwarman. But the former exists whether we like its facts or not. Nevertheless, in reading this article one feels oneself in the presence of a learned mind which wills to be fair and is not to be stampeded from investigation on hearing the frightful word Tantra. Several appreciations are just. Particularly noteworthy is the recognition that the Tantra Śāstras or Āgamas are not merely some pathological excrescence on Hinduism, but simply one of its several presentations. Nor are they simply scriptures of the Shaktas. Their metaphysics and ethics are those of the common Brahmanism of which all the sects are offshoots, whatever be the special peculiarities in presentment of doctrine or in its application. Before this Professor Albert Grunwedel had said, in his Der Weg nach Samhala, Munchen 1915, the Tantras are nothing but the continuation of the Veda, die Tantras, sind eben die Fortsetzung der Veda. He calls also the Tantras the model room, Akt Saal, of Indian art. The Akt Saal is a room in an academy of art in which castes are kept as models for the students. These scriptures, he adds, furnish the aesthetics, and in fact we find that in the later books, of the Kalachakra, the whole figurative mythology, of that system, has been built upon this scheme. Whence this evolution of forms arises is indeed another question which will bring many a surprise to the friends of national Indian art, sick. Talking is easier. The Jains too have such things. I may add that the fact that some Jains carry out some so-called tantric rites is not generally known. Vaishnavas and Bauddhas also have these rites. Notions and practices generally charged to Shaktas only are held and carried out by other sections. It is to be remembered also that there are many schools of Agama. Some of them state that other Agamas were promulgated for the delusion of men. It is needless to add that, here as elsewhere, to the adherent of a particular Agama his particular scripture is good. And it is the scripture of his opponent which is, for delusion. Orthodoxy is Maidoxy in India also amongst some sections. Shakta liberalism, being Advaita Vedanta, finds a place for all. It cannot, therefore, be said the Agamas are wholly worthless and bad without involving all Hinduism in that charge. On the contrary, the professor discovers that behind that nonsense, there may be a deep sense, and that immorality is not the end or aim of the cult of the mother. He also holds that if the tantric scriptures contain some things to which he and others take objection, such things in no wise exhaust their contents. There is nothing wonderful about this discovery, which anyone may make for himself by simply reading and understanding the documents, but the wonder consists in this: that it has not hitherto been thought necessary, where it has been possible, to read and understand the Tantra Śāstras first and then to criticize them. All the greater then are our thanks to the learned Sanskritist for his share in this work of justice. J.W. India remains still the most important country on earth for the student of religion. In India we meet with all forms of religious thought and feeling which we find on earth, and that not only at different times but also altogether even today. Here we find the most primitive belief in ancestral spirits, in demons and nature deities, with a primeval, imageless sacrificial cult. Here also is a polytheism passing all limits, with the most riotous idolatry, temple cult, pilgrimages, and so forth. And, side by side with and beyond these crudest forms of religious life, we find what is deepest and most abstract of what religious thinkers of all times have ever thought about the deity. The noblest pantheistic and the purest monotheistic conceptions. In India we also find a priestcraft as nowhere else on earth, side by side with a religious tolerance which lets sect after sect, with the most wonderful saints, exist together. Here there were and still are forest recluses, ascetics, and mendicant monks, to whom renunciation of this world is really and truly a matter of deepest sincerity, and together with them hosts of idle mendicant monks, vain fools and hypocrites, to whom religion is only a cloak for selfish pursuits, for the gratification of greed for money, of greed for fame, or the hankering after power. From India also a powerful stream of religious ideas has poured forth over the West, and especially over the East, has flooded Central Asia, has spread over Tibet, China, Korea and Japan, and has trickled through the further east down to the remotest islands of the East Indian archipelago. And finally, in India as well as outside India, Indian religions have often mixed with Christianity and with Islam, now giving and now taking. Indeed, sufficient reason exists to welcome every work which contributes in one way or other to a richer, deeper, or wider knowledge of Indian religion. I would like, therefore, to draw attention in what follows to some recently published works of this nature. These are the exceedingly meritorious publications of Arthur Avalon with reference to the literature of the Tantras. Through these works we obtain, for the first time, a deeper insight into the literature of the Tantras, the holy books of Shaktism, and into the nature of this much abused religion itself. It is true that H. Wilson in his essays on the religious sects of the Hindus, which appeared from 1828 to 1832, has given a brief but relatively reliable and just exposition of this religion. M. Munier Williams, who has treated more fully of Shaktism, worship of the goddess, and the contents of the Tantras, has only to tell terrible and horrible things. He describes the faith of the Shaktas, of the worshippers of the feminine deities, as a mixture of sanguinary sacrifices and orgies with wine and women. Similar is the picture of this sect presented by A. Barth, who on the one hand indeed admits that the cult of the mother is based on a deep meaning and that the Tantras are also full of theosophical and moral reflections and ascetic theories, but is not thereby prevented from saying that the Shakta is nearly always a hypocrite and a superstitious debauchee, even though many amongst the authors of the Tantras may have really believed that they were performing a sacred work. R. G. Bundarkar, to whom we owe the latest and most reliable exposition of Indian sectarianism, happens in fact to deal with the Shaktas very summarily. Whereas the greater part of his excellent book deals with the religion of the Vaishnavas and with the sects of the Shaivas, he only devotes a few pages to the sect of the Shaktas, which evidently seems unimportant to him. He speaks, however, both about the metaphysical doctrines and about the cult of this sect, with in every way, the cool, quiet objectivity of the historian. The exposition is only a little too brief and meager. So, all the more are Avalon's books welcome. The most valuable is the complete English translation of a Tantra, the Mahanirvana Tantra, with an introduction of 146 pages which introduces us to the chief doctrines of the Shaktas and with the exceedingly complicated, perhaps purposely confused, terminology of the Tantras. If we have been accustomed, up till the present, to see nothing else in Shaktism and in the Tantras, the sacred books of this sect, than wild superstition, occult humbug, idiocy, empty magic and a cult with a most objectionable morality, and distorted by orgies, then a glimpse at the text made accessible to us by Avalon, teaches us that all these things are indeed to be found in this religion and in its sacred texts, but that by these their contents are nevertheless in no wise exhausted. On the contrary, we rather find that behind the nonsense there lies hidden after all much deep sense, and that immorality is not the end and aim of the cult of the mother. We find that the mysticism of the Tantras has been built up on the basis of that mystic doctrine of the unity of the soul and of all with the Brahman, which is proclaimed in the oldest Upanishads and which belongs to the most profound speculations which the Indian spirit has imagined. This Brahman, however, the highest divine principle, is, according to the doctrines of the Śakta philosophers, nothing, but the eternal, primeval energy, Shakti, out of which everything has been created, has originated, has been born. Shakti energy, however, is not only grammatically feminine. Human experience teaches also that all life is born from the womb of the woman, from the mother. Therefore the Indian thinkers, from whom Shaktism has originated, believed that the highest deity, the supremest creative principle, should be brought nearest to the human mind not through the word father, but through the word mother. And all philosophical conceptions to which language has given a feminine gender, as well as all mythological figures which appear feminine in popular belief, become goddesses, divine mothers. So, before all, there is Prakriti, taken from the Samkhya philosophy, primeval matter, nature, who stands in contrast to Purusha, the male spirit, and is identical with Shakti. And this Shakti is, again, mythologically conceived as the spouse of god Shiva, Mahadeva, the great god. Mythology, however, knew already Uma or Parvati, the daughter of the mountain, the daughter of the Himalaya, as the spouse of Shiva. And so Prakriti, Shakti, Uma, Parvati, are ever one and the same. They are only different names for the one great All-Mother, the Jagannamata, the mother of all the living. The Indian mind had been long since accustomed to see unity in all multiplicity. Just as one moon reflects itself in innumerable waters, so Devi, the goddess, by whatever other name she may be otherwise called, is the embodiment of all gods and of all energies, Shaktis, of the gods. Within her is Brahma, the creator, and his Shakti, within her is Vishnu, the preserver, and his Shakti, within her is also Shiva as Mahakala, great Father Time, the great destroyer. But as this one is swallowed up by herself, she is also Adiakalika, the primordial Kali, and as a great magician, Mahayajani, she is at the same time creatrix, preservatrix, and destroyer of the world. She is also the mother of Mahakala, who dances before her, intoxicated by the wine of Madhuka blossoms. As, however, the highest deity is a woman, every woman is regarded as an embodiment of this deity. Devi, the goddess, is within every feminine being. This conception it is, which has led to a woman worship which, undoubtedly, has taken the shape, in many circles, of wild orgies. But which also, at least according to the testimony of the Mahanirvana Tantra, could appear in a purer and nobler form. And has as surely done so. To the worship of the Devi, the goddess, who is the joyously creative energy of nature, belong the 5 true things, Pañcatattva, through which mankind enjoy gladly, preserve their life and procreate. Intoxicating drink which is a great medicine to man, a breaker of sorrows and a source of pleasure, meat of the animals in the villages, in the air and in the forests, which is nutritious and strengthens the force of body and mind. Fish which is tasty and augments procreative potency, roasted corn which, easily obtained, grows in the earth and is the root of life in the 3 worlds. And fifthly, physical union with Shakti, the source of bliss of all living beings, the deepest cause of creation and the root of the eternal world. But these 5 true things may only be used in the circle of initiates, and only after they have been consecrated by sacred formulas and ceremonies. The Mahanirvana Tantra lays stress on the fact that no abuse may be made of these 5 things. Who drinks immoderately is no true worshipper of the Devi. Immoderate drinking, which disturbs seeing and thinking, destroys the effect of the sacred action. In the sinful Kali age also, only the own spouse should be enjoyed as Shakti. In everything the Tantra takes all imaginable trouble to excuse the Pañcatattva ceremonies and to prevent their abuse. In the Kali age sweets, milk, sugar, honey, must be used instead of intoxicating drink, and the adoration of the lotus feet of the Devi should be substituted for the physical union. The worship should not be secret, indecencies should not occur, and evil, impious people should not be admitted to the circle of the worshippers. True, it is permissible for the hero, Vira, who is qualified to the sadhaka or magician, to unite in secret worship with other Shaktis. Only in the highest, heavenly condition, Divyabhava, of the saint do purely symbolical actions take the place of the 5 true things. But to the worship of the Devi belong in the first place mantras, formulas, and bijas, monosyllabic mysterious words like aim, klim, rim etc. Further also yantras, diagrams of a mysterious meaning, drawn on metal, paper or other material. Mudras, special finger positions and hand movements, and nyasas. These last consist in putting the tips of the fingers and the flat of the right hand, with certain mantras, on the various parts of the body, in order by that to fill one's own body with the life of the Devi. By the application of all these means the worshipper renders the deity willing and forces him into his service, and becomes a sadhaka, a magician. For sadhana, magic, is the chief aim, though not the final aim of Devi worship. This highest and final aim is the same as that of all Indian sects and religious systems, moksha or deliverance, the unification with the deity in Mahanirvana, the great extinction. The perfected saint, the Kaula, reaches this condition already in the present life and is one who is liberated whilst living, Jivan Mukta. But the way to deliverance can only be found through the Tantras. For Veda, Smriti, Puranas and Itihasa are each the sacred books of past ages of the world, whilst for our present evil age, the Kali age, the Tantras have been revealed by Shiva for the salvation of mankind, I. 20 ff. The Tantras thus on the strength of their own showing indicate themselves to be relatively modern works. In the present age Vedic and other rites and prayers have no value but only the mantras and ceremonies taught in the Tantras, 1k. And just as the worship of the Devi leads equally to thoroughly materialistic results through magic and to the highest ideal of nirvana, so there is a strong mixture in the worship itself of the sensuous and the spiritual. Characteristic is Mahanirvana Tantra v. 139-151, p. 86k. The worshipper first offers to the Devi spiritual adoration, dedicating to her his heart as her seat, the nectar of his heart as the water for washing her feet, his mind as a gift of honor, the restlessness of his senses and thoughts as a dance, selflessness, dispassionateness, and so forth as flowers. But then he offers to the Devi an ocean of intoxicating drink, a mountain of meat and dried fish, a heap of roasted corn and milk, with sugar and butter, nectar, and other things. Besides the 5 true things, and other elements of this most sensuous worship which is calculated to produce the intoxication of the senses, and in which also bells, incense, flowers, lights and rosaries are not lacking. There is also the quiet contemplation, dhyana, of the deity. And likewise, we find side by side with mantras which are completely senseless and insipid such beautiful sayings as, for instance, v. 156, O Adya Kali, who dwellest in the innermost soul of all, who art the innermost light, O Mother. Accept this prayer of my heart. I bow down before thee. The Shaktas are a sect of the religion which is commonly designated Hinduism, a term which is a facile one but which has not been chosen very happily. The word embraces all the sects and creeds which have originated from Brahmanism through a mixture with the cults of the aborigines of India and thus present a kind of degeneration of the old Brahmanical religion, but which still hold fast more or less to orthodox Brahmanism and so distinguish themselves from the heretical sects, Buddhists and Jains. In reality there is strictly no sense in speaking of Hinduism as a system or as one religion. For it is impossible to say where Brahmanism ends and where Hinduism begins. We are also altogether ignorant as to how much the old Brahmanic religion had already assimilated from the faith and the customs of the non-Aryan populace. For it is not admissible to classify without further ado all animal worship, all demon worship, all fetishism and so on as non-Aryan. In reality, all sects of Hinduism, which are related to a worship of Vishnu or of Shiva, are nothing but offshoots of the original Brahmanism, which they never, however, deny. So also Shaktism has as a special characteristic merely the worship of the Shaktis, of the female deities, with its accessory matter, of the 5 true things, the worship in the kakra or circle of the initiates, and so on. For the rest, its dogmatics, or if it be preferred, its metaphysics, as well as its ethics are altogether those of Brahmanism, of which also the essential ritual institutions have been preserved. In dogmatics it is the teachings of the orthodox systems of the Vedanta and the Samkhya, which meet us also in the Tantras clearly enough, sometimes even under the trash of senseless magic formulas. And as far as ethics are concerned, the moral teaching in the 8th chapter of the Mahānirvāna Tantra reminds us from beginning to end of Manu's code, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Buddhist sermons. Notwithstanding the fact that in the ritual proper of the Śakta there are no caste differences, but in Shakti worship all castes as well as the sexes are equal, yet, in harmony with Brahmanism. The castes are recognized with this modification that a 5th caste is added to the 4 usual ones, which springs from the mixture of the 4 older ones, namely, the caste of the Samanyas. Whilst Manu, however, distinguishes 4 ashramas or statuses of life, the Mahānirvāna Tantra teaches that there are only 2 ashramas in the Kali age, the status of the householder and that of the ascetic. For the rest, everything which is taught in our Tantra about the duties towards parents, towards wife and child, towards relations and in general towards fellow men, might find a place, exactly in the same way, in any other religious book or even in a profane manual of morals. As an example we may quote only a few verses from this chapter 8, verses 24, 25, 33, 35, 39, 45-47, 63-67. The duties of each of the castes as well as the duties of the king are not prescribed much differently from Manu. Family life is estimated very highly by the Mahānirvāna Tantra. So it is rigorously prescribed that no one is allowed to devote himself to the ascetic life who has children, wives, or such like near relations to maintain. Entirely in consonance with the prescriptions of the Brahmanic texts also are the sacraments from conception until the marriage which are described in the 9th chapter of the Mahānirvāna Tantra, samskaras. Likewise in the 10th chapter the direction for the disposal and the cult of the dead, shraddha, are given. A peculiarity of the Shaktas in connection with marriage consists in the fact that side by side with the Brahma marriage for which the Brahmanic prescriptions are valid, there is also a Shaiva marriage. That is kind of marriage for a limited period which is only permitted to the members of the circle, kakra, of the initiates. But children out of such a marriage are not legitimate and do not inherit. So far Brahmanic law applies also to the Shaktas, and so the section concerning civil and criminal law in the 11th and 12th chapters of the Mahānirvāna Tantra substantially agree with Manu. Of course, notwithstanding all this, the Kuṇḍalinī expounded in the Tantra is declared the best of all religions in an exuberant manner, and the veneration of the Kula saint is praised as the highest merit. It is said in a well-known Buddhist text, as, "Ye monks, there is place for every kind of footprints of living beings that move in the footprint of the elephant, because, as is known indeed, the footprint of the elephant is the first in size amongst all, so, ye monks, all salutary doctrines are contained in the 4 noble truths." So it is said in the Mahānirvāna Tantra, probably in recollection of the Buddhist passage, as the footprints of all animals disappear in the footprint of the elephant, so disappear all other religions, dharma, in the Kula religion, Kula Dharma. From what has been said it is clear that Avalon is right when he declares that up till now this literature has been only too often judged and still more condemned without knowing it, and that the Tantras deserve to become better known than has been the case hitherto. From the point of view of the history of religion they are already important for the reason that they have strongly influenced Mahayana Buddhism and specially the Buddhism of Tibet. It is, therefore, much to be welcomed that Avalon has undertaken to publish a series of texts and translations from this literature. It is true that we have no desire to be made acquainted with all the 3 by 64 Tantras which are said to exist. For, this should not be denied, that for the greatest part these works contain, after all, only stupidity and gibberish, doc ner stumpsen und Kauderwelsch. This is specially true of the bijas and mantras, the mysterious syllables and words and the magic formulas which fill these volumes. To understand this gibberish only to a certain degree and to bring some sense into this stupidity, it is necessary to know the tantric meaning of the single vowels and consonants. For, amongst the chief instruments of the magic which plays such a great part in these texts, belongs the spoken word. It is not the meaning embedded in the mantra which exercises power over the deity, but the word, the sound. Each sound possesses a special mysterious meaning. Therefore, there are special glossaries in which this mysterious meaning of the single vowels and consonants is taught. A few of such glossaries, indispensable helps for the sadhaka, or rather the pupil who wants to develop himself into sadhaka, have been brought to light in the first volume of the series of tantric texts. Published by Avalon, the Mantrabodhana belonging to the Rudrayamala, Ekakshara Kosha ascribed to Purushottama, the Bijanagantu of Bhairava and two Matrikanagantas, the one by Mahidhara, the other by Madhava. Added to these is one other auxiliary text of this same kind, the Mudranigantu, belonging to the Vamakeshvara Tantra, an enumeration of the finger positions as they are used in yoga. The second volume of the same series of texts contains the text of the Satkakrana, the description of the 6 circles, together with no less than 3 commentaries. The 6 circles are 6 places in the human body, imagined as lotus-shaped, of great mystical significance and therefore of great importance for yoga. The first of these circles is Muladhara, which is described as a triangle in the middle of the body with its point downwards and imagined as a red lotus with 4 petals on which are written the 4 golden letters Vam, Sham, Sham and Sham. In the center of this lotus is Svayambhulinga. At the root of this reddish-brown linga the Citrinanadi opens, through which the Devi Kuṇḍalinī ascends, more delicate than a lotus fiber and more effulgent than lightning, and so on. The Satkakrana is the chapter of the Shritapasintamani composed by Purnananda Swami. In addition, the volume contains the text of a hymn, entitled Paduka Pankakam, which is said to have been revealed by Shiva, and a voluminous commentary. The third volume of the series contains the text of the Prapankasara Tantra, which is ascribed to the Vedantic philosopher Shankaracharya, and by others to the deity Shiva in his incarnation as Shankaracharya. The name Samara appears fairly often in Tantra literature, but it is not at all sure that the works in question really come from the philosopher. Avalon prefaces the text by a detailed description of the contents of the work. Prapanka means extension, the extended universe, from which, Prapankasara, the innermost being of the universe. The work begins with a description of creation, accompanied, in the first 2 chapters, by detailed expositions of chronology, embryology, anatomy, physiology and psychology, which are exactly as scientific as both the following chapters which treat of the mysterious meaning of the letters of the Sanskrit alphabet and of the bijas. The further chapters, which partly contain rituals, partly prayers, meditations and stotras, are of greater importance from the standpoint of the history of religion. To how high a degree in the Shakti cult the erotic element predominates, is shown in 9:23 ff. Where a description is given, how the wives of the gods, demons, and demigods impelled by mantras come to the magician, the sadhaka, oppressed by the greatness of their desires. In the 18th chapter, the mantras and the dhyanas, meditations, for the adoration of the god of love and his Shaktis are taught. And the union of man and woman is represented as a mystic union of the I, ahamkara, with perception, buddhi, and as a sacred sacrificial action. When a man honors his beloved wife in such a way, she will, struck by the arrows of the god of love, follow him like a shadow even in the other world. 18:33. The XXVII chapter is devoted to Ardhanarishvara, the god who is half woman. Shiva, represented as a wild-looking man, forms the right-hand half of the body, and his Shakti represented as a voluptuous woman, the left-hand half. The XXXII chapter, which seems to have originally closed the work, describes in its first part ceremonies against childlessness, the cause of which is indicated as lack of veneration of the gods and neglect of the wife. The second part is connected with the relation between teacher and pupil, which is of extreme importance for the Śākta religion. Indeed, worship of the guru, the teacher, plays a prominent part in this sect. However, the rituals and mantras described in this tantra are not exclusively connected with the different forms of the Devi and Shiva, but Vishnu and his avatars are also often honored. The XXXVI chapter contains a disquisition on Vishnu Trailokaya Mohana, the enchanter of the triple world, in verses 35 to 47 translated by Avalon. It is a description, glowing and sensuous, volume 50 Sinlature Glut. Vishnu shines like millions of suns and is of infinite beauty. Full of goodness his eye rests on Shri, his spouse, who embraces him, full of love. She too is of incomparable beauty. All the gods and demons and their wives offer homage to the august pair. The goddesses, however, press themselves in a burning yearning of love towards Vishnu, whilst exclaiming, "Be our husband, our refuge, august Lord." In addition to this passage, Avalon has also translated the hymns to Prakriti, chapter 11, to Vishnu, chapter 21, and to Shiva, chapter 26. Of these hymns the same holds good as of the collection of hymns to the Devi, which Avalon, together with his wife, has translated in a separate volume. Whilst many of these texts are mere insipid litanies of names and epithets of the worshipped deities, there are others, which, as to profoundness of thought and beauty of language, may be put side by side with the best productions of the religious lyrics of the Indians. So the hymn to Prakriti in the Prapañcatattva 11:48 begins with the words, "Be gracious to me, O Pradhana, who art Prakriti in the form of the elemental world. Life of all that lives. With folded hands I make obeisance to thee, Our Lady, whose very nature it is to do that which we cannot understand." It is intelligible that the poets have found much more intimate cries of the heart when they spoke of the deity as their mother, than when they addressed themselves to God as Father. So, for instance, it is said in a hymn to the goddess ascribed to Cinacara. 2. By my ignorance of thy commands. By my poverty and sloth. I had not the power to do that which I should have done. Hence my omission to worship thy feet. But O Mother, auspicious deliverer of all this should be forgiven me. For, a bad son may sometimes be born, but a bad mother never. 3. O Mother! Thou hast many sons on earth. But I, your son, am of no worth. Yet it is not meet that thou shouldst abandon me. For, a bad son may sometimes be born, but a bad mother never. 4. O Mother of the world, O Mother! I have not worshipped thy feet. Nor have I given abundant wealth to thee. Yet the affection which thou bestowest on me is without compare. For, a bad son may sometimes be born, but a bad mother never. Avalon looks with great sympathy on the Śakta religion, which has found the highest expression for the divine principle in the conception, mother. He is of opinion that when the European thinks that it is a debasement of the deity to conceive of it as feminine, then this can only be because he looks upon his mother's sex as lower than his own, and because he thinks it unworthy of the deity to conceive it otherwise than masculine. That the conception of the Indian and especially of the Śakta is, in this connection, the more unbiased and unprejudiced one, we will freely concede to Avalon. He, however, goes still further and believes that the Tantras not only have an interest from the point of view of the history of religion, but that they also possess an independent value as manuals of sadhana, that is magic. However grateful we might be to the editor and translator of these texts for having made us better acquainted with a little known and much misunderstood Indian system of religion, we yet would hope to be saved from the possibility of seeing added to the Vedantists, Neo-Buddhists, Theosophists and other India-Fadist, Indian Schwarman, in Europe and America, adherents of the sadhana of the Shakti cult. The student of religion cannot and may not leave the Tantras and Shaktism unnoticed. They have their place in the history of religion. But, may this occultism, which often flows from very turbid sources, this word should not be translated as secret science, thus abusing the sacred name of science, but rather as mystery-mongering, geheimtuerei, remain far away from our intellectual life. To the above may be added a recent criticism of M. Masson Arcel of the Collège de France in the journal Isis, 3, 1920, which is summarized and translated from the French, "The obscurity of language, strangeness of thought and rites sometimes adjudged scandalous, have turned away from the study of the immense tantric literature even the most courageous savants. If, however, the Tantras have appeared to be a mere mass of aberrations, it is because the key to them was unknown. The Tantras are the culmination of the whole Indian literature. into them how both the Vedic and popular cults. Tantricism has imposed itself on the whole Hindu mentality, lo Tantrism, est impose a tout la mentalite Hindu. Arthur Avalon has undertaken with complete success a task which in appearance seems to be a thankless one but is in reality fecund of results. The article of Dr. Winternitz deals largely with the Mahanirvana Tantra. Because objections cannot be easily found against this Tantra, the theory has been lately put forward by Dr. Farquhar in his last work on Indian literature that this particular scripture is exceptional and the work of Ram Mohan Roy's guru Hariharananda Bharati. The argument is in effect, all tantras are bad, this is not bad, therefore it is not a tantra. In the first place, the MS referred to in the preface to A. Avalon's translation of this tantra as having been brought to Calcutta, was an old MS having the date Shakabda 1300-odd, that is, several hundreds of years ago. Secondly, the Mahanirvana which belongs to the Visnakranta, or as some say Rathakranta, is mentioned in the Mahasiddhisvara Tantra, an old copy of which was the property of Raja Sir Radhakant Dev, born in 1783 d. 1867, a contemporary of Raja Ram Mohan Roy, 1774–1833, who survived the latter's son. The earliest edition of that Tantra by Anandakandra Vedantavajisha was published from a text in the Sanskrit College Library which is not likely to have had amongst its MSS. One which was the work of a man who, whatever be the date of his death, must have died within a comparatively short period of the publication of this edition. In fact, the catalogue describes it as an old MS and an original Tantra. Dr. Rajendralala Maitra in his notice of a MS of the Tagore collection speaks of it as containing only the first half of 14 chapters. This is so. The second half is not published and is very rare. The Pundit's copy to which reference was made in the preface to AA's translation of the Mahanirvana contained both parts. How comes it that if the Tantra was written by Raja Ram Mohan Roy's guru that we have only the first half and not the second containing amongst other things the so-called magic or Shatkarma? It should be mentioned that there are three Tantras, the Nirvana, Brihanirvana and Mahanirvana Tantras, similar to the group Nila, Brihanila and Mahanila Tantras. It is to be noted also that in the year 1293 BS. Or 1886 an edition of the Mahanirvana was published with commentary by a Samyasin calling himself Shamkarakarya under the auspices of the Danda Shaba of Manikarnika Ghat, Benares, which contains more verses than is contained in the text. Commented upon by Hariharananda and the interpretation of the latter as also that of Jagamohan Tarkalamkara, are in several matters controverted. We are asked to suppose that Hariharananda was both the author of, and commentator on, the Tantra. That the Mahanirvana has its merits is obvious, but there are others which have theirs. The same critic speaks of the Prapañcasara as a rather foul work. This criticism is ridiculous. The text is published for anyone to judge. All that can be said is what Dr. Winternitz has said, namely, that there are a few passages with sensuous erotic imagery. These are descriptive of the state of women in love. What is wrong here? There is nothing foul in this except for people to whom all erotic phenomena are foul. This is a very indecent picture, said an elderly lady to Byron, who retorted, Madam, the indecency consists in your remark. It cannot be too often asserted that the ancient East was purer in these matters than the modern West, where, under cover of a pruriently modest exterior, a cloaca of extraordinarily varied psychopathic filth may flow. This was not so in earlier days, whether of East or West, when a spade was called a spade and not a horticultural instrument. In America it is still, I am told, considered indecent to mention the word leg. One must say limb. Said Tertullian, Natura veneranda et non erubescenda, that is, where the knower venerates his unknowing critic blushes. The Prapañcasara which does not even deal with the right against which most objection has been taken, while the Mahanirvana does, treats of the creation of the world, the generation of bodies, physiology, the classification of the letters. The Kalas, initiation, japa, homa, the Gayatri mantra, and ritual worship of various devatas and so forth. With facts in short which are not foul with or without the qualifying, rather. J. W. Chapter 6. Shakti and Shakta. Shakti, who is in herself pure blissful consciousness, Siddhapini, is also the mother of nature and is nature itself born of the creative play of her thought. The Shakta faith, or worship of Shakti, is I believe, in some of its essential features one of the oldest and most widespread religions in the world. Though very ancient, it is yet, in its essentials, and in the developed form in which we know it today, harmonious with some of the teachings of modern philosophy and science, not that this is necessarily a test of its truth. It may be here noted that in the West, and in particular in America and England, a large number of books are now being published on New Thought, Willpower, Vitalism, Creative Thought, Right Thought, Self-Unfoldment, Secret of Achievement, Mental Therapeutics, and the like, the principles of which are essentially those of some forms of Shakti Sādhanā both higher and lower. There are books of disguised magic as how to control Vashishtha, by making them buy what they do not want, how to secure affection, and so forth, which, notwithstanding some hypocrisies, are in certain respects on the same level as the Tantric Shavara, as a low class of books on magic are called. Shavara or Kuṇḍala are amongst the lowest of men. The ancient and at the same time distinguishing character of the faith is instanced by temple worship. The old Vedic worship was generally in the home or in the open by the river, the cult of images, of linga and yoni, neither of which, it is said, were part of the original Vedic practice. The worship of Devis and of the Magna Mater, the great Vedic Devata, was the male Indra, and other matters of both doctrine and practice. Many years ago Edward Sellon, with the aid of a learned Orientalist of the Madras Civil Service, attempted to learn its mysteries, but for reasons, which I need not here discuss, did not view them from the right standpoint. He, however, compared the Shaktas with the Greek Telestica or Dynamica, the mysteries of Dionysus, fire born in the cave of initiation, with the Shakti Puja, the Shakti Shodhana with the purification shown in D. Hankerville's antique Greek vases. And after referring to the frequent mention of this ritual in the writings of the Jews and other ancient authors, concluded that it was evident that we had still surviving in India in the Shakta worship a very ancient, if not the most ancient, form of mysticism in the whole world. Whatever be the value to be given to any particular piece of evidence, he was right in his general conclusion. For, when we throw our minds back upon the history of this worship, we see stretching away into the remote and fading past the figure of the mighty mother of nature, most ancient among the ancients. The Adya Shakti, the dusk divinity, many-breasted, crowned with towers whose veil is never lifted, Isis, the one who is all that has been, is and will be, Kali, Hathor, Cybele, the cow-mother goddess Ida, Tripurasundari, the Ionic mother. Tef, the spouse of Shu by whom he effects the birth of all things, Aphrodite, Astarte in whose groves the Baalim were set, Babylonian Melita, Buddhist Tara, the Mexican Ish, Hellenic Oja, the consecrated, the free and pure. African Salambo who like Parvati roamed the mountains, Roman Juno, Egyptian Bast the flaming mistress of life, of thought, of love, whose festival was celebrated with wanton joy, the Assyrian mother Sukkis Banath, northern Phria, Mula Prakriti. Semele, Maya, Ishtar, Sitik Neith mother of the gods, eternal deepest ground of all things, Kuṇḍali, Guayamahabharavi and all the rest. And yet there are people who allege that Tantric cult is modern. To deny this is not to say that there has been or will be no change or development in it. As man changes, so do the forms of his beliefs. An ancient feature of this faith and one belonging to the ancient mysteries is the distinction which it draws between the initiate whose Shakti is awake, Prabuddha, and the Pashu the unillumined or animal, and, as the Gnostics called him, material, man. The natural, which is the manifestation of the mother of nature, and the spiritual or the mother as she is in and by herself are one, but the initiate alone truly recognizes this unity. He knows himself in all his natural functions as the one consciousness whether in enjoyment, bhakti, or liberation, mukti. It is an essential principle of Tantric Sadhana that man in general must rise through and by means of nature, and not by an ascetic rejection of her. A profoundly true principle is here involved whatever has been said of certain applications of it. When Orpheus transformed the old Bakshik cult, it was the purified who, in the beautiful words of Euripides, went dancing over the hills with the daughters of Iachos. I cannot, however, go into this matter in this paper, which is concerned with some general subjects and the ordinary ritual. But the evidence is not limited to mysteries of the Shakti Puja. There are features in the ordinary outer worship which are very old and widespread, as are also other parts of the esoteric teaching. In this connection, a curious instance of the existence, beyond India, of tantric doctrine and practice is here given. The American Indian Maya scripture of the Zunis called the Popol Vuh speaks of Hurakan or lightning, that is, I am told, Kuṇḍalinī Śakti, of the air tube or white cord, or the Sushumna Nadi, of the twofold air tube, that is Ida and Pingla. And of various bodily centers which are marked by animal glyphs. Perhaps the Pañcatattva ritual followed by some of the adherents of the Tantras is one of the main causes which have operated in some quarters against acceptance of the authority of these scriptures, and as such responsible for the notion that the worship is modern. On the contrary, the usage of wine, meat, and so forth is itself very old. There are people who talk of these rites as though they were some entirely new and comparatively modern invention of the Tantra, wholly alien to the spirit and practice of the early times. If the subject be studied, it will, I think, be found that in this matter those worshippers who practice these rites are, except possibly as to Mithuna, the continuators of very ancient practices which had their counterparts in the earlier Vedākara, but were subsequently abandoned. Possibly under the influence of Jainism and Buddhism. I say, counterpart, for I do not mean to suggest that in every respect the rites were the same. In details and as regards, I think, some objects in view, they differed. Thus we find in this Pañcatattva ritual a counterpart to the Vedic usage of wine and animal food. As regards wine, we have the partaking of soma, meat was offered in Mamsashtaka Shraddha, fish in the Ashtaka Shraddha and Prita Shraddha. And Mithuna as a recognized rite will be found in the Vamadevya Vrata and Maravrata of universally recognized Vedic texts, apart from the alleged, and generally unknown, Saubhaji Kanda of the Atharva Veda, to which the Kalikopanishad and other tantric Upanishads are said to belong. Possibly, however, this element of Mithuna may be foreign and imported by Cinacara, CCHV. So again, as that distinguished scholar Professor Ramendra Sundara Trivedi has pointed out in his Visitra Prasanga, the Madra of Pañcatattva corresponds with the Puradesa cake of the Soma and other yagas. The present rule of abstinence from wine, and in some cases, meat is due, I believe, to the original Buddhism. It is so-called tantrics who follow, in and for their ritual only, the earlier practice. It is true that the Samhita of Ushana says, wine is not to be drunk, given or taken, madhyam apyam adayam agrahayam, but the yet greater Manu states. There is no wrong in the eating of meat or the drinking of wine, na mamsabakshain dasho na madi, though he rightly adds, as many now do, that abstention therefrom is productive of great fruit, nivritista mahafala. The tantric practice does not allow extra-ritual or useless drinking, vrithapana. Further, it is a common error to confound two distinct things, namely, belief and practice and the written records of it. These latter may be comparatively recent, whilst that of which they speak may be most ancient. When I speak of the ancient past of this faith, I am not referring merely to the writings which exist today which are called Tantras. These are composed generally in a simple Sanskrit by men whose object it was to be understood rather than to show skill in literary ornament. This simplicity is a sign of age. But at the same time it is Lakika and not Arsha Sanskrit. Moreover, there are statements in them which, unless interpolations, fix the limits of their age. I am not speaking of the writings themselves but of what they say. The faith that they embody, or at least its earlier forms, may have existed for many ages before it was reduced to writing amongst the kulas or family folk, who received it as handed down by tradition, paramparya, just as did the Vedic Gotras. That such beliefs and practices, like all other things, have had their development in course of time is also a likely hypothesis. A vast number of tantras have disappeared probably forever. Of those which survive a large number are unknown. Most of those which are available are of fragmentary character. Even if these did appear later than some other Shastras, this would not, on Indian principles, affect their authority. According to such principles, the authority of a scripture is not determined by its date, and this is sense. Why, it is asked, should something said 1,000 years ago be on that account only truer than what was said 100 years ago? It is held that whilst the teaching of the Āgama is ever existent, particular Tantras are constantly being revealed and withdrawn. There is no objection against a Tantra merely because it was revealed today. When it is said that Shiva spoke the Tantras, or Brahma wrote the celebrated Vaishnava poem called the Brahma Samhita, it is not meant that Shiva and Brahma materialized and took a reed and wrote on birch bark or leaf. But that the divine consciousness to which men gave these and other names inspired a particular man to teach, or to write, a particular doctrine or work touching the eternally existing truth. This again does not mean that there was any one whispering in his ear, but that these things arose in his consciousness. What is done in this world is done through man. There is a profounder wisdom than is generally acknowledged in the saying, God helps those who help themselves. Inspiration too never ceases. But how, it may be asked, are we to know that what is said is right and true? The answer is, by its fruits. The authority of a Shastra is determined by the question whether siddhi is gained through its provisions or not. It is not enough that Shiva Yuvaka, Shiva says, is writ in it. The test is that of Ayurveda. A medicine is a true one if it cures. The Indian test for everything is actual experience. It is from Samadhi that the ultimate proof of Advaitavada is sought. How is the existence of kalpas known? It is said they have been remembered, as by the Buddha, who is recorded as having called to mind 91 past kalpas. There are arguments in favor of rebirth, but that which is tendered as real proof is both the facts of ordinary daily experience which can, it is said, be explained only on the hypothesis of pre-existence, as also actual recollection by self-developed individuals of their previous lives. Modern Western methods operate through magnetic sleep-producing regression of memory. Ca. de Rochas les bis successives and Lancelin la uie posthume. Age, however, is not wholly without its uses, because one of the things to which men look to see in a Shastra is whether it has been accepted or quoted in works of recognized authority. Such a test of authenticity can, of course, only be afforded after the lapse of considerable time. But it does not follow that a statement is in fact without value because, owing to its having been made recently, it is not possible to subject it to such a test. This is the way in which this question of age and authority is looked at on Indian principles. A wide survey of what is called Orthodox Hinduism today, whatever be its origins, will disclose the following results: Vedanta in the sense of Upanishad as its common doctrinal basis, though variously interpreted, and a great number of differing disciplines or modes of practice by which the Vedanta doctrines are realized in actual fact. We must carefully distinguish these two. Thus the Vedanta says Soham, which is Hamsha. Hakara is one wing, Sakara is the other. When stripped of both wings she, Tara, is Kamakala. Tantraraja Tantra. The Akaras set forth the means by which Soham is to be translated into actual fact for the particular sadhaka. Sadhana comes from the root sad, which means effort or striving or accomplishment. Effort for and towards what? The answer for those who desire it is liberation from every form in the hierarchy of forms, which exist as such, because consciousness has so limited itself as to obscure the reality which it is, and which Soham or Shivoham affirms. And why should man liberate himself from material forms? Because it is said, that way only lasting happiness lies, though a passing, yet fruitful bliss may be had here by those who identify themselves with active Brahman, Shakti. It is the actual experience of this declaration of Soham, which in its fundamental aspect is Veda, knowledge, vid, or actual spiritual experience, for in the monistic sense to truly know anything is to be that thing. This Veda or experience is not to be had sitting down thinking vaguely on the great ether and doing nothing. Man must transform himself, that is, act in order to know. Therefore, the watchword of the Tantras is Kriya or action. The next question is what Kriya should be adopted towards this end of jnana. Tanyate, visteriate nanamanina iti tantram. According to this derivation of the word tantra from the root tan, to spread, it is defined as the Shastra, by which knowledge, jnana, is spread. Mark the word jnana. The end of the practical methods which these Shastras employ is to spread Vedantic jnana. It is here we find that variety which is so puzzling to those who have not gone to the root of the religious life of India. The end is substantially one. The means to that end necessarily vary according to knowledge, capacity, and temperament. But here again we may analyze the means into two main divisions, namely, Vedic and Tantric, to which may be added a third or the mixed, Mishra. The one body of Hinduism reveals as it were, a double framework represented by the Vedic and Tantric Akaras, which have in certain instances been mingled. The word Tantra by itself simply means, as I have already said, treatise, and not necessarily a religious scripture. When it has the latter significance, it may mean the scripture of several divisions of worshippers who vary in doctrine and practice. Thus there are Tantras of Salvyas, Vaishnavas, and Shaktas and of various subdivisions of these. So amongst the Salvyas there are the Salvyas of the Shaiva Siddhanta, the Advaita Shaiva of the Kashmir school, Pashupatas and a multitude of other sects which have their Tantras. If Tantric be used as meaning an adherent of the Tantra Śāstra, then the word, in any particular case, is without definite meaning. A man to whom the application is given may be a worshipper of any of the five Devatas, Surya, Ganesha, Vishnu, Shiva, Shakti, and of any of the various Sampradayas worshipping that Devata with varying doctrine and practice. The term is a confusing one, though common practice compels its use. So far as I know, those who are named Tantrics do not themselves generally use this term but call themselves Shaktas, Salvyas, and the like, of whatever Sampradaya they happen to be. Again, Tantra is the name of only one class of scripture followed by Tantrics. There are others, namely, Nigamas, Āgamas, Yamalas, Dhamaras, Vidishas, Kakshaputas and so forth. None of these names are used to describe the adherents of these Shastras except, so far as I am aware, Āgama in the use of the term Agamavadin, and Agamanta in the descriptive name of Agamanta Shaiva. I give later a list of these scriptures as contained in the various Āgamas. If we summarize them shortly under the term Tantra Śāstra, or preferably Āgama, then we have four main classes of Indian scripture, namely, Veda, Samhita, Brahmana, Upanishad, Āgama or Tantra Śāstra, Purana, Smrti. Of these Shastras the authority of the Āgama or Tantra Śāstra has been denied in modern times. This view may be shown to be erroneous by reference to Shastras of admitted authority. It is spoken of as the fifth Veda. Kaluka Bhatta, the celebrated commentator on Manu, says, Shruti is twofold, Vedic and Tantric, Vadki Tantriki Kaiva Dvivida Shruti Lurdita. This refers to the mantra portion of the Āgamas. In the great Vaishnava Shastra, the Srimad Bhagavata, Bhagwan says, My worship is of the three kinds, Vedic, Tantric and mixed, Mishra, and that, in Kali Yuga, Keshava is to be worshipped according to the injunction of Tantra. The Devabhagavata speaks of the Tantra Śāstra as a Vedanga. It is cited as authority in the Ashtavam Shadi Tattva of Raghunandana who prescribes for the worship of Durga as before him had done Shraddha, Harinatha, Vidyadhara and many others. Some of these and other references are given in Mahamahopadhyaya Yadaveshvara Tarkaratna's Tantra Prasanatva in the Sahitpa Samhita of Ashwin 1317. The Tarapratipa and other tantric works say that in the Kali Yuga the Tantrika and not the Vaidika Dharma is to be followed. This objection about the late character and therefore unauthoritativeness of the Tantra Shastras generally, I do not speak of any particular form of it, has been taken by Indians from their European gurus. According to the Shakta scriptures, Veda in its wide sense does not only mean Rig, Yajus, Sama, Atharva as now published but comprises these together with the generally unknown and unpublished Uttarakanda of the Atharva Veda, called Saubhagya. With the Upanishads attached to this. Sayana's commentary is written on the Purvakanda. These are said, though I have not yet verified she fact, to be 64 in number. Some of these, such as Advaita-bhava, Kaula, Kalika, Tripura, Tara, Varuna Upanishads and Bhavrik Upanishad, Bhavana Upanishad, I have published as the 11th volume of Tantric texts. Aruna means, she who is red. Redness, Lahityam, is Vimarsha. See Volume 11, Tantric Texts. Ed. A. Avalon. I may also here refer my reader to the Kalakarya Satyananda's commentary on the Great Isha Upanishad. Included also in Veda, according to the same view, are the Nigamas, Āgamas, Yamalas and Tantras. From these all other Shastras which explain the meaning, Artha, of Vedas such as Purana and Smrti, also Itihasa and so forth are derived. All these Shastras constitute what is called a many-millioned, Shatakoti, Samhita which are developed, the one from the other as it were an unfolding series. In the Tantric Sangraha called Sarvalasa by the Sarvavidyasiddha Sarvanandanatha the latter cites authority, Narayani Tantra, to show that from Nigama came Agama. Here I pause to note that the Samahana says that Kerala Sampradaya is Dakshina and follows Veda, Vedamargastha, whilst Gauda, to which Sarvanandanatha belonged, is Vama and follows Nigama. Hence apparently the preeminence given to Nigama. He then says from Agama came Yamala, from Yamala the four Vedas, from Vedas the Puranas, from Puranas Smrti, and from Smrti all other Shastras. There are, he says, 5 Nigamas and 64 Āgamas. For Yamalas are mentioned, which are said to give the gross form, Stolaropa. As some may be surprised to learn that the 4 Vedas came from the Yamalas, i.e. were Antargata of the Yamalas, which literally means what is uniting or comprehensive, I subjoin the Sanskrit verse from Narayani Tantra. Brahmayamala Samvedam Samavedimadam Shiv. Rudrayamala Samjita Rigvedo Paramo Mahan. Vishnuyamala Samato Yajurveda Kulashvari. Shaktayamala Samvedam Atharva Paramam Mahat. Some Tantras are called by opposing sects Vedaviradhani, opposed to Veda, which of course those who accept them deny, just as the commentary of the Nityashodashakarnava speaks of the Pañcatattva as Vedabrashta. That some sects were originally Avidika is probable, but in process of time various amalgamations of scriptural authority, belief and practice took place. Whether we accept or not this theory, according to which the Āgamas and kindred Shastras are given authority with the 4 Vedas we have to accept the facts. What are these? As I have said, on examination the one body of Hinduism reveals as it were a double framework. I am now looking at the matter from an outside point of view which is not that of the Shakta worshipper. We find on the one hand the 4 Vedas with their Samhitas, Brahmanas, and Upanishads and on the other what has been called the 5th Veda, that is Nigama. Āgama and kindred Shastras and certain especially Tantric Upanishads attached to the Saubhagya Kanda of the Atharva Veda. There are Vedic and Tantric Kalpa Sutras and Suktas such as the Tantrika Devi and Matsya Suktas. As a counterpart of the Brahma Sutras, we have the Shakti Sutras of Agastya. Then there is both Vedic and Tantric rituals such as, he 10 Vedic Samskaras and the Tantric Samskaras, such as Abhisheka, Vedic and Tantric initiation, Upanayana and Diksha, Vedic and Tantric Gayatri. The Vedic the so-called Tantric Bijas such as Ring, Vaidika Guru and Dashika Guru and so forth. This dualism may be found carried into other matters as well, such as medicine, law, writing. So, whilst the Vedic Ayurveda employed generally vegetable drugs, the Tantrics used metallic substances. A counterpart of the Vaidika Dharma Patni was the Shaiva wife, that is, she who is given by desire, kama. I have already pointed out the counterparts of the Pañcatattva in the Vedas. Some allege a special form of Tantric script at any rate in Gauda Desha and so forth. What is the meaning of all this? It is not at present possible to give a certain answer. The subject has been so neglected and is so little known. Before tendering any conclusions with any certainty of their correctness, we must examine the Tantric texts which time has spared. It will be readily perceived, however, that if there be such a double frame as I suggest, it indicates that there were originally two sources of religion, one of which, possibly in some respects the older, incorporated parts of, and in time largely superseded the other. And this is what the Tantrics impliedly allege in their views as to the relation of the four Vedas and Āgamas. If they are not both of authority, why should such reverence be given to the Dashika gurus and to Tantric Diksha? Probably, there were many Avaidika cults, not without a deep and ancient wisdom of their own, that is, cults outside the Vedic religion, Vedabhaya, which in the course of time adopted certain Vedic rites such as Homa, the Vaidikas. In their own turn, taking up some of the Avaidika practices. It may be that some Brahmanas joined these so-called Anarya Sampradayas, just as we find today Brahmanas officiating for low castes and being called by their name. At length the Shastras of the two cults were given at least equal authority. The Vedic practice then largely disappeared, surviving chiefly both in the smarta rites of today and as embedded in the ritual of the Āgamas. These are speculations to which I do not definitely commit myself. They are merely suggestions which may be worth consideration when search is made for the origin of the Āgamas. If they be correct, then in this, as in other cases, the beliefs and practices of the soil have been upheld until today against the incoming cults of those Aryas who followed the Vedic rites and who in their turn influenced the various religious communities without the Vedic fold. The Smartas of today represent what is generally called the Srauta side, though in these rites there are mingled many Puranic ingredients. The Arya Samaja is another present-day representative of the old Vaidika Akara, mingled as it seems to me with a modernism, which is Puritan and otherwise. The other, or Tantric side, is represented by the general body of present-day Hinduism, and in particular by the various sectarian divisions of Salvyas, Shaktas, Vaishnavas and so forth which go to its making. Each sect of worshippers has its own Tantras. In a previous chapter one have shortly referred to the Tantras of the Shaiva Siddhanta, of the Pañcatattva Agama, and of the northern Saivaism of which the Malanavijapa Tantra sets the type. The old five-fold division of worshippers was, according to the Pañcopasana, Saura, Ganapesha, Vaishnava, Shaiva, and Shakta, whose mula devatas were Surya, Ganpati, Vishnu, Shiva and Shakti respectively. At the present time the threefold division, Vaishnava, Shaiva, Shakta, is of more practical importance, as the other two survive only to a limited extent today. In parts of western India the worship of Ganesha is still popular, and I believe some Sauras or traces of Sauras here and there exist, especially in Sindh. 6 Amnayas are mentioned in the Tantras. Shatamnaya. These are the 6 faces of Shiva, looking east, Purvamnaya, south, Dakshinamnaya, west, Paschimamnaya, north, Uttaramnaya, upper, Urdhvamnaya, lower and concealed, Adhamnaya. The 6 Amnayas are thus so called according to the order of their origin. They are thus described in the Devyagama cited in the Tantra Rahasya, see also, with some variation probably due to corrupt text. Patala 2 of Samayakra Tantra, 1, the face in the east, that is in front, is of pearl-like luster with 3 eyes and crowned by the crescent moon. By this face I, Shiva, revealed, the Devis, Sri Bhuvaneshwari, Triputa, Lalita, Padma, Shalini, Sarasvati, Tvarata, Nitya, Vaitraprastaram, Annapurna, Mahalakshmi, Lakshmi, Bhagavadini with all their rites and mantras. 2. The southern face is of a yellow color with 3 eyes. By this face I revealed Prasadasada Shiva, Mahaprasadamantra, Dakshinamurti, Vatuka, Manjagosha, Bhairava, Mridasanjavanividya, Mridyanjaya with their rites and mantras. 3. The face in the west, that is at the back, is of the color of a freshly formed cloud. By this face I revealed Gopala, Krishna, Narayana, Vasudeva, Nrsimha, Vamana, Varha, Ramakandra, Vishnu, Harihara, Ganesha, Agni, Yama, Surya, Vithu, Kandra, and other planets, Garuda, Dikpalas, Hanuman and other suras, their rites and mantras. 4. The face in the north is blue in color and with 3 eyes. By this face, I revealed the Devis, Dakshinakalika, Mahakali, Guhyaka, Smashanakalika, Bhadrakali, Ekajata, Ugratara, Taritni, Katyayani, Chinnamasta, Nila Sarasvati, Durga, Jayadurga, Navadurga, Vashali, Dhumavati, Vishalakshi, Gauri, Bagalamukhi. Pratyanjara, Matangi, Mahishamardini, their rites and mantras. 5. The upper face is white. By this face I revealed Shrima Tripura Sundari, Tripureshi, Bhairavi, Tripura Bhairavi, Smashana Bhairavi, Bhuvanesha Bhairavi, Shatkata Bhairavi, Annapurna Bhairavi, Pankami, Shodashi, Malini, Balavala, with their rites and mantras. 6. The sixth face, below, is lustrous of many colors and concealed. It is by this mouth that I spoke of Devatasthana, Asana, Yantra, Mala, Navidya, Balidana, Sadhana, Purishkarana, Mantrasiddhi. It is called Ishana Maya. The Samyakara Tantra, ch. 2, says that whilst the first four amnayas are for the Katavarga or Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha, the upper, Urdhvamnaya, and lower, Adhamnaya, are for liberation only. The Samahana Tantra, ch. v. first explains Purvamnaya, Dakshinamnaya, Paschimamnaya, Uttaramnaya, Urdhvamnaya according to what is called Deshapariyaya. I am informed that no puja of Adhamnaya is generally done but that Shatanvaya Shambhavas, very high sadakas, at the door of liberation do nyasa with this sixth concealed face. It is said that Patala Amnaya is Sambhaga Yoga. The Nishkala aspect in Shaktikrama is for Purva, Tripura, for Dakshina, Sora, Ganapesha and Vaishnava, for Pashima, Raudra, Bhairava, for Uttara, Yugra, Apatarini. In Shaivakarma the same aspect is for the first, Sampaprada and Mahisha. For the second, Agara, Kalika and Vaishnava Darshana, for the third, Raudra, Bhairava, Shaiva, for the fourth, Kabura, Bhairava, Sadrashaka, and for Urdhvamnaya, Ardhanarisha and Pranav. Niratara Tantra says that the first two amnayas contain rites for the Pashu Sadaka. See as to the meaning of this and the other classes of sadakas, the chapter on Pañcatattva ritual Purvamnayodatam Karma Pashavam Kathitam Prai. And so with the next. The third or Pashimamnaya is a combination of Pashu and Vira, Pashimamnayajam Karma Pashavirasamashritam. Uttaramnaya is for Vira and Divya, Uttaramnayajam Karma Dippavirashritam Prai. The upper amnaya is for the Divya, Urdhvamnayodatam Karma Divyabhavashritam Prai. It adds that even the Divya does sadhana in the cremation ground in Virabhava, that is, heroic frame, of mind and disposition, but he does such worship without virasana. The Samahana also gives a classification of tantras according to the amnayas as also special classifications, such as the tantras of the six amnayas according to Vatikamnaya. As only one text of the Samahana is available whilst I write, it is not possible to speak with certainty of accuracy as regards all these details. Each of these divisions of worshippers have their own tantras, as also had the Jainas and Bauddhas. Different sects had their own particular subdivisions and tantras of which there are various classifications according to Krantas, Deshaparaya, Kalaparaya and so forth. The Samahana Tantra mentions 22 different Āgamas including Sinagama, a Shakta form, Pashupada, a Shaiva form, Pañcatattva, a Vaishnava form, Kapalika, Bhairava, Agara, Jaina, Bauddha. Each of which is said there to contain a certain number of tantras and upatantras. According to the Samahana Tantra, the tantras according to Kalaparaya are the 64 Shakta Tantras, with 327 upatantras, 8 Yamalas, 4 Dhamaras, 2 Kalpalatas and several Samhitas, Kudamanis, 100, Arnavas, Puranas, Upavedas, Kakshaputas, Vimarshini and Sintamanis. The Shaiva class contains 32 tantras with its own Yamalas, Dhamaras and so forth. The Vaishnava class contains 75 tantras with the same, including Kulpas and other Shastras. The Sora class has tantras with its own Yamalas, Bodhishas and other works. And the Ganapesha class contains 30 tantras with upatantras, Kulpas and other Shastras, including 1 Dhamara and 1 Yamala. The Bauddha class contains Kalpadrumas, Kamadhinas, Suktas, Kramas, Ambaras, Puranas and other Shastras. According to the Kularnava and Jnanadapa Tantras there are 7 Akaras of which the first 4, Veda, Vaishnava, Shaiva and Dakshina belong to Pashvakara. Then comes Vama, followed by Siddhanta, in which gradual approach is made to Cinacara, the reputed highest. Elsewhere 6 and 9 akaras are spoken of and different kinds of bhavas, Subhava, Vibhava, and Dihabhava and so forth, which are referred to in Bhavakadamini. An account of the akaras is given in the Haritattva pages 339 to 342. See in particular Vishvasara Tantra, ch. 24, and Nitya Tantra and Pranatashini. The first is the best account. Vedācara is the lowest and Cinacara the highest. Kularnava Tantra 2. Their characteristics are given in the 24th Padala of Vishvasara Tantra. The first 4 belong to Pashvakara, see chapter on Śākta Sādhanā, and the last 3 are for Vira and Divya Sadhakas. Summarizing the points of the Vishvasara, a Sadhaka in Vedācara should carry out the prescriptions of the Veda, should not cohabit with his wife except in the period following the courses. He should not eat fish and meat on the Parva days. He should not worship the Deva at night. In Vaishnavakara he follows injunctions, Niyama, of Vedācara. He must give up eating of flesh. Nitya Tantra says he must not kill animals, avoid sexual intercourse and even the talk of it. This doubtless means a negation of the Vira ritual. He should worship Vishnu. This akara is distinguished from the last by the great endurance of tapas and the contemplation of the Supreme everywhere. In Shaivakara, Vedācara is prescribed with this difference that there must be no slaughter of animals and meditation is on Shiva. Dakshinakara is said to have been practiced by Rishi Dakshinamurti and is therefore so called. This akara is preparatory for the Vira and Divya Bhavas. Meditation is on the Supreme Ishvari after taking Vijaya, hemp. Japa of mantra is done at night. Siddhi is attained by using a rosary of human bone, Mashanka, at certain places including a Shaktipatha. Vamakara is approved for Viras and Divyas. One should be continent, Brahmachari, at day and worship with the Pañcatattva at night. Pañcatattva krimaneva retrau devam prapyajayat. The statement of Nitya, Pañcatattva nikalpana retrau deving prapyajayat, is, if correctly reported, I think incorrect. This is Vira Sadhana and the Vira should generally only use substitutes when the real tattvas cannot be found. Kakra worship is done. Siddhi is destroyed by revelation thereof, therefore the Vama path is hidden. The Siddhantakari is superior to the last by his knowledge hidden in the Vedas, Shastras and Puranas like fire in wood, by his freedom from fear of the Pashu, by his adherence to the truth, and by his open performance of the Pañcatattva ritual. Open and frank, he cares not what is said. He offers the Pañcatattvas openly. Then follows a notable passage. Just as it is not blamable to drink openly in the Sautramani Yajna, Vedic rite, so in Siddhantakara wine is drunk openly. As it is not blamable to kill horses in the Ashvamedha Yajna, Vedic rite, so no offense is committed in killing animals in this dharma. Nitya Tantra says that an article, be it pure or impure, becomes pure by purification. Holding a cup made of human skull, and wearing the Rudraksh, the Siddhantakari moves on earth in the form of Bhairava himself. The knowledge of the last akara, that of the Kaula, makes one Shiva. Just as the footprint of every animal disappears in that of the elephant, so every dharma is lost in the greatness of Kuladharma. Here there are no injunctions or prohibitions, no restriction as to time or place, in fact no rule at all. A Kaula is himself Guru and Sadashiva and none are superior to him. Kaulas are of 3 classes, inferior, the ordinary or Prakrita Kaula, who is ever engaged in rituals such as japa, homa, puja, follows Virakra, with Pañcatattva, and strives to attain the highland of knowledge. Middling is the Kaula who does sadhana with Pañcatattva, is deeply immersed in meditation, dhyana, and samadhi. Superior, the Kaula who, O mistress of the Kaulas, sees the imperishable, and all-pervading self in all things and all things in the self. He is a good Kaula who makes no distinction between mud and sandal paste, gold and straw, a home and the cremation ground. He is a superior Kaula who meditates on the self with the self, who has equal regard for all, who is full of contentment, forgiveness and compassion. Nitya Tantra, Patala 3, says that Kaulas move about in various shapes, now as an ordinary man of the world adhering to social rules, Vashishtha, at other times as one who has fallen therefrom, Bhrashta. At other times, he seems to be as weird and unearthly as a ghost, Buddha. Cinacara is, it says, the essence which is obtained from the ocean of Veda and Āgama after churning it with the staff of knowledge. In a modern account of the Akaras, see Sanatana, Sadhana or Tantra Hashya by Saksidananda Swami, it is said that some speak of Agarakara and Yogacara as two further divisions between the last but one and last. However this may be, the Agoras of today are a separate sect who, it is alleged, have degenerated into mere eaters of corpses, though Agara is said to only mean one who is liberated from the terrible, Gora, samsara. In Yogacara was learnt the upper heights of sadhana and the mysteries of yoga such as the movements of the Vayu in the bodily microcosm, Kshudravamanda, the regulation of which controls the inclinations and propensities, Vritti. Yogacara is entered by Yogadiksha and achievement in Ashtanga Yoga qualifies for Cinacara. Whether there were such further divisions I cannot at present say. I prefer for the time being to follow the Kalanava. The Swami's account of these is as follows: Vedācara, which consists in the daily practice of the Vedic rites, with, I may add, some tantric observances, is the gross body, Sthuladīha, which comprises within it all the other Akaras, which are as it were its subtle body, Sukshmadīha, of various degrees. The worship is largely of an external character, the object of which is to strengthen Dharma. This is the path of action, Kriyamarga. This and some other observations may be a modern reading of the old facts but are on the whole, I think, justified. The second stage of Vaishnavakara is the path of devotion, Bhaktimarga, and the aim is union of devotion with faith previously acquired. The worshipper passes from blind faith to an understanding of the supreme protecting energy of the Brahman, towards which his devotion goes forth. With an increasing determination to uphold Dharma and to destroy adharma, the sadhaka passes into the third stage or Shaivakara, which the author cited calls the militant, Kshatriya, stage, wherein to love and mercy are added strenuous striving and the cultivation of power. There is union of faith, devotion, and inward determination, Antarlaksha. Entrance is here made upon the path of knowledge, Jnanamarga. Following this is the fourth stage or Dakshinakara, which originally and in Tantra Śāstra does not mean right-hand worship, but according to the author cited is the akara favorable to the accomplishment of the higher sadhana of which Dakshina Kalika is Devi. The Vishvasara already cited derives the word from Dakshinamurthy Muni, but Dakshina in either case has the same meaning. Dakshinakali is a Devi of Uttaramnaya and approach is here made to Vira rituals. This stage commences when the worshipper can make dhyana and dharana of the threefold Shakti of the Brahman, Icha, Kriya, Jnana, and understands the mutual connection of the three and of their expression as the gunas. And until he receives the rite of initiation called Pranabhishekaka. At this stage the sadhaka is Shakta and qualified for the worship of the threefold Shakti of Brahman, Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshvara. He worships the Adya Shakti as Dakshina Kalika in whom are united the three Shaktis. The aim of this stage is the union of faith, devotion, and determination with a knowledge of the threefold energies. Passage is thus made from the Deva aspect to the Deva whole. Up to this stage the sadhaka has followed Pravritti Marga, or the outgoing path, the path of worldly enjoyment, albeit curbed by Dharma. The sadhaka now, upon the exhaustion of the forces of the outward current, makes entry on the path of return, Vritti-marga. As this change is one of primary importance, some have divided the akaras into the two broad divisions of Dakshinakara, including the first four, and Vamakara, including the last three. Strictly, however, the first three can only be thus included in the sense that they are preparatory to Dakshinakara proper and are all in the Pravritti Marga and are not Vamakara. It is thus said that men are born into Dakshinakara but are received by initiation into Vamakara. As Dakshinakara does not mean right-hand worship, so Vamakara does not mean, as is vulgarly supposed, left-hand worship. Left hand, in English has a bad sense and it is not sense to suppose that the Shastra, which prescribes this akara, itself gives it a bad name. Vama is variously interpreted. Some say it is the worship in which woman, Vama, enters, that is Lata Sadhana. Vama, this author says, means, adverse, that is the stage adverse to the pravritti, which governs in varying degrees the previous akaras. For, entry is here made on the nvritti path of return to the source of outgoing. In this akara also there is worship of the Vama Devi. In Vamakara the sadhaka commences to directly destroy pravritti and, with the help of the guru, to cultivate nvritti. The help of the guru throughout is necessary. It is comparatively easy to lay down rules for the pravritti marga, but nothing can be achieved in Vamakara without the guru's help. Some of the disciplines are admittedly dangerous and, if entered upon without authority and discretion, will probably lead to abuse. The method of the guru at this stage is to use the forces of pravritti in such a way as to render them self-destructive. The passions which bind, notably the fundamental instincts for food, drink, and sexual satisfaction, may be it is said so employed as to act as forces whereby the particular life, of which they are the strongest physical manifestation, is raised to the universal life. Passion which has hitherto run downward and outwards, often to waste, is directed inwards and upwards and transformed to power. But it is not only the lower physical desires of eating, drinking, and sexual intercourse which must be subjugated. The sadhaka must at this stage commence. The process continues until the fruit of Cinacara is obtained, to cut off all the 8 bonds, pasha, which have made him a pashu, for up to and including Dakshinakara is pashu worship. These pasha, bonds or afflictions, are variously enumerated, but the more numerous classifications are merely elaborations of the smaller divisions. Thus, according to the Devi Bhagavata, moha is ignorance or bewilderment, and mahamoha is the desire for worldly pleasure which flows from it. The Kularnava Tantra mentions 8 primary bonds, daya, that is pity as the feeling which binds as opposed to divine compassion or karuna, moha, ignorance, lajja, shame. Which does not mean that a man is to be a shameless sinner but weak worldly shame of being looked down upon, of infringing conventions and so forth, family, kula, which ceases to be a tie, shila, here usage, convention, and varna, caste. For the enlightened is beyond all its distinctions. When, to take the Swami's example, Sri Krishna stole the clothes of the bathing gopis or milkmaids and cowherds and made them approach him naked, he removed the artificial coverings which are imposed on man in the samsara. The gopis were 8, as are the bonds, and the errors by which the jiva is misled are the clothes which Krishna stole. Freed of these the jiva is liberated from all bonds arising from his desires, family and society. Formerly it was sufficient to live in worldly fashion according to the morality governing life in the world. Now the sadhaka must go further and transcend the world, or rather seek to do so. He rises by those things which are commonly the cause of fall. When he has completely achieved his purpose and liberated himself from all bonds, he reaches the stage of Shiva, Shivatva. It is the aim of the nvritti sadhana to liberate man from the bonds which bind him to the samsara, and to qualify the vira sadhaka. Through Rajasika Upasana, see chapter on Pañcatattva, of the highest grades of sadhana in which the sattvika guna predominates. He is then divya or divine. To the truly sattvic, there is neither attachment, fear nor disgust, grina. What is thus commenced in Vamakara, is gradually completed by the rituals of Siddhantakara and Kalakara. In the last 3 akaras the sadhaka becomes more and more freed from the darkness of samsara and is attached to nothing, hates nothing, is ashamed of nothing, really shameful acts being hypothesized below his acquired stage. And has freed himself of the artificial bonds of family, caste, and society. He becomes an avaduta, that is, one who has washed off everything and has relinquished the world. Of these, as stated later, there are several classes. For him there is no rule of time or place. He becomes, like Shiva himself, a dweller in the cremation ground, smashana. He attains brahmajnana or the gnosis in perfect form. On receiving Mahapranadiksha, he performs his own funeral rites and is dead to the samsara. Seated alone in some quiet place, he remains in constant samadhi, ecstasy, and attains it in its highest or nirvikalpa form. The Great Mother, the Supreme Prakriti, Maya-Shakti dwells in his heart, which is now the inner cremation ground wherein all passions have been burnt away. He becomes a Paramahamsa who is liberated whilst yet living, Jivan Mukta. From the above it will be seen that the Akaras are not various sects in the European sense, but stages in a continuous process through which the sadhaka must pass before he reaches the supreme state of the highest kaula, for the kaulas are of differing degrees. Passing from the gross outer body of Vedācara, he learns its innermost core of doctrine, not expressed but latent in it. These stages need not be and are not ordinarily passed through by each jiva in the course of a single life. On the contrary, they are as a rule traversed in the course of a multitude of births, in which case the weaving of the spiritual garment is recommenced where, in a previous birth, it was dropped on death. In one life the sadhaka may commence at any stage. If he is a true kaula now, it is because in previous births he has by sadhana in the preliminary stages won his entrance into it. Knowledge of Shakti is, as the Nirattara Tantra says, acquired after many births, and according to the Mahanirvana Tantra it is by merit acquired in previous births that the mind is inclined to Kalakra. Kuṇḍadharma is in no wise sectarian but on the contrary claims to be the head of all sections. It is said, at heart a Shakta, outwardly a Shaiva, in gatherings of Vaishnava, who are wont to gather together for worship and praise of Hari, in thus many a guise the kaulas wander on earth. Anta Shakta Bahisheva Sabayam Vaishnava Mata. Nanaropadhara Kaula Vikarantai Mahitale. The saying has been said to be an expression of this claim, which is I think involved in it. It does however also I think indicate secrecy, and adaptability to sectarian form, of him who has pierced to the core of that which all sects in varying, though partial, ways present. A kaula is one who has passed through these and other stages, which have as their own inmost doctrine, whether these worshippers know it or not, that of Kalakra. It is indifferent what the kaula's apparent sect may be. The form is nothing and everything. It is nothing in the sense that it has no power to narrow the kaula's inner life. It is everything in the sense that knowledge may infuse its apparent limitations with an universal meaning. A man may thus live in all sects, without their form being ever to him a bond. In Vedic times there were 4 ashramas, that is, states and stages in the life of the Arya, namely, in their order, that of the chaste student, Brahmacharya, secular life as a married householder, Grihastha. The life of the forest recluse with his wife in retirement from the world, Vanaprastha, lastly that of the beggar, Bhikshu or Avadutta, wholly detached from the world. Spending his time in meditation on the Supreme Brahman in preparation for shortly coming death. All these 4 were for the Brahmana caste, the first 3 for the Kshatriya, the first 2 for the Vaishya and for the Shudra the second only, Yogiyajnavalkpa, ch. 1. As neither the conditions of life nor the character, capacity and powers of the people of this age allow of the first and third ashrama, the Mahanirvana Tantra states, 8. That in the Kali age there are only 2 ashramas, namely, the second and last, and these are open to all castes indiscriminately, IB 12. The same Tantra, 14. 141 Ed Sikh. Speaks of 4 classes of Kulayogas or Avaduttas, namely the Shaivavadhuta and Brahmavadhuta, which are of 2 kinds, imperfect, Apurn, and perfect, Purna. The first 3 have enjoyment and practice yoga. The 4th or Paramahamsa should be absolutely chaste and should not touch metal. He is beyond all household duties and caste and ritual, such as the offering of food and drink to Devata. The Bharavadhamma classes the Avadutta into A. Kulavadutta, B. Shaivavadhuta, C. Brahmavadhuta, D. Hamsavadutta. Some speak of 3 divisions of each of the classes Shaivavadhuta and Brahmavadhuta, CPP. 32-33 of Introduction to Tantra Śāstra. The Shaivavadhutas are not, either, from a Western or Shastric standpoint, as high as the Brahmavadhuta. The lowest of the last class can have intercourse only with the own wife, Shvakiya Shakti, as opposed to the Shaiva Shakti. The middling has ordinarily nothing to do with any Shakti, and the highest must under no circumstance touch a woman or metal, nor does he practice any rites or keep any observances. The main divisions here are Vedācara, Dakshinakara and Vamakara. Vedācara is not Vedakakara, that is, in the Srauta sense, for the Srauta Vedakakara appears to be outside this sevenfold tantric division of which Vedācara is the tantric counterpart. For it is tantric upasana with Vedic rites and mantras, with, I have been told, Agni as Devata. As a speculation we may suggest that this Akara was for those not Adhikari for what is called the Srauta Vedakakara. The second and third belong and lead up to the completed Dakshinakara. This is Pashvakara. Vamakara commences the other mode of worship, leading up to the completed Kaula, the Kalavidutta, Avadutta, and Divya. Here, with the attainment of Brahmajnana, we reach the region which is beyond all Akaras which is known as Svekakara. All that those belonging to this state do or touch is pure. In and after Vamakara there is eating and drinking in, and as part of, worship and Mithuna. After the Pashu there is the Vira and then the Divya. Pashu is the starting point, Vira is on the way and Divya is the goal. Each of the sects has a Dakshina and Vama division. It is commonly thought that this is peculiar to Shaktas, but this is not so. Thus there are Vama, Ganapeshas and Vaishnavas and so forth. Again Vamakara is itself divided again into a right and left side. In the former wine is taken in a cup of stone or other substance, and worship is with the Svakiya Shakti or Sadaka's own wife. In the latter and more advanced stage drinking is done from a skull and worship may be with Parastri, that is, some other Shakti. In the case however of some sects which belong to the Vamakara division, whilst there is meat and wine, there is, I am told, no Shakti for the members are chaste, Brahmachari. So far as I can ascertain these sects which are mentioned later seem to belong to the Shaiva as opposed to the Shakta group. The Tantric Samgraha called Shaktanandataranjani by Brahmananda Swami says, ch. 2, that Āgama is both Sadagama and Asadagama and that the former alone is Āgama according to the primary meaning of the word, Sadagama eva Agama Shabdasya Mukhyatvat. He then says that Shiva in the Āgama Samhita condemns the Asadagama saying, O Deveshi, men in the Kali age are generally of a Rajasic and Tamasic disposition and being addicted to forbidden ways deceive many others. O Shurashvari, those who in disregard of their Varnashrama Dharma offer to us flesh, blood and wine become Buddhas, Pretas, and Brahmarakshasas, that is, various forms of evil spirits. This prohibits such worship as is opposed to Varnashramadharma. It is said, however, by the Vamakaris, who take consecrated wine and flesh as a yajna, not to cover their case. It is not uncommonly thought that Vamakara is that akara into which Vama or woman enters. This is true only to a certain extent, that is, it is a true definition of those Sadakas who do worship with Shakti according to Vamakara rites. But it seems to be incorrect, in so far as there are, I am told, worshippers of the Vamakara division who are chaste, Brahmachari. Vamakara means literally left way, not left-handed, in the English sense which means what is bad. As the name is given to these Sadakas by themselves it is not likely that they would adopt a title which condemns them. What they mean is that this Akara is the opposite of Dakshinakara. Philosophically it is more monistic. It is said that even in the highest city of a Dakshinakari, there is always someone above him, but the fruit of Vamakara and its subsequent and highest stages is that the Sadaka becomes the emperor himself. The Bhava differs, and the power of its method compared with Dakshinakara is said to be that between milk and wine. Moreover it is to be noted that the Devi whom they worship is on the left of Shiva. In Vamakara we find Kapalikas, Kalamukas, Pashupatas, Bandikaras, Digambaras, Agoras, followers of Cinacara and Kaulas generally who are initiated. In some cases, as in that of the advanced division of Kaulas, worship is with all 5 tattvas, Pañcatattvas. In some cases there is Brahmacharya as in the case of Agara and Pashupata, though these drink wine and eat flesh food. Some Vamakaris, I am informed, never cease to be chaste, Brahmachari, such as Ogata sadhus worshippers of Batuka Bhairava, Kanthathari, and followers of Gorakshanatha, Sitanatha and Matsyendranatha. In Nilakrama there is no Maithuna. In some sects there are differing practices. Thus, I am told, amongst the Kalamukas, the Kalaviras only worship Kumaris up to the age of 9, whereas the Kambamahanas worship with adult Shaktis. Some advanced members of this, in its general sense, Vamakara division do not, I am informed, even take wine and meat. It is said that the great Vamakari Sadhaka Raja Krishnakandra of Nadia, Upasaka of the Chinnamasta Murthy, did not take wine. Such and similar sadhakas have passed beyond the preliminary stage of Vamakara, and indeed, in its special sense, Vamakara itself. They may be Brahma Kaulas. As regards sadhakas generally it is well to remember what the Mahakala Samhita, the great Shastra of the Madhyastha Kaulas, says in the 11th Alasa called Sharira Yoga Kathanam. Some Kaulas there are who seek the good of this world, Ahikarthadratmatmana. So also the Vaidikas enjoy what is here, Ahikartham Kamayanti, as do, I may interpose, the vast bulk of present humanity, and are not seekers of liberation, Amrite Radim na Kurvanti. Only by Nishkama Sadhana is liberation attained. The Pañcatattva are either real, pratyaksha. Idealizing statements to the contrary are, when not due to ignorance, false, substitutional, anakalpa, or esoteric, Divaya Tattva. As regards the second, even a vegetarian would not object to meat, which is in fact ginger, nor the abstainer to wine, which is coconut water in a bell-metal vessel. As for the esoteric tattva, they are not material articles or practices, but the symbols for yogic processes. Again, some notions and practices are more moderate and others extreme. The account given in the Mahanirvana of the Bhairavi and Tattva Kakras may be compared with some more unrestrained practice. And the former again may be contrasted with a modern Kakra described in the 13th chapter of the life of Bijoyi Krishna Goswami by Jagadbandhu Maitra. There a Tantrika Siddha formed a Kakra at which the Goswami was present. The latter says that all who were there, felt as if the Shakti was their own mother who had borne them, and the Devatas whom the Kakrishvara invoked appeared in the circle to accept the offerings. Whether this is accepted as a fact or not, it is obvious that it was intended to describe a Kakra of a different kind from that of which we have more commonly heard. There are some practices which are not correctly understood. There are some principles which the bulk of men will not understand, for to so understand there must be besides knowledge that undefinable bhava, the possession of which carries with it the explanation which no words can give. I have dealt with this subject in the chapter on the Pañcatattva. There are expressions which do not bear their surface meaning. Gamamsabhakshana is not beef-eating, but putting the tongue in the root of the throat. What some translate as ravishing the widow refers not to a woman but to a process in Kuṇḍalinī Yoga and so forth. Lastly, and this is important, a distinction is seldom, if ever, made between Shastric principles and actual practice, nor is count taken of the conditions properly governing the worship and its abuse. It is easy to understand that if Hinduism has in general degenerated, there has been a fall here. It is, however, a mistake to suppose that the sole object of these rites is enjoyment. It is not necessary to be a tantric for that. The moral of all this is, that it is better to know the facts than to make erroneous generalizations. There are said to be 3 krantas or geographical divisions of India, of which roughly speaking the northeastern portion is Vishnukranta, the northwestern Rathakranta and the remaining and southern portion is Ashvakranta. According to the Shaktamarigala and Mahasiddhisvara Tantras, Vishnukranta, which includes Bengal, extends from the Vindhya range to Chautala or Chittagong. From Vindhya to Tibet and China is Rathakranta. There is then some difference between these 2 tantras as to the position of Ashvakranta. According to the first, this last kranta extends from the Vindhya to the sea, which perhaps includes the rest of India. According to the Mahasiddhisvara Tantra, it extends from the Karatoya river to a point which cannot be identified with certainty in the text cited, but which may be Java. To each of these 64 tantras have been assigned One of the questions awaiting solution is whether the tantras of these three geographical divisions are marked by both doctrinal and ritual peculiarities, and if so, what they are. This subject has been referred to in the first part of the Principles of Tantra, wherein a list of tantras is given. In the Śakta division there are 4 sampradayas, namely, Kerala, Kashmira, Gauda and Vilasa, in each of which there is both outer and inner worship. The Samahana Tantra gives these 4 sampradayas, also the number of tantras, not only in the first 3 sampradayas, but in China and Dravida. I have been informed that out of 56 deshas, which included besides Hunas, places outside India, such as China, Mahasena, Bodha, Samala. 18 follow Gauda extending from Nepala to Kalinga and 19 follow Kerala extending from Vindhya Kala to the southern sea, the remaining countries forming part of the Kashmira Desha. And that in each sampradaya there are Padhadis such as Shuddha, Gupta, Ugra. There is variance in devatas and rituals, some of which are explained in the Tara Sukta and Shakta Sangama Tantra. There are also various matas such as Kuti Mata, called Viradanutara, of which the devata is Kali. See Introduction to Tantraraja Tantra, a short analysis. Hati Mata called Hamsaraja, of which Tripurasundari is Devata, and Kahati Mata, the combination of the two of which Tara is Devata, that is Nilasarasvati. Certain deshas are called Kuti, Hati, Kahati deshas, and each mata has several amnayas. It is said that the Hamsatara Mahavidya is the sovereign lady of yoga, whom Jainas call Padmavati, Shaktas Shakti, Bauddhas Tara, China Sadakas Mihogra, and Kaulas Kakrishvari. The Kautas call her Kali, the Hatis Shrisundari, and the Kuti Hatis Hamsa. Volumes 8 and 12 of Tantric Texts contain that portion of the Tantra Raja which belongs to Kuti Mata, and in the English introduction, mentioned above, I have dealt with this subject. Gauda Sampradaya considers Kuti the highest Mata, whilst Kashmira and Kerala worship Tripura and Tara. Possibly there may have been originally deshas which were the exclusive seats of specific schools of Tantra, but later and at present, so far as they exist, this cannot be said. In each of the deshas different sampradayas may be found, though doubtless at particular places, as in Bengal, particular sects may be predominant. In my opinion it is not yet possible to present, with both accuracy and completeness, the doctrine and practice of any particular tantric school, and to indicate wherein it differs from other schools. It is not possible at present to say fully and precisely who the original Shaktas were, the nature of their subdivisions and of their relation to, or distinction from, some of the Shaiva group. Thus the Kaulas are generally in Bengal included in the Brahmajnani Shakta group, but the Samahana in one passage already cited mentions Kaula and Shakta separately. Possibly it is there meant to distinguish ordinary Shaktas from the special group called Kaula Shaktas. In Kashmir some Kaulas, I believe, call themselves Shaivas. For an answer to these and other questions we must await a further examination of the texts. At present I am doing clearing of mud, Pañcatattva, from the tank, not in the expectation that I can wholly clear away the mud and weeds, but with a desire to make a beginning which others may complete. He who has not understood Tantra Śāstra has not understood what Hinduism is as it exists today. The subject is an important part of Indian culture and therefore worth study by the duly qualified. What I have said should be sufficient to warn the ignorant from making rash generalizations. At present we can say that he who worships the mantra and yantra of Shakti is a Shakta, and that there were several sampradayas of these worshippers. What we can, and should first do, is to study the Shakta Darshana as it exists today, working back from the known to the unknown. What I am about to describe is the Shakta faith as it exists today, that is Shaktivada, not as something entirely new but as the development and amalgamation of the various cults which were its ancestors. Summarizing Shakta doctrine we may first affirm that it is Advaitavada or monism. This we might expect seeing that it flourished in Bengal which, as the old Gauda Desha, is the guru both of Advaitavada and of Tantra Śāstra. From Gauda came Gadapadacharya, Madhusadana Sarasvati, author of the great Advaita Siddhi, Ramakandratirthabharati, Cit-Shakti, and others. There seems to me to be a strong disposition in the Brahmaparayana Bengali temperament towards Advaitavada. For all Advaitins the Shakta Agama and Advaita Shaivagama must be the highest form of worship. A detailed account of the Advaita teachings of the Shaktas is a matter of great complexity and of a highly esoteric character, beyond the scope of this paper. I may here note that the Shakta Tantras speak of 94 tattvas made up of 10, 12 and 16 kalas of fire, sun and moon constituting the Kamakala respectively, and 19 of Sadashiva, 6 of Ishvara, 10 each of Rudra, Vishnu and Brahma. The 51 kalas or matrikas, which are the Sukshmarupa of the 51 letters, Varna, are a portion of these 94. These are the 51 coils of Kuṇḍali from Bindu to Srimatrikatpadisundari mentioned in my garland of letters or studies on the Mantra Shastra. These are all worshipped in the wine jar by those Shaktas who take wine. The Shastras also set out the 36 tattvas which are common to Shaktas and Salvias. The 5 kalas which are samanya to the tattvas, namely, Nvrti, Pratishtha, Vidya, Shanta, Shantiadita, and the Shadadva, namely, Varna, Pada, and Mantra, Kala, Tattva, Bhuvna, which represent the Artha aspect and the Shabda aspect respectively. See Garland of Letters. To pass to more popular matters, a beautiful and tender concept of the Shaktas is the motherhood of God, that is, God as Shakti or the power which produces, maintains and withdraws the universe. This is the thought of a worshipper. Though the Samahana Tantra gives high place to Cinacara as conqueror of Buddhism, speaking of him as a manifestation of Shiva and identifying his 4 disciples and himself with the 5 Mahapritas. The Āgamas as Shastras of worship do not teach Maya Veda as set forth according to Cincara's transcendental method. Maya to the Shakta worshipper is not an unconscious something, not real, not unreal, not real unreal, which is associated with Brahman in its Ishvara aspect, though it is not Brahman. Brahman is never associated with anything but itself. Maya to the Shakta is Shakti veiling herself as consciousness, but which, as being Shakti, is consciousness. To the Shakta all that he sees is the mother. All is consciousness. This is the standpoint of sadhana. The Advaitins of Shankara's school claim that their doctrine is given from the standpoint of siddhi. I will not argue this question here. When siddhi is obtained there will be no argument. Until that event man is, it is admitted, subject to Maya and must think and act according to the forms which it imposes on him. It is more important after all to realize in fact the universal presence of the divine consciousness, than to attempt to explain it in philosophical terms. The Divine Mother first appears in and as her worshipper's earthly mother, then as his wife. Thirdly as Kalika, she reveals herself in old age, disease and death. It is she who manifests, and not without a purpose, in the vast outpouring of Samhara Shakti which was witnessed in the great world conflict of our time. The terrible beauty of such forms is not understood. And so we get the recent utterance of a missionary professor at Madras who being moved to horror at the sight of, I think, the Kamundamurti called the Devi a she-devil. Lastly she takes to herself the dead body in the fierce tongues of flame which light the funeral pyre. The monist is naturally unsectarian and so the Shakta faith, as held by those who understand it, is free from a narrow sectarian spirit. Nextly it, like the other Āgamas, makes provision for all castes and both sexes. Whatever be the true doctrine of the Vaidikas, their practice is in fact marked by exclusiveness. Thus they exclude women and Shudras. It is easy to understand why the so-called Anarya Sampradayas did not do so. A glorious feature of the Shakta faith is the honor which it pays to woman. And this is natural for those who worship the Great Mother, whose representative, Vigraha, all earthly women are. Striyo Deva Striya Prana. Women are devas, women are life itself, as an old hymn in the Sarvalasa has it. It is because woman is a Vigraha of the Amba Devi, her likeness in flesh and blood, that the Shakta Tantras enjoin the honor and worship of women and girls, Kumaris, and forbid all harm to them such as the Sati rite. Enjoining that not even a female animal is to be sacrificed. With the same solicitude for women, the Mahanirvana prescribes that even if a man speaks rudely, Durvasyam Kathayan, to his wife, he must fast for a whole day, and enjoins the education of daughters before their marriage. The Muslim author of the Dabistan, 2. 154, ed. 1843, says, the Āgama favors both sexes equally. Men and women equally compose mankind. This sect hold women in great esteem and call them Shaktis, and to ill-treat a Shakti, that is, a woman, is a crime. The Śākta Tantras again allow of women being guru, or spiritual director, a reverence which the West has not, with rare exceptions, yet given them. Initiation by a mother bears eightfold fruit. Indeed, to the enlightened Śākta the whole universe is Stri or Shakti. Aham Stri, as the Advabhavana Upanishad says. A high worship therefore which can be offered to the mother today consists in getting rid of abuses which have neither the authority of ancient Shastra, nor of modern social science, and to honor, cherish, educate and advance women, Shakti. Striyo Deva Striya Prana. Gautamiya Tantra says Sarvavarnadakarashka Naranam Yogya Eva Ca, that is, the Tantra Śāstra is for all castes and for women. And the Mahanirvana says that the low Kaula who refuses to initiate a Kandala or Yavna or a woman out of disrespect goes the downward path. No one is excluded from anything except on the grounds of a real and not artificial or imagined incompetency. An American Orientalist critic, in speaking of the worthlessness of Tantric philosophy, said that it was religious feminism run mad, adding, "What is all this but the feminization of orthodox Vedanta? It is a doctrine for suffragette monists, the dogma unsupported by any evidence that the female principle antedates and includes the male principle, and that this female principle is supreme divinity." The worthlessness of the Tantric philosophy is a personal opinion on which nothing need be said, the more particularly that Orientalists who, with insufficient knowledge, have already committed themselves to this view are not likely to easily abandon it. The present criticism, however, in disclosing the grounds on which it is based, has shown that they are without worth. Were it not for such ignorant notions, it would be unnecessary to say that the Śākta Sadhaka does not believe that there is a woman suffragette or otherwise, in the sky, surrounded by the members of some celestial feminist association who rules the male members of the universe. As the Yamala says for the benefit of the ignorant, Nayam Yashit na ca Puman na Shando na Jada Smrita. That is, God is neither female, male, hermaphrodite nor unconscious thing. Nor is his doctrine concerned with the theories of the American Professor Lester Ward and others as to the alleged preeminence of the female principle. We are not here dealing with questions of science or sociology. It is a common fault of Western criticism that it gives material interpretations of Indian scriptures and so misunderstands it. The Śākta doctrine is concerned with those spiritual principles which exist before, and are the origin of, both men and women. Whether, in the appearance of the animal species, the female antedates the male is a question with which it is not concerned. Nor does it say that the female principle is the supreme divinity. Shiva the male is co-equal with Shiva the female, for both are one and the same. An Orientalist might have remembered that in the Samkhya, Prakriti is spoken of as female, and Purusha as male. And in Vedanta, Maya and Devi are of the feminine gender. Shakti is not a male nor a female person, nor a male nor a female principle, in the sense in which sociology, which is concerned with gross matter, uses those terms. Shakti is symbolically female because it is the productive principle. Shiva, in so far as he represents the Cit or consciousness aspect, is actionless, Nishkriya, though the two are inseparably associated even in creation. The supreme is the attributeless, Nirguna, Shiva, or the neuter Brahman, which is neither male nor female. With such mistaken general views of the doctrine, it was not likely that its more subtle aspects by way of relation to Shankara's Mayaveda, or the Samkhya Darshana should be appreciated. The doctrine of Shakti has no more to do with feminism than it has to do with old age pensions or any other sociological movement of the day. This is a good instance of those apparently smart and cocksure judgments which Orientalists and others pass on things Indian. The errors would be less ridiculous if they were on occasions more modest as regards their claims to know and understand. What is still more important, they would not probably in such cases give unnecessary ground for offense. The characteristic features of Śākta Dharma are thus its monism, its concept of the motherhood of God. Its unsectarian spirit and provisions for Shudras and women, to the latter of whom it renders high honor, recognizing that they may be even gurus, and lastly its sadhana skillfully designed to realize its teachings. As I have pointed out on many an occasion, this question of sadhana is of the highest importance, and has been in recent times much overlooked. It is that which more than anything else gives value to the Āgama or Tantra Śāstra. Mere talk about religion is only an intellectual exercise. Of what use are grand phrases about Atma on the lips of those who hate and injure one another and will not help the poor? Religion is kindness. Religion again is a practical activity. Mind and body must be trained. There is a spiritual as well as a mental and physical gymnastic. According to Shakta doctrine, each man and woman contains within himself and herself a vast latent magazine of power or Shakti, a term which comes from the root shak, to be able, to have force to do, to act. They are each Shakti and nothing but Shakti, for the Svarupa of Shakti, that is, Shakti as it is in itself is consciousness, and mind and body are Shakti. The problem then is how to raise and vivify Shakti. This is the work of sadhana in the religion of power. The Āgama is a practical philosophy, and as the Bengali friend and collaborator of mine, Professor Pramathanatha Mukhopadhyaya, whom I cite again, has well put it. What the intellectual world wants today is the sort of philosophy which not merely argues but experiments. This is Kriya. The form which sadhana takes necessarily varies according to faith, temperament and capacity. Thus, amongst Christians, the Catholic Church, like Hinduism, has a full and potent sadhana in its sacraments, samskara, temple, church, private worship, puja, upasana, with upakara, bell, light and incense, ganta, dipa, dupa. Images or pratima, hence it has been called idolatrous, devotional rites such as novenas and the like, vrata, the threefold angelus at morn, noon and evening, samdhya, rosary, japa, the wearing of kavakas, scapulars, medals, Agnus Dei. Pilgrimage, tirtha, fasting, abstinence and mortification, tapas, monastic renunciation, samnyasa, meditation, dhyana, ending in the union of mystical theology, samadhi, and so forth. There are other smaller details such for instance as shanti-abhisheka, asperges, into which I need not enter here. I may, however, mention the spiritual director who occupies the place of the guru. The worship, hyperdulia, of the Virgin Mother which made Swami Vivekananda call the Italian Catholics, Shaktas, and the use of wine, madhya, and bread, corresponding to midra, in the Eucharist or communion service. Whilst, however, the Blessed Virgin evokes devotion as warm as that which is here paid to Devi, she is not Devi, for she is not God but a creature selected as the vehicle of his incarnation, Avatara. In the Eucharist the bread and wine are the body and blood of Christ appearing under the form or accidents of those material substances, so also Tara is Dravamai, that is, the Saviour in liquid form. Mahanirvana tr. Point 11. 105-107. In the Catholic Church, though the early practice was otherwise, the laity no longer take wine but bread only, the officiating priest consuming both. Whilst however the outward forms in this case are similar, the inner meaning is different. Those however who contend that eating and drinking are inconsistent with the dignity of worship may be reminded of Tertullian's saying that Christ instituted his great sacrament at a meal. These notions are those of the dualist with all his distinctions. For the Advaitin every function and act may be made a yajna. Agape or love feasts, a kind of kakra, were held in early times, and discontinued as orthodox practice, on account of abuses to which they led, though they are said still to exist in some of the smaller Christian sects of the day. There are other points of ritual which are peculiar to the Tantra Śāstra and of which there is no counterpart in the Catholic ritual, such as nyasa and yantra. Mantra exists in the form of prayer and as formulae of consecration, but otherwise the subject is conceived of differently here. There are certain gestures, mudra, made in the ritual, as when consecrating, blessing, and so forth, but they are not so numerous or prominent as they are here. I may someday more fully develop these interesting analogies, but what I have said is for the present sufficient to establish the numerous similarities which exist between the Catholic and Indian tantric ritual. Because of these facts, the Reformed Christian sects have charged the Catholic Church with paganism. It is in fact the inheritor of very ancient practices but is not necessarily the worse for that. The Hindu finds his sadhana in the Tantras of the Āgama in forms which his race has evolved. In the abstract there is no reason why his race should not modify these forms of sadhana or evolve new ones. But the point is that it must have some form of sadhana. Any system to be fruitful must experiment to gain experience. It is because of its powerful sacraments and disciplines that in the West the Catholic Church has survived to this day, holding firm upon its rock, amid the dissolving sects, born of what is called the Reform. It is likely to exist when these, as presently existing sects, will have disappeared. All things survive by virtue of the truth in them. The particular truth to which I here refer is that a faith cannot be maintained by mere hymn singing and pious addresses. For this reason too Hinduism has survived. This is not necessary to say that either of these will, as presently existing forms, continue until the end of time. The so-called Reformed or Protestant sects, whether of West or East, are when viewed in relation to man in general, the imperfect expression of a truth misunderstood and misapplied, namely, that the higher man spiritually ascends. The less dependent is he on form. The mistake which such sects make is to look at the matter from one side only, and to suppose that all men are alike in their requirement. The Āgama is guilty of no such error. It offers form in all its fullness and richness to those below the stage of yoga, at which point man reaches what the Kularnava Tantra calls the Varna and Ashrama of light, Jyotirvarnashrami, and gradually releases himself from all form that he may unite his self with the formless one. I do not know which most to admire, the colossal affirmations of Indian doctrine, or the wondrous variety of the differing disciplines, which it prescribes for their realization in fact. The Buddhists called Brahmanism Shilavata Pramarsha, that is, a system believing in the efficacy of ritual acts. And so it is, and so at length was Buddhism. When passing through Mahayana it ended up with the full tantric sadhana of the Vajrayana school. There are human tendencies which cannot be suppressed. Hinduism will, however, disappear, if and when sadhana, whatever be its form, ceases, for that will be the day on which it will no longer be something real, but the mere subject of philosophical and historical talk. Apart from its great doctrine of Shakti, the main significance of the Śākta Tantra Śāstra lies in this: that it affirms the principle of the necessity of sadhana and claims to afford a means available to all of whatever caste and of either sex whereby the teachings of Vedanta may be practically realized. But let no one take any statement from any one, myself included, blindly, without examining and testing it. I am only concerned to state the facts as I know them. It is man's prerogative to think. The Sanskrit word for man comes from the root man, to think. Those who are Shaktas may be pleased at what I have said about their faith. It must not, however, be supposed that a doctrine is necessarily true simply because it is old. There are some hoary errors. As for science, its conclusions shift from year to year. Recent discoveries have so abetted its pride that it has considerably ceased to give itself those pontifical airs which formerly annoyed some of us. Most will feel that if they are to bow to any master it should be to a spiritual one. A few will think that they can safely walk alone. Philosophy again is one of the noblest of life's pursuits, but here too we must examine to see whether what is proposed for our acceptance is well founded. The maxim is current that there is nothing so absurd but that it has been held by some philosopher or another. We must each ourselves judge and choose, and if honest, none can blame our choice. We must put all to the test. We may here recollect the words of Shruti Shrotavaya, Mantavaya, Nididhaya Satavya, listen, reason and ponder. For as Manu says, Yastarknanyuzandhat sa dharmam Veda, Natara, he who by discussion investigates, he knows Dharma and none other. Ultimately there is experience alone which in Shakta speech is Saham, she I am. Note to Chapter 6. I have referred to the Vedic and Agamic strands in Indian Dharma. I wish to add some weighty remarks made by the well-known Vedantic monthly The Prabuddha Bharata, Mayavadi, U.P., July 1914. They were elicited by the publication of Arthur Avalon's Principles of Tantra. After pointing out that a vindication of the Tantras rebounds directly to the benefit of Hinduism as a whole. For Tantricism in its real sense is nothing but the Vedic religion struggling with wonderful success to reassert itself amidst all those new problems of religious life and discipline which historical events and developments have thrust upon it. And after referring to the introduction to that work, the author of the review wrote as follows. In this new publication, the most noteworthy feature of this new introduction he has written for the Pañcatattva is his appreciative presentation of the orthodox views about the antiquity and the importance of the Tantras. And it is impossible to overestimate the value of this presentation. For hitherto all theories about the origin and the importance of the Tantras have been more or less prejudiced by a wrong bias against Tantricism which some of its own later sinister developments were calculated to create. This bias has made almost every such theory read either like a condemnation or an apology. All investigation being thus disqualified, the true history of Tantricism has not yet been written. And we find cultured people mostly inclined either to the view that Tantricism originally branched off from the Buddhistic Mahayana or Vajrayana as a cult of some corrupted and self-deluded monastics, or to the view that it was the inevitable dowry which some barbarous non-Aryan races brought along with them into the fold of Hinduism. According to both these views, however, the form which this Tantricism, either a Buddhistic development or a barbarous importation, has subsequently assumed in the literature of Hinduism, is its improved edition as issuing from the crucibles of Vedic or Vedantic transformation. But this theory of the curious commingling of the Vedas and Vedanta with Buddhistic corruption or with non-Aryan barbarity is perfectly inadequate to explain the all-pervading influence which the Tantras exert on our present-day religious life. Here it is not any hesitating compromise that we have got before us to explain, but a bold organic synthesis, a legitimate restatement of the Vedic culture for the solution of new problems and new difficulties which signalize the dawn of a new age. In tracing the evolution of Hinduism, modern historians take a blind leap from Vedic ritualism direct to Buddhism, as if to conclude that all those newly formed communities, with which India had been swarming all over since the close of the fateful era of the Kurukshetra war and to which was denied the right of Vedic sacrifices, the monopoly of the higher threefold castes of pure orthodox descent, were going all the time without any religious ministrations. These Aryanized communities, we must remember, were actually swamping the Vedic orthodoxy, which was already gradually dwindling down to a helpless minority in all its scattered centers of influence, and was just awaiting the final blow to be dealt by the rise of Buddhism. Thus the growth of these new communities and their occupation of the whole land constituted a mighty event that had been silently taking place in India on the outskirts of the daily shrinking orthodoxy of Vedic ritualism, long before Buddhism appeared on the field. And this momentous event our modern historians fail to take due notice of, either it may be because of a curious blindness of self-complacency or because of the dazzle which the sudden triumph of Buddhism and the overwhelming mass of historical evidences left by it create before their eyes. The traditional Kali Yuga dates from the rise of these communities, and the Vedic religious culture of the preceding Yuga underwent a wonderful transformation along with a wonderful attempt it made to Aryanize these rising communities. History, as hitherto understood and read, speaks of the Brahmins of the Buddhistic age, their growing alienation from the Jnana-Kanda or the Upanishadic wisdom, their impotency to save the orthodox Vedic communities from the encroachments of the non-Vedic hordes and races, their ever-deepening religious formalism and social exclusiveness. But this history is silent on the marvelous feats which the Upanishadic sects of anchorites were silently performing on the outskirts of the strictly Vedic community with the object of Aryanizing the new India that was rising over the ashes of the Kurukshetra conflagration. This new India was not strictly Vedic like the India of the bygone ages, for it could not claim the religious ministrations of the orthodox Vedic Brahmins and could not, therefore, perform yajnas like the latter. The question, therefore, is as to how this new India became gradually Aryanized, for Aryanization is essentially a spiritual process, consisting in absorbing new communities of men into the fold of the Vedic religion. The Vedic ritualism that prevailed in those days was powerless, we have seen, to do anything for these new communities springing up all over the country. Therefore, we are obliged to turn to the only other factor in Vedic religion besides the Karmakanda for an explanation of those changes which the Vedic religion wrought in the rising communities in order to Aryanize them. The Upanishads represent the Jnanakanda of the Vedic religion, and if we study all of them, we find that not only the earliest ritualism of yajnas was philosophized upon the earlier Upanishads, but the foundation for a new, and no less elaborate, ritualism was fully laid in many of the later Upanishads. For example, we study in these Upanishads how the philosophy of Pañcatattva, fivefold worship, viz., the worship of Shiva, Devi, Sun, Ganesha and Vishnu, was developed out of the mystery of the Pranav, Om. This philosophy cannot be dismissed as a post-Buddhistic interpolation, seeing that some features of the same philosophy can be clearly traced even in the Brahmanas, e.g., the discourse about the conception of Shiva. Here, therefore, in some of the later Upanishads we find recorded the attempts of the pre-Buddhistic recluses of the forest to elaborate a post-Vedic ritualism out of the doctrine of the Pranav and the Vedic theory of yogic practices. Here in these Upanishads we find how the Bija mantras and the Śakta of the Tantras were being originally developed. For on the Pranav or Ajatha had been founded a special learning and a school of philosophy from the very earliest ages, and some of the spinal centers of yogic meditation had been dwelt upon in the earliest Upanishads and corresponding Brahmanas. The Upakaranas of Tantric worship, namely, such material adjuncts as grass, leaves, water and so on, were most apparently adopted from Vedic worship along with their appropriate incantations. So even from the Brahmanas and the Upanishad stands out in clear relief a system of spiritual discipline, which we would unhesitatingly classify as tantric, having at its core the Pañcatattva and around it a fair round of rituals and rites consisting of bija mantras and Vedic incantations. Proper meditative processes and proper manipulation of sacred adjuncts of worship adopted from the Vedic rites. This may be regarded as the earliest configuration which Tantricism had on the eve of those silent but mighty social upheavals through which the Aryanization of vast and increasing multitudes of new races proceeded in pre-Buddhistic India and which had their culmination in the eventful centuries of the Buddhistic coup de grâce. Now this pre-Buddhistic Tantricism, perhaps, then recognized as the Vedic Pañcatattva, could not have contributed at all to the creation of a new India, had it remained confined completely within the limits of monastic sects. But like Jainism, this Pañcatattva went forth all over the country to bring ultra-Vedic communities under its spiritual ministrations. Even if we inquire carefully into the social conditions obtaining in the strictly Vedic ages, we find that there was always an extended wing of the Aryanized society where the purely Vedic Karmakanda could not be promulgated, but where the molding influence of Vedic ideals worked through the development of suitable spiritual activities. It is always to the Jnanakanda and the monastic votaries thereof, that the Vedic religion owed its wonderful expansiveness and its progressive self-adaptability, and every religious development within the Vedic fold, but outside. The ritualism of Homa sacrifices is traceable to the spiritual wisdom of the all-renouncing forest recluses. This forest wisdom was most forcibly brought into requisition when after the Kurukshetra a new age was dawning with the onrush and upheaval of non-Aryan and semi-Aryan races all over India, an echo of which may be found in that story of the Mahabharata where Arjuna fails to use his Gandiva to save his protégés from the robbery of the non-Aryan hordes. The greatest problem of the pre-Buddhistic ages was the Aryanization of the new India that rose and surged furiously from every side against the fast-dwindling centers of the old Vedic orthodoxy, struggling hard, but in vain, by social enactments to guard its perilous insulation. But for those religious movements, such as those of the Bhagavatas, Shaktas, Suryas, Shaivas, Ganapeshas and Jainas, that tackled this problem of Aryanization most successfully, all that the Vedic orthodoxy stood for in the real sense would have gradually perished without trace. These movements, especially the 5 cults of Vedic worship, took up many of the non-Aryan races and cast their life in the mold of the Vedic spiritual ideal. minimizing in this way the gulf that existed between them and the Vedic orthodoxy and thereby rendering possible their gradual amalgamation. And where this task remained unfulfilled owing to the mold proving too narrow still to fit into the sort of life which some non-Aryan races or communities lived, there it remained for Buddhism to solve the problem of Aryanization in due time. But still we must remember that by the time Buddhism made its appearance, the pre-Buddhistic phase of tantric worship had already established itself in India so widely and so firmly that instead of dislodging it by its impetuous onset, all the force of which, by the by, was mainly spent on the tattering orthodoxy of Vedic ritualism, Buddhism was itself swallowed up within 3 or 4 centuries by its perhaps least suspected opponent of this tantric worship and then wonderfully transformed and ejected on the arena as the Mahayana. The publication of these 2 volumes is an event of great interest and importance. The religious beliefs of the modern Hindus have been represented to English readers from various points of view, but the peculiar mold into which they have been sought to be cast in comparatively modern centuries has not received adequate attention. The exponents of the religion of modern Hindus take cognizance more of the matter and source of their beliefs than of the change of form they have been undergoing through the many centuries. The volumes under review, as well as other publications brought out by Arthur Avalon, serve to carry this important question of form to such a prominence as almost makes it obligatory for every exhaustive exposition of Hindu doctrines in future to acknowledge and discriminate in them the formative influences of the tantric restatement. In the Pañcatattva, the presentation and vindication of the Hindu religious beliefs and practices avowedly and closely follow the methodology of the Tantras. And the learned pundit has fully succeeded in establishing the fact that what lies behind these beliefs and practices is not mere prejudice or superstition but a system of profound philosophy based on the Vedas. Every student of modern Hinduism should acquaint himself with this, namely, its immediate background of tantric philosophy and ritualism. The Hindu religious consciousness is like a mighty Ganges emerging from the Himalayas of Vedic wisdom, receiving tributaries and sending out branch streams at many points in its course. And though the nature of the current, its color, velocity or uses may vary at different places, the Ganges is the same Ganges whether at Hardwar, Allahabad or Calcutta. The stream is not only one but it has also its one main channel in spite of all the many tributaries and branches. And the whole of the stream is sacred, though different sects may choose special points and confluences as of special sanctity to themselves, deriving inspiration thence for their special sectarian developments. Now, though the rise of tantric philosophy and ritualism created in former times new currents and backwaters along the stream of Hinduism, it was essentially an important occurrence in the main stream and channel. And instead of producing a permanent bifurcation in that stream, it coalesced with it, coloring and renovating, more or less, the whole tenor of the Hindu religious consciousness. As a result, we find tantric thought and sentiment equally operative in the extreme metaphysical wing of Hinduism as well as in its lower matter-of-fact phases. This actual permeation of Hindu religious consciousness by tantric thought and sentiment should receive the fullest recognition at the hands of every up-to-date exponent. His predecessors of former generations might have to strengthen their advocacy of tantric doctrines by joining issue with the advocates of particular phases of Hindu religion and philosophy. But the present epoch in the history of our religious consciousness is preeminently an epoch of wonderful synthetic mood of thought and sentiment, which is gradually pervading the Hindu religious consciousness ever since Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa embodied in himself its immediate possibilities. To find in the literature that is being so admirably provided for English readers by Arthur Avalon an occasional tendency to use tantric doctrines as weapons for combating certain phases of Hindu belief and practice. This tendency seems to betray quite a wrong standpoint in the study of the Tantras, their relation to other scriptures and their real historical significance. Chapter 7. Is Shakti force? There are some persons who have thought, and still think, that Shakti means force and that the worship of Shakti is the worship of force. Thus Keshub Chunder Sen, New Dispensation, p. 108, wrote. For centuries ago the Shaktas gave way before the Bhaktas. Chaitanya's army proved invincible, and carried all Bengal captive. Even today his gospel of love rules as a living force, though his followers have considerably declined both in faith and in morals. Just the reverse of this we find in England and other European countries. There the Shaktas are driving the Bhaktas out of the field. Look at the Huxleys, the Tyndalls, and the Spencers of the day. What are they but Shaktas, worshippers of Shakti or force? The only deity they adore, if they at all adore one, is the prime force of the universe. To it they offer dry homage. Surely then the scientists and materialists of the day are a sect of Shakti worshippers, who are chasing away the true Christian devotees who adore the God of love. Alas! For European Vaishnavas. They are retreating before the advancing millions of Western Shaktas. We sincerely trust, however, the discomfiture of devotion and bhakti will be only for a time, and that a Chaitanya will yet arise in the West, crush the Shaktas, who only recognize force as deity and are sunk in carnality and voluptuousness. And lead natures into the loving faith, spirituality, simplicity, and rapturous devotion of the Vaishnava. Professor Munir Williams, Hinduism, also called it a doctrine of force. Recently the poet Rabindranath Tagore has given the authority of his great name to this error, Modern Review, July, 1919. After pointing out that egoism is the price paid for the fact of existence and that the whole universe is assisting in the desire that the I should be, he says that man has viewed this desire in two different ways. Either as a whim of creative power, or a joyous self-expression of creative love. Is the fact then of his being, he asks, a revealment of force or of love? Those who hold to the first view must also, he thinks, recognize conflict as inevitable and eternal. For according to them peace and love are but a precarious coat of armor within which the weak seek shelter, whereas that which the timid anathematize as unrighteousness, that alone is the road to success. The pride of prosperity throws man's mind outwards and the misery and insult of destitution draws man's hungering desires likewise outwards. These two conditions alike leave man unashamed to place above all other gods, Shakti the deity of power, the cruel one, whose right hand wields the weapon of guile. In the politics of Europe drunk with power we see the worship of Shakti. In the same way the poet says that in the days of their political disruption, the cowed and downtrodden Indian people through the mouths of their poets sang the praises of the same Shakti. The Chandi of Kavikankan and of the Anandamangala, the ballad of Manasa, the goddess of snakes, what are they but paeans of the triumph of evil? The burden of their song is the defeat of Shiva the good at the hands of the cruel deceitful criminal Shakti. The male deity who was in possession was fairly harmless. But all of a sudden a feminine deity turns up and demands to be worshipped in his stead. That is to say that she insisted on thrusting herself where she had no right. Under what title? Force. By what method? Any that would serve. The deity of peace and renunciation did not survive. Thus he adds that in Europe the modern cult of Shakti says that the pale anemic Jesus will not do. But with high pomp and activity Europe celebrates her Shakti worship. Lastly the Indians of today have set to the worship Europe's divinity. In the name of religion some are saying that it is cowardly to be afraid of wrongdoing. Both those who have attained worldly success, and those who have failed to attain it are singing the same tune. Both fret at righteousness as an obstacle which both would overcome by physical force. I am not concerned here with any popular errors that there may be. After all, when we deal with a Shastric term it is to the Shastra itself that we must look for its meaning. Shakti comes from the root shak, to be able, to do. It indicates both activity and capacity therefore. The world, as word, is activity. But when we have said that, we have already indicated that it is erroneous to confine the meaning of the term Shakti to any special form of activity. On the contrary Shakti means both power in general and every particular form of power. Mind is a power, so is matter. Mind is constantly functioning in the form of vritti. Reasoning, will and feeling, bhava, such as love, aversion and so forth are all aspects of mind power in its general sense. Force is power translated to the material plane, and is therefore only one and the grossest aspect of Shakti or power. But all these special powers are limited forms of the great creative power which is the mother, Ambika, of the universe. Worship of Shakti is not worship of these limited forms but of the divine will, knowledge and action, the cause of these effects. That Maya-Shakti is perfect consciousness, Siddhapini, and bliss, Anandamayi, which produces from itself the contracted consciousness experiencing both pleasure and pain. This production is not at all a whim. It is the nature, svabhava, of the ultimate. Bliss is love, naratisheya premaspadattvam anandattvam. The production of the universe is according to the Shakta an act of love, illustrated by the so-called erotic imagery of the Shastra. The self loves itself whether before, or in, creation. The thrill of human love which continues the life of humanity is an infinitesimally small fragment and faint reflection of the creative act in which Shiva and Shakti join to produce the Bindu which is the seed of the universe. I quite agree that the worship of mere force is asuric and except in a transient sense futile. Force, however, may be moralized by the good purpose which it serves. The antithesis is not rightly between might and right but between might in the service of right and might in the service of wrong. To worship force merely is to worship matter. He however who worships the mother in her material forms, Stularupa, will know that she has others, and will worship her in all such forms. He will also know that she is beyond all limited forms as that which gives being to them all. We may then say that force is a gross form of Shakti, but Shakti is much more than that, here, Iha, and the infinite power of consciousness, there, Amutra. This last, the Shakti of worship, is called by the Shastra the Purnaham Bhava or the experience, all I am. Chapter 8. Cinacara, Vashishtha and Buddha. It has been the subject of debate whether the tantric Pañcatattva ritual with wine and so forth is a product of Buddhism, and whether it is opposed to Vedika Dharma. Some have supposed that these rites originally came from Yellow Asia, penetrated into India where they received its impress, and again made their way to the north to encounter earlier original forms. I have elsewhere put forward some facts which suggest that these rites may be a continuance, though in another form, of ancient Vedic usage in which soma, meat, fish and puradesa formed a part. Though there are some Maithuna rites in the Vedas, it is possible that the Bengal Shakta ritual in this respect has its origin in Cinacara. Possibly the whole ritual comes therefrom. I have spoken of Bengal because we should distinguish it from other forms of Shakta worship. The matter is so obscure at present that any definite affirmation as to historical origins lacks justification. Most important however in the alleged Buddhist connection is the story of Vashishtha to be found in the Tantras. He is said to have gone to Mahasena, Tibet, which, according to popular belief, is halfway to heaven. Mahadeva is said to be visible at the bottom of the Manasarova lake near Kailasa. Some of the texts bearing on it have been collected in the appendix to the edition of the Tara Tantra which has been published by the Virendra Anusandhana Samiti. The Tara Tantra opens, L2, with the following question of Devi Tara or Mahanila Sarasvati. Thou didst speak of the two Kulabhairavas, Buddha and Vashishtha. Tell me by what mantra they became Siddha. The same Tantra, 4. 10, defines a Bhairava as follows: he who purifies these five, i.e., Pañcatattva, and after offering the same, to the Devata, partakes thereof is a Bhairava. Buddha then is said to be a Kulabhairava. It is to be noted that Buddhist tantrics who practice this ritual are accounted Kaulas. Shiva replied, Janardana, Vishnu, is the excellent Deva in the form of Buddha, Buddharupi. It is said in the Samayakra Tantra that Tara and Kalika, in their different forms, as also Matangi, Bhairavi, Chinnamasta, and Dhumavati belong to the northern Amnaya. The 6th chapter of the Samahana Tantra mentions a number of scriptures of the Bauddha class, together with others of the Shakta, Shaiva, Vaishnava, Saura and Ganapesha classes. Vashishtha is spoken of in the 17th chapter of the Rudrayamala and the first Patala of the Brahmayamala. The following is the account in the former tantric scripture. Vashishtha, the self-controlled, the son of Brahma, practiced for ages severe austerities in a lonely spot. For 6,000 years he did sadhana, but still the daughter of the mountains did not appear to him. Becoming angry, he went to his father and told him his method of practice. He then said, "Give me another mantra, O Lord. Since this Vidya, mantra, does not grant me siddhi, success, otherwise in your presence I shall utter a terrible curse." Dissuading him, Brahma said, "O son, who art learned in the yoga path, do not do so. Do thou worship her again with wholehearted feeling, when she will appear and grant you boons. She is the supreme Shakti. She saves from all dangers. She is lustrous like 10 million suns. She is dark blue, Nila. She is cool like 10 million moons. She is like 10 million lightning flashes. She is the spouse of Kala, Kalakamini. She is the beginning of all. In her there is neither dharma nor adharma. She is in the form of all. She is attached to pure Cinacara, Shuddha Cinacarata. She is the initiator, Pravartaka, of Shaktikakra. Her greatness is infinitely boundless. She helps in the crossing of the ocean of the samsara. She is Buddheshvari, possibly Buddheshvari, Lord of Buddhi. She is Buddhi, intelligence, itself, Buddharupa. She is in the form of the Atharva branch of the Vedas, Atharvaveda Shakini. Numerous Shastric references connect the Tantra Śāstra with the Atharva Veda. See in this connection my citation from Shakta Sangama Tantra in Principles of Tantra. She protects the beings of the worlds. Her action is spread throughout the moving and motionless. Worship her, my son. Be of good cheer. Why so eager to curse? Thou art the jewel of kindness. O, son, worship her constantly with thy mind, Siddhas. Being entirely engrossed in her, thou of a surety shalt gain sight of her. Having heard these words of his guru and having bowed to him again and again, the Pure One, Vashishtha, versed in the meaning of Vedanta, betook himself to the shore of the ocean. For full 1,000 years he did japa of her mantra. Still he received no message, Adesha. Thereupon the Muni Vashishtha grew angry, and being perturbed of mind prepared to curse the Mahavidya, Devi. Having sipped water, Akamana, he uttered a great and terrible curse. Thereupon Kuleshvari, lady of the Kaulas, Mahavidya appeared before the Muni. She who dispels the fear of the Yogin said, "How now Vipra, our Vipra, why have you terribly cursed without cause? Thou dost not understand my Kulagama nor knowest how to worship. How by mere yoga practice can either man or deva get sight of my lotus feet? My worship, dhyana, is without austerity and pain. To him who desires my Kulagama, who is Siddha in my mantra, and knows my pure Vedakara, my sadhana is pure, Punya, and beyond even the Vedas, Vedānamapyagakra. This does not mean unknown to the Vedas or opposed to them, but something which surpasses the Vedic ritual of the Pashu. This is made plain by the following injunction to follow the Atharva Veda. Go to Mahasina, Tibet, and the country of the Bautas, and always follow the Atharva Veda, Bauta Desh Tharva Veda Mahasin Sadabraja. Having gone there and seen my lotus feet which are Mahabhava, the great blissful feeling which in her true nature she is, thou shalt, O Maharishi, become versed in my Kula and a great Siddha. Having so said, she became formless and disappeared in the ether and then passed through the ethereal region. The great Rishi, having heard this from the Mahavidya Sarasvati, went to the land of China where Buddha is established, Buddhapratishtita. Having repeatedly bowed to the ground, Vashishtha said, "Protect me, O Mahadeva, who art the imperishable one in the form of Buddha, Buddharupa. I am the very humble Vashishtha, the son of Brahma. My mind is ever perturbed. I have come here, China, for the sadhana of the Mahadevi. I know not the path leading to Siddhi. Thou knowest the path of the Devas. Seeing however thy way of life, Akara, doubts assail my mind, Bayani Santimi Hridi, because he saw the, to him, extraordinary ritual with wine and woman. Destroy them and my wicked mind which inclines to Vedic ritual, Vedagamani. That is, the ordinary Pashu ritual. O Lord, in thy abode there are ever rites which are outside Veda, Vedavavahishkrita, that is, the Vedic ritual and what is consistent with Veda as Vashishtha then supposed. How is it that wine, meat, woman, Angana, are drunk, eaten and enjoyed by naked, Digambara, Siddhas who are high, Vara, and awe-inspiring, Raktapanodayata. They drink constantly and enjoy, or make enjoy, beautiful women, Mohurmo Prapavanti Ramayanti Varanganam. With red eyes they are ever exhilarated and replete with flesh and wine, Sadamang Sasavai Purna. They are powerful to favor and punish. They are beyond the Vedas, Vedasayagakra. They enjoy wine and women, Madhyastraisvain Radha, Vashishtha merely saw the ritual surface. Thus spoke the great yogi having seen the rites which are outside the Veda, Vedavahishkrita. The Anti. Then bowing low with folded hands he humbly said, how can inclinations such as these be purifying to the mind? How can there be siddhi without Vedic rites? Monapravritira teshu katham bhavti pavani. Kathang va jayat siddhir Veda karyang vina prabho. Buddha said, O Vashishtha, listen the while I speak to thee of the excellent Kula path, by the mere knowing of which one becomes in a short time like Rudra himself. I speak to thee in brief the Āgama which is the essence of all and which leads to Kula siddhi. First of all, the Vira, hero, should be pure, Shusi. Buddha here states the conditions under which only the rites are permissible. His mind should be penetrated with discrimination, viveka, and freed of all pashabhava, state of an uninitiate pashu or animal man. Let him avoid the company of the pashu and remain alone in a lonely place, free from lust, anger and other passions. He should constantly devote himself to yoga practice. He should be firm in his resolve to learn yoga, he should ever tread the yoga path and fully know the meaning of the Veda, Vidarthanapyano Mahan. In this way the pious one, Dharmatma, of good conduct and largeness of heart, Audarya, should, by gradual degrees, restrain his breath, and through the path of breathing compass the destruction of mind. Following this practice the self-controlled, Vashi, becomes yogi. In slow degrees of practice the body firstly sweats. This is the lowest stage, Adhama. The next is middling, Madhyama. Here there is trembling, Kampa. In the third or highest, Para, stage 1 is able to levitate, Bhumityaga. By the attainment of siddhi in pranayama one becomes a master in yoga. Having become a yogi by practice of kumbhaka, restraint of breath, he should be mani, given over to silence, and full of intent, devotion, ekanta bhakti, to Shiva, Krishna and Brahma. The pure one should realize by mind, action, and speech that Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva are restless like the moving air, Vayavagata. Query. Perhaps the transient nature of these devatas, as compared with the supreme Shakti, is indicated. The man of steady mind should fix it on Shakti, who is consciousness, Sidrupa. Thereafter the mantran should practice Mahavirabhava, the feeling of the great hero, and follow the Kula path, the Shakti Kakra, the Vaishnava Sattva Kakra and Navavigra and should worship Kulakatyani, the excellent one. The Pratyaksha Devata, that is, the deity who responds to prayer, who grants prosperity and destroys all evil. She is consciousness, Sidrupa, she is the abode of knowledge, Jnana, and is consciousness and bliss, lustrous as 10 million lightnings, of whom all tattvas are the embodiment, who is Raudri with 18 arms. Fond of wine and mountains of flesh, the text is Shivamang Sakala Priyam, but the first word should be Sura. Man should do japa of the mantra, taking refuge with her, and following the Kula path. Who in the 3 worlds knows a path higher than this? By the grace gained therein, the great Brahma himself became the creator, and Vishnu, whose substance is Sattvaguna, the object of adoration of all, highly deserving of worship, the great, and Lord of Yajurveda, became able to protect. By it Hara the Lord of Viras, the wrathful one, Lord of wrath and of mighty power, became the destroyer of all. By the grace of Virabhava the Dikpalas, protectors of the quarters, became like unto Rudra. By a month's practice power to attract, akarshanacity, is attained. In 2 months one becomes the Lord of speech. In 4 months one becomes like unto the Dikpalas, in 5 months one becomes the 5 arrows, probably masters the 5 Tanmatras, and in 6 months he becomes Rudra himself. The fruit of this method, akara, is beyond all others. This is kalamarga. There is nothing which surpasses it. If there be Shakti, the Vipra becomes a complete yogi by 6 months' practice. Without Shakti even Shiva can do naught. What then shall we say of men of small intelligence? Having said this, he whose form is Buddha, Buddharupi, made him practice sadhana. He said, O Vipra, do thou serve Maya-Shakti. Do thou practice sadhana with wine, Madhya-Sadhana, and thus shalt thou get sight of the lotus feet of the Mahavidya. Vashishtha, having heard these words of the Guru and meditating on Devi Sarasvati, went to the Kulamandapa to practice the wine ritual, Madhya-Sadhana, and having repeatedly done sadhana with wine, meat, fish, parched grain and Shakti, he became a complete yogi, Purnayogi. A similar account is given in the Brahmayamala. There are some variants however. Thus while in the Rudrayamala, Vashishtha is said to have resorted to the shore of the ocean. In the Brahmayamala he goes to Kamakhya, the great tantric pitha and shrine of the Devi. The prevalence of her worship amongst the Mongolian Assamese is noteworthy. It may be here added that this Yamala states that, except at time of worship, wine should not be taken nor should the Shakti be unclothed. By violation of these provisions life, it says, is shortened, and man goes to hell. According to the account of the Brahmayamala, Vashishtha, complaining of his ill success, was told to go to the Blue Mountains, Nilakala, and worship Parmeshwari near Kamakhya, Karma in Assam. He was told that Vishnu in the form of Buddha, Buddharupi, alone knew this worship according to Cinacara. Devi said, without Cinacara you cannot please me. Go to Vishnu who is Udbodharupi, illumined, and worship me according to the akara taught by him. Vashishtha then went to Vishnu in the country Mahasena, which is by the side of the Himalaya, Himavatparshv, a country inhabited by great sadhakas and thousands of beautiful and youthful women whose hearts were gladdened with wine, and whose minds were blissful with enjoyment, vilasa. They were adorned with clothes which inspired love, Shringaravasha, and the movement of their hips made tinkle their girdles of little bells. Free of both fear and prudish shame they enchanted the world. They surround Ishvara and are devoted to the worship of Devi. Vashishtha wondered greatly when he saw him in the form of Buddha, Buddharupi, with eyes drooping from wine. What, he said, is Vishnu doing in his Buddha form? This map, akara, is opposed to Veda, Vedavada Viruddha. I do not approve of it, Asamato Mama. Whilst so thinking, he heard a voice coming from the ether saying, O thou who art devoted to good acts, think not like this. This akara is of excellent result in the sadhana of Tharani. She is not pleased with anything which is the contrary of this. If thou dost wish to gain her grace speedily, then worship her according to Cinacara. Hearing this voice, Vashishtha's hairs stood on end and he fell to the ground. Being filled with exceeding joy he prayed to Vishnu in the form of Buddha, Buddharupa. Buddha, who had taken wine, seeing him was greatly pleased and said, Why have you come here? Vashishtha bowing to Buddha told him of his worship of Tharani. Buddha who is Hari and full of knowledge, Tattvajnana, spoke to him of the 5 makaras, that is, the 5 commencing with the letter M are madhya, or wine and so forth, which are in Cinacara, Majnanam Cinacaradikaranam, saying that this should not be disclosed, a common injunction as regards this ritual and renders it from the opponent's standpoint suspect. By practicing it thou shalt not again sink into the ocean of being. It is full of knowledge of the essence, Tattvajnana, and gives immediate liberation, Mukti. He then goes on to explain a principal feature of this cult, namely, its freedom from the ritual rules of the ordinary worship above which the sadhaka has risen. It is mental worship. In it bathing, purification, japa, and ceremonial worship is by the mind only. No outward acts are necessary, the bathing and so forth is in the mind and not in actual water, as is the case in lower and less advanced worship. There are no rules as to auspicious and inauspicious times, or as to what should be done by day and by night. Nothing is pure or impure, there is no ritual defect of impurity, nor prohibition against the taking of food. Devi should be worshipped even though the worshipper has had his food, and even though the place be unclean. Woman who is her image should be worshipped, pujanam striya, and never should any injury be done to her, stridvesho naiva kartavya. Are we here dealing with an incident in which Sakyamuni or some other Buddha of Buddhism was concerned? According to Hindu belief, the Ramayana was composed in the Treta age, and Vashishtha was the family priest of Dashratha and Rama, Adikanda 7. 4, 5, 8. 6, Ayodhyakanda v. 1. The Mahabharata was composed in Dvapara. Krishna appeared in the Sandhya between this and the Kali Yuga. Both Kurukshetra and Buddha were in the Kali age. According to this chronology, Vashishtha, who was the guru of Dashratha, was earlier than Sakyamuni. There were, however, Buddhas before the latter. The text does not mention Sakyamuni or Gautama Buddha. According to Buddhistic tradition, there were many other Buddhas before him, such as Dipankara, the Luminous One, Krakakanda, and others, the term Buddha being a term applicable to the enlightened, whoever he be. It will no doubt be said by the Western Orientalist that both these Yamalas were composed after the time of Sakyamuni. But if this be so, their author or authors, as Hindus, would be aware that according to Hindu chronology Vashishtha antedated Sakyamuni. Apart from the fact of there being other Buddhas, according to Hinduism, types, as distinguished from forms, of various things, ideas, and faiths, are persistent, though the forms are variable. Just as is the case with the Platonic ideas or eternal archetypes. In this sense neither Veda, Tantra Śāstra, or Buddhism had an absolute beginning at any time. As types of ideas or faiths they are beginningless, anadi, though the forms may have varied from age to age, and though perhaps some of the types may have been latent in some of the ages. If the Vedas are anadi, so are the Tantra Śāstras. To the yogic vision of the rishi which makes latent things patent, variable forms show their hidden types. Nothing is therefore absolutely new. A rishi in the Treta Yuga will know that which will apparently begin in Kali or Dvapara but which is already really latent in his own age. Vishnu appears to his vision as the embodiment of that already latent, but subsequently patent, cult. Moreover, in a given age, what is latent in a particular land, say Aryavarta, may be patent in another, say Mahasena. In this way, according to the Hindu Shastra, there is an essential conservation of type subject to the conditions of time, place, and person, Deshikalapatra. Moreover, according to these Shastras, the creative power is a reproducing principle. This means that the world process is cyclic according to a periodic law. The process in one kalpa is substantially repeated in another in Vashishtha, Buddha, and the rest appeared not only in the present but in previous grand cycles or kalpas. Just as there is no absolute first beginning of the universe, so nothing under the sun is absolutely new. Vashishtha, therefore, might have remembered past Buddhas, as he might have foreseen those to come. In yogic vision both the past and the future can project their shadows into the present. Every Purana and Samhita illustrates these principles of yogic intuition backwards and forwards. To the mind of Ishvara both past and future are known. And so it is to such who, in the necessary degree, partake of the qualities of the Lord's mind. The date upon which a particular Shastra is compiled is, from this viewpoint, unimportant. Even a modern Shastra may deal with ancient matter. In dealing with apparent anachronisms in Hindu Shastra, it is necessary to bear in mind these principles. This of course is not the view of Oriental scholars, or of Indians whom they have stampeded into regarding the beliefs of their country as absurd. It is however the orthodox view. And as an Indian friend of mine to whose views I have referred has said, what the Psychic Research Society of the West is conceding to good mediums and subjects cannot be withheld from our ancient supermen the rishis. The peculiar features to be noted of this story are these. Vashishtha must have known what the Vedas and Vedic rites were, as ordinarily understood. He is described as Vedantavit. Yet he was surprised on seeing Cinacara rites and disapproved of them. He speaks of it as outside Veda, Vedavahishkrita, and even opposed to it, Vedavadaviruddha. On the other hand, the connection with Veda is shown, in that the Devi who promulgates this Akara is connected with the Atharva Veda, and directs Vashishtha always to follow that Veda, and speaks of the Akara not as being opposed to, but as something so high as to be beyond the ordinary Vedic ritual, Vedānamapyagakra. He is to be fully learned in the import of Veda, Vedarthanipurno. It was by the grace of the doctrine and practice of Cinacara that Vishnu became the Lord of Yajurveda. The meaning therefore appears to be, that the doctrine and practice lie implicit in the Vedas, but go beyond what is ordinarily taught. Vishnu therefore says that it is not to be disclosed. What meaning again are we to attach to the word Visnabuddharupa? Buddha means, enlightened, but here a particular Buddha seems indicated, though Vishnu is also spoken of as Udbodharupi and the Devi as Buddheshvari. The Tara Tantra calls him a Kulabhairava. As is well known, Buddha was an incarnation of Vishnu. Vashishtha is told to go to Mahasena by the Himalaya and the country of the Bauddhas, Bodhhatish. The Bauddhas who follow the Pañcatattva ritual are accounted Kaulas. It is a noteworthy fact that the flower of the Devi is Jaba, the scarlet hibiscus or China rose. As the last name may indicate, it is perhaps not indigenous to India but to China, whence it may have been imported possibly through Nepal. This legend, incorporated as it is in the Shastra itself, seems to me of primary importance in determining the historical origin of the Pañcatattva ritual. Chapter 9. The Tantra Śāstras in China. Adopting for the purpose of this essay, and without discussion as to their accuracy, the general views of Orientalists on chronology and the development of the Buddhistic schools. The history of the Buddhistic Tantra is shortly as follows. The Mahayana, which commenced no one knows exactly when, was represented in the 1st and 2nd centuries by the great names of Ashvaghosha and Nagarjuna. Its great scripture is the Prajnaparamita. Its dominance under the protection of Kanishk marks the first steps towards metaphysical, theistic, and ritualistic religion, a recurring tendency amongst men to which I have previously referred. In the second half of the 1st century AD, Buddhism, apparently in its Mahayana form, spread to China, and thence to Korea, then to Japan in 6th century AD and to Tibet in the 7th. Sometime between the 4th and 5th centuries AD, Asana, a Buddhist monk of Gandhara, is said to have promulgated the Buddhist Yogacara, which, as its name imports, was an adaptation of the Indian Patanjali's Yoga Darshana. Dar. Waddell says that, this yoga parasite, most Europeans dislike what they understand of yoga, containing within itself the germs of Tantrism, soon developed monster outgrowths, which cankered the little life of purely Buddhistic stock in the Mahayana, which is itself characterized as merely sophistic nihilism. Whatever that may mean, it certainly has the air of reducing the Mahayana to nothingness. We are then told that at the end of the 6th century, Tantrism or Savaic mysticism, a vague word, with its worship of female energies, Shakti, and fiendises began to tinge both Hinduism and Buddhism. The latter of which became still more debased with silly contemptible mummery of unmeaning jargon, gibberish. Charmed sentences, dharni, and magic circles, mandala, in the form of the vehicle, called Mantrayana, alleged to have been founded by Nagarjuna, who received it from the Dhyani Buddha Vairocana through the Bodhisattva Vajrasattva at the Iron Tower, in southern India. Continuing, he says, that on the evolution in the 10th century of the demoniacal Buddhas of the Kalachakra system, the Mantrayana developed into the Vajrayana, the most depraved form of Buddhist doctrine, wherein the devotee endeavors with the aid of the demoniacal Buddhas, and of fiendises, Dakini, to obtain various siddhis. The missionary author, the Reverend Graham Sandberg, who is so little favorable to Buddhism that he can discover, p. 260, in it, no scheme of metaphysics or morality which can be dignified with the title of an ethical system, when however speaking of this most depraved form, in a short chapter on the Tantras and Tantric rites, Tibet and the Tibetans. 218, says that this new vehicle, Ngagchi Thegpa, did not profess to supersede the time-honored Vajrayana, Dorje Thegpa, but it claimed, by its expanded mythological scheme and its fascinating and even sublime mystic conceptions, to crystallize the old tantric methods into a regular science as complicated as it was resourceful. We are all naturally pleased at finding resemblances in other doctrines to teachings of our own, and so the reverend author. After pointing out that a leading feature of the Kalakakra, Duschikorlo, was the evolution of the idea of a supreme personal being, says that many find distinctively theistic characteristics of the deity, his disposition, purity, fatherliness, benevolence and isolated power are set out in the Kalakakra treatises. But he is, as we might expect, of the opinion that this was only an effort towards the real thing, probably influenced by the fact of Christian and Mohammedan teaching. We commonly find that a Semitic source is alleged for what cannot be denied to be good in Hinduism, or its child Buddhism. One wonders however how the demoniacal Buddhas and fiendises work themselves into this be-praised effort to teach Christian ideas. At the risk of straying from my subject, I may point out that in Buddhism the Devatas are given both peaceful, ji, and wrathful, crow, aspects. The latter denotes the terrible, what in India is called Bhairava, aspects of the divinity, but does not change him or her into a demon, at least in Buddhist or Indian belief. Even to the Christian, God has both a terrible and a benign aspect. It is true that some of the representations of the former aspect in northern Buddhism are, to most Westerns, demoniac in form, but that is the way the Tibetan mind works in endeavoring to picture the matter for itself. As the Hindus do with their Devis, Kali, Chinnamasta and Kandi. Another and artistically conceived idea of Bhairava is pictured in a beautiful Indian Kangra painting in my possession in which a smoldering restrained wrath, as it were a lowering dark storm cloud, envelopes the otherwise restrained face and immobile posture of the Devata. As regards the esoteric worship of Dakinis I have said a word in the foreword to the 7th volume of my Tantric texts. Without having recourse to abuse, we can better state the general conclusion by saying that the Tantric cult introduced a theistical form of organized worship with prayers, litanies, hymns, music, flowers, incense, recitation of mantra, japa, kavakas or protectors in the form of dharnis, offerings, help of the dead, in short, with all practical aids to religion for the individual together with a rich and pompous public ritual for the whole body of the faithful. For the following facts, so far as China is concerned, I am indebted in the main to the learned work of the Jesuit Father L. Uyghur Histoire de Croyances Religieuses et de Opinions Philosophiques en Cine, Paris Chalamel 1917. The author cited states that Indian Tantrism, the school of efficacious formula, developed in China in the 7th and 8th centuries of our era, as a Chinese adaptation of the old theistic yoga of Patanjali, 2nd century BC. Recast by Samantabhadra, and fixed in polytheistic form by Asamga, circ 400 AD or as others say 500 AD. A treatise of the latter translated into Chinese in 647 AD had but little success. But in 716 the Indian Shubhakra came to the Chinese court, gained the support of the celebrated Chang Soai, known under his monastic name I Hing, to whom he taught Indian doctrine, the latter in return giving aid by way of translations. Shubhakra, in the Tantric way, thought that the Buddhist monks in China were losing their time in mere philosophizing since, I cite the author mentioned, the Chinese people were not capable of abstract speculations. Probably Shubhakra, like all of his kind, was a practical man, who recognized, as men of sense must do, that in view of the present character of human nature, religion must be organized and brought to the people in such a form as will be fruitful of result. Metaphysical speculations count with them for little either in China or elsewhere. Shubhakra and his school taught the people that man was not like the banana, a fruit without kernel. His body contained a soul. A moral life was necessary, for after death the soul was judged and if found wicked was cast into hell. But how was man to guard against this and the evil spirits around him? How was he to secure health, wealth, pardon for his sins, good being in this world and the hereafter? The people were then taught the existence of divine protectors, including some forms of Hindu divinities as also the manner in which their help might be invoked. They were instructed in the use of mantras, dharnis, and mudras, the meaning of which is not explained by Dr. Waddell's definition, certain distortions of the fingers. They were taught to pray, to make offerings, and the various other rituals everywhere to be found in Tantra Śāstra. Father Uyghur says that pardon of sins and saving from the punishment of hell was explained by the Chinese tantrics of this school not as a derogation from justice, but as the effect of the appeal to the divine protector which obtained for the sinful man a fresh lease of life, a kind of respite during which he was enabled to redeem himself by doing good in place of expiating his sins by torture in hell. The devout tantric who sought after his death to be born in the heaven of such and such Buddha, obtained his wish. Sinners who had done nothing for themselves might be helped even after their death by the prayers of relatives, friends and priests. The devotion of the tantrics for the salvation of the deceased was very great. Let us suppose, says one of the texts, that a member of your family is thrown in prison. What will you not do to relieve him there, or to get him out from it? In the same way, we must act for the dead who are in the great prison of hell. Prayer and charity with the view to aid them is accounted to their merit. Above all, it is necessary to obtain the aid of the priests who deliver these bound souls by the ritual ad hoc, accompanied by music which forms an important part of the Buddhist tantric rites. The resemblance of all this to the Catholic practice as regards the souls in purgatory is obvious. As in the Indian compendia, such as the Tantrasara, there were prayers, mantras and dharnis to protect against every form of evil, against the bad spirits, wild beasts, natural calamities, human enemies, and so forth, which were said to be effective, provided that they were applied in the proper disposition and at the right time and in the right manner. But more effective than all these was the initiation with water, abhisheka. For innumerable good spirits surround the initiates in all places and at all times so that no evil touches them. It was recommended also to carry on the body the written name of one's protector, Ishtadevata, or one of those signs which were called transcendent seals, conquerors of all demons. This practice again is similar to that of the use by the Indian tantrics of the kavaka, and to the practice of Catholics who wear scapulars, Agnus Dei, and consecrated medals. In order to encourage frequent invocations, as also to count them, the Buddhist tantrics had Buddhistic chaplets like the Indian mala and Catholic rosary. The beads varied from 1080, 1008, to 27. In invoking the protectors, the worshipper held firmly one bead with 4 fingers, the thumb and first finger of both hands, and then centered his mind on the formula of invocation. Carried on the body, these rosaries protected from every ill, and made all that one said, a prayer. To use the Indian phrase all that was then said, was mantra. Tantricism was reinforced on the arrival in 719 AD of 2 Indian Brahmanas, Vajrabodhi and Amoga. The demand for tantras then became so great that Amoga was officially deputed by the imperial government to bring back from India and Ceylon as many as he could. Amoga, who was the favorite of 3 emperors holding the rank of minister and honored with many titles, lived till 774. He made Tantricism the fashionable sect. Father Uyghur says that in the numerous works signed by him, there is not to be found any of those rites, Indian or Tibetan, which come under the general term Vamikara, which includes worship with wine and women. He has it from Buddhist sources that they deplore the abuses which as regards this matter have taken place in India. In the state of decadence witnessed today there largely remains only a liturgy of invocations accompanied by madra and music, with lanterns and flags from which bonzes of low degree making a living when called upon by householders to cure the sick, push their business and so forth. Amoga, however, demanded more of those who sought initiation. In the Indian fashion he tested, pariksha, the would-be disciple and initiated only those who were fit and had the quality of Vajra. To such only was doubtless confided the higher esoteric teachings and ritual. Initiation was conferred by the ritual pouring of water on the head, abhisheka, after a solemn act of contrition and devotion. The following is a description of the rite of initiation, abhisheka. It is the Buddha who speaks. Just as an imperial prince is recognized as he who shall govern, so my disciples, tested and perfectly formed, are consecrated with water. For the purpose of this ceremony one places on a height, or at least on rising ground, a platform 7 feet in diameter strewn with flowers and sprinkled with scented water. Let silence be kept all around. Persian incense is burnt. Place a mirror of bronze and 7 arrows to keep away demoniac spirits. The candidate who has been previously prepared by a rigorous abstinence, fully bathed and clad in freshly washed garments, kneels on the platform and listens to a lecture explaining the meaning of the rite. His right shoulder is uncovered and his 2 hands joined. He forms interiorly the necessary intention. Then the master of the ceremony, holding him firmly by the right hand, pours with the left on the head of the candidate for initiation the ritual water. This initiation made the Chela a son of Buddha and a depository of the latter's doctrine, for the Tantras were deemed to represent the esoteric teaching of the Buddha. Just as in India they contain the essence of all knowledge as taught by Shiva or Devi. The initiates of Amogha were distinguished by their retired life and secret practices, which gained for them the name of School of Mystery. It transpired that they were awaiting a savior in a future age. This rendered them suspect in the eye of government, who thought that they were perhaps a revolutionary society. The sect was accordingly forbidden. But this did not cause it to disappear. On the contrary, for as the Reverend Father says, in China, and we may add elsewhere, the forbidden fruit is that which is of all the most delicious. The lower ranks avoided this higher initiation and largely lapsed into mechanical formalism, and the true adepts wrapped themselves in a mystery still more profound, awaiting the coming of the future Buddha Maitreya, who, they taught, had inspired a Sangha with the doctrine they held. Father Uyghur says that their morality is severe and their life very austere. Leur morale est sévère, leur vie très austère. There is a hierarchy of teachers who visit the households at appointed intervals, always after nightfall, leaving before daybreak and supported by the alms of those whom they thus teach. The learned missionary author adds that tantric adepts of this class are often converted to Christianity and quickly become excellent Christians, since their morals are good and they have a lively belief in the supernatural. Leurs mours ayant été bons et leur croyance au surnaturel est très vive. Here I may note on the subject of Vernes, that it has been said that these were only introduced into China during the Tang dynasty. Father Uyghur, however, p. 385, says that an authentic Riddhi mantra is to be found in translations made by Liu Kichin in the 2nd century AD. Buddha is said to have announced to Ananda, who accompanied him, that 500 years after his nirvana, a sect of magicians, whom the author calls Shivaite Tantrics, would be the cause of the swarming of evil spirits. Instructions were then given for their exorcism. This puts the Shivaites far back. Chapter 10. A Tibetan Tantra. This chapter is an admirably understanding review, reprinted from the Theosophist of July 1919, by Mr. Johann van Manen, the Tibetan scholar. It was written on the 7th volume of Tantric Texts, which contains the first Tibetan Tantra to be published. The Tantra which was selected for the series was the Shrikakrasamhara, because the editor happened to have manuscripts of this and other works of the same school. All lovers of Indian philosophy are familiar with the magnificent series of works on the Tantra which, under the general editorship of Arthur Avalon, have seen the light within the last few years. Some, 15 volumes, either texts, translations, or studies, have hitherto been published, and the titles of a number of further works are announced as in preparation or in the press. Just now a new volume has been added to the series, constituting volume 7 of the Texts, and this book is undoubtedly one of the most interesting of all those hitherto issued. Up till now the series has only dealt with works and thoughts originally written down in Sanskrit. This new volume goes further afield and brings us the text and translation of a Tibetan work, dealing with the same subject the whole series is intended to study. Tibetan Tantrism is undoubtedly a development of its Indian prototype, and at a further stage of our knowledge of the whole subject, the historical development of this school of thought will be, no doubt, studied minutely. Though this present volume brings valuable material toward such an historical study, our knowledge of the Tantra under this aspect is as yet far too limited to enable us to say much about this side of the questions raised by its publication or to find a place for it in the present review of the work. What is more urgent now is to examine this book as it stands, to try to define the general trend of its contents, and to attempt to value it generally in terms of modern speech and thought. In our discussion of the book, therefore, we shall not concern ourselves with questions of technical scholarship at all, but attempt to go to the heart of the subject in such a manner as might be of interest to any intelligent man attracted towards philosophical and religious thought. And it is perhaps easier to do so with the present work than with many others in the series to which it belongs, for more than these others this work makes an appeal to the intellect direct, and proves very human and logical, so as to evoke a response in even such readers as are not prepared by a detailed knowledge of system and terminology, to disentangle an elaborate outer form from the inner substance. It is true that here also, every page and almost every line bristles with names and terms, but the thought connecting such terms is clear, and these, serving much the purposes of algebraical notations in mathematical formulae, can be easily filled in by any reader with values derived from his own religious and philosophical experience. The Tantras have, often, not been kindly spoken of. It has been said that they have hitherto played, in Indology, the part of a jungle which everybody is anxious to avoid. Still stronger, a great historian is quoted as having said that it would be the unfortunate lot of some future scholar to wade through the disgusting details of drunkenness and debauchery which were regarded as an essential part of their religion by a large section of the Indian community not long ago, and Grunwedel, speaking especially of the Tibetan Tantras, mythology, p. 106, from the immense literature of which as yet nothing had been translated, says, to work out these things will be, indeed, a sacrificium intellectus, but they are, after all, no more stupid than the Brahmanas on which so much labor has been spent. But here we have the first translation into a European language of one of these tantric texts. And far from being obscene or stupid, it strikes us as a work of singular beauty and nobility, and as a creation of religious art, almost unique in its lofty grandeur. It is so totally unlike any religious document we are acquainted with, that it is almost inconceivable that this is only a brief specimen, a first specimen, made accessible to the general public, of a vast literature of which the extent, as existing in Tibet, cannot yet even be measured. Yet, in saying that the nature of our book is unique, we do not mean to imply that close analogies cannot be found for it in the religious literatures and practices of the world. Such an aloofness would be rather suspicious, for real religious experience is, of course, universal, and, proceeding from the same elements in the human heart and aspiring to the same ends, must always show kinship in manifestation. Yet this Tibetan product has a distinctive style of its own, which singles it out in appearance as clearly, let us say, as the specific character of Assyrian or Egyptian art is different from that of other styles. When we now proceed to examine the document before us, at the outset a verdict of one of the critics of Tantrism comes to our mind, to the effect that the Tantra is perhaps the most elaborate system of autosuggestion in the world. This dictum was intended as a condemnation, but though accepting the verdict as correct, we ourselves are not inclined to accept, together with it, the implied conclusion. Autosuggestion is the establishment of mental states and moods from within, instead of as a result of impressions received from without. Evidently there must be two kinds of this autosuggestion, a true and a false one. The true one is that which produces states of consciousness corresponding to those which may be produced by realities in the outer world. And the false one is that which produces states of consciousness not corresponding to reactions to any reality without. In the ordinary way the consciousness of man is shaped in response to impressions from without, and so ultimately rests on sensation. But theoretically there is nothing impossible in the theory that these modifications of the thinking principle should be brought about by the creative will and rest rather on imagination and intuition than on sensation. This theory has not only been philosophically and scientifically discussed, but also practically applied in many a school of mysticism or yoga. If I remember well, there is a most interesting book by a German, non-mystic, Professor, Staudenmayer, dealing with this subject, under the title of Magic as an Experimental Science, in German. And the same idea seems also to underlie Steiner's theory of what he calls, imaginative clairvoyance. In Christian mysticism this has been fully worked out by de Loyola in his Spiritual Exercises, as applied to the Passion of the Christ. In what is nowadays called New Thought, this principle is largely applied in various manners. In our book we find it applied in terms of Tantric Buddhism with a fullness and detail surpassing all other examples of this type of meditation. In order to present the idea in such a way that it may look plausible in itself, we have first to sketch out the rationale underlying any such system. This is easily done. We can conceive of this universe as an immense ocean of consciousness or intelligence in which the separate organisms, human beings included, live and move and have their being. If we conceive of this mass of consciousness as subject to laws, analogous to those of gravity, and at the same time as being fluidic in nature, then the mechanism of all intellectual activity might well be thought of, in one of its aspects, as hydraulic in character. Let any organism, fit to be a bearer of consciousness, only open itself for the reception of it, and the hydraulic pressure of the surrounding sea of consciousness will make it flow in such a form as the construction of the organism assumes. The wave and the sea, the pot and the water, are frequent symbols in the East, used to indicate the relation between the all-consciousness and the individual consciousness. If the human brain is the pot sunk in the ocean of divine consciousness, the form of that pot will determine the form which the all-consciousness will assume within that brain. Now imagination, or autosuggestion, may determine that form. Through guess, intuition, speculation, tradition, authority, or whatever the determinant factor may be, any such form may be chosen. The man may create any form, and then, by expectancy, stillness, passivity, love, aspiration or whatever term we choose, draw the cosmic consciousness within him, only determining its form for himself, but impersonally receiving the power which is not from himself, but from without. The process is like the preparation of a mold in which molten metal is to be cast, with this difference, that the metal cast into the mold is not self-active and alive, and not ever-present and pressing on every side, as the living consciousness is which constitutes our universe. We may take an illustration from the mechanical universe. This universe is one seething mass of forces in constant interplay. The forces are there and at work all the time, but only become objectified when caught in suitable receivers. The wind force, if not caught by the arms of the windmill, the forces of stream or waterfall, if not similarly gathered in a proper mechanism, disperse themselves in space and are not focused in and translated into objective units of action. So with the vibrations sent along the wire, in telegraphic or telephonic communication, or with the other vibrations sent wirelessly. In a universe peopled with intelligences, higher beings, gods, a whole hierarchy of entities, from the highest power and perfection to such as belong to our own limited class. Constant streams of intelligence and consciousness must continuously flash through space and fill existence. Now it seems, theoretically indeed, very probable, assuming that consciousness is one and akin in essence, that the mechanical phenomenon of sympathetic vibration may be applied to that consciousness as well as to what are regarded as merely mechanical vibrations. So, putting all the above reasonings together, it is at least a plausible theory that man, by a process of autosuggestion, may so modify the organs of his consciousness, and likewise attune his individual consciousness in such a way as to become able to enter into a sympathetic relation with the forces of cosmic consciousness ordinarily manifesting outside him and remaining unperceived, passing him as it were, instead of being caught and harnessed. And this is not only a theory, but more than that, a definite statement given as the result of experience by mystics and meditators of all times and climes. Now we may ask, how has this method been applied in our present work? A careful analysis of its contents makes us discover several interesting characteristics. First of all, we have to remember that our text presupposes a familiarity with the religious conceptions, names, personalities and philosophical principles of Northern Buddhism, which are all freely used in the composition. What is strange and foreign in them to the Western reader is so only because he moves in unfamiliar surroundings. But the character of the composition is one which might be compared to such analogous Western productions, with great differences, however, as the Passion Play at Oberammergau or the medieval mystery plays. Only, in some of the latter the historical element predominates, whilst in the Tibetan composition the mythological element, for want of a better word, forms the basis and substance. In other words, in this ritual of meditation the gods, powers and principles are the actors, and not, historical or symbolical personages of religious tradition. Secondly, the play is enacted in the mind, inwardly, instead of on the scene, outwardly. The actors are not persons, but conceptions. First, the meditator has to swing up his consciousness to a certain pitch of intensity, steadiness, quiet, determination and expectancy. Having tuned it to the required pitch, he fixes it on a simple center of attention which is to serve as a starting point or gate through which his imagination shall well up as the water of a fountain comes forth through the opening of the water pipe. From this central point the mental pictures come forth. They are placed round the central conception. From simple to complex in orderly progression the imaginative structure is elaborated. The chief gods appear successively, followed by the minor deities. Spaces, regions, directions are carefully determined. Attributes, colors, symbols, sounds are all minutely prescribed and deftly worked in, and explications carefully given. A miniature world is evolved, seething with elemental forces working in the universe as cosmic forces and in man as forces of body and spirit. Most of the quantities on this elaborate notation are taken from the body of indigenous religious teaching and mythology. Some are so universal and transparent that the non-Tibetan reader can appreciate them even without a knowledge of the religious technical terms of Tibet. But anyhow, an attentive reading and rereading reveals something, even to the outsider, of the force of this symbological structure, and makes him intuitively feel that here we are assisting in the unfolding of a grand spiritual drama, sweeping up the mind to heights of exaltation and nobility. As to the terminological side of the text, the editor's abundant notes prove as valuable as useful. They may disturb the elevated unity of the whole at first, but after some assiduous familiarizing, lead to fuller and deeper comprehension. Even a single reading is sufficient to gain the impression that a stately and solemn mental drama is enacted before us with an inherent impressiveness which would attach, for instance, to a Christian, to the performance of a ritual in which all the more primary biblical persons, human and superhuman, were introduced, in suitable ways, as actors. And the superlative cleverness of this structure. Starting from a single basic note, this is developed into a chord, which again expands into a melody, which is then elaborately harmonized. Indeed, the meditation is in its essence both music and ritual. The initial motives are developed, repeated, elaborated, and new ones introduced. These again are treated in the same way. A symphony is evolved and brought to a powerful climax, and then again this full world of sound, form, meaning, color, power is withdrawn, limited, taken back into itself, folded up and dissolved, turned inwards again and finally returned into utter stillness and rest, into that tranquil void from which it was originally evoked and which is its eternal mother. I do not know of any literature which in its nature is so absolutely symphonic, so directly akin to music, as this sample of a Tibetan meditational exercise. And curiously enough, it makes us think of another manifestation of Indian religious art, for in words this document is akin to the Indian temple decoration, especially the South Indian Gopura, which in its endless repetitions and elaborations seems indeed instinct with the same spirit which has given birth to this scheme of imagination taught in these Tantras. Only, in stone or plaster, the mythological host is sterile and immovable, whilst, as created in the living mind, the similar structure partakes of the life of the mind within and without. The sculptural embodiment is, therefore, serviceable to the less evolved mind. The Tantra is for the religious thinker who possesses power. But we said that our meditational structure was also akin to ritual. What we mean by this is that all the figures and images evoked in the mind in this meditation are, after all, only meant, as the words, vestures and gestures in a ritual, to suggest feelings, to provoke states of consciousness, and to furnish, if the simile be not thought too pathetic, pegs to hang ideas upon. Like as a fine piece of music or a play, can only be well rendered when rehearsed over and over again, and practiced so that the form side of the production becomes almost mechanical. And all power in the production can be devoted to the infusion of inspiration, so can this meditation only be perfectly performed after untold practice and devotion. It would be a totally mistaken idea to read this book as a mere piece of literature, once to go through it to see what it contains, and then to let it go. Just as the masterpieces of music can be heard hundreds of times. Just as the great rituals of the world grow in power on the individual in the measure with which he becomes familiar with them and altogether identifies himself with the most infinitely small minutiae of their form and constitution. So this meditation ritual is one which only by repetition can be mastered and perfected. Like the great productions of art or nature, it has to grow on the individual. This meditational exercise is not for the small, nor for the flippant, nor for those in a hurry. It is inherently an esoteric thing, one of those teachings belonging to the regions of quiet and tranquility and rest of Taoistic philosophy. To the ignorant it must be jabber, and so it is truly esoteric, hiding itself by its own nature within itself, though seemingly open and accessible to all. But in connection with this meditation we do not think of pupils who read it once or twice, or 10 times, or 100, but of austere thinkers who work on it as a life work through laborious years of strenuous endeavor. For, what must be done to make this meditation into a reality? Every concept in it must be vivified and drenched with life and power. Every God in it must be made into a living God, every power manipulated in it made into a potency. The whole structure must be made vibrant with forces capable of entering into sympathetic relation with the greater cosmic forces in the universe, created in imitation on a lower scale within the individual meditator himself. To the religious mind the universe is filled with the thoughts of the gods, with the powers of great intelligences and consciousnesses, radiating eternally through space and really constituting the world that is. The world is only a thought in the mind of God. It must take years of strenuous practice even to build up the power to visualize and correctly produce as an internal drama this meditation given in our book. To endow it with life and to put power into this life is an achievement that no small mind, no weak devotee, can hope to perform. So this meditation is a solemn ritual, like the Roman Catholic Mass. Only it is performed in the mind instead of in the church, and the mystery it celebrates is an individual and not a general sacrament. In what we have said above we have tried to give some outlines of the chief characteristics of this remarkable work, now brought within the reach of the general reading public. And especially of benefit to those among them interested in the study of comparative religion along broad lines. We owe, indeed, a debt of gratitude to Arthur Avalon, whose enthusiasm for an insight into the Indian religious and philosophical mind have unearthed this particular gem for us. We may be particularly grateful that his enthusiasm has not set itself a limit, so as to prevent him from dealing with other than Sanskrit lore alone, and from looking for treasure even beyond the Himalayas. In this connection we may mention that it is his intention to maintain this Catholic attitude, for he is now taking steps to incorporate also an important Japanese work on the Vajrayana in his Tantric series. As far as this first Tibetan text is concerned, the choice has been decidedly happy, and he has been no less fortunate in having been able to secure a competent collaborator to undertake the philological portion of the work. The translating and editing labor. The result of thus associating himself with a capable indigenous scholar to produce the work, has been a great success, a production of practical value which will undoubtedly not diminish in all essentials for a long time to come. For not only is this particular work in and for itself of interest, with a great beauty of its own, it has another value in quite other directions than those connected with the study of meditation or of religious artistic creation. The work furnishes a most important key to a new way of understanding many phases and productions of Indian philosophy. The projection of the paraphernalia of Hindu mythology inwards into the mind as instruments of meditation, the internalizing of what we find in the Puranas or the epic externalized as mythology, has seemed to me to throw fresh and illuminating light on Indian symbology. To give an illustration, in this Tantra we find an elaborate manipulation of weapons, shields, armor, as instruments for the protection of the consciousness. Now all these implements figure, for instance, largely and elaborately in such a work as the Abhidnyana Samhita, of which Dr. Schrader has given us a splendid summary in his work, Introduction to the Pañcatattva. But in the Pañcatattva all these implements are only attributes of the gods. In our text we find a hint as to how all these external mythological data can also be applied to and understood as internal workings of the human consciousness, and in this light Indian mythology assumes a new and richer significance. I do not want to do more here than hint at the point involved, but no doubt any student of Hindu mythology who is also interested in Hindu modes of thought, in the Hindu psyche, will at once see how fruitful this idea can be. One of the riddles of Indian thought is that its symbology is kinetic and not static, and eludes the objective formality of Western thought. That is why every Hindu god is another, who is again another, who is once more another. Did not Kipling say something about Kali, who is Parvati, who is Sitala, who is worshipped against the smallpox? So also almost every philosophical principle is an aspect of another principle, but never a clear-cut, well-circumscribed, independent thing by itself. Our text goes far towards giving a hint as to how all these gods and principles, which in the Puranas and other writings appear as extra-human elements, may perhaps also be interpreted as aspects of the human mind, and even human body, and become a psychological mythology instead of a cosmic one. The idea is not absolutely new, but has been put forward by mystics before. The cherubic wanderer sang that it would be of no avail to anyone, even if the Christ were born 100 times over in Bethlehem, if he were not born within the man himself. It has been said of the Bhagavad Gita that it is in one sense the drama of the soul, and that meditation on it, transplanting the field of Kurukshetra within the human consciousness, may lead to a direct realization of all that is taught in that book, and to a vision of all the glories depicted therein. That idea is the same as that which is the basis of our text. Its message is, create a universe within, in order to be able to hear the echoes of the universe without, which is one with that within, in essence. If seers, occultists, meditators really exist, they may be able to outline the way and method by which they themselves have attained. So it was with de Loyola and his spiritual exercises, and there is no reason why it should not be the same with the book we are discussing here. As to how far we have here a result of practical experience, or only an ingenious theory, a great attempt, as it were, we will not and cannot decide. To make statements about this needs previous experiment, and we have only read the book from the outside, not lived its contents from within. But however this may be, even such an outer reading is sufficient to reveal to us the grandeur of the conception put before us, and to enable us to feel the symphonic splendor of the creation as a work of religio-philosophic art. And that alone is enough to enable us to judge the work as a masterpiece and a document of first-class value in the field of religious and mystical literature. The form is very un-Western indeed and in many ways utterly unfamiliar and perhaps bewildering. But the harmony of thought, the greatness of the fundamental conceptions, the sublimity of endeavor embodied in it, are clear. And these qualities are certainly enough to gain for it admirers and friends, perhaps here and there a disciple, even in our times so badly prepared to hear this Tibetan echo from that other world, which in many ways we in the West make it our strenuous business to forget and to discount. Chapter 11. Shakti in Taoism. The belief in Shakti or the divine power as distinguished from the divine essence, Svarupa, the former being generally imagined for purposes of worship as being in female form, is very ancient. The concept of Shakti in Chinese Taoism is not merely a proof of this, for the Shakti notion is much older, but is an indication of the ancient Indian character of the doctrine. There are some who erroneously think the concept had its origin in Saivaic mysticism, having its origin somewhere in the 6th century of our era. Lao Tzu, or the Bold Master, was 20 years senior to Confucius, and his life was said to have been passed between 570 to 490 BC. A date commonly accepted by European Orientalists as that of the death of Buddha, Indian and Tibetan opinions being regarded as extravagant, would bring his life into the 6th century SC, one of the most wonderful in the world's history. Lao Tzu is said to have written the Tao Te Ching, the fundamental text of Taoism. This title means treatise on Tao and Te. Tao, which Lao Tzu calls the Great, is in its Sanskrit equivalent Brahman, and Te is its power or activity or Shakti. As Father P. L. Uyghur, S.J., to whose work, Histoire de croyances religieuses et de opinions philosophiques en Chine, page 143 ed seg. 1917, I am here indebted, points out, Lao Tzu did not invent Taoism no more than Confucius, 557 to 419 BC. Invented Confucianism. It is characteristic of these and other ancient Eastern masters that they do not claim to be more than transmitters of a wisdom older than themselves. Lao Tzu was not the first to teach Taoism. He had precursors who, however, were not authors. He was the writer of the first book on Taoism which served as the basis for the further development of the doctrine. On this account its paternity is attributed to him. There was reference to this doctrine, it is said, in the official archives, page 743. The pre-Taoists were the analysts and astrologers of the Chu. Lao Tzu, who formulated the system, was one of them, IB 69. The third ministry containing these archives registered all which came from foreign parts, as Taoism did. For as Father Uyghur says, Taoism is in its main lines a Chinese adaptation of the contemporary doctrine of the Upanishads, or le Taoisme est dans ses grandes lignes une adaptation chinoise de la doctrine indienne contemporaine de Upanishads. The actual fact of importation cannot in default of documents be proved, but as the learned author says, the fact that the doctrine was not Chinese, that it was then current in India, and its sudden spread in China, creates in favor of the argument for foreign importation almost a certain conclusion. The similarity of the two doctrines is obvious to anyone acquainted with that of the Upanishads and the doctrine of Shakti. The dualism of the manifesting unity, Tao, denoted by yin-yang, appears for the first time in a text of Confucius, a contemporary of Lao Tzu, who may have informed him of it. All Chinese monism descends from Lao Tzu. The patriarchal texts were developed by the great fathers of Taoism Lai Tzu and Chuang Tzu, c. Les Pères du Système Taoiste, by the same author, whom the Reverend Father calls the only real thinkers that China has produced. Both were practically prior to the contact of Greece and India on the Indus under Alexander. The first development of Taoism was in the south. It passed later to the north where it had a great influence. According to Taoism there was in the beginning, is now, and ever will be an ultimate reality, which is variously called Huan the mystery, which cannot be named or defined. Because human language is the language of limited beings touching limited objects, whereas Tao is imperceptible to the senses and the unproduced cause of all, beyond which there is nothing, the formless, or Tao the causal principle. The unlimited inexhaustible source from which all comes, Tao le principe par sec tout derived de lui, itself proceeds from nothing but all from it. So it is said of Brahman that it is in itself beyond mind and speech, formless and, as the Brahma Sutra says, that from which the universe is born, by which it is maintained and into which it is dissolved. From the abyss of its being, it throws out all forms of existence and is never emptied. It is an infinite source exteriorizing from itself all forms, by its power, T. These forms neither diminish nor add to Tao, which remains ever the same. These limited beings are as a drop of water in its ocean. Tao is the sum of, and yet as infinite, beyond all individual existences. Like Brahman, Tao is one, eternal, infinite, self-existent, omnipresent, unchanging, immutable, and complete, Purna. At a particular moment, to speak in our language, for it was then beyond time, Tao threw out from itself its power, virtue or Shakti, which operates in alternating modes called yin and yang and produces, as it were by condensation of its subtlety, Shakti Ganabuddha, the heaven and earth and air between, from which come all beings. The two modes of its activity, yin and yang, are inherent in the primal that, and manifest as modes of its T or Shakti. Yin is rest, and therefore after the creation of the phenomenal world a going back, retraction, concentration towards the original unity, nvrti, whereas yang is action and therefore the opposite principle of going forth or expansion, pravritti. These modes appear in creation under the sensible forms of earth, yin, and heaven, yang. The one original principle or Tao, like Shiva and Shakti, thus becomes dual in manifestation as heaven-earth from which emanate other existences. The state of Jin is one of rest, concentration and imperceptibility, which was the own state, Svarupa, of Tao before time and things were. The state of Fang is that of action, expansion, of manifestation in sentient beings, and is the state of Tao in time, and that which is in a sense not its true state, l'état in de concentration, de repose, d'imperceptibilité. Que fut celu du principe avant le temps, est son état propre. L'état yang d'expansion et d'action, de manifestation dans les êtres sensibles, est son état dans le temps, en quelque sorte impropre. All this again is Indian. The primal state of Brahman or Shiva Shakti before manifestation is that in which it rests in itself, Svarupavshranti, that is, the state of rest and infinite formlessness. It then by its power, Shakti, manifests the universe. There exists in this power the form of two movements or rhythms, namely, the going forth or expanding, pravritti, and the return or centering movement, nvritti. This is the eternal rhythm, the pulse of the universe, in which it comes and goes from that which in itself, does neither. But is this a real or ideal movement? According to Father Uyghur, Taoism is a realistic and not idealistic pantheism in which Tao is not a conscious principle but a necessary law, not spiritual but material, though imperceptible by reason of its tenuity in state of rest. Leur système est un pantheisme réaliste, pas idéaliste. Au commencement était un être unique non pas intelligent mais loi fatale, non spirituel mais material, imperceptible a force atténuate, abord immobile. He also calls heaven and earth unintelligent agents of production of sentient beings. Agent non-intelligence de la production de tous les êtres sensibles. I speak with all respect for the opinion of one who has made a special study of the subject which I have not so far as its Chinese aspect is concerned. But even if, as is possible, at this epoch the full idealistic import of the Vedanta had not been developed, I doubt the accuracy of the interpretation which makes Tao material and unconscious. According to Father Uyghur, Tao prolongates itself. Each being is a prolongation, prolongment, of the Tao, attached to it and therefore not diminishing it. Tao is stated by him to be universal nature, the sum, samashti, of all individual natures which are terminal points, terminaisms, of Tao's prolongation. Similarly in the Upanishads, we read of Brahman producing the world from itself as the spider produces the web from out of itself. Tao is thus the mother of all that exists, la mère de tout ce que est. If so, it is the mother of mind, will, emotion and every form of consciousness. How are these derived from merely a material principle? May it not be that just as the Upanishads use material images to denote creation and yet posit a spiritual conscious, though not in our limited sense, principle, Lao Tzu, who was indebted to them, may have done the same. Is this also not indicated by the Gnostic doctrine of the Taoists? The author cited says that to the cosmic states of yin and yang correspond in the mind of man the states of rest and activity. When the human mind thinks, it fills itself with forms or images and is moved by desires. Then it perceives only the effects of Tao, namely, distinct sentient beings. When on the contrary the action of the human mind stops and is fixed and empty of images of limited forms, it is then the pure mirror in which is reflected the ineffable and unnameable essence of Tao itself. Of which intuition the fathers of Taoism speak at length. Quand en contraire l'esprit humain esterit est vide et fixe, alors miroir net et pur, Illinois mire l'essence ineffable et inimable du principe lui-même. Les Pères nous parleront au long de cette intuition. This common analogy of the mirror is also given in the Kammakala Vilasa, v. 4, where it speaks of Shakti as the pure mirror in which Shiva reflects himself pratifalati vimarsha darpain vishade. The conscious mind does not reflect a material principle as its essence. Its essence must have the principle of consciousness which the mind itself possesses. It is to T, the virtue or power which Tao emits from itself, ce principi semit emetter tsa virtu, that we should attribute what is apparently unconscious and material. But the two are one, just as Shiva the possessor of power, Shaktiman, and Shakti or power are one, and this being so distinctions are apt to be lost. In the same way in the Upanishad statements may be found which have not the accuracy of distinction between Brahman and its Prakriti, which we find in later developments of Vedanta and particularly in the Śakta form of it. Moreover, we are here dealing with the one in its character both as cause and as substance of the world its effect. It is of Prakriti Shakti and possibly of T that we may say that it is an apparently material unconscious principle, imperceptible by reason of its tenuity and, to the degree that it is not productive objective effect, immobile. Further, Uyghur assures us that all contraries issue from the same unchanging Tao and that they are only apparent, taut contrariet ne chu apparenti. But relative to what? He says that they are not subjective illusions of the human mind, but objective appearances, double aspects of a unique being, corresponding to the alternating modalities of yin and yang. That is so. For as Cinacara says, external objects are not merely projections of the individual human mind but of the cosmic mind, the Ishvari Shakti. We must not, of course, read Taoism as held in the 6th century BC. As if it were the same as the developed Vedanta of Cinacara who, according to European chronology, lived more than 1,000 years later. But this interpretation of Vedanta is an aid in enabling us to see what is at least implicit in earlier versions of the meaning of their common source, the Upanishads. As is well known, Cinacara developed their doctrine in an idealistic sense, and therefore his two movements in creation are avidya, the primal ignorance which produces the appearance of the objective universe, and vidya or knowledge which dispels such ignorance, ripening into that essence and unity which is spirit consciousness itself. Upanishadic doctrine may be regarded either from the world or material aspect, or from the non-world and spiritual aspect. Men have thought in both ways and Cincara's version is an attempt to synthesize them. The Taoist master Qi, Op. Cit. 168, said that the celestial harmony was that of all beings in their common being. All is one as we experience in deep sleep, Shakti. All contraries are sounds from the same flute, mushrooms springing from the same humidity, not real distinct beings but differing aspects of the one universal being. I has no meaning except in contrast with you or that. But who is the mover of all? Everything happens as if there were a real governor. The hypothesis is acceptable provided that one does not make of this governor a distinct being. He, I translate Father Uyghur's words, is a tendency without palpable form, the inherent norm of the universe, its immanent evolutionary formula. The wise know that the only real is the universal norm. The unreflecting vulgar believe in the existence of distinct beings. As in the case of the Vedanta, much misunderstanding exists because the concept of consciousness differs in East and West, as I point out in detail in the essay dealing with Cit-Shakti. The space between heaven and earth in which the power, virtue, Shakti, T, is manifested is compared by the Taoists to the hollow of a bellows of which heaven and earth are the two wooden sides, a bellow which blows without exhausting itself. The expansive power of Tao in the middle space is imperishable. It is the mysterious mother of all beings. The come and go of this mysterious mother, that is, the alternating of the two modalities of the one, produce heaven and earth. Thus acting, she is never fatigued. From Tao was exteriorized heaven and earth. From Tao emanated the producing universal power or Shakti, which again produced all beings without self-exhaustion or fatigue. The one having put forth its power, the latter acts according to two alternating modalities of going forth and return. This action produces the middle air or Qi, which is tenuous matter, and through yin and yang, issue all gross beings. Their coming into existence is compared to an unwinding, devitage, from that or Tao, as it were a thread from reel or spool. In the same way the Śakta Tantra speaks of an uncoiling. Shakti is coiled, Kuṇḍalinī, round the Shiva point, Bindu, one with it in dissolution. On creation she begins to uncoil in a spiral line movement which is the movement of creation. The Taoist Father Lütze analyzed the creative movement into the following stages: the great mutation anterior to the appearance of tenuous matter, movement of the two modalities in undefined being. The great origin or the stage of tenuous matter, the great commencement, or the stage of sensible matter, the great flux, or the stage of plastic matter and actual present material compounded existences. In the primitive stage, when matter was imperceptible, all beings to come were latent in an homogeneous state. I will only add as bearing on the subject of consciousness that the author cited states that the Taoists lay great stress on intuition and ecstasy, which is said to be compared to the unconscious state of infancy, intoxication, and narcosis. These comparisons may perhaps mislead just as the comparison of the yogi state to that of a log, Kashtavat, misled. This does not mean that the yogi's consciousness is that of a log of wood, but that he no more perceives the external world than the latter does. He does not do so because he has the samadhi consciousness, that is, illumination in true being itself. He is one then with Tao and T or Shakti in their true state. Chapter 12. Alleged Conflict of Shastras. A not uncommon modern criticism upon the Indian Shastras is that they mutually conflict. This is due to a lack of knowledge of the doctrine of Adhikara and Bhumika, particularly amongst Western critics, whose general outlook and mode of thought is ordinarily deeply divergent from that which has prevailed in India. The idea that the whole world should follow one path is regarded by the Hindus as absurd, being contrary to nature and its laws. A man must follow that path for which he is fit, that is, for which he is adhikari. Adhikara or competency literally means spreading over, that is, taking possession of. What is to be known, natavya, done, kartavya, acquired, praptavya, is determined not once and generally for all, but in each case by the fitness and capacity therefore of the individual. Each man can know, do, and obtain not everything, nor indeed one common thing, but that only of which he is capable, adhikari. What the jiva can think, do, or obtain, is his competency or adhikara, a profound and practical doctrine on which all Indian teaching in sadhana is based. As men are different and therefore the adhikara is different, so there are different forms of teaching and practice for each adhikara. Such teaching may be shrauta or ashrauta. Dealing here with the first, it is said of all vidyas the Lord is Ishana, and that these differing forms are meant for differing competencies, though all have one and the same object and aim. This has been well and concisely worked out by Bhaskararaya, the commentator on Tantric and Upanishadic texts in his Bhashya upon the Nityashodashakarnava, which is, according to him, a portion of the great Vamakeshvara Tantra. The second portion of the Nityasodashakarnava is also known as the Yogini Hridaya. These valuable Tantric texts have been published as the 56th volume of the Puna Anandashrama series, which includes also, volume 69, the Jnanarnava Tantra. The importance of the Vamakeshvara is shown by the fact that Bhaskararaya claims for it the position of the independent 65th Tantra which is mentioned in the 31st verse of the Anandalahari. Others say that the Svatantra there spoken of, is the Jnanarnava Tantra, and others again are of the opinion that the Tantra Raja is the great independent Tantra of which the Anandalahari, ascribed to Srimadacharya Bhagavatpada, that is, Shankaracharya, speaks. Bhaskararaya, who lived in the first half of the 18th century, gives in his commentary the following exposition. In this world all long for happiness, which is the sole aim of man. Of this there is no doubt. This happiness again is of two kinds, namely, that which is produced and transient, kritrima, and that which is unproduced and enduring, akritrima, called respectively desire, kama, and liberation, moksha. Dharma procures happiness of both kinds, and artha helps to the attainment of dharma. These therefore are desired of all. There are thus four aims of man, purusharthas, which though, as between themselves, different, are yet intimately connected, the one with the other. The Kalpa Sutra says that self-knowledge is the aim and end of man, svavimarsha purushartha. This is said of liberation as being the highest end, since it alone gives real and enduring happiness. This saying, however, does not raise any contradiction. For each of the four is to be had by the jnana and vijnana appropriate for such attainment. These, purusharthas, are again to be attained according to the capacity of the individual seeking them, tadrisadadrishasateikasadhyani. The competency of the individual siddha depends again on the degree of its purity. The very merciful Bhagwan Parameshvara, desirous of aiding men whose mind and disposition, citta, differ according to the results produced by their different acts, promulgated different kinds of vidya which, though appearing to be different as between themselves, yet have, as their common aim, the highest end of all human life, that is, liberation. Shruti also says, Nrisimha Pravadapani up. 6, Mahanarayana up. 17-5, of all vidyas the Lord is Ishana, Ishana Sarvavidyanam, and, Sveta. Up. 6-18, I who desire liberation seek refuge in that Deva who creates Brahma, who again reveals the Vedas and all other learning, yo Brahmanam Vidadhati Purvam yo Vivedamshka Prahinoti. The particle, ca, impliedly signifies the other vidyas collectively. We also find it said in furtherance of that statement, to him the firstborn he gave the Vedas and Puranas. Smriti also states that the omniscient poet, Kavi, carrier of the trident, Shiva Shulapani, is the first promulgator of these 18 vidyas which take differing paths, Binavartma. It follows that, inasmuch as Paramashiva, the benefactor of the worlds, is the promulgator of all vidyas, they are all authoritative, though each is applicable for differing classes of competency, Adhikarabhadina. This has been clearly stated in Sutta and similar works. Capacity, adhikara, is, for example, of this kind. The unbeliever, Nastika i.e., in Veda, has adhikara in darshanas such as Arhata, Jaina, and the like. Men of the first three castes have adhikara in the path of Veda. Similarly, the adhikara of an individual varies according to the purity of his citta. For we see that the injunctions relating to dharma vary according to ashrama and caste, varnabheda. Such texts as praise any particular vidya are addressed to those who are adhikari therein, and their object is to induce them to follow it. Such texts again as disparage any vidya are addressed to those who are not adhikari therein, and their object is to dissuade them from it. Nor again should these words of blame, or praise, be taken in an absolute sense, that is otherwise than relatively to the person to whom they are addressed. Yani tat tad vidya prasham sakani vakanani tani tatadadhikaranam pratieva pravartakani. Yani ca tanindakani tani tatadanadhikaranam pratinavartakani. Na punarnahi nindanyana vidhyastavakani. Bhaskaraya's Introductory Commentary to Nitya Sodashikarnava Tantra, page 2. In early infancy, parents and guardians encourage the play of the child in their charge. When the age of study is reached, the same parents and guardians chastise the child who inopportunely plays. This we all see. A male of the three higher castes should, on the passing of the age of play, learn his letters and then meter, chandas, in order to master language. The Agni Purana has many texts such as, faultless is a good kavya. All of which encourage the study of kavya. We also come across prohibitions such as, he who has mastered the subject should avoid all discussion relating to kavya. When the object to be gained by the study of kavya is attained and competency is gained for the next higher stage, Uttarabhumika, it is only a harmful waste of time to busy oneself with a lower stage, Purvabhumika. In neglect of that higher stage for the sadhana of which one has become competent. This is the meaning of the prohibition. Again, the injunction is to study Maya-Shakti so as to gain a knowledge of the Atma as it is, and other than as it appears in the body and so forth. The texts are many such as, by reasoning, Shunga, seek the Atma. Shunga equals Hichu equals Avayava Samadeyatmikanyaya, that is logic with all its 5 limbs. When it is known that the Atma as such is other than the body, is separate from the body and so forth, and the means which lead to that knowledge are mastered. Then man is prohibited from occupying himself with the subject of the former stage, Purvabhumika, by such texts as Anvikshiki and logic, Tarkavidya, are useless, Anvikshikim Tarkavidya Manurakto Nirarthikam. Injunctions such as, the wise should practice Dharma alone, Dharmam eva karat prajna, urge man towards the next stage, Uttarabhumika. The study of the Purvamamamsa and the Karmakanda in the Vedas is useful for this purpose. When by this means Dharma, Artha and Kama are attained, there arises a desire for the fourth Purushartha, liberation or moksha. And therefore to sever men from the former stage, purvabhumika, there are texts which deprecate karma such as, Mund. Up. 1-2, 12, by that which is made cannot be attained that which is not made, nastya krita kritina. Vashishtha says that these, earlier stages, are 7 and that all are stages of ignorance, ajnana bhumika. Beyond these are stages of jnana. For the attainment of the same there are injunctions relating to brahmajnana which lead on to the next higher stage, such as, Mund. Up. 2, 12, he should go to the Guru alone, sa guram avabhigakit, listen, brar 2. 4, 5, 4. 5, 6, O Maitreyi, the Atma should be realized, Atma va ardrashtavya. Some say that the jnana bhumikas are many and rely on the text, the wise say that the stages of yoga are many. The holy Vashishtha says that there are 7, namely, vividisha, desire to know, vikarana, reflection, tanyamanasa, concentration, sattvapati, commencement of realization, asam shakti, detachment. Padarthabhavini, realization of Brahman only, and triyaga, full illumination in the 4th state. The meaning of these is given in, and should be learnt from, the Jnana Shastra of Vashishtha. These terms are also explained in Brahmananda's commentary on the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, 1-3. His account differs from that of Bhaskararaya as regards the name of the first bhumika which he calls Jnana Bhumi or Subheka and the 6th is called by him Pararthabhavini and not Padarthabhavini. The sense in either case is the same. According to Brahmananda, Jnana Bhumi is the initial stage of yoga characterized by Viveka, Vairagya, and the 6 sadhanas beginning with Sama and leading to Mumuksha. Vikarana is Shravan and Jnana, Shravanamananatmika. Tanyamanasa equals Nididhyasana when the mind, the natural characteristic of which is to wander, is directed towards its proper yoga object only. These 3 preliminary stage are known as Sadhana Bhumika. The 4th stage Sattvapati is Samprajñata Bhumika. The mind having been purified by practice in the 3 preceding bhumikas the yogi commences to realize and is called Brahmavit. The last 3 stages belong to Asamprajñata Yoga. After attainment of Sattvapati Bhumika, the yogi reaches the 5th stage called Asam Shakti. Here he is totally detached and in the state of wakening, Vyadhisthate. As such he is called Brahmavidvara. At the 6th, or Pararthabhavini Bhumika he meditates on nothing but Parabrahman, Parabrahmatiriktam na bhavayati. He is supremely awakened, Paraprabhadata, and is awake, Vyadhishtha. He is then called Brahmavidvanyan. In the last or 7th stage, Turiyaga, he is Brahmavidvarishta, and then truly attains illumination in itself, Svadaparato va Vyathanam prapnoti. The Upanishads and Uttaramamamsa are helpful for this purpose, upayogi, and should therefore be studied. Brahmajnana again is of 2 kinds, namely, Sebed and Aparokshanabhavarapa. Understanding of the meaning of Shastra, Shastradrishti, the word of the Guru, Gurorvakyam, and certainty, Nishkaya, of the unity of the individual self, Sva, and the Atma, are powerful to dispel inward darkness, but not the mere knowledge of words, Shabdabodha, see Yogavashisha, Utpatti, KH 9. 7-16. Therefore, when the Shabdabhumika is attained one should not waste one's time further at this stage, and there are texts which prohibit this. Thus, Brar 3, 5-1, having become indifferent to learning let him remain simple as in childhood, Panditya Nirvidya Balyina Tishtaset. Between the 2nd and 3rd of the 7 stages, Bhumika, there is the great stage Bhakti. Bhakti Mimamsa, e.g. Narada Sutra, Sanatsujatiya, is helpful and should be studied. Bhakti continues to the end of the 5th Bhumika. When this last is attained the sadhaka gains the 5th stage which is Aparokshanabhavarapa. This is Jivanmukti. Following closely upon this is Vaidha Kaivalya. In the text, from Jnana alone Kaivalya comes, Jnanad eva tu Kaivalyam, the word Jnana signifies something other and higher than Anubhava, Anubhavaratva. In Nyaya and other Shastras it is stated that moksha will be attained by mastery in such particular Shastra, but that is merely a device by which knowledge of the higher stage is not disclosed. This is not blameworthy because its object is to remove the disinclination to study such Shastra by reason of the delay thereby caused in the attainment of Purushartha, which disinclination would exist if the sadhaka knew that there was a higher Shastra than that which he was studying. There are texts such as, by karma alone, eva, is achievement, karmanaiva tu samsati, him whom he selects him he is attainable, yamavaisha vrinat tenalabhaya. The word eva refers to the bhumika which is spoken of and prohibits sadhana for the attainment of fruit which can only be gained by mastery of, or competency in, adhikara, the next higher bhumika, uttarabhumika. The words do not deny that there is a higher stage, bhumika. The word alone, eva, in jnanad eva too, from jnana alone, indicates, however, that there is a stage of sadhana subsequent to that here spoken of. There is thus no conflict between the rishis who are teachers of the different vidyas. Each one of these bhumikas has many subdivisions, avantara bhumika, which cannot be altogether separated the one from the other, and which are only known by the discerning through experience, anubhava. So it has been said, O Raghava, I have spoken to thee of the 7 states, of astha, of ignorance, ajnana. Each one is 100-fold, that is many, and yields many fruits, nanavipavarapam. Of these many bhumikas, each is achieved by sadhana through many births. When a man by great effort prolonged through countless lives, and according to the regular order of things, kramina, gains a full comprehension of the bhumika in which he has certain knowledge of the Shabdatattva of Parabrahman, he ceases to have any great attachment to or aversion for samsara, and this is a form of excellent Cit-Shakti. Such an one is qualified for the path of devotion, bhakti. For, it has been said, neither indifferent, nirvina, nor attached, for such an one bhakti-yoga grants achievement, siddhita. Bhakti again is of 2 kinds, gani, secondary, and para, supreme. The first comprises dhyana, arcana, japa, namakirtana and the like of the Saguna Brahman. Parabhakti is special, state, Anuragavasharupa, which is the product of these. The first division of bhakti includes several others, of Antarakumika. The first of these is Bhavanasati illustrated by such texts, let him meditate on woman as fire, Yashamagnim Dhyayita. The second is worship, Upasti, as directed in such texts, Cha. Up. 3:18-1, as Mano Brahmajipasita. The third is Ishvarapasti, worship of the Lord. Since the aspects of the Lord vary according as he is viewed as Surya, Ganesha, Vishnu, Rudra, Parashiva and Shakti, the forms of worship belong to different bhumikas. The forms of Shakti again are endless such as Chaya, Balabha, Lakshmi and the like. In this manner, through countless ages all these bhumikas are mastered, when there arises Ganabhakti for Tripurasundari. On perfection of this there is Parabhakti for her. This is the end, for it has been said, Kularnava Tantra, 3. 82, Kalajnana is revealed for him whose siddha has been fully purified, Arka, Ganapesha, Vaishnava, Shaiva, Durga, Shakta, and other mantras in their order. Bhaskara also quotes the statement in the Kularnava Tantra, 2, 7, 8, higher than Vedakara is Vaishnavakara, higher than Vaishnavakara is Shaivakara, higher than Shaivakara is Dakshinakara, higher than Dakshinakara is Vamakara. Higher than Vamakara is Siddhantakara, higher than Siddhantakara is Kalakara than which there is nothing higher nor better. Many original texts might be cited relative to the order of stages, Bhumika Krama, but which are not quoted for fear of prolixity. Some of these have been set out in Saubhajya Bhaskara, that is, Bhaskaraya's commentary on the Lalitasahasranama. The Sundari Tapanapankika, Bhavanapanishad, Kalapanishad, Guhyopanishad, Mahapanishad, and other Upanishads, Vedasharabhaga, describe in detail the Gani Bhakti of Sri Mahatripura Sundari in matter relating thereto. The Kalpasutras of Ashvalayana and others, the Smrtis of Manu and others come after the Purvakanda, of the Veda. In the same way the Kalpa Sutras of Parshurama and others and the Yamalas and other Tantras belong to the latter part of the Veda or the Upanishad Kanda. The Puranas relate to, and follow both, Kandas. Therefore the authority of the Smritis, Tantras, and Puranas is due to their being based on Veda, Smritatantra Puranam Vedamulakatvaneva Pramanyam. Those which seem, Pratyaksha, opposed to Shruti, Shrutaviruddha, form a class of their own and are without authority and should not be followed unless the Veda, Mula Shruti, is examined, and their conformity with it established. There are some Tantras, however, which are in every way in conflict with Veda, Yanatu Sarvam Shina Vedavarathanyiva. They are some Pashupada Shastras and Pañcatattva. They are not for those who are in this Bhumika, i.e., Veda Panda. He who is qualified for rights enjoined in Shruti and Smrti, Shrate Smarta Karmadhikara, is only Adhikari for these, Pashupada and Pañcatattva, if by reason of some sin, Papa, he falls from the former path. It has therefore been said, the Lord of Kamala, Vishnu, spoke the Pañcatattras, the Bhagavata, and that which is known as Vaikanasa, Vaikanasabhidhamma form of Vaishnavism, for those who have fallen away from the Vedas, Veda-bhrashta. The following texts relate only to some of the Shastras of the classes mentioned. So we have the following: he who has fallen from Shruti, who is afraid of the expiatory rites, prayashiddha, prescribed therein, should seek shelter in Tantra so that by degrees he may be qualified for Shruti, Shruti Siddhartam. Though the general term, Tantra, is employed, particular Tantras, that is, those opposed to Shruti or Ashrauta, are here meant. The Adhikarana, Sutra, Padiyurasamanjasiyat, 2:37, applies to Tantras of this class. The Agastya and other Tantras which describe the worship of Rama, Krishna, Nrisimha, Rudra, Parashiva, Sundari, Shakti, and others evidently derive from the Ramadapani and other Upanishads. There is therefore no reason to doubt but that they are authoritative. Worship, Upasti, of Sundari Shakti is of two kinds, Bahiryaga or outer, and Antarayaga or inner, worship. Antarayaga is again of three kinds, Sakala, Sakala Nishkala, and Nishkala, thus constituting four bhumikas. As already stated, the passage is from a lower to a higher and then to a yet higher bhumika. 5 forms of Bahiryaga are spoken of, namely, Kevala, Yamala, Mishra, Kakrayak and Vairashankara, which have each 5 divisions under the heads Abhigamana and others and Durbodhya and others in different tantras. Bahiryaga with these distinctions belongs to one and the same bhumika. Distinctions in the injunctions, Vyavastha, depend entirely on differences as to place, time, and capacity, and not on the degree of Siddhashati, na panash Siddhashatibhedana. On the other hand, injunctions given according to difference of bhumika, which is itself dependent on the degree of purity of the siddha, are mandatory. To sum up the reply to the question raised by the title of this paper, the Shastras are many and are of differing form. But Ishvara is the Lord of all the Vidyas which are thus authoritative and have a common aim. The adhikara of men varies. Therefore so does the form of the Shastra. There are many stages, bhumika, on the path of spiritual advance. Man makes his way from a lower to a higher bhumika. Statements in any Shastra which seem to be in conflict with some other Shastra must be interpreted with reference to the adhikara of the persons to whom they are addressed. Texts laudatory of any vidya are addressed to the adhikari therein with the object of inducing him to follow it. Texts in disparagement of any vidya are addressed to those who are not adhikari therein, either because he has not attained, or has surpassed, the bhumika applicable, and their object is to dissuade them from following it. Neither statements are to be taken in an absolute sense, for what is not fit for one may be fit for another. Evolution governs the spiritual as the physical process, and the truth is in each case given in that form which is suitable for the stage reached. From step to step the sadhaka rises, until having passed through all presentments of the Vedic truth which are necessary for him, he attains the Vedasvarupa which is knowledge of the self. These ancient teachings are in many ways very consonant with what is called the modernist outlook. Thus, let it be noted that there may be, as Bhaskararaya says, adhikara for Ashrauta Shastra such as the Arhata, and there is a scripture for the Veda-bhrashta. These, though non-Vedic, are recognized as the scriptures of those who are fitted for them. This is more than the admission, that they are the scriptures in fact of such persons. The meaning of such recognition is brought out by an incident some years ago. An Anglican clergyman suggested that Mohammedanism might be a suitable scripture for the Negro who was above fetishism, but not yet fit to receive Christian teaching. Though he claimed that the latter was the highest and the most complete truth, this recognition, quite Hindu in its character, of a lower and less advanced stage, brought him into trouble. For those who criticized him gave no recognition to any belief but their own. Hinduism does not deny that other faiths have their good fruit. For this reason, it is tolerant to a degree which has earned it the charge of being indifferent to the truth. Each to his own. Its principles admit progressive revelation of the self to the self, according to varying competencies, adhikara, and stages, bhumika, of spiritual advance. Though each doctrine and practice belongs to varying levels, and therefore the journey may be shorter or longer as the case may be, ultimately all lead to the Vedasvarupa or knowledge of the self, than which there is no other end. That which immediately precedes this complete spiritual experience is the Vedantic doctrine and sadhana, for which all others are the propedeutic. There is no real conflict if we look at the stage at which the particular instructions are given. Thought moves by an immanent logic from a less to a more complete realization of the true nature of the thinker. When the latter has truly known what he is, he has known what all is. Vedāyite iti Veda. Veda is that by which what is, and what is true, is made known. Whilst the smrtis of the seers vary and therefore only those are to be accepted which are in conformity with the standard of true experience or Veda. It is to be remembered that because a seer such as Kapila Adavidvan, upon whose smrti or experience that Samkhya is assumed to be founded, teaches Dvaitavada, it does not, in the Hindu view, follow that he had not himself reached a higher stage. Such as Advaitavada is claimed to be. A seer may choose to come down to the level of more ordinary people and teach Advaitavada suited to their capacity, adhikara. If all were to teach the highest experience, there would be none to look after those who were incapable of it, and who must be led up through the necessary preliminary stages. Samkhya is the science of analysis and discrimination, and therefore the preparation for Vedanta, which is the science of synthesis and assimilation. Kapila, Gautama and Kanada mainly built on reason deepened and enlarged, it may be, by smrti or subjective experience. We do not find in them any complete synthesis of Shruti. A general appeal is made to Shruti and a few texts are cited which accord with what, whether it was so in fact to them or not, is in fact a provisionally adopted point of view. They concentrate the thoughts and wills of their disciples on them, withholding, if they themselves have gone further, the rest, as not at present suited to the capacity of the Shishya, thus following what Shamkara calls Arhanhadarshananyaya. Nevertheless the higher truth is immanent in the lower. The differential and integral calculus are involved in elementary algebra and geometry because the former generalize what the latter particularize. But the teacher of elementary mathematics in the lower forms of a school would only confound his young learners if he were to introduce such a general theorem, as say Taylor's, to them. He must keep back the other until the time is ripe for them. Again, the great teachers teach wholeheartedness and thoroughness in both belief and action, without which the acceptance of a doctrine is useless. Hence a teacher of Dvaitavada, though himself Advaitadarshi, presents Dvaita to the Adhikari Shishya in such a forcible way that his reason may be convinced and his interest may be fully aroused. It is useless to say to a sadhaka on the lower plane, Advaita is the whole truth. Dvaita is not, but though it is not, it is suited to your capacity and therefore accept it. He will of course say that he does not then want Dvaita, and being incapable of understanding Advaita, will lose himself. This, I may observe, one of the causes of skepticism today. In the olden time it was possible to teach a system without anything being known of that which was higher. But with printing of books some people learn that all is Maya, that upasana is for the lower grades and so forth, and, not understanding what all this means, are disposed to throw Shastric teaching in general overboard. This they would not have done if they had been first qualified in the truth of their plane and thus become qualified to understand the truth of that which is more advanced. Until Brahma-Sakshatkara, all truth is relative. Hence, Bhagwan in the Gita says, Na buddhibadam janade ajnanam karma sanjanam. Tradition supports these views. Therefore Vyasa, Kapila, Gautama, Jaimini, Kanada and others have differently taught, though they may have possibly experienced nearly similarly. Jaimini in his Purva-Mīmamsa differs in several respects from Vyasa or Badarayana in his Uttara-Mīmamsa, though he was the disciple of the latter. Vyasa is Advaitadarshi in Vedanta but Dvaitadarshi in Yogabhashya. Is it to be supposed that the Shishya was Anadhikari, and that his guru, therefore, withheld the higher truth from him, or was the guru jealous and kept his Shishya in actions, withholding Brahmajnana? A rishi who has realized Advaita may teach Ayurveda or Dhanuvada. He need not be Stuladarshi, because he teaches Stulavishaya. Again Shastras may differ, because their standpoint and objective is different. Thus the Purvamamamsa deals with Dharmajignasa, stating that Veda is practical and enjoins duties, so that a text which does not directly or indirectly mean or impose a duty is of no account. The Uttaramamamsa, on the other hand, deals with Brahmajignasa and therefore in the Sutra, Tata Samanvayat it is laid down that a mantra is relevant. Though it may not impose a duty, do this or do not do this, but merely produces a jnana, know this, that thou art. The difference in interpretation is incidental to difference in standpoint and objective. The same remarks apply to the various forms of Advaita such as Vishishtadvaita, Shuddhadvaita, between the Shaktivada of the Shakta Agama and Vivartavada. In some Shastras stress is laid on karma, in others on bhakti, and yet in others on jnana as in the case of Maya-Veda. But though the emphasis is differently placed, each is involved in the other and ultimately, meet and blend. The Mahimastava says, though men, according to their natures, follow differing paths, thou art the end of all, as is the ocean of all the rivers which flow thereto. Madhusadana Sarasvati commenting on this, has written his Prasthanabhata, the reconciliation of varying doctrines. Today the greatest need in these matters is, for those who are capable of understanding, the establishment of this intellectual and spiritual whole, Purna. The seers who live in the exalted sphere of calm, understand the worth and significance of each form of spiritual culture as also their synthesis, and to the degree that lesser minds attain this level to this extent they will also do so. Whilst the lower mind lives in a section of the whole fact and therefore sees difference and conflict, the illumined who live in and have in varying degrees experience of the fact itself, see all such as related parts of an whole. Chapter 13. Sarvanandanatha. The Sarvalasa, a copy of which came into my possession some 3 years ago, is a rare MS. It is a Samgraha by the Sarvavidya Siddha Sarvanandanatha who, though celebrated amongst the Bengal followers of the Āgama, is I should think, almost unknown to the general public. There is a life in Sanskrit of Sarvanandanatha entitled Sarvanandataramjini by his son Shivanatha in which an account of the attainment of his city is given and I am indebted in respect of this article to a short unpublished memoir by S.J. Dineshaw Chandra Bhattacharya, formerly research scholar, who as a native of Tipura has had the desire to see Sarvanandanatha's place in the history of the so-called Tantrasism in Bengal duly recognized. It is said that Sarvananda had striven for siddhi for 7 previous births and a verse preserves the names of the places where he died in these successive lives. His grandfather Vasudeva originally lived at Purvasthali in the Burdwan district but was led by a divine call to Mihar in Tipura where in ages past Mathinga Muni had done tapas. A deep hole is still shown as being of Mathinga's time. It is also said that round about the place where Sarvanandanatha performed his Shava Sadhana, adept sadhakas even now discover the hidden linga established by Mathinga marked out by equally hidden barriers or kalakas. Vasudeva then went to Kamakya where he died after undergoing severe tapas. He left his son at Mihar who himself afterwards had a son, the grandson of Vasudeva. In fact it is said that the grandfather Vasudeva was reborn as the son of his own son, that is, as Sarvananda. In early life the latter was stupid and illiterate. He was sharply rebuked by the local Raja for his ignorance in proclaiming a new moon day to be full moon day. Being severely punished by his relatives, he determined to begin his letters and went out to search for the necessary palm leaves. There in the jungle he met a sannyasi, who was Mahadeva himself in that form and who whispered in his ears a mantra and gave him certain instructions. His servant Puna was an advanced sadhaka, who had been psychically developed under Vasudeva. Puna, separating the subtle, Sukshmadeha, from the gross body, served as a corpse on the back of which Sarvananda performed Shava Sadhana and attained Siddhi that same new moon night, on which to the amazement of all a perfect moon shone over Mihar. This full moon episode is popularly the most famous of Sarvananda's wonders. Some time after Sarvananda left Mihar after having given utterance to the curse that his own family would die out in the 22nd, and that of the local chief in the 15th generation. This last announcement is said to have come true, as the Raja's descendant in the 15th generation actually died without issue, though the family survives through his adopted son. Sarvananda started for Benares but stopped at Sanhati in Jessore, where he was compelled to marry again and where he lived for some years. His place of worship at Sanhati is still shown. At the age of 50 he went to Benares with his servant Puna and nephew Sadananda. At Benares the Shaiva Dandins were then, as now, predominant. He quarreled with them, or they with him, on account of his doctrines and practice. In return for their treatment of him, he, to their awe and possibly disgust, converted, so it is said, their food into meat and wine. Of course the Benares Dandins, as is usual in such cases, give a different account of the matter. Their tradition is that, after a Shastric debate, Sarvananda was convinced by the Dandins that the city which he boasted of was no real city at all, and was then made a convert to their own doctrines. Which is the most satisfactory of all results for the men of piety who wrangle with others and try to make them come over to their views. It is worthy of note how quarrelsome in all ages many of the pious and wonder-workers have been. But perhaps we do not hear so much of the quieter sages who lived and let others live, diffusing their views not amongst those who were satisfied with what they knew or thought they knew, but among such as had not found and therefore sought. After this event Sarvananda disappeared from Benares, which rather points to the fact that the Dandins did not acquire a distinguished adversary for their community. Tradition is silent as to what happened to him later and as to the date and place of his end. S.J. Dinesh Chandra Bhattacharya has made for me a calculation as to the date of Sarvananda's city, which fell on a Pausha Samkranti corresponding to Katardasi or Amavasya falling on a Friday. Between 1200 and 1700 AD. There are 3 dates on which the above combination took place, viz., 1342, 1426 and 1548 AD. The first date is so early as 15 or 16 generations, to which his family descends at present, does not carry us so far back. The last date seems too late. For according to tradition Janakavallabha Gurvacharya, himself a famous Siddha, and fifth in descent from Sarvananda, was a contemporary of one of the 12 Biyas of Bengal late in the reign of Akbar, circ 1600 AD. The date 1426 AD is therefore adopted. It will thus appear that he lived about a century before the 3 great Bengal Tantrikas, namely, Krishnananda, Brahmananda and Purnananda. All of whom are of the 16th century. But this calculation has still to be verified by data culled from an examination of the Sarvalasa, such as the authorities which its author cites. This last work, I am told, is that by which he is best known. 2 other short Tantrika works are ascribed to a Sarvananda, though whether it is the same Siddha is not certain. There is, I am told, a Navarnapuja Padati by Sarvanandanatha in a MS dated 1668 Vikramabda in the Raghunath Temple Library in Kashmir, and another work the Tripurarkana Dipika is reported from the central provinces. As is usual in such cases, there is a legend that Sarvananda is still living by Kayavyuha in some hidden resort of Siddha Purushas. The author of the memoir, from which I quote, tells of a sadhu who said to my informant that some years ago he met Sarvanandanatha in a place called Kampakaranya, but only for a few minutes, for the sadhu was himself miraculously wafted elsewhere. Some very curious reading of deep interest to the psychologist, the student of psychic phenomena and the historian of religions is to be found in the stories which are told of sadhus and siddhas of Sarvananda's type who, whether they did all that is recounted of them or not, yet lived so strangely, as for instance, to take another case, that of Brahmananda the author of the Shaktinandaranjani who going in his youth in quest of a prostitute, found in the house he entered and in the woman who came to him his own mother, herself the victim of a Mussulman ravisher. It was the horror of this encounter which converted his mind and led him to become a sadhu, during which life he did dhyana in the body of a dead and rotting elephant and the other things related of him. They await collection. But when their value has been discovered, possibly these traditions may have disappeared. Even if all the facts related of these sadhus and siddhas were the work of imagination, and whilst some of them may be so, others are in all probability true enough, they are worth preservation as such. The history of the human mind is as much a fact as anything which is reverenced because it is objective. This last class of fact is generally only the common experience. It is attractive, yet sometimes fearsome, to follow the mind's wanderings both in the light and in that curious dark, which only explorers in these paths know. If one does not lose one's way, and in this lies a peril, we emerge with a confidence in ourselves at having passed a test, a confidence which will serve our future. In any case, as I have said, there is an opportunity of research for those whose workings are in the outer crust of mere historical fact. Chapter 14. Cit-Shakti, the consciousness aspect of the universe. Cit-Shakti is Cit, as Shakti, that is as power, or that aspect of Cit in which it is, through its associated Maya-Shakti, operative to create the universe. It is a commonly accepted doctrine that the ultimate reality is Sangvid, Caitanya, or Cit. But what is Cit? There is no word in the English language which adequately describes it. It is not mind, for mind is a limited instrument through which Cit is manifested. It is that which is behind the mind and by which the mind itself is thought, that is created. The Brahman is mindless, amana. If we exclude mind, we also exclude all forms of mental process, conception, perception, thought, reason, will, memory, particular sensation and the like. We are then left with three available words, namely, consciousness, feeling, experience. To the first term there are several objections. For if we use an English word, we must understand it according to its generally received meaning. Generally by consciousness is meant self-consciousness, or at least something particular, having direction and form, which is concrete and conditioned, an evolved product marking the higher stages of evolution. According to some, it is a mere function of experience, an epiphenomenon, a mere accident of mental process. In this sense it belongs only to the highly developed organism and involves a subject attending to an object of which, as of itself, it is conscious. We are thus said to have most consciousness when we are awake, Jagrata Avastha, and have full experience of all objects presented to us, less so when dreaming, Svapna Avastha, and deep anesthesia in true dreamless sleep, Sushupti. I may here observe that recent researches show that this last state is not so common as is generally supposed. That is, complete dreamlessness is rare, there being generally some trace of dream. In the last state it is commonly said that consciousness has disappeared, and so of course it has, if we first define consciousness in terms of the waking state and of knowledge of objects. According to Indian notions there is a form of conscious experience in the deepest sleep expressed in the well-known phrase, "Happily I slept, I knew nothing." The sleeper recollects on waking that his state has been one of happiness. And he cannot recollect unless there has been a previous experience, anubhava, which is the subject matter of memory. In ordinary parlance we do not regard some low animal forms, plants or mineral as conscious. It is true that now in the West there is, due to the spread of ideas long current in India, growing up a wider use of the term consciousness in connection not only with animal but vegetable and mineral life. But it cannot be said the term consciousness has yet generally acquired this wide signification. If then we use, as for convenience we do, the term consciousness for Cit, we must give it a content different from that which is attributed to the term in ordinary English parlance. Nextly, it is to be remembered that what in either view we understand by consciousness is something manifested, and therefore limited, and derived from our finite experience. The Brahman as Cit is the infinite substratum of that. Cit in itself, Svarupa, is not particular nor conditioned and concrete. Particularity is that aspect in which it manifests as, and through, Maya-Shakti. Cit manifests as Jnana-Shakti which, when used otherwise than as a loose synonym for Cit, means knowledge of objects. Cit Svarupa is neither knowledge of objects nor self-consciousness in the phenomenal sense. Waking, dreaming and dreamless slumber are all phenomenal states in which experience varies, such variance being due not to Cit but to the operation or cessation of particular operation of the vehicles of mind, Antakarana, and sense, Indriya. But Cit never disappears nor varies in either of the three states, but remains one and the same through all. Though Cit Svarupa is not a knowledge of objects in the phenomenal sense, it is not, according to Shaiva-Shakta views, I refer always to Advaita Shaiva Darshana, a mere abstract knowing, jnana, wholly devoid of content. It contains within itself the Vimarsha Shakti which is the cause of phenomenal objects, then existing in the form of Cit, Sidrapini. The self then knows the self. Still less can we speak of mere awareness as the equivalent of Cit. A worm or meaner form of animal may be said to be vaguely aware. In fact, mere awareness, as we understand that term, is a state of Cit in which it is seemingly overwhelmed by obscuring Maya-Shakti in the form of tamaguna. Unless therefore we give to awareness, as also to consciousness, a content, other than that with which our experience furnishes us, both terms are unsuitable. In some respects Cit can be more closely described by feeling, which seems to have been the most ancient meaning of the term Cit. Feeling is more primary, in that it is only after we have been first affected by something that we become conscious of it. Feeling has thus been said to be the raw material of thought, the essential element in the self, what we call personality being a particular form of feeling. Thus in Samkhya, the gunas are said to be in the nature of happiness, sukha, sorrow, dukkha, and illusion, moha, as they are experienced by the Purusha consciousness. And in Vedanta, Cit and Ananda or bliss or love are one. For consciousness then is not consciousness of being, Sat, but being consciousness, Sat Cit, nor a being which is conscious of bliss, Ananda, but being consciousness bliss, Satchidananda. Further, feeling has this advantage that it is associated with all forms of organic existence even according to popular usage, and may scientifically be aptly applied to inorganic matter. Thus whilst most consider it to be an unusual and strange use of language, to speak of the consciousness of a plant or stone, we can and do speak of the feeling or sentiency of a plant. Further, the response which inorganic matter makes to stimuli is evidence of the existence therein of that vital germ of life and sentiency, and therefore Cit, which expands into the sentiency of plants. And the feelings and emotions of animals and men. It is possible for any form of unintelligent being to feel, however obscurely. And it must do so, if its ultimate basis is Cit and Ananda, however veiled by Maya-Shakti these may be. The response which inorganic matter makes to stimuli is the manifestation of Cit through the Sattva-guna of Maya-Shakti, or Shakti in its form as Prakriti-Shakti. The manifestation is slight and apparently mechanical because of the extreme predominance of the tamaguna in the same Prakriti-Shakti. Because of the limited and extremely regulated character of the movement which seems to exclude all volitional process as known to us, it is currently assumed that we have merely to deal with what is an unconscious mechanical energy. Because vitality is so circumscribed and seemingly identified with the apparent mechanical process, we are apt to assume mere unconscious mechanism. But as a fact this latter is but the form assumed by the conscious vital power which is in and works in all matter whatever it be. To the eye, however, unassisted by scientific instruments, which extend our capacity for experience, establishing artificial organs for the gaining thereof, the matter appears jada, or unconscious. And both in common English and Indian parlance we call that alone living or jiva which, as organized matter, is endowed with body and senses. Philosophically, however, as well as scientifically, all is Jivatma which is not Paramatma, everything in fact with form, whether the form exists as the simple molecule of matter, or as the combination of these simple forms into cells and greater organisms. The response of metallic matter is a form of sentiency, its germinal form, a manifestation of Cit intensely obscured by the tamaguna of Prakriti-Shakti. In plants Cit is less obscured, and there is the sentient life which gradually expands in animals and men, according as Cit gains freedom of manifestation through the increased operation of Sattvaguna in the vehicles of Cit. Which vehicles are the mind and senses and the more elaborate organization of the bodily particles. What is thus mere incipient or germinal sentiency, simulating unconscious mechanical movement in inorganic matter, expands by degrees into feeling akin, though at first remotely, to our own, and into all the other psychic functions of consciousness. Perception, reasoning, memory, and will. The matter has been very clearly put in a paper on The Four Cosmic Elements, by C. G. Sander which, subject to certain reservations stated, aptly describes the Indian views on the subject in hand. He rightly says that sentiency is an integrant constituent of all existence, physical as well as metaphysical, and its manifestation can be traced throughout the mineral and chemical as well as vegetable and animal worlds. It essentially comprises the functions of relationship to environment, response to stimuli, and atomic memory in the lower or inorganic plane. Whilst in the higher or organic planes it includes all the psychic functions such as consciousness, perception, thought, reason, volition and individual memory. Inorganic matter through the inherent element of sentiency is endowed with aesthesia or capacity of feeling in response to physical and chemical stimuli such as light, temperature, sound, electricity, magnetism and the action of chemicals. All such phenomena are examples of the faculty of perception in response to outside stimuli of matter. We must here include chemical sentiency and memory, that is the atom's and molecule's remembrance of its own identity and behavior therewith. Atomic memory does not, of course, imply self-consciousness, but only inherent group spirit which responds in a characteristic way to given outside stimuli. We may call it atomic or physical consciousness. The consciousness of plants is only trance-like, what the Hindu books call comatose, though some of the higher aspects of sentiency, and we may here use the word consciousness, of the vegetable world are highly interesting, such as the turning of flowers to the sun, the opening and shutting of leaves and petals at certain times, sensitiveness to the temperature and the obvious signs of consciousness shown by the sensitive and insectivorous plants, such as the sundew, the Venus flytrap, and others. The microorganisms which dwell on the borderland between the vegetable and animal worlds have no sense organs, but are only endowed with tactile irritability, yet they are possessed of psychic life, sentiency, and inclination, whereby they perceive their environment and position, approach, attack and devour food, flee from harmful substances and reproduce by division. Their movements appear to be positive, not reflex. Every cell, both vegetable and animal, possesses a biological or vegetative consciousness, which in health is polarized or subordinate to the government of the total organism of which it forms an integral part, but which is locally impaired in disease and ceases altogether at the death of the organism. In plants, however, unlike animals, the cellular consciousness is diffused or distributed amongst the tissues or fibers, there being apparently no special conducting or centralizing organs of consciousness such as we find in higher evolutionary forms. Animal consciousness in its highest modes becomes self-consciousness. The psychology of the lower animals is still the field of much controversy, some regarding these as Cartesian machines and others ascribing to them a high degree of psychic development. In the animals there is an endeavor at centralization of consciousness which reaches its most complex stage in man, the possessor of the most highly organized system of consciousness, consisting of the nervous system and its centers and functions, such as the brain and solar plexus, the site of ajna and upper centers, and of the manipura chakra. Sentiency or feeling is a constituent of all existence. We may call it consciousness however, if we understand, with the author cited, the term consciousness to include atomic or physical consciousness, the trans-consciousness of plant life, animal consciousness, and man's completed self-consciousness. The term sentiency or feeling, as the equivalent of manifested CIT, has, however, this disadvantage, whereas intelligence and consciousness are terms for the highest attributes of man's nature, mere sentiency, though more inclusive and common to all, is that which we share with the lowest manifest ions. In the case of both terms, however, it is necessary to remember that they do not represent CIT Svarupa or CIT as it is in itself. The term Svarupa, own form, is employed to convey the notion of what constitutes anything what it is, namely, its true nature as it is in itself. Thus, though the Brahman or Shiva manifests in the form of the world as Maya-Shakti, its Svarupa is pure CIT. Neither sentiency nor consciousness, as known to us, is CIT Svarupa. They are only limited manifestations of CIT just as reason, will, emotion and memory, their modes are. CIT is the background of all forms of experience which are its modes, that is CIT veiled by Maya-Shakti. CIT Svarupa is never to be confounded with, or limited to, its particular modes. Nor is it their totality, for whilst it manifests in these modes it yet, in its own nature, infinitely transcends them. Neither sentiency, consciousness, nor any other term borrowed from a limited and dual universe can adequately describe what CIT is in itself, Svarupa. Vitality, mind, matter are its limited manifestations in form. These forms are ceaselessly changing, but the undifferentiated substratum of which they are particularized modes is changeless. That eternal, changeless, substratum is CIT, which may thus be defined as the changeless principle of all our changing experience. All is CIT, clothing itself in forms by its own power of Cit-Shakti and Maya-Shakti, and that power is not different from itself. CIT is not the subject of knowledge or speech. For as the Varha Upanishad, chap. 4, says it is, the reality which remains after all thoughts are given up. What it is in itself, is unknown but to those who become it. It is fully realized only in the highest state of ecstasy, samadhi, and in bodiless liberation, videha mukti, when spirit is free of its vehicles of mind and matter. A modern Indian philosopher has, c. Approaches to Truth, and the Patent Wonder, by Professor Pramathanatha Mukhopadhyaya, very admirably analyzed the notion of the universal ether of consciousness, Sadakasha, and the particular stress formed in it by the action of Maya-Shakti. In the first place, he points out that logical thought is inherently dualistic and therefore presupposes a subject and object. Therefore to the pragmatic eye of the Western, viewing the only experience known to him, consciousness is always particular, having a particular form and direction. Hence where no direction or form is discernible, they have been apt to imagine that consciousness as such has also ceased. Thus if it were conceded that in profound sleep there were no dreams, or if in perfect anesthesia it were granted that nothing particular was felt, it was thereby considered to be conceded that consciousness may sometimes cease to exist in us. What does in fact cease is the consciousness of objects which we have in the waking and dreaming states. Consciousness as such is neither subjective nor objective and is not identical with intelligence or understanding, that is with directed or informed consciousness. Any form of unintelligent being which feels, however chaotically it may be, is yet, though obscurely so, in the sense here meant, conscious. Pure consciousness, that is consciousness as such, is the background of every form of experience. In practical life and in science and philosophy, when swayed by pragmatic ends, formless experience has no interest, but only certain forms and tones of life and consciousness. Where these are missed we are apt to fancy that we miss life and feeling consciousness also. Hence the essential basis of existence or CIT has been commonly looked upon as a very much specialized and peculiar manifestation in nature. On the contrary, CIT is being or reality itself. CIT as such is identical with being as such. The Brahman is both CIT and Saturday. Though in ordinary experience being and feeling consciousness are essentially bound up together, they still seem to diverge from each other. Man by his very constitution inveterately believes in an objective existence beyond and independent of his self. And this is so long as he is subject to the veil, Maya-Shakti. But in that ultimate basis of experience which is the Paramatma, the divergence has gone, for the same boundless substratum which is the continuous mass of experience is also that which is experienced. The self is its own object. To the exalted yogin the whole universe is not different from himself as Atma. This is the path of the upward-going, Kuṇḍali, Urdhva Kuṇḍalini. Further, there has been a tendency in fact to look upon consciousness as a mere function of experience, and the philosophy of unconscious ideas and mind stuff would even go so far as to regard it as a mere accident of mental process. This is to reverse the actual facts. Consciousness should rather be taken as an original datum than as a later development and peculiar manifestation. We should begin with it in its lowest forms, and explain its apparent pulse life by extending the principle of veiling, Maya-Shakti, which is ceaselessly working in man, reducing his life to an apparent series of pulses also. An explanation which does not start with this primordial extensity of experience cannot expect to end with it. For if it be not positive at the beginning, it cannot be derived at the end. But what, it may be asked, is the proof of such pure experience? Psychology which only knows changing states does not tell us of it. This is so. Yet from those states, some of which approach indifferentiation, inferences may be drawn. And experience is not limited to such states, for it may transcend them. It is true that ordinarily we do not meet with a condition of consciousness which is without a direction or form. But tests drawn from the incidents of ordinary normal life are insufficient, it has been argued, to prove that there is no consciousness at all when this direction and form are supposed to have gone. Though a logical intuition will not tell its own story, we can make reflection on intuition render us some sort of account, so that the intuitive fact appears in review, when it will appear that consciousness is the basis of, indeed, existence itself, and not merely an attendant circumstance. But the only proof of pure consciousness is an instance of it. This cannot be established by mere reflection. The bare consciousness of this or that, the experience of just going to sleep and just waking, and even the consciousness of being as such, are but approximations to the state of consciousness as such, that is pure consciousness. But are not identical with it. Then, what evidence, it may be asked, have we of the fact that pure consciousness is an actual state of being? In normal life as well as in abnormal pathological states, we have occasional stretches of experience in which simplicity of feature or determination has advanced near to indifferentiation, in which experience has become almost structureless. But the limit of pure experience is not there reached. On the other hand, there is no conclusive proof that we have ever had a real lapse of consciousness in our life, and the extinction of consciousness as such is inconceivable in any case. The claim, however, that consciousness as such exists, rests not so much on logical argument as on intuitive grounds, on revelation, shruti, and spiritual experience of the truth of that revelation. According to Indian monism, a pure principle of experience not only is, but is the one and only ultimate permanent being or reality. It does not regard Cit as a mere function, accident, or epiphenomenon, but holds it to be the ever-existing plenum which sustains and vitalizes all phenomenal existence, and is the very basis on which all forms of multiple experience, whether of sensation, instinct, will, understanding, or reason, rest. It is, in short, the unity and unchanging reality behind all these various changing forms which, by the veil or Maya-Shakti, Jiva assumes. The Cit-Svarupa, inadequately described as mere blissful awareness of feeling, exists, as the basis and appears in the form of, that is clothed with, mind. A term which in its general sense is not used merely in the sense of the purely mental function of reason but in the sense of all the forms in which consciousness is displayed, as distinguished from Cit itself. Which is the unity behind all these forms whether reason, sensation, emotion, instinct, or will. All these are modes wherein the plastic unformed clay of life is determined. For every conception or volition is essentially an apparent circumscription or limitation of that sat which is the basis of phenomenal life. Professor P.N. Mukhopadhyaya has described pure consciousness to be an infinitude of awareness, lacking name and form and every kind of determination. Which is a state of complete quiescence where the potential is zero or infinity, a condition without strain or tension which is at once introduced when the slightest construction is put upon it. Resulting in a consciousness of bare, this, and that. It is not a consciousness of anything. It is an experience of nothing in particular. But this must not be confounded with no experience. The former is taken to be the latter because life is pragmatic, interest being shown in particular modes of awareness. To man's life, which is little else than a system of partialities, pure experience in which there is nothing particular to observe or shun, love or hate seems practically to be no experience at all. Pure consciousness is impartial. There is no difference, Veda, so far as pure awareness is concerned. Pure consciousness is a kind of experience which stands above all antithesis of motion and rest. It does not know itself either as changing or statical, since it is consciousness as such without any determinations or mode whatever. To know itself as changing or permanent, it must conceal its illogical and unspeakable nature in a veil, Maya. Every determination or form makes experience a directive magnitude. Consciousness then assumes a direction or special reference. It is not possible to direct and refer in a special way without inducing such a feeling of strain or tension, whether the conditions be physiological or psychological. Pure consciousness has, thus, been compared to an equipotential surface of electrical distribution. There is no difference of potentials between any 2 points A and R over this surface. It is a stretch of consciousness, in which there is, apparently, no sensible diversity of features, no preference, no differential incidence of subjective regard. Like the equipotential surface, such consciousness is also quiescent. To secure a flow on it, there must be a difference of potentials between any 2 points. Similarly, to have a reference, a direction, a movement of attention, there must be a determination in the total experience of the moment in the given mass of consciousness. Absolute quiescence is a state of consciousness, which is pure being with no special subjective direction and reference, with no difference of level and potential between one part of the experience and another. Experience will show special subjective direction and reference if it assumes at least form or determination, such as this or that. To have no difference of level or potential, experience must be strictly undifferentiated, that is to say, must not involve the least ideal or representative structure. Absolute quiescence exists only with that consciousness which is pure being, or Paramatma. With regard, however, to all descriptions of this state, it must be borne in mind that they only negatively correspond with their subject matter by the elimination of characteristics which are peculiar to, and constitute the human consciousness of the jiva, and are therefore alien to the supreme consciousness. They give us no positive information as to the nature of pure Cit, for this is only known in yoga by the removal of ignorance, avidya, under which all logical thinking and speaking is done. This ignorance is nothing but a term for those limitations which make the creature what he is. It is a commonplace in Indian religion and philosophy that the Brahman as it exists in itself is beyond all thought and words, and is known only by the samadhi of yoga. As the Mahanirvana Tantra says, 3. V. 6 seek. The Brahman is known in 2 ways, from his manifestations which are the object of sadhana or as it is in itself in Samadhyāga, for, as ch. 14, v. 135 Ibid. Says, Atmajnana is the one means of liberation in which its nature is realized. It is, perhaps in part at least, because the merely negative and imperfect character of such description is not sufficiently noted that pure consciousness, as the author cited points out, has in general awakened no serious interest in the practical West. Though it has been the crown of glory for some of, what have been said to be, the stateliest forms of Eastern thought, which asserts itself to be in possession of an experimental method by which the condition of pure consciousness may be realized. The question is, thus, not one of mere speculation, but of demonstration. This state, again, is believed by the East to be not a dull and dreary condition, a dry abstraction or reductio ad absurdum of all which imparts to our living its worth and significance. Not at all. Since it is the first principle in which as power all existence is potential and from which it proceeds. It is reasonable, therefore, it is contended, to assume that all which life possesses of real worth exists in the source of life itself. Life is only a mode of infinite supremacy with beatitude, which is being and consciousness in all its metaphysical grandeur, an absolutely understandable condition which no imagination can depict and no categories can reach and possess. Owing to the necessarily negative character of some of the descriptions of the Supreme Brahman we find such questions, how can it differ from a nullity? Dialogues on Hindu Philosophy, 259, by Rev. K. M. Banerjee and the statement of the English Orientalist Colonel Jacob, whose views are akin to those of others, that nirvana is an unconscious, and stone-like, existence. Such a misconception is the more extraordinary in that it occurs in the work of an author who was engaged in the translation of a Vedantic treatise. These and many similar statements seem to establish that it is possible to make a special study of Vedanta and yet to misunderstand its primary concepts. It is true that the Brahman is unconscious in the sense that it is not our consciousness. For, if so, it would be jiva and not paramatma. But this is only to say that it has not our limitations. It is unlimited cit. A stone represents its most veiled existence. In itself it is all light and self-illumining, svaprakasha. As Shruti says, Katha up. 5-15, all things shed luster by his luster. All things shine because he shines. All things depend on it, but it has not to depend on anything else for its manifestation. It is therefore better to say with the Hamsapanishad and the Christian gospel that it is the peace beyond all understanding. It has been dryly remarked that the idea that yoga means a dull state is due, perhaps, to the misunderstanding of Patanjali's definition of it. Man, however, ordinarily and by his nature craves for modes and forms, Bhamananda. And though all enjoyment comes from the pure supreme consciousness, it is supposed that dualistic variety and polarity are necessary for enjoyment. What, thus, in its plenitude belongs to the sustaining spirit of all life is transferred to life alone. All knowledge and existence are identified with variety, change, polarity. Whilst skimming over the checkered surface of the sea, we thus, it is said, ignore the unfathomed depths which are in repose and which nothing stirs, wherein is the supreme peace, Santa, and bliss, Paramananda. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says, other beings live on a fraction of this great bliss. The bliss of Shiva and Shakti are one, for they are inseparate. Hence she is called, Trishati 2. 32, Ekabhoga, for Eka equals Ishvara and Bhoga equals Svasvarupananda. Nyaya and Samkhya say that the chief end of man is the absolute cessation of pain, but Vedantins, going beyond this negative definition, say that, all pain having surceased on unity with the Supreme. The chief end is that positive bliss which is of its essence. The Devi Kalyani, the mother of all, is herself bliss, that is, all bliss from earthly bliss, Bhamananda, to Brahman bliss, Brahmananda. As the commentator Cinacara in his commentary on the Trishati says, citing Shruti, who else can make us breathe, who else can make us live, if this blissful ether were not? If, further, it be asked what is pure experience which manifests itself in all these diverse forms, it must be said that from its very definition pure Cit, or the Supreme Brahman, Parabrahman, is that about which nothing in particular can be predicated, for predication is possible only in relation to determinations or modes in consciousness. And in this sense Yogatattva Upanishad says that those who seek a knowledge of it in Shastras are deluded. How can that which is self-shining be illuminated by the Shastras? Not even the Devas can describe that indescribable state. The Mandukya Upanishad, speaking of the fourth aspect, Pada, of Atma, says that it is the non-dual Shiva which is not an object which can be sensed, used, taken, determined, by any marks, or of which an account can be given, but is unthinkable and knowable only by the realization of Atma. Negative predication may, however, clear away improper notions. It is really inscrutable being upon which no category can be fastened. This must always be borne in mind in any attempted definition of this transcendent state. It is of a self-existent, niradhar, unending, nitya, changeless, avikari, undifferentiated, abhina, spaceless, purna, timeless, shasvata, all-pervading, sarvatravastha, self-illumining, svayam jayati, pure, shuddha, experience. As the Kuṇḍalinī Tantra says, 6, 7, Shiva is the impartite supreme Brahman, the all-knowing creator of all. He is the stainless one and the Lord of all. He is one without a second, Advaya. He is light itself. He changes not, and is without beginning or end. He is without attribute and above the highest. He is being, Sat, consciousness, Cit, and bliss, Ananda. As Sat, it is unity of being beyond the opposites of this and that. Here and there, then and now. As Cit, it is an experiencing beyond the opposites of worldly knowledge and ignorance. As Supreme Ananda, it is the bliss which is known upon the dissolution of the dualistic state which fluctuates between, and is composed of, happiness and sorrow. For created happiness is only an impermanent change of state, vikara, or becoming, but the supreme bliss, Paramananda, endures. Bliss is the very nature, svarupa, of this supreme consciousness, and not, as with the creature, a mere changing attribute of some form of becoming. Supreme Being, Sat, is a unity without parts, Nishkala. Supreme Feeling Consciousness, Cit, is immediacy of experience. In the jiva, consciousness of self is set over against the not-self, for logical thought establishes a polarity of subject. Thus the undifferentiated supreme consciousness transcends, and the supreme bliss, Paramananda, is beyond, the changing feelings of happiness and sorrow. It is the great peace, Santa, which, in the words of the Hamsapanishad, v. 12, ed. Anandashrama, Zix, page 593, as of the New Testament, passes all worldly understanding. Such Chidananda, or pure being, persists in all the states of becoming which are its manifestation as Shakti. It may be compared to a continuous, partless, undifferentiated unity universally pervading the manifested world like ether or space, as opposed to the limited, discontinuous, discrete character of the forms of matter, which are the products of its power of Shakti. It is a state of quiescence free of all motion, nishpanda, and of that vibration, spandana, which operating as the primordial energy, evolves the phenomenal world of names and forms. It is, in short, said to be the innermost self in every being, a changeless reality of the nature of a purely experiencing principle, Caitanya-atma, as distinguished from whatever may assume the form of either the experienced or of the means of experience. This Cit embodies underlies as their innermost self all beings. The Cit or Atma as the underlying reality in all is, according to Vedanta, one, and the same in all, undivided and unlimited by any of them, however much they may be separated in time and space. It is not only all-pervading, but all-transcending. It has thus a twofold aspect, an immanent aspect as Shakti, power, in which it pervades the universes, Saguna Brahman, and a transcendental aspect, in which it exists beyond all its worldly manifestations, Nirguna Brahman. Cit, as it is in itself, is spaceless and timeless, extending beyond all limitations of time and space and all other categories of existence. We live in the infinite. All limits exist in Cit. But these limits are also another aspect of it that is Shakti. It is a boundless tranquil ocean on the surface of which countless varied modes, like waves, are rising, tossing and sinking. Though it is the one cause of the universe of relations, in itself it is neither a relation nor a totality of relations, but a completely relationless self-identity unknowable by any logical process whatever. Cit is the boundless permanent plenum which sustains and vitalizes everything. It is the universal spirit, all-pervading like the ether, which is, sustains, and illumines all experience and all process in the continuum of experience. In it the universe is born, grows and dies. This plenum or continuum is as such all-pervading, eternal, unproduced, and indestructible, for production and destruction involve the existence and bringing together and separation of parts which in an absolute partless continuum is impossible. It is necessarily in itself, that is as Cit, motionless, for no parts of an all-filling continuum can move from one place to another. Nor can such a continuum have any other form of motion, such as expansion, contraction or undulation, since all these phenomena involve the existence of parts and their displacement. Cit is one undifferentiated, partless, all-pervading, eternal, spiritual substance. In Sanskrit, this plenum is called Siddhakosha. That is, just as all material things exist in the all-pervading physical ether, so do they and the latter exist in the infinitely extending spiritual ether, which is Cit. The Supreme Consciousness is thought of as a kind of permanent spiritual space, Siddhakosha, which makes room for and contains all varieties and forms appearing and disappearing. Space itself is an aspect of spiritual substance. It is a special posture of that stress in life which takes place in unchanging consciousness, p. Mukhyopadhyaya, The Patent Wonder, 21-24. In this ocean of being consciousness we live, move and have our being. Consciousness as such, that is as distinguished from the products of its power or Shakti, is never finite. Like space, it cannot be limited, though, through the operation of its power of self-negation or Maya-Shakti, it may appear as determined. But such apparent determinations do not ever for us express or exhaust the whole consciousness, any more than space is exhausted by the objects in it. Experience is taken to be limited because the experiencer is swayed by a pragmatic interest which draws his attention only to particular features in the continuum. Though what is thus experienced is a part of the whole experience, the latter is felt to be an infinite expanse of consciousness or awareness in which is distinguished a definite mass of especially determined feeling. As Cit is the infinite plenum, all limited being exists in it, and it is in all such beings as the spirit or innermost self, and as Maya-Shakti it is their mind and body. When the existence of anything is affirmed, the Brahman is affirmed, for the Brahman is being itself. This pure consciousness or Cit is the Paramatma Nirguna Shiva who is being consciousness bliss, Satchidananda. Consciousness is being. Paramatma, according to Advaita Vedanta, is not a consciousness of being, but being consciousness. Nor is it a consciousness of bliss, but it is bliss. All these are one in pure consciousness. That which is the nature of Paramatma never changes, notwithstanding the creative ideation, Srishtikalpana, which is the manifestation of Shakti as Cit-Shakti and Maya-Shakti. It is this latter Shakti which, according to the Śākta Tantra, evolves. To adopt a European analogy which is yet not complete, Nishkala Paramatma is Godhead, Brahmatma, Sakala, or Saguna Atma, is God, Ishvara. Each of the three systems Samkhya, Mayaveda Vedanta, and Śākta monism agrees in holding the reality of pure consciousness, Cit. The question upon which they differ is as to whether unconsciousness is a second independent reality, as Samkhya alleges. And, if not, how the admitted appearance of unconsciousness as the forms is to be explained consistently with the unity of the Brahman. Such then is Cit, truly known as it is in itself only in completed yoga or moksha. Known only through its manifestations in our ordinary experience, just as to use the simile of the Kaivalya Kalika Tantra, we realize the presence of Rahu or Bhuchya, the eclipse, by his actions on the sun and moon. The eclipse is seen but not the cause of it. Cit-Shakti is a name for the same changeless Cit when associated in creation with its operating Maya-Shakti. The supreme Cit is called Parasambhit in the scheme of the 36 Tattvas which is adopted by both the Shaiva and Shakta Āgamas. According to Cinacara, the supreme Brahman is defined as pure jnana without the slightest trace of either actual or potential objectivity. The Advaita Shaiva Shaktas regard this matter differently in accordance with an essential principle of the Agamic school with which I now deal. All occultism whether of East or West posits the principle that there is nothing in any one state or plane which is not in some other way, actual or potential, in another state or plane. The Western Hermetic maxim runs, as above, so below. This is not always understood. The saying does not mean that what exists in one plane exists in that form in another plane. Obviously, if it did, the planes would be the same and not different. If Ishvara thought and felt and saw objects, in the human way, and if he was loving and wrathful, just as men are, he would not be Ishvara but Jiva. The saying cited means that a thing which exists on one plane exists on all other planes, according either to the form of each plane. If it be an intermediate causal body, Karanavantrashara, or ultimately as the mere potentiality of becoming which exists in Atma in its aspect as Shakti. The Hermetic maxim is given in another form in the Visvasara Tantra: what is here is elsewhere. What is not here is nowhere, yadahasti tad anyatra. Yanahasti na tat kvasit. Similarly, the Northern Shaiva Shastra says that what appears without only so appears because it exists within. One can only take out of a receptacle what is first assumed to be within it. What is in us must in some form be in our cause. If we are living, though finite forms, it is because that cause is infinite being. If we have knowledge, though limited, it is because our essential substance is Cit the illuminator. If we have bliss, though united with sorrow, it is because it is supreme bliss. In short, our experience must exist in germ in it. This is because in the Śākta Āgama, there is for the worshipper a real creation and, therefore, a real nexus between the Brahman as cause and the world as effect. According to the transcendent method of Śākta, there is not in the absolute sense any such nexus. The notion of creation by Brahman is as much Maya as the notion of the world created. Applying these principles, we find in our dual experience an I, aham, or subject which experiences an objecta, this item that is the universe or any particular object of the collectively which composes it. Now it is said that the duality of I and this comes from the one which is in its essential nature, svarupa, an unitary experience without such conscious distinction. For Vedanta, whether in its Maya-Veda or Śākta form, agrees in holding that in the Supreme there is no consciousness of objects such as exists on this plane. The Supreme does not see objects outside itself, for it is the whole and the experience of the whole as Ishvara. It sees all that is as itself. It is Purna or the whole. How then, it may be asked, can a supreme, unchanging, partless, formless, consciousness produce from itself something which is so different from itself, something which is changing, with parts, form and so forth? Śākara's answer is that transcendentally, it does not produce anything. The notion that it does so is Maya. What then is his Maya? This I have more fully explained in my papers on Maya-Shakti and on Maya and Shakti. I will only here say that his Maya is an unexplainable, anarvakanya, principle of unconsciousness which is not real, not unreal, and partly either. Which is an eternal falsity, mithya buddha sanatani, which, though not Brahman, is inseparably associated with it in its aspect as Ishvara, which Maya has Brahman for its support, Maya Brahmashrita. From which support it draws appearance of separate independent reality which in truth it does not possess. The Parabrahman aspect of the one is not associated with Maya. According to the Śākta exposition of Advaitavada, Maya is not an unconscious, Jada, principle but a particular Shakti of Brahman. Being Shakti, it is at base consciousness, but as Maya-Shakti it is consciousness veiling itself. Shakti and Shaktiman are one and the same, that is, power and its possessor, Shaktiman. Therefore Maya-Shakti is Shiva or Cit in that particular aspect which he assumes as the material cause, Upadanakarana, in creation. Creation is real. That is, there is a direct causal nexus between Shiva as Shakti, Cit-Shakti and Maya-Shakti, and the universe. In short, Shiva as Shakti is the cause of the universe, and as Shakti, in the form of Jiva, all manifested forms, he actually evolves. Comparing these two views, Śākara says that there is in absolute truth no creation and therefore there can be no question how it arose. This is because he views the problem from the transcendental, paramarthika, standpoint of self-realization or siddhi. The Śākta Śāstra, on the other hand, being a practical sadhana Shastra views the matter from our, that is the jiva, standpoint. To us the universe and ourselves are real. And Ishvara the Creator is real. Therefore there is a creation, and Shiva as Shakti creates by evolving into the universe, and then appearing as all jivas. This is the old Upanishadic doctrine of the spider actually evolving the web from itself, the web being its substance in that form. A flower cannot be raised from seed unless the flower was in some way already there. Therefore as there is an aham and idam in our experience, in some way it is in the supreme experience of Parashiva or Parasambhit. But the idam or universe is not there as with us, otherwise it would be jiva. Therefore it is said that there are two principles or aspects in the Brahman, namely, that prakash or cit aspect, and vimarsha shakti, the potential idam, which in creation explicates into the universe. But in the supreme experience or amarsha, vimarsha shakti, which has two states, is in its supreme form. The subtler state is in the form of consciousness, siddhapini, the gross state is in the form of the universe, vishvarupini. The former is beyond the universe, Vishvatarna. But if Vimarsha Shakti is there in the form of consciousness, Siddhapini, it is one with Cit. Therefore it is said that the Aham and Idam, without ceasing to be in the supreme experience, are in supreme Shiva in undistinguishable union as Cit and Siddhapini. This is the Nirguna state of Shiva Shakti. As she is then in undistinguishable union with Shiva, she is then also simple unmanifested Cit. She is then Caitanya Rupa or Siddhapini, a subtle Sanskrit expression which denotes that she is the same as Cit and yet suggests that though in a present sense she is one with him, she is yet in a sense, with reference to her potentiality of future manifestation, different from him. She is Sakidanandamayi and he is Satchidananda. She is then the unmanifested universe in the form of undifferentiated Cit. The mutual relation, whether in manifestation or beyond it, whether as the imperfect or ideal universe, is one of inseparable connection or inherence, avanabhavasambandha, samanvaya, such as that between I-ness, ahanta, and I, aham. Existence and that which exists, bhava, bhavat, an attribute and that in which it inheres, dharma, dharman, sunshine and the sun and so forth. The Pañcatattva school of the Vaishnava Agama or Tantra, speaking of the Mahashakti Lakshmi says that in her supreme state she is undistinguishable from the windless atmosphere, Vasudeva, existing only as it were in the form of darkness and emptiness, that is of unmanifested formlessness. So the Mahanirvana Tantra speaks of her dark formlessness. In the Kulakadamini Nigama, Devi says, I, 16-24, I, though in the form of Prakriti, rest in consciousness bliss, aham prakritirapa Ct Siddhanandaparayana. Raghava Bhatta in his commentary on the Sharada Thilaka, ch. 1, says, she who is eternal existed in a subtle, that is unmanifested, state, as consciousness, during the final dissolution, ya anadarupa kaitanyadhyasena mahapralay sukshma sthaita. It would be simpler to say that she is then what she is, svarupa, namely consciousness, but in creation that consciousness veils itself. These terms, formless, subtle, dark, empty, all denote the same unmanifested state in which Shakti is in undistinguishable union with Shiva, the formless consciousness. The Pañcatattva, Abhijñāna Samhita, ch. 4, in manner similar to that of the other Āgamas, describes the supreme state of Shakti in the dissolution of the universe as one in which manifested Shakti returns to the condition of Brahman, Brahmabhavam Brajate. Owing to complete intensity of embrace, Adasankalshat, the two all-pervading ones, Narayana and his Shakti, become as it were a single principle, ekam tattvamiva. This return to the Brahman condition is said to take place in the same way as a conflagration, when there is no more combustible matter, returns to the latent condition of fire, Vanibhava. There is the same fire in both cases, but in one case there is the activity of combustion and in the other there is not. It follows from this that the Supreme Brahman is not a mere knowing without trace of objectivity. In it the Aham is the self as Cit and the Idam is provided by Siddhapini Shakti. There is Atmarama or play of the self with the self in which the self knows and enjoys the self, not in the form of external objects, but as that aspect of consciousness whose projection all objects are. Shakti is always the object of the self and one with it. For the object is always the self, since there is nothing but the self. But in the supreme experience the object is one in nature with Shiva being Caitanya Rupa. In the universe the object seems to the Jiva, the creation of and subject to Maya, to be different from the self as mind and matter. The next point is the nature of creation or rather emanation, abhasa, for the former term is associated with dualistic notions of an extra-cosmic God, who produces a world which is as separate from himself as is the pot from the potter. According to this doctrine there is an evolution of consciousness or Cit-Shakti, associated with Maya-Shakti, into certain forms. This is not to say that the Brahman is wholly transformed into its emanations, that is exhausted by them. The Brahman is infinite and can never, therefore, be wholly held in this sense in any form, or in the universe as a whole. It always transcends the universe. Therefore when consciousness evolves, it nevertheless does not cease to be what it was, is, and will be. The supreme Cit becomes as Shakti the universe but still remains supreme Cit. In the same way every stage of the emanation process prior to the real evolution, parinama of Prakriti, remains what it is, whilst giving birth to a new evolution. In parinama or evolution as known to us on this plane, when one thing is evolved into another, it ceases to be what it was. Thus when milk is changed into curd, it ceases to be milk. The evolution from Shiva Shakti of the pure tattvas is not of this kind. It is an abhasa or shining forth, adopting the simile of the sun which shines without, it was supposed, change in, or diminution of, its light. This unaffectedness in spite of its being the material cause is called in the Pañcatattva by the term virya, a condition which, the Vaishnava Lakshmi Tantra says, is not found in the world where milk quickly loses its nature when curds appear. It is a process in which one flame springs from another flame. Hence it is called flame to flame. There is a second flame but the first from which it comes is unexhausted and still there. The cause remains what it was and yet appears differently in the effect. God is never emptied, as it is said wholly into the world. Brahman is ever changeless in one aspect. In another it changes, such change being as it were a mere point of stress in the infinite ether of Cit. This abhasa, therefore, is a form of vivarta, distinguishable however from the vivarta of Maya Veda, because in the Āgama, whether Vaishnava, or Shakta, the effect is regarded as real, whereas according to Cinacara, it is only empirically so. Hence the latter system is called Satkaranavada or the doctrine of the reality of the original source or basis of things, and not also of the apparent effects of the cause. This abhasa has been called Sadrisha Parinama, see Introduction to Principles of Tantra, Part 2, a term borrowed from the Samkhya but which is not altogether appropriate. In the latter philosophy, the term is used in connection with the state of the gunas of Prakriti in dissolution when nothing is produced. Here on the contrary we are dealing with creation and an evolving power consciousness. It is only appropriate to this extent that, as in Shadrisa Parinama there is no real evolution or objectivity, so also there is none in the evolution of the tattvas until Maya intervenes and Prakriti really evolves the objective universe. This being the nature of the Supreme Shiva and of the evolution of consciousness, this doctrine assumes, with all others, a transcendent and a creative or immanent aspect of Brahman. The first is Nishkala Shiva, the second Sakala Shiva. Or Nirguna Saguna, Parama, Apara, in Shankara's parlance, Paramatma, Ishvara, and Paramabrahman, Shabdabrahman. From the second or changing aspect the universe is born. Birth means manifestation. Manifestation to what? The answer is to consciousness. But there is nothing but Cit, creation is then the evolution whereby the changeless Cit through the power of its Maya-Shakti appears to itself in the form of limited objects. All is Shiva whether as subject or object. This evolution of consciousness is described in the scheme of the 36 tattvas. Shankara and Samkhya speak of the 24 tattvas from Prakriti to Prithvi. Both Shaivas and Shaktas speak of the 36 tattvas, showing, by the extra number of tattvas, how Purusha and Prakriti themselves originated. The northern or Advaita Shaiva Agama and the Śakta Agama are allied, though all Shaiva scriptures adopt the same tattvas. In all the Agamas, whether Vaishnava, Shaiva, or Shakta, there are points of doctrine which are the same or similar. The Vaishnava Pañcatattva, however, moves in a different sphere of thought. It speaks in lieu of the abhasa here described of 4 vyuha or forms of Narayana, viz., Vasudeva, Samkarshana, Pradyumna and Anirudh. The 36 tattvas are the 24 from Prithvi to Prakriti together with, proceeding upwards, Purusha, Maya and the 5 Kankukas, Kala, Niyati, Vidya, Raga, Shuddhavidya, or Sadvidya, Shakti, Shiva. These are divided into 3 groups named Shiva Tattva, Vidya Tattva, Atma Tattva, and Shuddha, Shuddha, Ashuddha Tattvas. The Shuddha or pure tattvas are all the tattvas from Shiva Shakti tattvas to and including Sadvidya Tattva. The pure impure or mixed, Shuddha tattvas are those between the first and third group which are the impure tattvas, Ashuddha Tattva, of the world of duality, namely, the 24 tattvas from Prakriti to Prithvi. The other group of 3 is as follows: Shiva Tattva includes Shiva Tattva and Shakti Tattva, Vidya Tattva includes all tattvas from Sadashiva to Sadvidya, and Atma Tattva includes all tattvas from Maya and the Kankukas to Prithvi. The particular description here of the 36 tattvas, held by both Shaivas and Shaktas, is taken from the northern Shaiva Kashmir philosophical school, itself based on the older Āgamas such as Malana Tantra and others. It is common doctrine of Advaitavada that the one is of dual aspect, the first static, Shiva, and the other kinetic, Shakti. This doctrine of aspects is a device whereby it is sought to reconcile the fact that there is changelessness and change. Philosophically it is an evasion of the problem and not a solution. The solution is to be found in revelation, Veda, and in direct spiritual experience, Samadhi. These states vary in different men and in different races and creeds. But in support of Advaitavada, reliance may be placed on the fact that Samadhi or ecstasy, in all parts of the world and in all faiths, tends towards some kind of unity, more or less complete. All seek union with God. But the dispute is as to the nature of that union. Pure Advaitavada is complete identity. The scheme now outlined shows how that unitary experience, without ceasing to be what it is, assumes limited forms. The reader is referred to the diagram on the following page. Parasambhut shown on top of the diagram is Nishkala Shiva or the changeless Brahman aspect. And Shiva Shakti below is the aspect of the Supreme Brahman from which change comes and which appears as its products or changing forms. Both are Shiva Shakti. When, however, Shiva is kinetic, he is called Shakti. Regarding the matter from the Shakti aspect, both are Shakti. Neither ever exists without the other, though Shakti is in one aspect Sidrapini, and in the other in the form of the universe, Vishvarupini. In themselves and throughout they are one. The divergence takes place in consciousness, after it has been subjected to the operation of Maya, the effect of which is to polarize consciousness into an apparently separate I, and this. Parasambhut is not accounted a tattva, for it is beyond all tattvas, tattvatita. Shiva Tattva and Shakti Tattva are counted separately, though Shakti Tattva is merely the negative aspect of Shiva Tattva. Shiva Tattva and Shakti Tattva are not produced. They thus are, even in dissolution. They are Saguna Brahman, and Parasambhut is the Nirguna Brahman. The first evolved Tattva is Sadashiva of Sadakya Tattva, of which the meaning is Sadakaya Yata, or that state in which there is the first notion of being. For here is the first incipiency of the world experience as the notion, I am this, which ultimately becomes a separate I, and this. In my garland of letters I have with more technical detail described the evolution of Jiva consciousness. Here I will only shortly summarize the process. As already stated, the Aham and Idam exist in an unitary state which is indescribable in Parasambhut. Shakti Tattva is called negative because negation is the function of Shakti, Nishedavyaparupa Shakti. Negation of what P the answer is negation of consciousness. The universe is thus a product of negation. Where there is pure experience there is no manifested universe. Shakti negates the pure experience or consciousness to the extent that it appears to itself limited. Shakti disengages the unified elements, aham and idam, which are latent in the supreme experience as an undistinguishable unity. How? The answer is one of great subtlety. Of the Shiva-Shakti tattvas, Shiva represents the Prakash and Shakti the Vimarsha aspect, which contains potentially within it, the seed of the universe to be. The result is that the Prakash aspect is left standing alone. The Shiva tattva is Prakashmatra, that is, to use the imagery of our plane, an I without a this. This is a state in which the unitary consciousness is broken up to this extent, that it is no longer a perfect experience in which the aham and idam exist in undistinguishable union, but there is one supreme aham consciousness only. Which is the root of all limited subjectivity. To this aham or Shiva tattva, Shakti gradually unveils herself as the idam or Vimarsha aspect of consciousness. The result is that from Shiva and Shakti, in which the latter takes the playful part, there is evolved the first produced consciousness called Sadakya tattva. There is then an aham and idam aspect of experience. But that experience is not like the jivas, which arises at a later stage after the intervention of Maya-Shakti. In the jiva consciousness, jivatma, the object, idam, is seen as something outside and different from itself. In Sadakya tattva and all the subsequent pure tattvas, that is Ishvara tattva and Shuddha-Vidya tattva, the this is experienced as part of the self and not as separate from it. There is, as will appear from the diagram, no outer and inner. The circle which represents the one consciousness is divided into I and this, which are yet parts of the same figure. The this is at first only by degree and hazily, dhyamala prayam, presented to the aham like a picture just forming itself, unmilitamatrasitrakalpam. For this reason it is said that there is emphasis on the aham which is indicated in the diagram by the arrowhead. This is called the nimesha, or closing of the eyes, of Shakti. It is so called because it is the last stage in dissolution before all effects are withdrawn into their first cause. Being the last stage in dissolution it is the first in creation. Then the idam side becomes clear in the next evolved Ishvara tattva, in which the emphasis is therefore said to be on the this which the aham subjectifies. This is the unmesha, or opening of the eyes, state of Shakti. For this is the state of consciousness when it is first fully equipped to create and does so. The result again of this is the evolved consciousness called Shuddha-Vidya tattva, in which the emphasis is equal on the I and this. Consciousness is now in the state in which the two halves of experience are ready to be broken up and experienced separately. It is at this state that Maya-Shakti intervenes and does so through its power and the Kankukas which are forms of it. Maya-Shakti is thus defined as the sense of difference, Bheda Buddhi, that is the power by which things are seen as different from the self in the dual manifested world. The Kankukas which are evolved from, and are particular forms of, the operation of Maya are limitations of the natural perfections of the Supreme Consciousness. These are Kala which produces division, Paraketa, in the partless and unlimited. Niyati which affects independence, Svatantrata, Raga which produces interest in, and then attachment to, objects in that which wanted nothing, Purna. Vidya which makes the Purusha a little knower, in lieu of being all-knower, Sarvanandanatha, and Kala which makes Purusha a little doer, whereas the Supreme was in its Kartritva or power action of Almighty. The result of Maya and its offshoots which are the Kankukas is the production of the Purusha and Prakriti tattvas. At this stage the aham and idam are completely severed. Each consciousness regards itself as a separate I, looking upon the this, whether its own body or that of others, as outside its consciousness. Each Purusha, and they are numberless, is mutually exclusive the one of the other. Prakriti is the collectivity of all Shaktis in contracted, Sankhikhadrupa, undifferentiated form. She is feeling in the form of the undifferentiated mass of Buddhi and the rest and of the three gunas in equilibrium. The Purusha or self experiences her as object. Then on the disturbance of the gunas in Prakriti the latter evolves the Vikritis of mind and matter. The Purusha at this stage has experience of the multiple world of the 24 impure tattvas. Thus from the supreme I, Parahanta, which is the creative Shiva-Shakti aspect of Parasambhut which changelessly endures as such Chidananda, consciousness experiences itself as object, Sadakya, Ishvara. Sadvidya tattvas, and then through Maya and the limitations or contractions which are the Kankukas or Samkokas it loses the knowledge that it is itself its own object. It sees the separate other, and the one consciousness becomes the limited experiencers which are the multiple selves and their objects of the dual universe. Shakti who in herself, Svarupa, is feeling consciousness, Sidrapini, becomes more and more gross until physical energy assumes the form and becomes embedded in the crust of matter vitalized by herself as the life principle of all things. Throughout all forms it is the same Shakti who works and appears as Cit-Shakti and Maya-Shakti, the spirit and matter aspect of the power of the self-illumining pure superconsciousness or Cit. Chapter 15. Maya-Shakti, the psychophysical aspect of the universe. Spirit, mind and matter are ultimately one, the two latter being the twin aspects of the fundamental substance or Brahman and its power or Shakti. Spirit is the substance of mind-matter, the reality, in the sense of the lasting changelessness, out of which, by its power, all appearance is fashioned not by the individual mind and senses but by the cosmic mind and senses of which they are but a part. What it creates it perceives. In the last chapter one dealt with the spirit or consciousness, CIT, aspect. In this I consider the mind-matter aspect in which consciousness veils itself in apparent unconsciousness. These twin principles are called Purusha, Brahman, Shiva on the one hand and Prakriti, Maya, and Maya-Shakti on the other by the Samkhya Maya Veda Vedanta and Shaktiveda of the Śākta Āgama respectively. The latter Shastra, however, alone treats them as aspects of the one substance in the manner here described and thus most aptly in this respect accommodates itself to the doctrine of Western scientific monism. So, Professor Haeckel points out in conformity with Śākta Advaitavada that spirit and matter are not two distinct entities but two forms or aspects of one single entity or fundamental substance. According to him, the one entity with dual aspect is the sole reality which presents itself to view as the infinitely varied and wondrous picture of the universe. Whatever be the case transcendentally in what the Buddhist Tantra aptly calls the void, shunyata. In Tibetan Estong Panayat, which is not nothing, as some have supposed, but that which is like nothing known to us. The ultimate formless, arupa, reality as contrasted with appearance, esnangvyadang, or form, rupa, of which the Prajnaparamita says only, neti, can be affirmed. In this universe immaterial spirit is just as unthinkable as spiritless matter. The two are inseparably combined in every atom which, itself and its forces, possess the elements of vitality, growth and intelligence in all their developments. In the four Atmas which are contemplated in the Sitkunda in the Muladhara Kakra, Atma Pranarupi represents the vital aspect, Jnanatma the intelligence aspect, and Antaratma is that spark of the Paramatma which inheres in all bodies. And which when spread, Vyapta, appears as the Buddha or five forms of sensible matter which go to the making of the gross body. These are all aspects of the one Paramatma, Jnanarnava Tantra, CHXXI, VV, 1-9. The Vedanta recognizes four states of experience, Jagrat, Svapna, Sushupti, and Turiya. These, as my friend Professor Pramathanatha Mukhopadhyaya has, in his radical clear-thinking way, pointed out, may be regarded from two standpoints. We may, with Shamkara, from the standpoint of siddhi alone, regard the last only, that is transcendental or pure experience, nirvisheshajnana, as the real fact or experience, or we may, with the Śākta Āgama. Looking at the matter from the standpoint of both sadhana, that is practical experience, and siddhi, or transcendental experience, regard not only the supreme experience as alone real, but the whole of experience without any reservation whatever, the whole concrete fact of being and becoming and call it the real. This is the view of the Shaiva Shakta who says that the world is Shiva's experience and Shiva's experience can never be unreal. The question turns upon the definition of real. Shamkara's conception of that term is that, that to which it is applied must be absolutely changeless in all the 3 times. It is that which absolutely continues through and underlies all the changes of experience. Being that which is given in all the 4 states, Jagrat and the rest. It is that which can never be contradicted, Vashishtha, in all the 3 tenses of time and the 4 states of experience. This is the ether of consciousness, Siddhakosha, and none of its modes. Our ordinary experience, it is claimed, as well as supreme nonpolar nirvikalpa samadhi proves this unchanging aspect of the ultimate substance, as the changeless principle of all our modes of changing experience. Which according to this definition are unreal. Thus Shamkara's real equals being equals Satsyayananda, unreal equals becoming equals Vivarta equals Jagat Prapanka or universe. According to this view, there are 3 levels or planes of being, Satta, namely transcendental, Paramarthika, empirical, Vyavaharika, and illusory, Pratibhasika. The real, Satya, is that which is given in all the 3 planes, Paramarthika Satya the empirical, Vyavaharika Satya, is that which is given in the 2nd and 3rd planes but not in the 1st. It is worldly or dual experience, and not undual experience of samadhi or videhamukti which latter, however, underlies all states of experience, being the ether of consciousness itself. The last, Pratibhasika Satya, is given or obtains only in the last plane, being only such reality as can be attributed to illusion such as, the rope snake. A higher plane contradicts a lower, the 3rd is contradicted by the 2nd by the 1st, and the 1st by nothing at all. Thus there is a process of gradual elimination from changing to changeless consciousness. Real change or parinama is said by the Vedanta Paribhasha to exist when the effect or phenomenon and its ground, upadana or material cause, belong to the same level or plane of existence. As in the case of clay and pot, milk and curd, which both belong to the Vyavaharika plane, milk being the upadana and curd the effect or change appertaining it, parinamo hi upadana samasatakakarya patti. When, however, the effect's level of existence is different from vishama, and therefore cannot be equal to that of its material cause or upadana. When, for instance, one belongs to the Vyavaharika experience and the other to the Pratibhasika, there is nivarta, vivarto hi upadana vishamasatakakarya patti. Thus, in the case of the rope snake, the satta of the rope is Vyavaharika, whilst that of the Rajasarpa is only Pratibhasika. For the same reason, the rope, and the whole Jagat Prapanka, universe, for the matter of that, is a Vivarta in relation to the supreme experience of pure Cit. On its own plane or level of satta, every phenomenon may be a parinama, but in relation to a higher level by which it becomes Vashishtha, it is only a Vivarta. The Śakta Āgama differs in its presentment as follows. The fact or concrete experience presents 2 aspects, what Professor Mukhopadhyaya has aptly called in his work the patent wonder, the ether and the stress, the quiescent background of Cit and the sprouting and evolving Shakti. Āgama takes this whole, Shiva Shakti, embracing all the aspects as its real. If one aspect be taken apart from the others, we are landed in the unreal. Therefore, in the Śakta Āgama, all is real. Whether the transcendent real of Shamkara, Turiya, or the empirical real waking, Jagrat, dreaming, Svapna, or dreamless sleep, Sushupti. If it is conceded that real equals changelessness, then the last 3 states are not real. But this definition of reality is not adopted. It is again conceded that the supreme substance, Paravastu, is alone real, in the sense of changeless, for the worlds come and go. But the Āgama says with the Samkhya, that a thing is not unreal because it changes. The substance has 2 aspects, in one of which it is changeless, and in the other of which it changes. It is the same substance in both its prakash and vimarsha aspects. Shamkara limits reality to the prakash aspect alone. Āgama extends it to both prakash and vimarsha, for these are aspects of the one. As explained later, this divergence of views turns upon the definition of Maya given by Shamkara, and of Maya-Shakti given by the Āgama. The Maya of Shamkara is a mysterious Shakti of Ishvara, by which Vivarta is sought to be explained and which has 2 manifestations, viz., veiling, avarana, and moving, changing and projecting, Vikshipa, power. Ishvara is Brahman reflected in Maya. A mystery which is separate, and yet not separate, from Brahman in its Ishvara aspect. The Śakta Maya-Shakti is an aspect of Shiva or Brahman itself. Starting from these premises we must assume a real nexus between the universe and its ultimate cause. The creation is real, and not Maya in Shankara's sense of Maya, but is the operation of and is Shakti herself. The cause being thus real, the effect or universe is real though it changes and passes away. Even when it is dissolved, it is merged in Shakti who is real. Withdrawn into her as the Samkhyan tortoise or Prakriti withdraws its limbs, Vikriti, into itself. The universe either is as unmanifested Shakti, which is the perfect formless universe of bliss, or exists as manifested Shakti, the limited and imperfect worlds of form. The assumption of such nexus necessarily involves that what is in the effect is in the cause potentially. Of course, the follower of Shankara will say that if creation is the becoming patent or actual of what is latent or potential in Shiva, then Shiva is not really Nishkala. A truly Niranjana Brahman cannot admit potential differentiation within itself, Svagatabheda. Again, potentiality is unmeaning in relation to the absolute and infinite being, for it pertains to relation and finite existence. If it is suggested that Brahman passes from one condition in which Maya lies as a seed in it, to another in which Maya manifests herself, we are involved in the doctrine of an absolute in the making. It is illogical to affirm that whilst Brahman in one aspect does not change, it in another aspect, that is as Shakti, does truly change. All such objections have illogical foundation, and it is for this reason that Shankara says that all change, Shrishti, Sthiti, Laya, are only apparent, being but a kalpana or imagination. But an answer is given to these objections. The Shakta will say that the one Brahman Shiva has two aspects, in one of which, as Shakti, it changes, and in the other of which, as Shiva, it does not. Reality is constituted of both these aspects. It is true that the doctrine of aspects does not solve the problem. Creation is ultimately inscrutable. It is, however, he urges, better to hold both the reality of the Brahman and the world-leaving spiritual experience to synthesize them, than to neglect one at the cost of the other. For this, it is argued, is what Shankara does. His solution is obtained at the cost of a denial of true reality to the world which all our worldly experience affirms. And this solution is supported by the illogical statement that Maya is not real and is yet not unreal, not partly real and partly unreal. This also flies in the face of the logical principle of contradiction. Both theories, therefore, it may be said in different ways, run counter to logic. All theories ultimately do. The matter is admittedly illogical, that is beyond logic, for it is beyond the mind and its logical forms of thinking. Practically, therefore, it is said to be better to base our theory on our experience of the reality of the world, frankly leaving it to spiritual experience to solve a problem for which all logic, owing to the very constitution of the mind, fails. The ultimate proof of authority is spiritual experience either recorded in Veda or realized in Samadhi. As I have already said in my chapter on the spirit aspect of the one substance, all occultism, whether of East or West, posits the principle that there is nothing in any one state or plane which is not in some way, actual or potential. In another state or plane. The Western Hermetic maxim, as above so below, is stated in the Visvasara Tantra in the form, what is here is there. What is not here is nowhere, yati hasti tad and yatra yen nihasti na tat kvasit. And in the Northern Shaiva scripture in the form, that which appears without only so appears because it exists within, Vardhamanavabasanam bhavanam avabasanam antastadavatam eva gatate baharatmana. For these reasons man is rightly called a microcosm, Kshudra Brahmanda, hominum quasi minorem quendam mundum. Firm. Maternus Math. 3 in it. So Karaka says that the course of production, growth, decay and destruction of the universe and of man are the same. But these statements do not mean that what exists on one plane exists in that form or way on another plane. It is obvious that if it did, the planes would be the same and not different. It means that the same thing exists on one plane and on all other levels of being or planes, according either to the form of that plane. If it be what is called an intermediate causal body, Karanavantra Sharira, or ultimately as mere formless potentiality. According to Cinacara, all such argument is itself Maya. And it may be so to those who have realized true consciousness, Cit-Svarupa, which is beyond all causality. The Tantra Śāstra is, however, a practical and sadhana Shastra. It takes the world to be real and then applies, so far as it may, to the question of its origin, the logic of the mind which forms a part of it. It says that it is true that there is a supreme or perfect experience which is beyond all worlds, Shakti Vishvaturna, but there is also a worldly or, relatively to the supreme, imperfect, in the sense of limited, and partly sorrowful experience. Because the one exists, it does not follow that the other does not, though mere logic cannot construct an unassailable monism. It is the one Shiva who is bliss itself, and who is in the form of the world, Vishvatmaka, which is happiness-unhappiness. Shiva is both changeless as Shiva and changeful as Shakti. How the one can be both is a mystery. To say, however, with Cinacara that it is Maya, and in truth Brahman does not change, is not to explain, in an ultimate sense, the problem but to eliminate some other possible cause and to give to what remains a name. Maya by itself does not explain the ultimate. What can? It is only a term which is given to the wondrous power of the Creatrix by which what seems impossible to us becomes possible to her. This is recognized as it must be, by Cinacara, who says that Maya is unexplainable, anarvakania, as of course it is. To explain the Creator, one would have to be Creator himself, and then in such case there would be no need of any explanation. Looking, however, at the matter from our own practical standpoint, which is that which concerns us, we are drawn by the foregoing considerations to the conclusion that, what we call matter, is, in some form, in the cause which according to the doctrine here described, produces it. But matter as experienced by us is not there, for the Supreme is spirit only. And yet in some sense it is there, or it would not be here at all. It is there as the Supreme Shakti which is being consciousness bliss, Siddhapini, Anandamayi, who contains within herself the potentiality of all worlds to be projected by her Shakti. It is there as unmanifested consciousness power, Siddhapini Shakti. It here exists as the mixed conscious unconsciousness, in the sense of the limited consciousness, of the psychical and material universe. If the ultimate reality be one, there is thus one almighty substance which is both spirit, Shiva Shakti Svarupa, and force mind matter, Shiva Shakti Vishvatmaka. Spirit and mind matter are thus in the end one. This ultimate supreme substance, Paravastu, is power or Shakti, which is again, of dual aspect as Cit-Shakti which represents the spiritual, and Maya-Shakti which represents the material and mental aspects. The two, however, exist in inseparable connection, avanabhavasambandha, as inseparable to use a simile of the Shastra as the winds of heaven from the ether in which they blow. Shakti, who is in herself, Svarupa, consciousness, appears as the life force, as subtle mind, and as gross matter. See sections in my world as power dealing in detail with life, Prana Shakti, mind, Manasi Shakti, and matter, Buddha Shakti. As all is Shakti and as Shakti Svarupa is being consciousness bliss, there is, and can be, nothing absolutely unconscious. For Shakti Svarupa is unchanging being consciousness beyond all worlds, Siddhapini Vishvaturna, the unchanging principle of experience in such worlds. And appears as the limited psychical universe and as the apparently unconscious material forms which are the content of man's experience, Vishvatmaka. The whole universe is Shakti under various forms. Therefore it is seen as commingled spirit-mind matter. According to Shaiva-Shakta doctrine, Shiva and Shakti are one. Shiva represents the static aspect of the supreme substance, and Shakti its kinetic aspect, the term being derived from the root sak, which denotes capacity of action or power. According to Cinacara, Brahman has two aspects, in one of which as Ishvara, it is associated with Maya and seems to change, and in the other dissociated from Maya, Parabrahman. In the Āgama, the one Shiva is both the changeless Parashiva and Parashakti and really changing Shiva-Shakti or universe. As Shiva is one with himself, he is never associated with anything but himself. As, however, the supreme he is undisplayed, Shiva-Shakti Svarupa, and as Shiva-Shakti he is manifest in the form of the universe of mind and matter, Vishvarupa. Before the manifestation of the universe there was Mahasatta or grand being. Then also there was Shiva-Shakti, for there is no time when Shakti is not, though she is sometimes manifest and sometimes not. Power is power both to be and to become. But then Shakti is not manifest and is in its own true nature, Svarupa. That is, being, feeling consciousness bliss, Sinmayi, Anandamayi. As Shiva is consciousness, Cit, and bliss or love, Ananda, she is then simply bliss and love. Then when moved to create, the great power or megale dunamis of the Gnostics issues from the depths of being and becomes mind and matter whilst remaining what she ever was, the being, Sat, which is the foundation of manifested life and the spirit which sustains and enlightens it. This primal power, Adya Shakti, as object of worship, is the great mother, Magna Mater, of all natural things, Natura Naturans, and nature itself, Natura Naturata. In herself, Svarupa, she is not a person in man's sense of the term, but she is ever and incessantly personalizing, assuming the multiple masks, persona, which are the varied forms of mind-matter. As therefore manifest, she is all personalities and as the collectivity thereof the Supreme Person, Parahanta. But in her own ground from which, clad in form, she emerges and personalizes, she is beyond all form, and therefore beyond all personality known to us. She works in and as all things. Now greatly veiling her consciousness bliss in gross matter, now by gradual stages more fully revealing herself in the forms of the one universal life which she is. Let us now first examine her most gross manifestation, that is, sensible matter, Buddha, then her more subtle aspect as the life force and mind, and lastly her supreme Shakti aspect as consciousness. I here deal with the subject in a general way, having treated of it in greater detail in the book just now cited, World as Power. The physical human body is composed of certain compounds of which the chief are water, gelatin, fat, phosphate of lime, albumin and fibrin, and, of these, water constitutes some 2/3 of the total weight. These compounds, again, are composed of simpler non-metallic elements of which the chief are oxygen, to the extent of about 2/3, hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, calcium and phosphorus. So about 2/3 of the body is water and this is H2O. Substantially then our gross body is water. But when we get to these simpler elements, have we got to the root of the matter P? No. It was formerly thought that matter was composed of certain elements beyond which it was not possible to go, and that these elements and their atoms were indestructible. These notions have been reversed by modern science. Though the alleged indestructibility of the elements and their atoms is still said by some to present the character of a practical truth. Well-known recent discoveries and experiments go to re-establish the ancient doctrine of a single primordial substance to which these various forms of matter may be reduced. With the resultant of the possible and hitherto derided transmutation of one element into another. Since each is but one of the many plural manifestations of the same underlying unity. The so-called elements are varied forms of this one substance which themselves combine to form the various compounds. The variety of our experience is due to permutation and combination of the atoms of the matter into which the primordial energy materializes. We thus find that owing to the variety of atomic combinations of H and O, there are differences in the compounds. It is curious to note in passing how apparently slight variations in the quantity and distribution of the atoms produce very varying substances. Thus gluten, which is a nutrient food, and quinine and strychnine, which are in varying degree poisons, are each compounds of CHNO. Strychnine, a powerful poison, is C21H22N2O2 and quinine is C20H24N2O2. N and 0 are the same in both and there is a difference of 1 part only of C and 2 of H. But neither these compounds nor the so-called elements of which they are composed are permanent things. Scientific matter is now found to be only a relatively stable form of cosmic energy. All matter dissociates and passes into the energy of which it is a materialized form, and again it issues from it. Modern Western science and philosophy have thus removed many difficulties which were formerly thought to be objections to the ancient Indian doctrine on the subject here dealt with. It has, in the first place, dispelled the gross notions which were hitherto generally entertained as to the nature of matter. According to the notions of quite recent science, matter was defined to be that which has mass, weight and inertia. It must be now admitted that the two latter qualities no longer stand the test of examination, since, putting aside our ignorance as to the nature of weight, this quality varies. If we conceive matter to be placed under conditions which admittedly affect it, and the belief in inertia is due to superficial observation, it being now generally conceded that the final elements of matter are in a state of spontaneous and perpetual motion. In fact, the most general phenomenon of the universe is vibration, to which the human body as all else is subject. Various vibrations affect differently each organ of sensation. When of certain quality and number, they denote to the skin the degree of external temperature, others incite the eye to see different colors, others again enable the ear to hear defined sounds. Moreover, inertia, which is alleged to be a distinguishing quality of matter, is said to be the possession of electricity, which is considered not to be material. What, then, is that to which we attribute mass, P in the first place? It is now admitted that matter, even with the addition of all possible forces, is insufficient to explain many phenomena, such as those of light. And it has, accordingly, come to be for some an article of scientific faith that there is a substance called ether, a medium which, filling the universe, transports by its vibrations the radiations of light, heat, electricity, and perhaps action from a distance, such as the attraction exercised between heavenly bodies. It is said, however, that this ether is not matter, but differs profoundly from it, and that it is only our infirmity of knowledge which obliges us, in our attempted descriptions of it, to borrow comparisons from matter. In its ordinary physical sense, which alone is known by our senses. But if we assume the existence of ether, we know that material bodies immersed in it can change their places therein. In fact, to use an Indian expression, the characteristic property of the vibrations of the Akasha-tattva is to make the space in which the other tattvas and their derivatives exist. With matter and ether as their materials, Western purely scientific theories have sought to construct the world. The scientific atom, which Du Bois-Reymond described as an exceedingly useful fiction, außerst nutzliche fiction, is no longer considered the ultimate indestructible element, but is held to be, in fact, a kind of miniature solar system, formed by a central group or nucleus charged with positive electricity, around which very much smaller elements, called electrons or corpuscles, charged with negative electricity, gravitate in closed orbits. These vibrate in the etheric medium in which they and the positively charged nucleus exist, constituting by their energy, and not by their mass, the unity of the atom. But what, again, is the constitution of this nucleus and the electrons revolving around it? There is no scientific certainty that any part of either is due to the presence of matter. On the contrary, if a hypothetical corpuscle consisting solely of an electric charge without material mass is made the subject of mathematical analysis, the logical inference is that the electron is free of matter, and is merely an electric charge moving in the ether. And though the extent of our knowledge regarding the positive nucleus which constitutes the remainder of the atom is small, an eminent mathematician and physicist has expressed the opinion that, if there is no matter in the negative charges, the positive charges must also be free from it. Thus, in the words of the author upon whose lucid analysis I have drawn, Haulavig's Evolution of Science, the atom has been dematerialized, if one may say so, and with it the molecules and the entire universe. Matter, in the scientific sense, disappears, and we and all that surround us are physically, according to these views, mere disturbed regions of the ether determined by moving electric charges, a logical if impressive conclusion. Because it is by increasing their knowledge of matter that physicists have been led to doubt its reality. But the question, as he points out, does not remain there. For if the speculations of Helmholtz be adopted, there is nothing absurd in imaging that two possible directions of rotation of a vortex formed within, and consisting of ether correspond to the positive and negative electric charges said to be attached to the final elements of matter. If that be so, then the trinity of matter, ether, and electricity, out of which science has hitherto attempted to construct the world, is reduced to a single element, the ether, which is not scientific matter, in a state of motion, and which is the basis of the physical universe. The old duality of force and matter disappears, these being held to be differing forms of the same thing. Matter is a relatively stable form of energy into which, on disturbance of its equilibrium, it disappears, for all forms of matter dissociate. The ultimate basis is that energy called in Indian philosophy Prakriti, Maya or Shakti. Herbert Spencer, the philosopher of modern science, carries the investigation farther, holding that the universe, whether physical or psychical, whether within or without us, is a play of force, which, in the case of matter, we experience as object, and that the notion that the ultimate realities are the supposed atoms of matter, to the properties and combinations of which the complex universe is due, is not true. Mind, life and matter are each varying aspects of the one cosmic process from the first cause. Mind as such is as much a material organ as the brain and outer sense organs, though they are differing forms of force. Both mind and matter derive from what Herbert Spencer calls the primal energy, Adya Shakti, and Haeckel the fundamental spirit-matter substance. Professor Fitz-Edward Hull described the Samkhya philosophy as being, with all its folly and fanaticism, little better than a chaotic impertinence. It has doubtless its weaknesses like all other systems. Wherein, however, consists its fanaticism, I do not know. As for impertinence, it is neither more nor less so than any other form of Western endeavor to solve the riddle of life. As regards its leading concept, Prakriti, the professor said that it was a notion for which the European languages were unable to supply a name, a failure, he added, which was nowise to their discredit. The implication of this sarcastic statement is that it was not to the discredit of Western languages that they had no name for so foolish a notion. He wrote before the revolution of ideas in science to which I have referred, and with that marked antagonism to things Indian which has been and to some extent still is so common a feature of the more ordinary type of the professional Orientalist. The notion of Prakriti is not absurd. The doctrine of a primordial substance was held by some of the greatest minds in the past and has support from the most modern developments of science. Both now concur to reject what the great Sir William Jones called the vulgar notion of material substance, Opera I, 36. Many people were wont, as some still are, to laugh at the idea of Maya. Was not matter solid, permanent and real enough? But according to science, what are we, as physical beings? At base P the answer is, infinitely tenuous formless energy which materializes into relatively stable, yet essentially transitory, forms. According to the apt expression of the Śākta Śāstra, Shakti, as she creates, becomes Ganabuddha, that is, massive or thickened, just as milk becomes curd. The process by which the subtle becomes gradually more and more gross continues until it develops into what has been called the crust of solid matter, Parthiva Buddha. This whilst it lasts is tangible enough. But it will not last forever, and in some radioactive substances dissociates before our eyes. Where does it go, according to Shakta doctrine, but to that mother power from whose womb it came? Who exists as all forms, gross and subtle, and is the formless consciousness itself. The poet's inspiration led Shakespeare to say, "We are such stuff as dreams are made of." It is a wonderful saying from a Vedantic standpoint, for centuries before him Advaitavada had said, yes, dreams. For the Lord is himself the great world dreamer slumbering in causal sleep as Ishvara, dreaming as Hiranyagarbha the universe experienced by him as the Virat or totality of all jivas, on waking. Scientific revision of the notion of matter helps the Vedantic standpoint, by dispelling gross and vulgar notions upon the subject, by establishing its impermanence in its form as scientific matter. by positing a subtler physical substance which is not ponderable matter, by destroying the old duality of matter and force. And by these and other conclusions leading to the acceptance of one primal energy or Shakti which transforms itself into that relatively stable state which is perceived by the senses as gross matter. As, however, science deals with matter only objectively, that is, from a dualistic standpoint, it does not, whatever hypotheses any particular scientist may maintain, resolve the essential problem which is stated in the world Maya. That problem is, how can the apparent duality be a real unity? How can we bridge the gulf between the object and the self which perceives it? Into whatever tenuous energy the material world is resolved, we are still left in the region of duality of spirit, mind and matter. The position is not advanced beyond that taken by Samkhya. The answer to the problem stated is that Shakti which is the origin of, and is in, all things has the power to veil itself so that whilst in truth it is only seeing itself as object, it does not, as the created jiva, perceive this but takes things to be outside and different from the self. For this reason Maya is called, in the Shastra, Beda-buddhi or the sense of difference. This is the natural characteristic of man's experience. Herbert Spencer, the philosopher of modern science, carrying the investigation beyond physical matter, holds, as I have already said, that the universe, whether physical or psychical, whether as mind or matter, is a play of force. Mind, life and matter being each varying aspects of the one cosmic process from the first cause. This, again, is an Indian notion. For, the affirmation that scientific matter is an appearance produced by the play of cosmic force, and that mind is itself a product of the same play is what both Samkhya and Mayaveda Vedanta hold. Both these systems teach that mind, considered in itself, is, like matter, an unconscious thing, and that both it and matter ultimately issue from the same single principle which the former calls Prakriti and the latter Maya. Consciousness and unconsciousness are in the universe inseparate, whatever be the degree of manifestation or veiling of consciousness. For the purpose of analysis, mind in itself, that is, considered hypothetically as dissociated from consciousness, which, in fact, is never the case, though consciousness exists apart from the mind, is a force process like the physical brain. Consciousness, CIT, is not to be identified with mind, Antakarana, which is the organ of expression of mind. Consciousness is not a mere manifestation of material mind. Consciousness must not be identified with its mental modes. An identification which leads to the difficulties in which Western metaphysics has so often found itself. It is the ultimate reality in which all modes whether subjective or objective exist. The assertion that mind is in itself unconscious may seem a strange statement to a Western reader who, if he does not identify mind in consciousness, at any rate, regards the latter as an attribute or function of mind. The point, however, is of such fundamental importance for the understanding of Indian doctrine that it may be further developed. According to the Lokayata school of Indian materialism, mind was considered to be the result of the chemical combination of the four forms of material substance, earth, water, fire and air, in organic forms. According to the Purvamamamsa and the Nyayavaisheshika, the self or Atma is in itself and that is by nature, Svabhavata, unconscious, Jada, Asadrupa for Atma is said to be unconscious, Asthana, in dreamless sleep, Sushupti. And consciousness arises as a produced thing, by association of the Atma with the mind, senses and body. The reader is referred to Pandit Chandra Kanta Tarkalankara's Bengali lectures on Hindu philosophy. At p. 105 he cites Prabhakara Mimamsakakarya, saying that Vaisheshikanyaya supports the view. Sasatana Shitayogat Todiogena Vina Jada. Atma is conscious by union with knowledge, jnana, which comes to it by association with mind and body. Without it, it is unconscious. Atma, according to this darshana, is that in which, Ashreya, jnana inheres. Kumarila Bhatta says Atma is partly prakash and partly aprakasha, luminous and non-luminous, like a firefly. But this is denied, as Atma is niramsha, partless. Knowledge thus arises from the association of mind, manas, with Atma, the senses, indriya, with manas, and the senses with objects, that is, worldly, laukika, knowledge, which is the true, that is, non-elusive, apprehension of objects. Jnana in the spiritual Vedantic sense of Maya-Veda is Paramatma, or pure consciousness realized. The former jnana, in that it arises without effort on the presentation of the objects, is not action, kriya, and differs from the forms of mental action, manasi kriya, such as will, icha, contemplation, and the like. Atma manasa samayujyate, mana indriyena, indrayam arthena, tato bhavti nanam. Both these theories are refuted by Samkhya and Advaitavada Vedanta, as interpreted by Shamkara, to which unless otherwise stated I refer, which affirm that the very nature of Atma is consciousness, Cit, and all else, whether mind or matter, is unconscious, though the former appears not to be so. The jiva mind is not itself conscious, but reflects consciousness, and therefore appears to be conscious. Consciousness as such is eternal and immutable, mind is a creation and changeable. Consciousness as such is unconditional. In the mind of the jiva, consciousness appears to be conditioned by that Maya-Shakti which produces mind, and of which Shakti, mind is a particular manifestation. Mind, however, is not the resultant of the operation of the Buddha, that is, of gross natural forces or motions, but is, in Samya and in Shakta monism, an evolution which is logically prior to them. The mode of exposition in which consciousness is treated as being in itself something apart from, though associated with, mind, is profound. Because, while it recognizes the intermingling of spirit and matter in the embodied being, jiva, it yet at the same time clearly distinguishes them. It thus avoids the imputation of change to spirit, atma. The latter is ever in its own true nature immutable. Mind is ever changing, subject to sensations, forming ideas, making resolves, and so forth. Spirit in itself is neither affected nor acts. Manifold change takes place, through motion and vibration in the unconscious prakriti in Maya. Mind is one of the results of such motion, as matter is another. Each of them is a form of specific transformation of the one principle whence unconsciousness, whether real or apparent, arises. That, however, mind appears to be conscious, the Maya-Veda Vedanta and Samkhya admit. This is called Siddhabhasa, that is, the appearance of something as Cit, consciousness, which is not really Cit. This appearance of consciousness is due to the reflection of Cit upon it. A piece of polished steel which lies in the sunshine may appear to be self-luminous, when it is merely reflecting the sun, which is the source of the light it appears to give out. Cit as such is immutable and never evolves. What do evolve are the various forms of natural forces produced by Prakriti or Maya. These two are, however, conceived as being in association in such a way that the result of such association is produced without Cit being really affected at all. The classical illustration of the mode and effect of such association is given in the Samkhyan aphorism, just like the jewel in the flower, Kusumavakamani. Samkhya-Pravakana Sutra, 2:35, that is. When a scarlet hibiscus flower is placed in contiguity to a crystal, the latter appears to be red, though it still in fact retains its pure transparency, as is seen when the flower is removed. On the other hand, the flower as reflected in the crystal takes on a shining, transparent aspect which its opaque surface does not really possess. In the same way consciousness appears to be conditioned by the force of unconsciousness in the jiva, but is really not so. Changeless Cit-Shakti does not move towards anything, yet seems to do so, Samkhya-Pravakana Sutra. And, on the other hand, mind as one of such unconscious forces takes on the semblance of consciousness, though this is borrowed from Cit and is not its own natural quality. This association of unconscious force with consciousness has a twofold result, both obscuring and revealing. It obscures, in so far as, and so long as it is in operation, it prevents the realization of pure consciousness, Cit. When mind is absorbed, pure consciousness shines forth. In this sense, this power or Maya is spoken of as a veil. In another sense, it reveals, that is, it manifests, the world, which does not exist except through the instrumentality of Maya which the world is. Prakriti and Maya produce both mind and matter. On the former of which consciousness is reflected, Citabhasa. The human mind, then, appears to be conscious, but of its own nature and inherent quality is not so. The objective world of matter is, or appears to be, an unconscious reality. These alternatives are necessary, because, in Samkhya, unconsciousness is a reality, in Vedanta, an appearance. In the Śākta Tantra, apparent unconsciousness is an aspect, avidya Shakti, of conscious Shakti. Consciousness is according to Advaita Vedanta, the true existence of both, illumining the one, hidden in the other. The internal instrument, Antakarana, or mind is one only, but is given different names, buddhi, ahamkara, manas, to denote the diversity of its functions. From the second of these issue the senses, indriya, and their objects, the sensibles, mahabhuta, or gross matter with the supersensibles, tanmatra, as its intermediate cause. All these proceed from Prakriti and Maya. Therefore, according to these systems, consciousness is Cit, and mind or Antakarana is a transformation of Prakriti and Maya respectively. In itself, mind is an unconscious specialized organ developed out of the primordial energy, Mula Prakriti or Maya. It is thus, not in itself, consciousness but a special manifestation of conscious existence, borrowing its consciousness from the Cit which is reflected on it. Shakta doctrine states the same matter in a different form. Consciousness at rest is Cit Svarupa. Consciousness in movement is Cit-Shakti associated with Maya-Shakti. The Shiva-Shakti Svarupa is consciousness, Cit, Sidrapini. There is no independent Prakriti as Samkhya holds, nor an unconscious Maya which is not Brahman and yet not separate from Brahman, as Śākta teaches. What there is Maya-Shakti. That is consciousness. Shakti is in itself such, veiling, as the mother, herself to herself as her creation, the jiva. There is no need then for Citabhasa. For mind is consciousness veiling itself in the forms or limitation of apparent unconsciousness. This is an attractive exposition of the matter because in the universe consciousness and unconsciousness are mingled, and the abolition of unconscious Maya satisfies the desire for unity. In all these cases, however, mind and matter represent either the real or apparent unconscious aspect of things. If man's consciousness is, or appears to be, limited, such limitation must be due to some principle without, or attached to, or inherent in consciousness. Which in some sense or other must ex hypothesi be really, or apparently different from the consciousness, which it seems to affect or actually affects. In all these systems, mind and matter equally derive from a common finitizing principle which actually or apparently limits the infinite consciousness. In all three, there is, beyond manifestation, consciousness or Cit, which in manifestation appears as a parallelism of mind and matter, the substratum of which from a monistic standpoint is Cit. Herbert Spencer, however, as many other Western philosophers do, differs from the Vedanta in holding that the noumenon of these phenomena is not consciousness, for the latter is by them considered to be by its very nature conditioned and concrete. This noumenon is therefore declared to be unknown and unknowable. But force as such is blind, and can only act as it has been predetermined. We discover consciousness in the universe. The cause must, therefore, it is argued, be consciousness. It is but reasonable to hold that, if the first cause be of the nature of either consciousness or matter, and not of both, it must be of the nature of the former, and not of the latter. An unconscious object may well be conceived to modify consciousness, but not to produce consciousness out of itself. According to Indian realism, the paramanas are the material, upadana, cause, karana, and Ishvara the instrumental, nimitta, cause, for he makes them combine. According to Vedanta, matter is really nothing but a determined modification of knowledge in the Ishvara consciousness, itself unaffected by such determination. Ishvara is thus both the material and instrumental cause. A thing can only dissolve into its own cause. The agency, kartritva, of Ishvara is in Maya Veda attributed, apadika, only. The Vedanta, therefore, in its Shakta presentment says, that the noumenon is knowable and known, for it is the inner self, which is not an unconscious principle but being consciousness, which, as above explained, is not conditioned or concrete, but is the absolute self-identity. Nothing can be more intimately known than the self. The objective side of knowledge is conditioned because of the nature of its organs which, whether mental or material, are conditioned. Sensation, perception, conception, intuition are but different modes in which the one consciousness manifests itself. The differences being determined by the variety of condition and form of the different organs of knowledge through which consciousness manifests. There is thus a great difference between the agnostic and the Vedantist. The former, as for instance Herbert Spencer, says that the absolute cannot be known because nothing can be predicated of it. Whereas the Vedantin, when he says that it cannot be known, in the ordinary sense, means that this is because it is knowledge itself. Our ordinary experience does not know a consciousness of pure being without difference. But, though it cannot be pictured, it may be apprehended. It cannot be thought because it is pure knowledge itself. It is that state which is realized only in samadhi but is apprehended indirectly as the unity which underlies and sustains all forms of changing finite experience. What, lastly, is life? The underlying substance is being in itself. Life is a manifestation of such being. If by life we understand life in form, then the ultimate substance is not that, for it is formless. But in a supreme sense it is life, for it is eternal life whence all life in form proceeds. It is not dead being. If it were it could not produce life. The Great Mother is life, both the life of her children and the life of their lives. Nor does she produce what is without life or potency of life. What is in the cause is in the effect. Some Western scientists have spoken of the origin of life, and have sought to find it. It is a futile quest, for life as such has no origin though life in form has. We cannot discover the beginnings of that which is essentially eternal. The question is vitiated by the false assumption that there is anything dead in the sense that it is wholly devoid of life or potency of life. There is no such thing. The whole world is a living manifestation of the source of all life which is absolute being. It is sometimes made a reproach against Hinduism that it knows not a living God. What is meant I cannot say. For it is certain that it does not worship a dead God, whatever such may be. Perhaps by living is meant personal. If so, the charge is again ill-founded. Ishvara and Ishvari are rulers in whom all personalities and personality itself are. But in their ground they are beyond all manifestation, that is limitation which personality, as we understand it, involves. Man, the animal and the plant alone, it is true, exhibits certain phenomena which are commonly called vital. What exhibits such phenomena, we have commonly called living. But it does not follow that what does not exhibit the phenomena which belong to our definition of life is itself altogether dead. We may have to revise our definition, as in fact we are commencing to do. Until recently it was commonly assumed that matter was of two kinds, inorganic or dead, and organic or living. The mineral was dead, the vegetable, animal and man were endowed with life. But these living forms are compounded of so-called dead matter. How then, is it possible that there is life in the organic kingdom the parts of which are ultimately compounded of dead matter? This necessarily started the futile quest for the origin of life. Life can only come from life, not from death. The greatest errors arise from the making of false partitions in nature which do not exist. We make these imaginary partitions and then vainly attempt to surmount them. There are no absolute partitions or gulfs. All is continuous, even if we cannot at present establish in each case the connection. That there should be such gulfs is unthinkable to anyone who has even in small degree grasped the notion of the unity of things. There is a complete connected chain in the hierarchy of existence, from the lowest forms of apparently inert, but now held to be moving, matter, through the vegetable, animal, human worlds. And then through such devatas as are superhuman intelligences up to the Brahman. From the latter to a blade of grass, says the Shastra, all are one. Western scientific notions have, however, in recent years undergone a radical evolution as regards the underlying unity of substance, destructive of the hitherto accepted notions of the discontinuity of matter and its organization. The division of nature into the animal, vegetable and mineral kingdoms is still regarded as of practical use, but it is now recognized that no such clear line of demarcation exists between them as has hitherto been supposed in the West. Between each of nature's types there are said to be innumerable transitions. The notion of inert, dead matter, the result of superficial observation, has given way upon the revelation of the activities at work under this apparent inertia, forces which endow brute substance with many of the characteristics of living beings. It is no longer possible to dogmatically affirm where the inorganic kingdom ends and life begins. It must be rather asserted that many phenomena, hitherto considered characteristic of life, belong to inert matter, composed of molecules and atoms, as animated matter is of cells and micelles. It has been found that so-called inert matter possesses an extraordinary power of organization, and is not only capable of apparently imitating the forms of living matter, but presents in a certain degree the same functions and properties. Sentiency is a characteristic of all forms of existence. Physiologists measure the sensibility of a being by the degree of excitement necessary to produce in it a reaction. Of this it has been said, Le Bon Evolution of Matter, 250, this sensibility of matter, so contrary to what popular observation seems to indicate, is becoming more and more familiar to physicists. This is why such an expression as the life of matter, utterly meaningless 25 years ago, has come into common use. The study of mere matter yields ever-increasing proofs that it has properties which were formerly deemed the exclusive appanage of living beings. Life exists throughout, but manifests in various ways. The arbitrary division which has been drawn between dead and living matter has no existence in fact, and speculations as to the origin of life are vitiated by the assumption that there is anything which exists without it. However much its presence may be veiled from us. Western science would thus appear to be moving to the conclusion that there is no dead matter, but that life exists everywhere, not merely in that in which, as in organic matter, it is to us plainly and clearly expressed, but also in the ultimate, inorganic atoms of which it is composed, atoms which, in fact, have their organizations as have the beings which they go to build, and that all, to the minutest particle, is vibrating with unending energy, tejas. See author's world as power. Manifested life is prana, a form of Kriya Shakti in, and evolved from, the Linga Sharira, itself born of Prakriti. Prana or the vital principle has been well defined, Hindu Realism, by J. C. Chatterjee, to be, the special relation of the Atma with a certain form of matter which, by this relation, the Atma organizes and builds up as a means of having experience. This special relation constitutes the individual prana in the individual body. Just as in the West, life is a term commonly used of organized body only, so also is the term prana used in the East. It is the technical name given to the phenomena, called vital, exhibited by such bodies, the source of which is the Brahman itself. The individual prana is limited to the particular body which it vitalizes and is a manifestation in all breathing creatures, prani, of the creative and sustaining activity of the Brahman. All beings exist so long as the prana is in the body. It is as the Kaushitaki Upanishad says, the life duration of all. The cosmic all-pervading prana is the collectivity of all pranas and is the Brahman as the source of the individual prana. On the physical plane, prana manifests as breath through inspiration, sa, or Shakti in expiration, ha, or Shiva. So the Niratara Tantra, chapter 4, says, by Hamkara it goes out and by Sakara it comes in again. A jiva always recites the supreme mantra Hamsa. Hankarina Bahir Yadi Sakarina Vishit Puna. Hanjesti Paramam Mantram Jivo Japati Sarveda. Breathing is itself the Ajapa mantra. Prana is thus Shakti as the universally pervading source of life, organizing itself as matter into what we call living forms. When the prana goes, the organism which it holds together disintegrates. Nevertheless, each of the atoms which remain has a life of its own, existing as such separately from the life of the organized body of which they formed a part, just as each of the cells of the living body has a life of its own. The gross outer body is heterogeneous, parakina, or made up of distinct or well-defined parts. But the pranamaya self which lies within the annamaya self is a homogeneous undivided whole, sadharana, permeating the whole physical body, sarvapindavyapan. It is not cut off into distinct regions, asadharana, as is the pinda or microcosmic physical body. Unlike the latter, it has no specialized organs each discharging a specific function. It is a homogeneous unity, sadharana, present in every part of the body which it ensouls as its inner vital self. Vayu, as universal vital activity, on entry into each body, manifests itself in 10 different ways. It is the one prana, though different names are given according to its functions, of which the 5 chief are appropriation, prana, rejection, apana, assimilation, samama, distribution, vyana. And that vital function, udana, which is connected with self-expression in speech. Prana in its general sense represents the involuntary reflex action of the organism, just as the indriyas are one aspect of its voluntary activity. Breathing is a manifestation of the cosmic rhythm to which the whole universe moves and according to which it appears and disappears. The life of Brahma is the duration of the outgoing breath, nisvesa, of Kala. The Sankhya rejecting the Lokayata notion that Vayu is a mere biomechanical force or mechanical motion resulting from such a Vayu, holds, on the principle of the economy of categories. That life is a resultant of the various concurrent activities of other principles or forces in the organism. This, again, the Vedantists deny, holding that it is a separate, independent principle in material form assumed through Maya by the one consciousness. In either case, it is an unconscious force, since everything which is not the Atma or Purusha, is, according to Maya Veda and Samkhya, unconscious, or, in Western parlance, material, jada. If we apply Shakta principles, then prana is a name of the general Shakti displaying itself in the organization of matter and the vital phenomena which bodies, when organized, exhibit. Manifest Shakti is vitality, which is a limited concrete display in forms of her own formless being or Saturday. All Shakti is jnana, icha, kriya, and in its form as prakriti, the guna sattva, rajas, tamas. She desires, impelled by her nature, icha, to build up forms, sees how it should be done, jnana, and then does it, kriya. The most tamasic form of kriya is the apparently mechanical energy displayed in material bodies. But this is itself the product of her activity and not the cause of it. Ultimately then prana, like everything else, is consciousness which, as Shakti, limits itself in form which it first creates and sustains. Then builds up into other more elaborate forms and again sustains until their life period is run. All creation and maintenance is a limiting power, with the appearance of unconsciousness, in so far as, and to the degree that, it confines the boundless being consciousness bliss. Yet that power is nothing but consciousness negating and limiting itself. The Great Mother, Sri Mata, limits her infinite being in and as the universe and maintains it. In so far as the form and its life is a limited thing, it is apparently unconscious, for consciousness is thereby limited. At each moment there is creation, but we call the first appearance creation, shrishti, and its continuance, through the agency of prana, maintenance, sthiti. But both that which is apparently limited and that whose operation has that effect is being consciousness. Prana Vayu is the self-begotten but limited manifestation of the eternal life. It is called Vayu, va, to move, because it courses throughout the whole universe. Invisible in itself yet its operations are manifest. For it determines the birth, growth, and decay of all animated organisms and as such receives the homage of all created being. For it is the Pranarupi Atma, the Prana Shakti. For those by whom inorganic matter was considered to be dead or lifeless, it followed that it could have no feeling consciousness, since the latter was deemed to be an attribute of life. Further, consciousness was denied because it was, and is indeed now, commonly assumed that every conscious experience presupposes a subject, conscious of being such, attending to an object. As Professor P. Mukhopadhyaya, Approaches to Truth, has well pointed out, consciousness was identified with intelligence or understanding, that is with directed consciousness. So that where no direction or form is discernible, Western thinkers have been apt to imagine that consciousness as such has also ceased. To their pragmatic eye, consciousness is always particular, having a particular direction and form. According, however, to Indian views, there are three states of consciousness. 1. A supramental supreme consciousness dissociated from mind. This is the Paramatma Cit, which is the basis of all existence, whether organic or inorganic, and of thought, of which the Shruti says, "Know that which does not think by the mind and by which the mind itself is thought." These are then two main manifested states of consciousness. 2. Consciousness associated with mind in organic matter working through its vehicles of mind and matter. 3. Consciousness associated with and almost entirely veiled by inorganic gross matter, Buddha, only. Such as the muffled consciousness, evidenced by its response to external stimuli, as shown in the experiments with which Sir Jagadish Bosa's name is associated. Where are we to draw the lowest limit of sensation? And if a limit be assigned, why there? As Dr. Ernst Mach has pointed out, Analysis of Sensations, 243, the question is natural enough if we start from the commonly current physical conception. It is, of course, not asserted that inorganic matter is conscious to itself in the way that the higher organized life is. The response, however, which it makes to stimuli is evidence that consciousness is there, though it lies heavily veiled in and imprisoned by it. Inorganic matter displays it in the form of that seed or rudiment of sentiency which, enlarging into the simple pulses of feeling of the lowest degrees of organized life, at length emerges in the developed self-conscious sensations of human life. Owing to imperfect scientific knowledge, the first of these aspects was not in antiquity capable of physical proof in the same way or to the same extent, as modern science with its delicate instruments have made possible. Starting, however, from the revealed and intuitionally held truth that all was Brahman, the conclusion necessarily followed. All Buddha is composed of the three gunas or factors of Prakriti or the psychophysical potentials. It is the sattva or principle of presentation of consciousness in gross matter, almost entirely suppressed by tamas, or the principle of veiling of consciousness though it be, which manifests the phenomena of sensibility observed in matter. In short, nature, it has been well said, knows no sharp boundaries or yawning gulfs, though we may ignore the subtle connecting links between things. There is no break in continuity. Being and consciousness are coextensive. Consciousness is not limited to those centers in the ether of consciousness which are called organized bodies. But just as life is differently expressed in the mineral and in man, so is consciousness which many have been apt to think exists in the developed animal and even in man only. Consciousness, Cit-Shakti, exists in all the hierarchy of being, and is, in fact, being. It is, however, in all bodies veiled by its power or Maya-Shakti, which is composed of the three gunas. In inorganic matter, owing to the predominance of tamas, consciousness is so greatly veiled and the life force is so restrained that we get the appearance of insensibility, inertia and mere mechanical energy. In organized bodies, the action of tamas is gradually lessened, so that the members of the universal hierarchy become more and more sattvic as they ascend in the scale of evolution. Consciousness itself does not change. It remains the same throughout. What does change is, its wrappings, unconscious or apparently so, as they may alternatively be called. This wrapping is Maya and Prakriti with their gunas. The figure of wrapping is apt to illustrate the presentment of Samkhya and Maya Veda. From the Śākta aspect we may compare the process to one in which it is assumed that in one aspect there is an unchanging light, in another it is either turned up or turned down as the case may be. In gross matter the light is so turned down that it is not ordinarily perceptible, and even delicate scientific experiment may give rise to contending assertions. When the veiling by tamas is lessened in organic life, and the jiva is thus less bound in matter, the same consciousness, for there is no other, which previously manifested as, what seems to us, a mere mechanical reaction. manifests in its freer environment in that sensation which we associate with consciousness as popularly understood. Shakti, whoever negates herself as Maya-Shakti, more and more reveals herself as Cit-Shakti. There is thus a progressive release of consciousness from the bonds of matter, until it attains complete freedom or liberation, moksha, when the Atma is itself, Atmasvarupi, or pure consciousness. At this point, the same Shakti, who had operated as Maya, is herself consciousness, Siddhapini. According to the Hindu books, plants have a sort of dormant consciousness, and are capable of pleasure and pain. Kakrapani says in the Bhānamti that the consciousness of plants is a kind of stupefied, darkened, or comatose consciousness. Udayana also says that plants have a dormant consciousness which is very dull. The differences between plant and animal life have always been regarded by the Hindus as being one not of kind, but of degree. And this principle may be applied throughout. Life and consciousness is not a product of evolution. The latter merely manifests it. Manu speaks of plants as being creatures enveloped by darkness caused by past deeds having, however, an internal consciousness and a capacity for pleasure and pain. And, in the Mahabharata, Bhrigu says to Bharadvaja that plants possess the various senses, for they are affected by heat, sounds, vision, whereby, for instance, the creeper pursues its path to the light, odors and the water which they taste. I may refer also to such stories as that of the Yamalarjuna Vriksha of the Srimad Bhagavata mentioned in Professor Brajendra Nath Seal's learned work, The Positive Sciences of the Ancient Hindus, and Professor S.N. Das Gupta's scholarly paper on Parinama, to which I am indebted for these instances. Man is said to have passed through all the lower states of consciousness and is capable of reaching the highest through yoga. The jiva attains birth as man after having been, it is said, born 84 lakhs, 84 million, of times as plants, vrikshadi, aquatic animals, jalayoni, insects and the like, creamy, birds, pikshi, beasts, pashvadi, and monkeys, vanar. He then is born 2 lakhs of times, 2 million, in the inferior species of humanity, and then gradually attains a better and better birth until he is liberated from all the bonds of matter. The exact number of each kind of birth is in 20, 9, 11, 10, 30 and 4 lakhs, respectively 84 lakhs. As pointed out by Mahamahopadhyaya Chandrakanta Tarkalankara Lectures on Hindu Philosophy, 5th year, p. 227, Lecture 7, pre-appearance in monkey form is not a Western theory only. The consciousness which manifests in him is not altogether a new creation, but an unfolding of that which has ever existed in the elements of which he is composed, and in the vegetable and animal through which prior to his human birth he has passed. In him, however, matter is so rearranged and organized as to permit of the fullest manifestation which has hitherto existed of the underlying Cit. Man's is the birth so difficult of attainment, durlabha. This is an oft-repeated statement of Shastra in order that he should avail himself of the opportunities which evolution has brought him. If he does not, he falls back, and may do so without limit, into gross matter again, passing intermediately through the hells of suffering. Western writers in general, describe such a descent as unscientific. How, they ask, can a man's consciousness reside in an animal or plant? The correct answer, whatever be popular belief, is that it does not. When man sinks again into an animal he ceases to be a man. He does not continue to be both man and animal. His consciousness is an animal consciousness and not a human consciousness. It is a childish view which regards such a case as being the imprisonment of a man in an animal body. If he can go up he can also go down. The soul or subtle body is not a fixed but an evolving thing. Only spirit, Cit, is eternal and unchanged. In man, the revealing constituent of Prakriti Shakti, Sattvaguna, commences to more fully develop, and his consciousness is fully aware of the objective world and his own ego, and displays itself in all those functions of it which are called his faculties. We here reach the world of ideas, but these are a superstructure on consciousness and not its foundation or basis. Man's consciousness is still, however, veiled by Maya-Shakti. With the greater predominance of Sattvaguna in man, consciousness becomes more and more divine, until he is altogether freed of the bonds of Maya, and the Jiva consciousness expands into the pure Brahman consciousness. Thus life and consciousness exist throughout. All is living. All is consciousness. In the world of gross matter they seem to disappear, being almost suppressed by the veil of Maya-Shakti's tamaguna. As however ascent is made, they are less and less veiled, and true consciousness is at length realized in samadhi and moksha. Cit-Shakti and Maya-Shakti exist inseparable throughout the whole universe. There is therefore according to the principles of the Śākta Śāstra not a particle of matter which is without life and consciousness variously displaced or concealed though they be. Manifest Maya-Shakti is the universe in which Cit-Shakti is the changeless spirit. Unmanifest Maya-Shakti is consciousness, Sidrapini. There are many persons who think that they have disposed of a doctrine when they have given it an opprobrious, or what they think to be an opprobrious, name. And so they dub all this animism, which the reader of census reports associates with primitive and savage tribes. There are some people who are frightened by names. It is not names but facts which should touch us. Certainly, animism is in some respects an incorrect and childlike way of putting the matter. It is, however, an imperfect presentment of a central truth which has been held by some of the profoundest thinkers in the world, even in an age in which we are apt to think to be superior to all others. Primitive man in his simplicity made the discovery of several such truths. And so it has been well said that the simple savage and the child who regard all existence as akin to their own, living and feeling like himself, have, notwithstanding their errors, more truly felt the pulse of being than the civilized man of culture. How essentially stupid some of the latter can be needs no proof. For the process of civilization being one of abstraction, they are less removed from the concrete fact than he is. Hence their errors which seem the more contorted due to the mass of useless verbiage in which they are expressed. And yet, as extremes meet, so having passed through our present condition, we may regain the truths perceived by the simple, not only through formal worship but by that which consists of the pursuit of all knowledge and science. When once the husk of all material thinking is cast aside. For him, who sees the mother in all things, all scientific research is wonder and worship. So Grétry said that the calculus of Newton and Leibniz was a supralogical procedure, and that geometric induction is essentially a process of prayer, by which he evidently meant an appeal from the finite mind to the infinite. For light on finite concerns. The seeker looks upon not mere mechanical movements of so-called dead matter, but the wondrous play of her whose form all matter is. As she thus reveals herself she induces in him a passionate exaltation and that sense of security which is only gained as approach is made to the central heart of things. For, as the Upanishad says, he only fears who sees duality. Some day may be, when one who unites in himself the scientific ardor of the West and the all-embracing religious feeling of India will create another and a modern Kandy. With its multiple salutations to the sovereign world mother, Namastajai Namo Nama. Such an one, seeing the changing marvels of her world play, will exclaim with the Yoginihridaya Tantra, I salute her the Sangvid Kala who shines in the form of space, time and all objects therein. Dishakalapadarthatma yad yad vasti yatha yatha. Tadadrapina yabadi tam shre samvadam kalam. This is, however, not mere nature worship as it is generally understood in the West. Or the worship of force as Keshub Chunder Sen took the Shakta doctrine to be. All things exist in the Supreme who in itself infinitely transcends all finite forms. It is the worship of God as the Mother Creatrix who manifests in the form of all things which are, as it were, but an atom of dust on the feet of her who is infinite being, Sat, experience, Cit, love, Ananda, and power, Shakti. As Philibert Commerson said, La vie d'un naturaliste est, je luz dire, en adoration presque perpetuelle. I have in my paper Shakti and Maya, here reprinted from the Indian Philosophical Review, 1918, No. 2, contrasted the three different concepts of the primal energy as Prakriti, Maya and Shakti of Samkhya, Vedanta and the Āgama respectively. I will not, therefore, repeat myself but will only summarize conclusions here. In the first place, there are features common to all three concepts. Hitherto, greater pains have been taken to show the differences between the darshanas than to coordinate them systematically, by regarding their points of agreement or as regard apparent disagreement, their viewpoint. It has been said that truth cannot be found in such a country as India, in which there are 6 systems of philosophy disputing with one another, and where even in one system alone, there is a conflict between Dvaita, Vashishtha and Advaita. One might suppose from such a criticism that all in Europe were of one mind, or that at least the Christian community was agreed, instead of being split up, as it is, into hundreds of sects. An American humorist observed with truth that there was a good deal of human nature in man everywhere. Of course there is difference which, as the Radalmutter says, is also the gift of God. This is not to deny that truth is only one. It is merely to recognize that whilst truth is one, the nature and capacities of those who seek it, or claim to possess it, vary. To use a common metaphor, the same white light which passes through varicolored glass takes on its various colors. All cannot apprehend the truth to the same extent or in the same way. Hence the sensible Indian doctrine of competency or adhikara. In the Christian gospel it is also said, "Throw not your pearls before swine lest they trample upon them and then rend you." What can be given to any man is only what he can receive. The 6 philosophies represent differing standards according to the manner and to the extent to which the one truth may be apprehended. Each standard goes a step beyond the last, sharing, however, with it certain notions in common. As regards the present matter, all these systems start with the fact that there is spirit and mind, matter, consciousness and unconsciousness, apparent or real. Samkhya, Vedanta, and the Śakta Āgama called the first Purusha, Brahman, Shiva. And the second Prakriti, Maya, Shakti respectively. All agree that it is from the association together of these two principles that the universe arises and that such association is the universe. All, again, agree that one principle, namely, the first, is infinite, formless consciousness, and the second is a finitizing principle which makes forms. Thirdly, all regard this last as a veiling principle, that is, one which veils consciousness. And hold that it is eternal, all-pervading, existing now as seed, mulaprakriti, avyakta, and now as fruit, vikriti, composed of the gunas sattva, rajas and tamas, principles of presentation of consciousness, action, and veiling of consciousness respectively. Unperceivable except through its effects. In all, it is the natural principle, the material cause of the material universe. The word prakriti has been said to be derived from the root kri, and the affix tin, which is added to express bhava or the abstract idea, and sometimes the karma or object of the action, corresponding with the Greek affix sis. Tin inflected in the nominative becomes tis. Prakriti, therefore, has been said to correspond with physis, nature, of the Greeks. In all three systems, therefore, it is, as the natural, contrasted with the spiritual aspect of things. The first main point of difference is between Samkhya, on the one hand, and the Advaita Vedanta, whether as interpreted by Cinacara or taught by the Shaiva-Shakta Tantra on the other. Classical Samkhya is a dualistic system, whereas the other two are non-dualistic. The classical Samkhya posits a plurality of Atmans representing the formless consciousness, with one unconscious Prakriti which is formative activity. Prakriti is thus a real independent principle. Vedantic monism does not altogether discard these two principles, but says that they cannot exist as two independent realities. There is only one Brahman. The two categories of Samkhya, Purusha and Prakriti are reduced to one reality, the Brahman, otherwise the Vakya, all this is verily Brahman, Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma, is falsified. But how is this effected? It is on this point that Mayaveda of Cinacara and the Advaita of Shaiva-Shakta Āgama differ. Both systems agree that Brahman has two aspects, in one of which it is transcendent and in another creative and immanent. According to Cinacara, Brahman is in one aspect Ishvara associated with, and in another one dissociated from Maya which, in his system, occupies the place of the Samkhyan Prakriti, to which it is, save as to reality and independence, similar. What is Maya P? It is not a real independent principle like the Samkhyan Prakriti. Then is it Brahman or not? According to Śākta, it is an unthinkable, illogical, unexplainable, anirvakanksha, mystery. It is an eternal falsity, mithya buddha sanatani, owing what false appearance of reality it possesses to the Brahman, with which in one aspect it is associated. It is not real, for there is only one such. It cannot, however, be said to be unreal, for it is the cause of and is empirical experience. It is something which is neither real, sat, nor unreal, asat, nor partly real and partly unreal, sat asat, and which though not forming part of Brahman, and therefore not Brahman, is yet, though not a second reality, inseparably associated and sheltering with Maya Brahmashrita, Brahman in its Ishvara aspect. Like the Samkhyan Prakriti, Maya, whatever it be, is in the nature of an unconscious principle. The universe appears by the reflection of consciousness, Purusha, Brahman, on unconsciousness, Prakriti, Maya. In this way the unconscious is made to appear conscious. This is Siddhabhasa. Maya is elusive, and so is Śākta's definition of it. Further, though Maya is not a second reality, but a mysterious something of which neither reality nor unreality can be affirmed, the fact of positing it at all in this form gives to Śākta's doctrine a tinge of dualism from which the Śakta doctrine is free. For, it is to be noted that notwithstanding that Maya is a falsity, it is not, according to Śākta, a mere negation or want of something, abhava, but a positive entity, bhavarupamajnanam. That is in the nature of a power which veils, akadaka, consciousness, as Prakriti does in the case of Purusha. Śākta's system, on the other hand, has this advantage from a monistic standpoint, that whilst he, like the Shakta, posits the doctrine of aspects, saying that in one aspect the Brahman is associated with Maya, Ishvara, and in another it is not, Parabrahman. Yet in neither aspect does his Brahman change. Whereas, according to Shakta doctrine, Shiva does, in one aspect, that is as Shakti, change. Whilst then Śākta's teaching is consistent with the changelessness of Brahman, he is not so successful in establishing the saying, all this is Brahman. The position is reversed as regards Shiva Shakta Darshana, which puts forth its doctrine of Maya-Shakti with greater simplicity. Shakta doctrine takes the saying, all this is Brahman, the realization of which, as the Mahanirvana Tantra states, is the aim and end of Cinacara, in its literal sense. This is the universe. Then the universe is Brahman. But Brahman is consciousness. Then the universe is really that. But in what way? P. Śākta says that what we sense with our senses is Maya, which is practically something, but in a real sense nothing. Which yet appears to be something because it is associated with the Brahman, which alone is real. Its appearance of independent reality is thus borrowed and is in this sense said to be illusory. When, therefore, we say, all this is Brahman, according to Śākta, this means that what is at the back of that which we see is Brahman, the rest or appearance is Maya. Again, according to Śākta, man is spirit, Atma, vestured in the Mayic falsities of mind and matter. He, accordingly, can then only establish the unity of Ishvara and Jiva by eliminating from the first Maya, and from the second Avidya. When Brahman is left as a common denominator. The Shakta, however, eliminates nothing. For him, in the strictest sense, all is Brahman. For him, man's spirit, Atma, is Shiva. His mind and body are Shakti. But Shiva and Shakti are one. Paramatma is Shiva Shakti in undistinguishable union. Jivatma is Shiva Shakti in that state in which the self is distinguished from the not-self. Man, therefore, according to the Shakta Tantra, is not spirit seemingly clothed by a non-Brahman falsity, but spirit covering itself with its own power or Maya-Shakti. All is Shakti, whether as Cit-Shakti or Maya-Shakti. When, therefore, the Shakta Tantric says, all this is Brahman, he means it literally. This, here means Brahman as Shakti, as Maya-Shakti, and Cit-Shakti. Shiva as Parabrahman is Shiva Shakti in that state when Shakti is not operating and in which she is herself, that is, pure consciousness, Sidrapini. Shiva as Ishvara is Shiva-Shakti in that state in which Shiva, associated with Maya-Shakti, is the source of movement and change. Shiva-Shakti as Jiva is the state produced by such action which is subject to Maya, from which Ishvara, the Mayan, is free. The creative Shakti is therefore changeless Cit-Shakti and changing Maya-Shakti. Yet the one Shakti must never be conceived as existing apart from, or without the other, for they are only twin aspects of the fundamental substance, Paravastu. Vimarsha-Shakti, see Kamakalavillasa, 3rd edition, 1961, verses 1-4, as Maya-Shakti produces the forms in which spirit as Cit-Shakti inheres and which it illuminates, Prakash. But Maya-Shakti is not unconscious. How can it be? For it is Shakti and one with Cit-Shakti. All Shakti is and must be consciousness. There is no unconscious Maya which is not Brahman and yet not separate from Brahman. Brahman alone is and exists, whether as Cit or as manifestation of Maya. All is consciousness, as the so-called New Thought of the West also affirms. But surely, it will be said, there is an unconscious element in things. How is this accounted for if there be no unconscious Maya? It is conscious Shakti veiling herself and so appearing as limited consciousness. In other words, whilst Shamkara says mind and matter are in themselves unconscious but appear to be conscious through Siddhabhasa, the Śākta Āgama reverses the position, and says that they are in themselves, that is in their ground, conscious. For they are at base Cit. But they yet appear to be unconscious, or more strictly limited consciousness, by the veiling power of consciousness itself as Maya-Shakti. This being so, there is no need for Siddhabhasa which assumes, as it were, two things, the Brahman, and unconscious Maya in which the former reflects itself. Though some of the Shastras do speak of a reflection, Pratibimba is between Shiva and Shakti. Brahman is Maya-Shakti in that aspect in which it negates itself, for it is the function of Shakti to negate, Nishadhavyaparapa Shakti. As it is said by Yogaraja or Yogamuni, as he is also called, in his commentary on Abhinavagupta's Paramarthasara. In the Śākta Tantras, it is a common saying of Shiva to Devi, there is no difference between me and thee. Whilst Shamkara's Ishvara is associated with the unconscious Maya, the Shaiva Shakta's Ishvara is never associated with anything but himself, that is as Maya-Shakti. Whether this doctrine be accepted as the final solution of things or not, it is both great and powerful. It is great because the whole world is seen in glory according to the strictest monism as the manifestation of him and her. The mind is not distracted and kept from the realization of unity, by the notion of any unconscious Maya which is not Brahman nor yet separate from it. Next, this doctrine accommodates itself to Western scientific monism, so far as the latter goes, adding to it however a religious and metaphysical basis, infusing it with the spirit of devotion. It is powerful because its standpoint is the here and now, and not the transcendental city standpoint of which most men know nothing and cannot, outside samadhi, realize. It assumes the reality of the world which to us is real. It allows the mind to work in its natural channel. It does not ask it to deny what goes against the grain of its constitution to deny. It is, again, powerful because we stand firmly planted on a basis which is real and natural to us. From the practical viewpoint, it does not ask man to eschew and flee from the world in the spirit of asceticism. A course repugnant to a large number of modern minds, not only because mere asceticism often involves what it thinks to be a futile self-denial, but because that mind is waking to the truth that all is one. That if so, to deny the world is in a sense to deny an aspect of that which is both being and becoming. It thinks also that whilst some natures are naturally ascetic, to attempt ascetic treatment in the case of most is to contort the natural being, and to intensify the very evils which asceticism seeks to avoid. Not one man in many thousands has true vairagya or detachment from the world. Most are thoroughly even glued to it. Again, there are many minds which are puzzled and confused by Maya-Veda. And which, therefore, falsely interpreted, may be to their harm. These men, Maya-Veda, or rather their misunderstanding of it, weakens or destroys. Their grip on themselves and the world is in any case enfeebled. They become intellectual and moral derelicts who are neither on the path of power nor of renunciation, and who have neither the strength to follow worldly life, nor to truly abandon it. It is not necessary, however, to renounce when all is seen to be her. And, when all is so seen, then the spiritual illumination which transfuses all thoughts and acts makes them noble and pure. It is impossible for a man, who in whatever sense truly sees God in all things, to err. If he does so, it is because his vision is not fully strong and pure, and to this extent scope is afforded to error. But given perfect spiritual eyesight, then all this is pure. For, as the Greeks profoundly said, Pañcatattva tois katharois, to the pure all things are pure. The Śakta doctrine is thus one which has not only grandeur but is greatly pragmatic and of excelling worth. It has always been to me a surprise that its value should not have been rightly appreciated. I can only suppose that its neglect is due to the fact that it is the doctrine of the Śakta Tantras. That fact has been enough to warrant its rejection, or at least a refusal to examine it. Like all practical doctrines, it is also intensely positive. There are none of those negations which weaken and which annoy those who, as the vital Western mind does, feel themselves to be strong and living in an atmosphere of might and power. For power is a glorious thing. What is wanted is only the sense that all power is of God and is God, and that bhava or feeling which interprets all thoughts and acts and their objects in terms of the divine, and which sees God in and as all things. Those who truly do so will exercise power not only without wrong, but with that compassion, karuna, for all beings which is so beautiful a feature of the Buddha of Northern and Tantric Buddhism. For in them Shakti herself has descended. This is Shaktipada, as it is technically called in the Tantra Śāstra, the descent of Shakti which Western theology calls the grace of God. But grace is truly not some exterior thing, though we may pictorially think of it as streaming from above below. Atma neither comes nor goes. To be in grace is that state in which man commences to realize himself as Shiva Shakti. His power is, to use a Western phrase, converted. It is turned from the husk of mere outwardness and of limited self-seeking, to that inner reality which is the great self which, at base, he, in this doctrine, is. The principles of Śakta doctrine, which will vary according to race, are a regenerating doctrine, giving strength where there is weakness, and, where strength exists, directing it to right ends. Shivo ham, I am Shiva, Sha ham, I am She, the Devi, the Tantras say. The Western may call it by some other name. Some call it this and some that, as the Veda says. I am he, I am she, I am it, matters not to the Shakta so long as man identifies himself with the Oversoul, and thus harmonizes himself with its being. With dharmic actions, as it manifests in the world, and therefore necessarily with its true ends. In its complete form the Śakta doctrine is monistic. But to those to whom monism makes no appeal, the Śakta will say that by adopting its spirit, so far as the forms of their belief and worship allow, they will experience a reflection of the joy and strength of those who truly live because they worship her who is eternal life, the mother who is seated on the couch of Shivas, Mahaprita, in the Isle of Gems, Manadvipa, in the ocean of nectar, which is all being consciousness and bliss. This is the pearl which those who have churned the ocean of Tantra discover. That pearl is there in an Indian shell. There is a beautiful nacre on the inner shell which is the mother of pearl. Outside, the shell is naturally rough and coarse, and bears the accretions of weed and parasite and of things of all kinds which exist, good or bad as we call them, in the ocean of existence, samsara. The scripture leads man to remove these accretions, and to pass within through the crust, gross, though not on that account only, bad, for there is a gross, stula, and subtle, sukshma, aspect of worship. Finally it leads man to seek to see the mother of pearl and lastly the pearl which, enclosed therein, shines with the brilliant yet soft light which is that of the moon Cit-Shakti, itself. Chapter 16. Matter and Consciousness. The subject of my lecture today is consciousness or Cit, and matter or unconsciousness, that is, a Cit, the unchanging formlessness and the changing forms. According to Śakta Advaitavada, man is consciousness unconsciousness or Cit Cit, being Cit-Shakti as regards his antaratma, and the particularized Maya-Shakti as to his material vehicles of mind and body. The reason that I have selected this subject, amongst the many others on which I might have addressed you, is that these two ideas are the key concepts of Indian philosophy and religion. If they are fully understood both as to their definition and relations, then, all is understood so far as intellect can make such matters intelligible to us. If they are not understood, then nothing is properly understood. Nor are they always understood even by those who profess to know and write on Indian philosophy. Thus, the work on Vedanta, of an English Orientalist, now in its second edition, describes Cit as the condition of a stone or other inert substance. A more absurd error it is hard to imagine. Those who talk in this way have not learnt the elements of their subject. It is true that you will find in the Shastra, the state of the yogi described as being like a log, kashtavat. But this does not mean that his consciousness is that of a piece of wood, but that he no more perceives the external world than a log of wood does. He does not do so because he has the samadhi consciousness that is illumination and true being itself. I can tonight only scratch at the surface of a profound subject. To properly expound it would require a series of lectures, and to understand it in its depths, years of thinking thereon. I will look at the matter first from the scientific point of view, secondly, state what those concepts mean in themselves. And thirdly, show how they are related to one another in the Samkhya and the Mayaveda and Shaktiveda presentments of Vedanta doctrine. The Shaktiveda of which I deal tonight may be found in the Tantras. It has been supposed that the Āgamas arose at the close of the age of the Upanishads. They are Shastras of the Upasana Kanda dealing with the worship of Saguna Ishvara. It has been conjectured that they arose partly because of the declining strength of the Vaidika Akara, and partly because of the increasing number of persons within the Hindu fold, who were not competent for the Vaidika Akara, and for whom some spiritual discipline was necessary. One common feature distinguishes them, namely, their teaching is for all castes and all women. They express the liberal principle that whilst socially differences may exist, the path of religion is open to all, and that spiritual competency and not the external signs of caste determine the position of persons on that path. Ishvara in these Āgamas is worshipped in threefold forms as Vishnu, Shiva, Devi. Therefore, the Āgamas or Tantras are threefold, Vaishnava, Shaiva and Shakta, such as the Pañcatattva Āgamas of the first group, the Shaiva Siddhanta, with its 28 Tantras, the Nikulisha Pashupada, and the Kashmirian Trika of the second group. And the alleged division into Kaula, Mishra, Samaya of the third group. I express no opinion on this last division. I merely refer to this matter in order to explain what I mean by the word Āgama. The Shaktiveda, however, which I contrast with Mayaveda today, is taken from the Śakta Āgama. By Mayaveda I mean Shankara's exposition of Vedanta. Now, with reference to the scientific aspect of the subject, I show you that in three main particulars, modern Western physics and psychology support Indian philosophy whatever such support may be worth. Indeed, Mr. Lowes Dickinson, in an acute recent analysis of the state of ideas in India, China and Japan observes that the Indian form of religion and philosophy is that which most easily accommodates itself to modern Western science. That does not prove it is true, until it is established that the conclusions of Western science to which it does conform, are true. But the fact is of great importance in countering those who have thought that Eastern ideas were without rational foundation. It is of equal importance to those two classes who either believe in the ideas of India, or in the particular conclusions of science to which I refer. The 3 points on this head are firstly, that physicists, by increasing their knowledge of so-called matter, have been led to doubt its reality, and have dematerialized the atom, and, with it, the entire universe which the various atoms compose. The trinity of matter, ether and electricity out of which science has hitherto attempted to construct the world, has been reduced to a single element, the ether, which is not scientific matter, in a state of motion. According to Samkhya, the objective world is composed of Buddhas which derive ultimately from Akasha. I do not say that scientific ether is Akasha, which is a concept belonging to a different train of thought. Moreover, the sensible is derived from the supersensible Akasha Tanmatra, and is not therefore an ultimate. But it is important to note the agreement in this, that both in East and West, the various forms of gross matter derive from some single substance which is not matter. Matter is dematerialized, and the way is made for the Indian concept of Maya. There is a point at which the mind cannot any longer usefully work outward. Therefore, after the Tanmatra, the mind is turned within to discover their cause in that egoism which, reaching forth to the world of enjoyment, produces sensorial, senses, and objects of sensation. That the mind and senses are also material has the support of some forms of Western philosophy, such as that of Herbert Spencer, for he holds that the universe, whether physical or psychical, is a play of force which in the case of matter we experience as object. Mind as such is, he says, as much a material organ as the brain and outer sense organs, though they are differing forms of force. His affirmation that scientific matter is an appearance produced by the play of cosmic force, and that mind itself is a product of the same play, is what Samkhya and Vedanta hold. The way again is opened for the concept, Maya. Whilst, however, Spencer and the agnostic school hold that the reality behind these phenomena is unknowable, the Vedanta affirms that it is knowable and is consciousness itself. This is the self than which nothing can be more intimately known. Force is blind. We discover consciousness in the universe. It is reasonable to suppose that if the first cause is of the nature of either consciousness or matter, and not of both, it must be of the nature of the former and not of the latter. Unconsciousness or object may be conceived to modify consciousness, but not to produce consciousness out of its unconscious self. According to Indian ideas, spirit which is the cause of the universe is pure consciousness. This is Nishkala Shiva, and, as the creator, the Great Mother or Devi. The existence of pure consciousness in the Indian sense has been decried by some thinkers in the West, where generally to its pragmatic eye, consciousness is always particular, having a particular direction and form. It assumes this particularity, however, through Maya. We must distinguish between consciousness as such and modes in consciousness. Consciousness is the unity behind all forms of consciousness, whether sensation, emotion, instinct, will or reason. The claim that consciousness as such exists can only be verified by spiritual experience. All high mystic experiences, whether in East or West, have been experiences of unity in differing forms and degrees. Even, however, in normal life as well as in abnormal pathological states, we have occasional stretches of experience in which it becomes almost structureless. Secondly, the discovery of the subliminal consciousness aids Shastric doctrine, in so far as it shows that behind the surface consciousness of which we are ordinarily aware, there is yet another mysterious field in which all its operations grow. It is the buddhi which here manifests. Well-established occult powers and phenomena now generally accepted, such as telepathy, thought reading, hypnotism and the like, are only explainable on hypotheses which approach more nearly Eastern doctrine than any other theory which has in modern times prevailed in the West. Thirdly, as bearing on this subject, we have now the scientific recognition that from its materia prima all forms have evolved, that there is life or its potency in all things, and that there are no breaks in nature. There is the same matter and consciousness throughout. There is unity of life. There is no such thing as dead matter. The well-known experiments of Dr. Jagadish Bose establish response to stimuli in inorganic matter. This response may be interpreted to indicate the existence of that sattva guna which Vedanta and Samkhya affirm to exist in all things organic or inorganic. It is the play of Cit in this sattva, so muffled in tamas as not to be recognizable except by delicate scientific experiment, which appears as the so-called mechanical response. Consciousness is here veiled and imprisoned by tamas. Inorganic matter displays it in the form of that seed or rudiment of sentiency which, enlarging into the simple pulses of feeling of the lowest degrees of organized life, at length emerges in the developed self-conscious sensations of human life. Consciousness is throughout the same. What varies is its wrappings. There is, thus, a progressive release of consciousness from gross matter, through plants and animals to man. This evolution, Indian doctrine has taught in its 84 loks of previous births. According to the Hindu books, plants have a dormant consciousness. The Mahabharata says that plants can see and thus they reach the light. Such power of vision would have been ridiculed not long ago, but Professor Haberland, the well-known botanist, has established that plants possess an organ of vision in the shape of a convex lens on the upper surface of the leaf. The animal consciousness is greater, but seems to display itself almost entirely in the satisfaction of animals' wants. In man, we reach the world of ideas, but these are a superstructure on consciousness, and not its foundation or basis. It is in this modeless basis that the various modes of consciousness with which we are familiar in our waking and dreaming states arise. The question then arises as to the relation of this principle of form with formlessness. The unconscious finite with infinite consciousness. It is noteworthy that in the Thomistic philosophy, matter, like Prakriti, is the particularizing or finitizing principle. By their definition, however, they are opposed. How then can the two be one? Samkhya denies that they are one, and says they are two separate independent principles. This, Vedanta in its turn denies, for it says that there is in fact only one true reality, though from the empirical, dualistic standpoint there seem to be two. The question then is asked, is dualism, pluralism, or monism to be accepted? For the Vedantist the answer of Shruti is that it is the last. But, apart from this, the question is, does Shruti record a true experience, and is it the fact that spiritual experience is monistic or dualistic? The answer is, as we can see from history, that all high mystic experiences are experiences of unity in differing forms and degrees. The question cannot be decided solely by discussion, but by our conclusion as to the conformity of the particular theory held with spiritual experience. But how can we reconcile the unity of pure consciousness with the plurality of unconscious forms which the world of experience gives us? Vedanta gives various intellectual interpretations, though experience alone can solve this question. Cinacara says there is only one Sidvastu, the Brahman. From a transcendental standpoint, it is, and nothing happens. There is, in the state of highest experience, Paramatma, no Ishvara, no creation, no world, no jiva, no bondage, no liberation. But empirically he must and does admit the world or Maya, which in its seed is the cosmic samskara, which is the cause of all these notions which from the highest state are rejected. But is it real or unreal? Cinacara says it is neither. It cannot be real, for then there would be two reals. It is not unreal, for the world is an empirical fact and experience of its kind, and it proceeds from the power of Ishvara. In truth, it is unexplainable, and as Sayana says, more wonderful than Cit itself. But if it is neither Sat nor Asat, then as Maya it is not the Brahman who is Saturday. Does it then exist in Pralaya, and if so how and where? How can unconsciousness exist in pure consciousness? Cinacara calls it eternal, and says that in Pralaya, Maya-Zata is Brahmasata. At that time, Maya, as the power of the ideating consciousness, and the world, its thought, do not exist, and only the Brahman is. But if so, how does the next universe arise on the assumption that there is Pralaya and that there is not with him as Maya the seed of the future universe? A bija of Maya as samskara, even though avyakta, not present to consciousness, is yet by its terms different from consciousness. To all such questionings, Cinacara would say, they are themselves the product of the Maya of the state in which they are put. This is true, but it is possible to put the matter in a simpler way against which there are not so many objections as may be laid against Mayaveda. It seems to me that Cinacara who combats Samkhya is still much influenced by its notions, and as a result of his doctrine of Maya he has laid himself open to the charge that his doctrine is not Shuddha Advaita. His notion of Maya retains a trace of the Samkhya notion of separateness, though separateness is in fact denied. In Samkhya, Maya is the real creatrix under the illumination of Purusha. We find similar notions in Cinacara, who compares Cit to the Ayaskantamani, and denies all liberty of self-determination in the Brahman which, though itself unchanging, is the cause of change. Jnana Kriya is allowed only to Ishvara, a concept which is itself the product of Maya. To some extent the distinctions made are perhaps a matter of words. To some extent particular notions of the Āgamas are more practical than those of Cinacara, who was a transcendentalist. The Āgama, giving the richest content to the divine consciousness, does not deny to it knowledge, but, in its supreme aspect, any dual knowledge. Spiritual experience being likened by the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad to the union of man and wife in which duality exists as one and there is neither within nor without. It is this union which is the divine Lila of Shakti, who is yet all the time one with her Lord. The Śakta exposition appears to be both simple and clear. I can only sketch it roughly, having no time for its detail. It is first the purest Advaitavada. What then does it say? It starts with the Shruti, Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma. Sarvam equals world, Brahman equals consciousness or Satchidananda, therefore this world is itself consciousness. But we know we are not perfect consciousness. There is an apparent unconsciousness. How then is this explained? The unmanifested Brahman, before all the worlds, is Nirguna Shiva, the blissful undual consciousness. This is the static aspect of Shiva. This manifests Shakti which is the kinetic aspect of Brahman. Shakti and Shaktiman are one, therefore, Shiva manifests as Shiva Shakti, who are one and the same. Therefore Shakti is consciousness. But Shakti has two aspects, Murti, viz., Vidya Shakti or Cit-Shakti, and Avidya Shakti or Maya-Shakti. Both as Shakti, which is the same as Shaktiman, are in themselves conscious. But the difference is that whilst Cit-Shakti is illuminating consciousness, Maya is a Shakti which veils consciousness to itself, and by its wondrous power appears as unconscious. This Maya-Shakti is consciousness which by its power appears as unconsciousness. This Maya-Shakti is Triguna Shakti, that is, Shakti composed of the three gunas. This is Kamakala which is the Trigunatmaka Vibhuti. These gunas are therefore at base nothing but Cit-Shakti. There is no necessity for the Mayavedan Siddhabhasa, that is, the reflection of conscious reality on unconscious unreality, as Mayaveda says. All is real except, in the sense that some things endure and are therefore truly real, others pass and in that sense only are not real. All is Brahman. The Antaratma in man is the enduring Cit-Shakti. His apparently unconscious vehicles of mind and body are Brahman as Maya-Shakti, that is, consciousness appearing as unconsciousness by virtue of its inscrutable power. Ishvara is thus the name for Brahman as Shakti which is conjoined Cit-Shakti and Maya-Shakti. The mother Devi is Ishvara considered in his feminine aspect, Ishvari, as the mother and nourisher of the world. The Jiva or individual self is an Amsha or fragment of that great Shakti, the difference being that whilst Ishvara is Mayavin or the controller of Maya, Jiva is subject to Maya. The world thinker retains his supreme undual consciousness even in creation, but his thought, that is the forms created by his thinking, are bound by his Maya, that is the forms with which they identify themselves until by the power of the Vidya Shakti in them they are liberated. All is truly Sat or Brahman. In creation Shiva extends his power, and at Pralaya withdraws it into himself. In creation, Maya is in itself consciousness which appears as unconsciousness. Before creation it is as consciousness. Important practical results follow from the adoption of this view of looking at the world. The latter is the creation of Ishvara. The world is real. Being unreal only in the sense that it is a shifting passing thing, whereas Atma as the true reality endures. Bondage is real, for bondage is Avidya Shakti binding consciousness. Liberation is real, for this is the grace of Vidya Shakti. Men are each centers of power, and if they would achieve success must, according to this Shastra, realize themselves as such, knowing that it is Devata which thinks and acts in, and as, them and that they are the Devata. Their world enjoyment is his, and liberation is his peaceful nature. The Āgamas deal with the development of this power which is not to be thought of as something without, but as within man's grasp through various forms of Shakti Sādhanā. Being in the world and working through the world itself, in the words of the Kuṇḍalinī Tantra, becomes the seat of liberation, mokṣayate samsara. The vira or heroic sadhaka does not shun the world from fear of it. But he holds it in his grasp and wrests from it its secret. Realizing it at length as consciousness, the world of matter ceases to be an object of desire. Escaping from the unconscious drifting of a humanity which has not yet realized itself, he is the illumined master of himself, whether developing all his powers, or seeking liberation at his will. As M. Massonarsal so well puts it, esquisse d'une histoire de la philosophie indienne, p. 257, dans le tantrisme triomphant une conception immanentiste de one foot intelligibilite, l'esprit est assigné pour, but, non d'essy laisser vivre mais d'essy créer un vie digne de lui, une existence omniscient omnipotent. Tu il maîtrisera parce tu il en sera auteur, by sadhana.